What's going on, guys? What's going on? So I'm letting the room warm up just a little bit. Sorry about the delay, but time difference over here where I'm at right now, so I decided just to push it a few more hours because I think at the time that I would have started, it would have been just too early in the states. I think it would have been like almost 2 or 3 o'clock, so I decided to go wait another 3 hours, so it could be at least like 5, 6 o'clock in the states, so most people can like watch it. People are at work and stuff like that, so I decided just to push it a little bit forward. Um, Give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna be sending a link to a QB right now, so he can like hop on. Take like a minute. All right, hold on, guys. Give me like a minute. I'm trying to get this situated for this guy.
Yo, yo, what's good?
Yo, 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 yo. All right, man. My bad.
How's my, anyways, how's my audio? Am I coming in as an echo or
Yeah,
is
you
it
look
okay?
pretty good, dude.
No, the audio. Is the audio okay?
Yeah. Oh, it's a little bit scrumptious.
Hold on. Okay, what about now? Is that better?
Uh, yeah, yeah. Oh man.
Okay.
I see that your hair has grown back.
All right. Oh, of course, bro. Of course.
Your hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Um, so are we
Yeah,
live
yeah,
now,
yeah. We're live.
or
We're
you're
we're
about to?
live, bro.
Okay, for sure.
So, so you want to talk about like what happened with you over there in Ecuador, your experience?
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll give a summary, and then I'll go into specifics, and then if you have any questions, just let me know.
All right, all right.
So my goal was to visit Quinto for about 7 days, then go to Panama, then go to Cancun. Uh, I got a new job, so I had like a whole month off. So that being said, I get to Quinto December the 26th, so the day after Christmas.
Mhm.
I did a tour with the girl from showaround.com. Very nice. Still keep in contact with her till this day. Later on that night, I got a match on Tinder. I had several matches, talking to mostly women here in Ecuador. So this particular match was a girl from Colombia. She gave me her WhatsApp, and then I made arrangements to meet her after I finished my tour. Once that was done, we went to a rooftop lounge. We had a couple of drinks. She brought her cousin. Uh, okay. Oh wow, we got another solo layout. All right. Uh, After that, uh, we agreed to go to my place to continue drinking. And once that happened, that's when I got scoped and robbed. Are you still with me, Ulysses?
Yeah, so I'm listening, bro. So,
Okay. So that's the summary. Now I can go into like the full details.
all right, yeah. So everybody can see like
Okay.
what happened. It's up to you. You know, you could just talk about what you feel
Yeah.
comfortable with.
Yeah. So full details now. Meet the girl at Love Me Rooftop, which is a very nice lounge in Quito. I'm here in Quito now again. People are like, oh man, you're crazy. Ecuador is all bad. They say the same thing about Mexico. I don't go to hood areas, okay? I got caught up by, some Colombian women that are not even from this country, unfortunately. So go to that lounge. Um, I get there a little early. I'm drinking like the signature Colombian drink. I forgot the name of it, but it's really, really good. I noticed with them, they just continue to order beers after beers after beers. And then even when we went to the gas station via driver, they got more beers as well. Uh, both of these girls were young to mid 20s, between 95 to 115 pounds. Now, at the lounge, I noticed that the cousin didn't want to like take selfies or be in the video compared to the girl on Tinder that I was actually there to meet. So I thought that was pretty odd. So I had asked the girl from Tinder, like, hey, how come your cousin doesn't want to, be in the video? Like, we're all chilling, we're hanging out. She informed me that, oh, she has a boyfriend, and she doesn't want to be, uh, I guess, out hanging out with another guy per se. What I should have done was I should have asked her why is she even here then, but I didn't do that. Um, my intentions bringing them back to my place was to solely hang out. There's rumors like, oh, QB was hoping to have a threesome. No, I've dealt with multiple women uh, at once. Meaning at a bar, nightclub, uh, a party, a venue. So I'm not unfazed about that ideal. However, when you're in a foreign country, meeting girls for the first time, that's extremely dangerous. Um, and I had to learn this lesson. Going back to the Airbnb, there was security, there was cameras. However, the security guy did not ask for ID. Uh, that's a huge strike that I take accountability for. I could easily said, "Hey, where's your IDs?" And if they didn't have any IDs, that's it. They don't go back to my place. Once they got inside, again, we were hanging out, we were socializing, they were drinking their beers, playing some reggaeton music, they were dancing, and I got all this information, all this footage on the cloud. Uh, it wasn't until the third drink that the cousin made when I was dancing with the Tinder date, um, where she put something in the drink, and that's when I became unconscious literally after 5 minutes. Um, I wake up the next morning, laptop gone, both phones gone, my wallet is gone. So the only thing that was left was my passport. I was able to fly out, thankfully, within 24 hours back to the States. Uh, and then from there, I had to go to AT&T, Chase, the DMV, the post office. So it was a gambit for about 3 to 4 days. And then I decided to come back to Quinto to take action to work with law enforcement, working with the USA Embassy, and then as well as some news stations to report them. And that's the summary.
All right. So how did you feel when you woke up and like you saw that it was like your stuff was gone? What was the first thing that went through your head?
I was still in shock. Like I couldn't believe that it actually happened. So I was like, the F, because I would say literally 99.9% of my encounters with women, meeting them for the first time, there was never any malicious intent. So I was fazed by that, and then also fazed that everything is gone. So I was really shocked, but it's like, okay, thank goodness I had my passport, because if they would have took my passport, it would have almost been game over. Now technically it would have almost been game over if I didn't wake up or I was in the hospital. But that was, I passed that, and then I'm like, damn, thank goodness I had my passport. I was able to leave within 24 hours back to Cali.
Damn, I just think, and this just for so people can know, this didn't happen in Colombia. This happened in Quinto, right?
Quinto, Ecuador. So to let the viewers know, because I can't see the comments or anything like that, because I'm doing this from my phone. So, if any of my subs are watching, let me know the quality. This is brand new iPhone 15. But anyways, Colombians can go to Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, and I want to say Chile without a passport. They just need their national ID. So we understand that Medellin is hot, and this is why I don't go to Colombia, because I know that it's really dangerous trying to meet local women via dating apps, or if you just go out to a public venue. It is dangerous to meet local women. Here in Quito, Ecuador, or Ecuador period, because I've been in Guayaquil, I haven't experienced that.
Yeah, just it seems like they're taking their show on the road. Like over here in Brazil, they be drugging people over here as well. Not as much as Colombia, but I mean, because I met a guy that he took two girls home from over here from an area called Lapa in Rio, and his friend got drugged. He didn't get drugged because he refused to drink alcohol at the apartment, but he was talking about his friend, got drugged, and they took his cell phone and money, but not him. He was able to walk away. But he was telling me there were like two ghetto girls that they took home, and I was like, damn. I mean, they weren't attractive at all. I saw the pictures of the girls, so I was like, but I know for sure they be drugging over here in Brazil as well. It's something that happens more in Rio, but not throughout the whole country.
So when you mean drugging, you mean scopolamine as well, correct?
No, they don't use scopolamine. I think scopolamine is only done in Colombia because the plant grows over there.
Right. Okay. So what type of drugging are they doing in Brazil?
I have no idea, man. I just don't know so much. I just heard that it's starting to happen, but it's usually done by the the most bottom of the barrel women. Over, I mean, it happens in Colombia as well, bottom of the barrel, right? But I mean, I saw the picture of the girl that you went out with, and she looked pretty attractive. She wasn't no like. Most of the women that I see drug Americans, they're like they're scrubs. If I could be honest, like I look at them like, why would you even go out with that type of girl in this country? But that girl was just like, I was thinking to myself, she could have got me as well. But like, oh, she looks good. She looks decent. Everything's good to go. But yeah.
Yeah. Again, I was really shocked. I'm just like, okay, there is a rumor because I talked to multiple content creators where it's like, you know what? The girl that you actually met on Tinder probably didn't do the scoping. It was most likely the cousin, 100%. But I'm just saying, like, she's still an accomplice to the crime, whether she liked me or not. And she wasn't the actual guilty person. She was still accomplished to the crime. And then again, I'm seeing multiple transactions within my account being withdrawn every day. You got a comment by Marty there.
Yeah, Cubic just picked the bad luck of the draw. I would have told him to choose one of the top Ecuadorian girls, even if they weren't as hot. I mean, it just happens.
Right. Yeah, it happens. And once I get back to my channel, I'm going to put a lot of safety videos. I brought a portable safe. I'm going to do content to where you're going to see guys in the Airbnb. This is the security guy. These are the cameras. You can walk around the whole entire place. I think there's even like an app with the USA Embassy when you're in a certain country. There are safety measures there. So this is a really good learning lesson. But I would definitely say Colombia, if you want to meet local Colombian women, it's going to be very difficult.
Aaron says, QB, do you have travel or remote insurance of some sort?
Yes. So the only insurance that I had was on my phone, but now since this has happened, when I get my new laptop, which will be next month, I will make sure I'll have insurance on the laptop, the phone, any devices that are worth over $1,000 for sure.
I mean, the important thing is you walked away with your life. There's a lot of guys that unfortunately don't wake up. I would ask, do you see like when you move around, maybe like let's say if you go out with another Colombian woman in the future, would you see like you're gonna move a lot more different around them just because of the reputation?
At this point, like I'll be honest, bro, she would have to be a Colombian girl where I meet her, I don't know, maybe in Cancun or something, where I know that I can look at her social media. She has a good job, etc. Like, I honestly don't care anymore for Colombian women because Mexican women in general look just as good, if not better. The only thing that Colombia has, and I'll be honest, there are the Morenos, like the lighter brown women. You got a super chat. That's my guy right there. That's
all right. We stop you. Glad to see you're safe, bro. Yeah, we are too. Like this is why we're telling the story so people can listen and you get some valuable.
I would say, because I've been to Medellin and I've been to Barranquilla. Okay, now when I was in Barranquilla, I was with one of the homies that was a vet. Okay, but I was with a girl that I met in Ecuador, so it was definitely kind of different, And then I ended up meeting another homie that I still talk to this day in Santa Marta. But as I was saying, Mexican women are definitely beautiful. They're right up there with Colombian women. What Colombian women have is a little bit more diverse in beauty. So you have like the darker skin morenas that are on point beautiful. And then you have like the Negro population, blacks in Colombia. But overall, my experience, dating in Mexico, even here in Ecuador, safety wasn't so much an issue. Now, if guys want to go to Colombia and still deal with Colombian women, cool. But a lot of them, especially in Medellin, are prostitutes on the low.
Yeah, that's why I tell people like, I did an experiment, and I actually had one of my subscribers tell us he did the same thing too. Like, I think he said he asked about 100 Uber drivers. I asked around maybe like 30 or 50 around there, and I asked him like, what percentage of women do y'all think sell from the lower stratus, stratus 1, stratus 2? And you'll be surprised. Like, I used to be conservative. I said 30% are in that building, and I was like, nah, it's more like 70 to 80. Like. I've gone out and I did my numbers as well because I counted the girls that I've gone out with, and I'm like, well, I would say at least like out of the 10 girls I've dated, at least like 6 were either pre-pagas or webcamming, like, but they keep it like on the down low. And you like discover it like sooner or later. I actually matched one of the girls I used to be friends with for 2 years in Medellin. I used to hang out with her all the time, and on her bio it says engineer, and I know she's not an engineer. She does webcamming. She does have a regular job though, but she's no damn engineer. So I tell guys like when you go over there, be careful and don't take it for what it is. Like they'll lie to you, they'll tell you like they do something, like they could be doing something else underneath the rug. So
Right. I just feel like a lot of these content creators, they're not really honest with their audience
yeah, I would
in
agree.
regards to the women that they meet in Colombia. I'm not saying that you cannot meet wholesome women, but you really have to know Spanish. You have to do time there. I would say definitely over a week, kind of the same thing here in Ecuador. Uh, Now, because there's a curfew out here, I really can't do much. Terms is meeting local women, and this was more of a business trip than anything. But in April, I do plan to go to Panama. I had so many matches in Panama, and I think that's going to be like the next country that I really explore um, in the future beyond Mexico.
All right, this guy says Red Beer Rants is saying the same thing, 100%. Yeah, I think that's the guy that made the video called "They Hate Gringos" in Medellin or something or Colombia. Yeah, I was talking to him. I had a conversation with him a couple of months ago when he had the. Yeah, he's actually in Brazil right now as well. Maybe I'll collab with him in the future. I don't know. But he was talking about the
So,
same thing. So
right. So, when my situation happened, there was another YouTuber, German guy, that also got scoped in Medellin. And his situation was a little bit more worse than mine, where he went to the girl's house and it's like, yo. And that's where they scoped him. And they stole about $15,000, I believe, like in crypto too.
yeah, it's the guy
And
that has a PhD, right? He's like he's a
he's a
backpacking.
German guy.
Yeah, he has a
Yeah,
PhD. Yeah. He was, I saw that. Yeah, he said that he went. They were
yeah,
having like to make dinner for him or something like that. They were cooking for him, and he got
right,
drugged.
right. So, again, they're targeting foreigners. The USA also put a advisory notice: do not use dating apps if you're planning on traveling to Colombia, because there's been about 25 deaths of Americans in 2023. So it's dangerous. Like I'm sorry, and here in Quinto, again, since they can travel here, if you do run into a Colombian girl, then your safety's potentially at risk as well.
Yeah, just it's funny. The first day I landed in Brazil, I was with a local girl, and her friends were Paisa. I was there with her for maybe like 5 minutes, and I was like, I'm good. I was like, I didn't come to Brazil to be around Colombian women and shit. Even though the girl like that invited me is Brazilian, I was just like, I'm good, and I just like, it's like I'll see you later on. I just like walked away. Uh,
Right.
but I will say, yeah, I kind of just like stay away from them. To be honest, I know it's like those are like the people that do that in the country. It's the bottom of the barrel. Colombians are not like that. Uh,
Uh-huh.
but it is part of their culture and the bad sense of their culture and the way the druggings and this is something that's been going on for decades now. They might blame the Venezuelans sometimes as well. They like to do the victim blame shit and pass it off like it's not theirs to begin with, but it is. Uh, I just think I just think, unfortunately, a lot of guys are going to be getting hurt because of this. It's just going to increase. It's not going to lower down anytime soon. Tourism is increasing in Medellin. That means more muggings and more robberies and more bad things are going to happen to foreigners, unfortunately.
Right. Well, I'm here. I'm hearing that tourists are basically getting robbed like in broad daylight. Like guys are going around saying, "Hey, gringo, gringo," and then somebody's coming up to them and actually like robbing them. Give me everything you have on spot.
Yeah, I was there last
So
year for like 3 weeks and I left early. I didn't feel comfortable. I was like, you know what? I just hang around people that I know personally for many years and I know like where they live at, their houses and stuff like that. But after a while, I thought it was kind of lame because I'm like, I like to meet new people in new countries. Like in Brazil, I've been meeting people all the time. Every time I go out, I meet new people. And I feel like when I go to Colombia, I have to be always on work. And like I can't just let some smiling face like trick me, and I have to like I just don't like that being like, well, what are her intentions? Does she want to harm me? Like I have to like ban her out. In Brazil, I don't really have to worry about that. So
right,
I just left Colombia early for that reason. I don't have no intention of going back anytime soon. Like I said, like I left early and I was like, there's other countries I could visit. I don't have to worry about that crap. That's how I feel.
right. Facts. Absolutely right. Yeah.
Let me see. Uh, I got finessed by a Colombian girl in the middle strata, but she grew up mostly in the lower barrio. So she had own streamer ways. Better her the whole history before you deal with a Colombian chick. Yeah, to me, I haven't had good experience going out with Colombian women. It doesn't matter what social status they're from. I've gone out with barrio girls and I've gone out with girls that are professionals that have their own vehicle, their own apartment, and I just the same streaming shit that I got from the lower girls, I got it from the middle class women as well. So my experience hasn't been good. Andre from Love Crossing Border says Bumble is fairly safe. I don't know if I will believe him because he's been married for many years. So I know that he hasn't been in the dating game for a long time. So I just think I wouldn't listen to that because how would he know? He's not really using Bumble himself, right? But I
Well,
know.
here, hold on, Ulysses. Let me kind of comment on this and shout out to the Art of Will. Appreciate you, brother. I'll be in the Discord soon. I'm just getting everything back on my phone. But I would say, first of all, Andre loved crossing borders. He is a vet. He met his
Yes.
wife in Colombia. Much respects to him. It is literally about a handful of guys that I would say are actually actively dating Colombian women and have been with them like long term. Um, as long as those guys can be transparent uh, in regards to dating Colombian women, fine. But you also have a lot of content creators where they're dating professional women, working women, and saying that that's their girlfriend, and they're meeting them like at strip clubs or basically nightclubs where the girls are working. So those are the guys you have to be very skeptical about.
Hmm. Colombian women are just a waste of time. Just want money and play mind games. Yeah, I will say that. I've never had a girl in Brazil ask me for anything. I've gone out with a lot of them over the past years, and I met a few since I've been here. I haven't been here in the country no more than a month. Actually, only like 2.5 weeks. But those games that you see in Colombia with the Colombians and the Venezuelans, you're not gonna really see it in Brazil. I'm not saying there's not gold diggers here because there are. There's gold diggers in every part of the world. But as far as like the games that you see in Colombia, especially Medellin, uh, yeah, I don't see it over here in Brazil at all. So
Well, here's the thing also, Ulysses, you got to take in mind. A lot of guys that are coming to Colombia, they want what I call like the GFE experience, like the girlfriend
oh yeah, for sure, for sure,
experience.
for sure.
And so they're willing to pay working women for that experience. Prime example, the video that's going viral right now with, I think there was like maybe 4 or 5 black guys, and I'm in these group chats and I'm saying, look, these guys got hit by the ugly tax. They're 50 plus, they got the beer belly, they're bald, okay? Ain't no 25 or younger woman is gonna be like, yes, put me on camera. Uh, I'll go in the jacuzzi with you and, make love and kiss you and call you Poppy and all this. That's not going to happen. That's not a reality. And so when she wanted the $200, right? Because I believe that's what she asked. Them brothers should have paid that woman. But again, when you get hit with the ugly tax, understand that, hey, I have a limitation. And if I'm going to deal with these type of women, it's in my best interest to deal with them in a brothel or an organized establishment. So if they do flip the price to make it higher, you can select another girl. You're not going to deal with that. But of course, they're on vacation and they want the best experience. So if you're going to go that route, then maybe you should sign up to be like a sugar daddy or something, to where the girl is going to have to basically, in order for her to get allowance or something, she's going to have to perform. And obviously you're willing to pay. So if this is what you really want, don't do that with the girl off the street. Probably consider, hey, let me sign up for sugardaddy.com or something, and let me date a couple of women in Cartagena that want to be sugar babies. And then we're going to say, look, this is what you got to do. You got to be on camera with me. I want you on the yacht, and if you can't agree to these terms, then I don't pay you. But when you do try to do that with the street working girl, the power is in her hands because this is her country. You're outside of the norm, so anything goes. So
I mean, I'll tell you guys, I've hit some girls that were pre-podcast, but they lied to me. They told me they're regular girls, and later on I found out they're working girls. I mean,
so how did you find out that they were working girls?
The girl told me, because I already knew one girl's like, oh, I'm gonna go to Panama to go work my aunt's restaurant. Really? And so I hit her up from a burner phone, and all I did was I asked her, what are your prices? Bro, immediately she started, oh, mi amor, yo cobro esto, I have an apartment, or I could go to yours. And she was bad. She was a cutie too. And my boy's like, well, at least you got it for free. I was like, yeah, I did. But still, like, she lied to me. She told me she was a university girl. But, yeah.
Again, you have a lot of these guys that they date outside their league, and they swear up and down that they're not working girls. And I say to them, okay, can you go do that in other places? Because I've dated local women throughout all of Mexico, no problems. Came to Ecuador, did the same thing. And even in Barranquilla, Colombia, the same stuff. So to me, it's like, why do you have to go to Medellin every time to quote unquote say that you get normal chicks when a lot of the girls are working girls there? And they're really silent when I kind of question them on that.
Yeah. Daryl G says it's important to have a doorman. Have him check the girl's ID and never allow her to leave without your presence. I 100% agree. But there's another guy that's an experienced traveler called Tobias, and he had security on his building. And I don't know if you ever saw his story. He says that the girls were actually stopped, and they found him drugged in his room, and the police actually showed up and they actually let the girls go. And his laptop was disappeared mysteriously. And so that's what I feel like about Colombia. Like, nothing is 100% proof, because if that could happen to an experienced traveler, that could happen to anybody. And he had security in his building, and the security stopped the girls.
I got a question for you when you're done. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm done. I'm
going to interview Tobias on my channel, and we're going to talk about this, by the way.
Yeah.
Because he totally agrees. Him and I agree on safety. Safety is very important. We agree that 99% of the brothers that go to Medellin, they're going to pay for women, and they're capping when you confront them and be like, oh no, I don't, I just know how to move, etc. So when he was actually scoped, you got a super chat, by the way.
Well, thank you, Traveler Tony. QB, that view is fire. Gotta try Africa, bro.
I stay in upscale accommodations no matter where I go. This is Quinto, safe. There's a doorman. I've been working out at the gym. My mind's on other things right now besides YouTube. But Ulysses is the homie. He was on my channel, so hey, if we can make it happen, we can make it happen. But you're telling me when Tobias was scoped, they did have the IDs of the girls, and they were not arrested when the police showed up?
Yeah, that's what Tobias said in his video. He said that his laptop was gone as well.
And the girls were not arrested on site.
Nope.
Oh hell no.
You gotta go watch this video, dude. He talks about it. He's like, yeah, they stopped the girls and they went to go check on him. They found him unconscious in the bed, and so the police showed up and like, yeah, he said his laptop was gone. And shit.
And so the police did not even retain the girls until they. Oh my gosh, dude.
Nah, they don't give a yeah. I tell you guys.
Dude, that is so scary,
isn't it? It just kind of
I'm gonna holler at Tobias after our stream.
Yeah, you gotta watch the video because he details it like what happened from point A to point B, and he talks about it like.
If you guys are hearing this and watching this, again, the lack of enforcement by Medellin police, Tobias actually had the IDs, and the police showed up, and the women were not arrested. So you're playing Russian roulette now.
Yeah.
Going to Medellin.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying for a minute.
If a misfortunate situation happens, they're not, where are their arrests? Where are the wanted signs? And then I also kind of say that Tinder needs to take a little accountability as well, informing their members, hey, these are safety tips you guys can take.
They do warn you, like you ever swipe in Iran, the capital, it tells you like if you're trans or whatever, be careful because it's illegal and stuff like that. And I think the same warning they give you for Iran, they should give you for Colombia.
Right. But you and I, we got to do this based on experience, and if that's factual, which I'll go back and look at Tobias's video. You guys are really playing Russian roulette, going specifically to Medellin. And I know that was, 3 or 4 years ago that Tobias got drugged and scoped?
Yeah, just unfortunate. When I saw that video, I was just like, wow, I couldn't believe, because he said his laptop was gone. Like, so I don't know. I don't know if the girls took it or the police, or I don't know what happened. So.
Right. You got Art of Will with a super chat, bro.
Thank you so much, Art of Will. The Trixton 5 in Cartagena got the ugly tags.
He did. And so when I'm saying to like these older, maybe 45 plus year old men, they disagree with me, but it's like, look, when you do deal with working women, the treatment is not going to be the same compared to other guys. So even if you're going to do pay for play, you want to present yourself the best way possible. And this is what these guys don't do. They go for the finest looking girl, and understanding that women that are attractive prostitutes, they can be selective. So you might want to go with the girl that maybe is a little older or maybe a little bit more overweight, that will give you that possible girlfriend experience. And even them, they can be very selective. I'm not saying that the girl that demanded more money was like a super baddie. She was above average looking. Like, I didn't really like her face, but she had all the plastic and stuff. So I can see why a lot of guys would probably hit her up. But there's no way in hell she was willing to be with those old guys unless they were not paying double and triple the price. And that's just the facts about it.
So Marty says, yeah, it had to happen to me in Colombia. Instead of fighting them, I just paid them and kept. Yeah, I think the mistake the guy made was he slapped the girl's cell phone, I believe, and that's what set her off. He should have never touched her cell phone. That was pretty dumb of him. You don't know who she's working with, who her people are, and you're a guest. Right. Just give her the extra $50 and let her go. So like, you know what? Take the L. You learned your lesson as a man. Let her go. Let her go.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. And not only the damage has been done, they broke the table. She broke the table, excuse me. And
they're gonna have to pay for that. It's gonna be like what, $200 probably, 150.
yeah, $200. You got to pay for that. And now I'm probably sure in Cartagena, the Airbnb hosts are going to be very strict. Like, hey, you're not allowed to bring women, or you're not allowed to bring prostitutes over, or you're signing some type of waiver or something. So it's just a bad look, in my opinion. Embarrassing.
If this happens to Tobias and Kubi, it can happen to anybody. Both are very experienced solo travelers. Yeah, it's happening even to the best of us. I just think even if people stop using the dating apps tomorrow, they're gonna just figure out ways to like drug you. And I just think the worst part of that place is just like you can't expect any sympathy from the locals or even some of the expats. I will say some of the expats that live in Colombia defend Colombia more than the damn Colombian army. And it's just so I call them Colombian soldiers now. I don't call them expats because like no matter what happens, it's never the country's fault. So I just think it's a mixture. It's a mixture of a bad recipe put together. You're just not gonna get sympathy from the locals. If you read the comments on the IG pages and TikToks, they just start immediately victim blaming. That's what he gets for messing with pros. And the Colombians are acting like if this hasn't happened to them for the last like 20 or 30 years. Come on, man. This has been going on for like a long, long time. But I just like to the Colombians, I just feel like, learn how to take accountability. I will tell them that because it just seems to me like they like to point fingers at everybody else except themselves. That's what I find annoying about them, if I can keep it real.
Yeah. So that is very true. But I also tell other travelers, like, there are other places like Colombia. This is not the only place, specifically Medellin, where it's a gold mine of beautiful women. There's tons of places outside of Medellin. But again, these guys, they know that you can pay a woman in Colombia. You can pay a lawyer. You can pay a cop. You can damn near pay a doctor. So that's why men are still going in drones. And again, if they're meeting these women off of Tinder, and let's just say she's not a criminal, right, where she's trying to scope and rob the dude, she can be an undercover prostitute and quote the guy a price, and they'll still go out on the date. Okay, you want 100? Cool, I'm with it. And a lot of those dudes are not telling you that, but that's the facts for Medellin specifically.
Yeah, I think Red Beard, the guy that made the video talking about how they hate gringos, he was saying that most, and I agree with his video, he says that most professional women in Colombia, or even the women from the middle class and up, don't want nothing to do with us. And I would agree 100%. We're already getting a bad reputation as this. Even if you're a regular guy coming to Colombia trying to meet people, that door is already shut in your face. And so you have to do all these things to get that door open for you so you can meet people. In Brazil, I don't have to worry about that shit, man. I meet professionals all the time. The girl I went out with the first night was a teacher. The other girl I went out with the other day was a therapist. So I'm good. But those same type of women to try to meet in Medellin, good luck. Good luck. I will say that. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Good luck, man.
Absolutely. I can say the same thing about Mexico, man. I met so many girls where, I noticed in Mexico specifically, a lot of the upper class women, they work within their families. So, like, my dad owns this energy company, or my dad's in sales and I'm the clerk or whatever, but they're not on the tip where, hey, you're an American, so I want to use you or be malicious towards you, because they weren't raised in that mindset compared to women like in Colombia, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Justin says, shout out to QB. Got my hair transplant in Mexico as recommended by him. Glad you're doing good and safe, bro. Love your channel, guys. Shout out to Ulysses Medina is a no-go. I will say
Justin. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Ulysses.
No, your transplant is looking good, bro. You can tell that it's on point now, bro. It's a game
Yeah,
changer.
definitely.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm coming up on the year on the hair transplant. Guys, I will drop all that info very, very soon. I'm going to start talking about looks maxing, safety. You guys are just going to have to be patient. I'm not a full-time YouTuber, but I'm happy that I can provide practical information for guys to where it's a solution. So, getting a hair transplant, we talked about it on my channel, Ulysses, is definitely a game changer. A lot of women think that I'm younger, um, and it's probably one of the best decisions I ever made in my life.
Yeah, I feel the
And
same
I'm not
thing.
wearing any more fitted hats.
I'm gonna
No
tell you,
mas.
I still, you know what? I still wear hats, even though I don't have to. But I like wearing hats anyways. I don't give a shit. But
The
it makes me
cowboy,
it makes you stick out in Brazil. Like I've had you know how easy it is to meet women over here. No falo portugués. That's how I meet women over here, guys. And shit, I've had girls like talk to me at the bar. They'll tell me some shit in Portuguese, and I understand some of the words most of the time. I'm like, oh no falo portugués, and they're like, oh, like where you from? Like I had one girl start talking to me in English, and so it was pretty cool though. So it's just so easy to meet people over here. Like I just like Brazil, man. Like I'm over here in a city called Curitiba. Uh, I think I wouldn't recommend this city just because it doesn't have a beach and it's kind of just like it doesn't have the same atmosphere as Rio de Janeiro as far as the nightlife and the vibe. But you're one of those person that doesn't care about that, likes to chill, wants to just be like in a place where there's no tourism at all. You could come over here to Cuba. Apartment is nice. Like I got a nice apartment here for like 480 for the whole month, and you get like you could get even a better apartment for 700 to 800, like with your own jacuzzi, swimming pool, everything. So yeah, I like this.
fire.
Yeah. If you are
Yeah.
him,
So,
you can find attractive women anywhere. Work on your appearance, and you won't be dependent on red light districts. Yeah, 100% agree with that.
ooh, fire, bro.
Mm,
Whoever put that comment in there, they're absolutely right.
yeah.
Fire. And one thing I wanted to point out, there's been people that have done like reaction videos, and a lot of them are just being critics, and that's fine. It's YouTube. You can be a critic, but it's like, again, this can happen to anyone. But I think the most criticizing argument that I have against those critics is like, oh, you should have known better. Well, it's like, look, if you're 100%, let's just say I'm going to use basketball or no, a football analogy. If you're making all your kicks after you score the touchdown, and a field goal got blocked or whatever, you're not going to say you should have known better, okay? It's like figure out what happened. Why did this kick get blocked? Understand that, hey, this is a part of life. QB is used to dating women that have no malicious intent. So I'm not aware of these warning signs from the very, very beginning. Now that this has happened, I'm more self-aware, and I'm willing to share that with my audience, saying that, hey, make sure we got ID. Make sure ID matches with social media. Do not tell the girl, or if she brings a friend on the first date, that is an absolute hell no. Because you cannot watch these girls, that's an easy team up. You can't watch both of these women at all at the same time. It's very difficult. So,
Yeah, Charles Jones says mistake number one: making traveling to other countries a date. Your main focus when it should be a side quest. This is what the passport movement gets wrong on a constant basis. Yeah, I agree 100%. I just think you should just go with the flow. And I think if you have confidence in yourself, you're gonna, depending on which country you're at as well, right? But you're gonna meet women and stuff. So you shouldn't have it like focus on your number one. It's the icing to the cake, of course. But yeah, I agree 100%.
right, and that's why I'm glad you point that out. But I mean, you see me doing blogs of the town and other places. It's not strictly just women. So I would say those content creators that are just showing women strictly, most likely they're paying for them. And that's just keeping a big fat.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. I just think that's unfortunate because a lot of the people that watch these channels, that's what they want to see. So it puts your channel on the algorithm. So it is what it
Yeah,
is.
exactly. But at the same time, it's like, hey, do you want fans that are really going to support you, or you just want numbers, right? So you have to make that conscious decision. Like, hey, a lot of my videos, a lot of guys see my main on there, and it's like, oh, well, why don't you go out and go over here and try to pick up girls? Well, again, if it happens, that happens, but that's not my sole intent. Um,
Hmm.
so everybody's different.
Yeah, I would agree. So you're gonna make more videos about like your experience, right? About like how to stay safe. You're gonna focus on some of that so you
Oh
can help
yeah,
some people
yeah,
out.
that's all coming out, and I'm vlogging out here in Quinto regarding safety, and the quest on trying to get these girls on notice. So there'll be some videos specifically on Quinto, some of the places that I visited, but I am gonna document and present that content on the channel about safety for sure. That's definitely coming up.
Would you say that do you think that you're gonna get justice for what was done for you? Is it looking good for
That
you?
is a very that is a very good question. Obviously, I hope I do, but
Hmm.
in this case, the odds, I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest with you. But I can live in peace to say that I've reacted to the situation where most guys, they wouldn't have done this. They wouldn't have gone back. They would have just said, you know what, I take the L and whatever happens, happens. But for me, it's like, no, I'm going to go to the police. I'm going to make a report. And if Ecuador police, Quinto police don't do anything, I'm going to let people know, like, hey, I thought Ecuador was cool, but their police is not responsive. They're just like Colombia. So I want to give this country the chance. And so far, it's been okay. I talked to a prosecutor. He's aware of my case. He forwarded that information to the district attorney. So there is an investigation. I have a case number. So that's great. Today, when I talked to one of the news outlets, they took my information, but I didn't speak exactly to a reporter. Hopefully, tomorrow, early in the morning, I can do that. And then I've been emailing the USA Embassy, and they're requesting a copy of the police report and a PDF. So I'm trying at least. Now, if nothing happens, it is what it is, fine. But I can live at peace to say I responded to the situation.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing because so many guys. I think that's the reason why so many of these women do this because like most guys that are on vacation, they got to leave the next day, so they don't got that time to be going to the
Right.
fiscalia and talking to a reporter or whatever you have you. So that's why there's like this stigma, just like we don't care because like the guy's gonna leave in 3 minutes. So and it's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
absolutely. And again, a lot of guys, I'll be 100 with you, Alyssa. When guys go to these countries, they're not reporting the bad situations. Okay, there's guys that maybe not got drugged, but definitely got robbed, pickpocketed, or a girl stole something, and they're not telling you that. So I think it's very important to be transparent and being honest because you establish that credibility, and that's why I'm saying to myself, okay, yeah, I can go take a vacation somewhere else, but I want to try to get justice and make that attempt. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But again, I made that attempt.
I think the biggest thing is that there's no unity in Colombia with the expats. Like imagine if we all got together, we all put in a pot of money to hire our own private investigators. So whenever this happens to one of us, boom, we get the ball rolling right away. Everything is taken care of, and we start coming after these people that are doing this to us. I think it would literally slow down the druggings a lot more because now they have like a target on their back. Like, oh, you know what? These people are organized. They got the media with them. They got YouTubers with them. But unfortunately, there isn't that in Colombia. You got YouTubers that are just pointing the fingers like this. Oh, it's his fault. No, it's his. Ah, ha, ha. I'm dating a lawyer, so that's why you got drugged. Ha, ha. So you got kind of that victim blame mentality in Colombia. There's no unity like this, like there is with other countries. Like I'll tell you something, Dominicans are very nationalist. I don't know if anybody knows that, but this will never happen with Dominicans because Dominicans have each other's backs like this. Americans are not like that. Americans can care less about each other. So this is why we're getting attacked because we're divided. Uh, it's like a pack of lions. You know, they're not in a pack together, right? They're gonna get easily eaten up by a pack of hyenas. But when the lions are together, the hyenas don't mess with them, right? Have you ever seen that on National Geographic? Even a solo lion will get attacked by 20 hyenas and he'll get killed. If it's with another lion or lionesses, hyenas don't mess with it, right? They leave it alone. And that's the thing. I'm trying to put. There's no unity between us. Unfortunately, in Colombia, this is why this is going on at a high level because instead of Americans putting their pride to the side and say, you know what, we got to do something about this. Let's organize ourselves a little bit more. And she's like, nah, it's his fault. Ha ha. I'm glad you got guys. I'm not gonna say his name, but that dumbass that goes on Razor Race channel. I hope more guys get drugged. Like you see, you get dumbasses like that, and this is why this is going on with us because you got guys instead of saying, let's put our pride to the side, let's help each other out. We're all Americans, and let's come after some of these people. Let's get a little bit of justice at least. But that's not.
I totally agree. There's no unity, even in these travel groups. There's no unity because there were voice clips linked to Peso Man, Kemp 123, and these are passport haters. And so I said, hey, you know, this situation that happened, I had a lot of people that reached out to me like, hey, QB, are you okay? I'm sorry that this happened. Cool. And then there were other friends who I thought that were really my friends did not reach out to me. So you're 100% right. There is no unity. And there are some people that want to wish, death on you. Unfortunately, I had somebody on Kip 123 stream saying, if QB goes to Brazil, there's going to be women that are going to want to rob him and kill him. Like,
yeah, I saw.
Do you know?
Some of the locals are like that too. In Colombia, I was looking at there's a lot of videos on TikTok about the gentrification. And one of the girls put, let's make Medellin dangerous. I'm like, what do you mean? Medellin is dangerous for us. Like, but I just think just the arrogance.
I'm gonna get another water really quick.
All right. Same here.
All right, I'm back. Hope you guys like the views. It's nice out here.
All right. It's freaking hot as
All right,
hell.
you got Charles Jones. He said something.
All right. Lisbon is definitely on my list. Portugal, Japan, maybe France, New Zealand. Man, I've been to France. Well, I didn't like Paris, but I hear other parts of France are nice, like Normandy and Nice. Let me see.
Gotcha.
Lisbon's very beautiful. South American women and African women live there. Yeah, I hear there's very diverse. Spain is also very diverse. Oh yeah, you went to Spain, right? So how was that experience?
I'm gonna go back to Spain next summer solo. Probably to Barcelona. Spain is awesome, extremely safe. Nightlife is popping. Like, what's so cool about Spain is like, okay, you might have some girls from like Latin America. Like I actually met a girl from Colombia that was out there. I met a girl from France when I was out there because I did 2 days in Madrid solo before my girl came out there, just kind of testing the waters. And I'm like, yo, Madrid is on Vegas vibes. Like it is popping out there.
Yeah, you got Latinas from all over. I met a lot of girls from DR and Colombia there. I stayed there for 2 weeks. Man, in Barcelona, it was just like 2 weeks to me still wasn't enough. I stayed there for my birthday like a year and a half ago. And man, it was I used to go to this one club that was owned by a Dominican, a small club right there by the city center. And it was Always had a good time, man.
So I will be uploading my Spain content. Damn, it's probably going to be pushed back since I want to just attack on the safety and talk about this situation. But once I get those videos out, I will be uploading Spain content for sure. But that is, guys can get out there and do probably at least a week. Spain is worth going to. Um, for me, once I start this new job, the most time that I'm able to probably get off is like 7 days in a row. So I'm going to be really restricted to, vlogging in Mexico for 2024 at least. And that's still okay, because there's a lot of cities where guys don't go, and I got the
Bro, I'm telling you right now,
411.
I've heard a lot of guys tell me that Ibiza is the shit. They tell me that Ibiza is like really like it's like Vegas but on steroids and shit during the summer. That's what I heard. Like the party's like 24/7 in Ibiza. So
Yeah, I got to get out there to go find out, man.
there's also an island over there by the Greek coast called I think it's called Cyprus, and they said that it's really good also in the summer. It's like spring break, but like for like a whole 3 months in the summer. It's just Cyprus. Okay, so Medellin is very dangerous. It's sad and pathetic that how most passport bros are divided, worshiping Colombians, victim blaming guys getting drugged. I'll slap the shit out of these big clowns, victim blaming. Yeah, I understand you, Justin.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, bro. You're absolutely right. Again, I'm going to say this, Ulysses. When the guys say you just got to know how to move, you really need to question them on that, because there's a lot of guys that are taking L's. So they cannot show you transparently how to move, specifically in Medellin. You need to question them. And the only person that I've watched on YouTube where it's like, okay, he's hanging out with girls, having fun, and he hasn't been dealt with in a negative way is Passport Dog. But a lot of people saying that the women that are in his videos are paid girls. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's almost. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, bro. Finish. I don't got nothing important to say.
Yeah, it's almost to a point where it's like, okay, if these guys are not getting scoped and robbed by the local women, and that they're claiming that these girls are local women in the videos, if you get caught and you're lying about the situation, because guys are hitting those comment sections like, hey, that girl's on this website, that girl is on that website, like, why are you deleting it? Like, just be open and honest. And there are a few YouTubers that are open and honest. Like, hey, these are working women. When you go to Medellin, be ready to pay a price if you want to take a girl home.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention the names. I'm not going to mention the names, but you could kind of tell because, like, I think I showed you. It's like, look, this girl's a working girl in Colombia. Like, I don't care, bro. It's whatever. Like, guys can do whatever they want. I'm not their daddy to like lecture them. I don't care. It's just if guys want to sell dream, I'm just like, that's cool. Like, I feel like the girls that I put on my videos are all authentic. I know them all personally. Well, most of them. Like, I did an interview with a girl like a week and a half ago for 2 minutes, but I met her like 2 years ago in Rio. She speaks perfect English. And so there's this place, guys, on Thursdays in Ipanema Beach. It's called Ipanema Beach Hostel, but it's not inside the hostel. It's like in the street. It's like a street party on Thursdays nights. So they have something called language exchange on Thursdays. It starts from 8 all the way to like 1 in the morning, something like that. But it's like on Tinder on steroids because you got all these Brazilian women that speak perfect English that are trying to practice their English with you. And so you could meet beautiful women like that. It's like being on Tinder, but in person. So you get like a sticker from the country that you're from and the languages that you speak. So I speak two. So I got American and I got Mexico, whatever. So you're walking around, you're talking to people, you're meeting people. So I knew her. I recognized her from 2 years ago. I was like, hey, can I do an interview? She's like, yeah. But that's how easy it is to meet people. And Thursday night, it gets really good. It gets really packed, guys. So you ever come to Rio de Janeiro on a Thursday, go to that place, Ipanema Beach Hostel. Thursday night, they have language exchange, and you can really meet cool locals there. That way, like you can, get the ball rolling. And that's especially if you're a solo traveler. And so I recommend that. Let's see. I've been to Spain 3 times, Madrid twice. Met girls from Dominican Republic, Brazil, and Argentina. Miss Spain. need to explore. Yeah, it's the same thing. I think Spain is so big. I always end up staying in Barcelona every time I go. But yeah,
Well, Madrid. I mean, both are great.
yeah,
Madrid and Barcelona.
Madrid's great as hell too. Yeah, yeah.
I was saying Barcelona is a little bit more flavor out there. Like Madrid is kind of a lot of the girls are fair skin, obviously like natural body. But Barcelona, like I met this one girl from India. Oh my gosh, she was so hot. Uh, and she spoke Spanish, English, and like her native language. And I was with my girl, so I couldn't like really make it obvious that I liked her. But it was like, yo, if she was not there, I would have definitely got at her because she was giving the choosing signals, like straight up.
It's so hard because you went with your girl, so it's just like I can't imagine, bro. It's just like damn.
Yeah, but I still had an awesome time with her out there in Barcelona, and she gets to see stuff through her ancestry, with the conquistadors. So that was cool. So I don't mind it, but definitely I'm going to have to return on a solo basis for sure.
Now, Marty says, I would never victim blame a fellow American if I were in a relationship with a Colombian. Chances that shit would backfire and karma would come back to bite you. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know why it happens so much in Colombia. Like, I just feel like the people, some of the expats are very toxic. I have no idea why. I've been trying to figure it out for years. I don't know. The girls are thicker in Barcelona. Yeah, I would say that. Spain has more than 20 airports, lots of cities to explore. The more Spanish, the more traditional chicks you would get there in the smaller cities. Yeah, Spain's such a big place. I've only been to 2 cities. I've only been to Madrid and Barcelona, but I want to go to like Ibiza and the other islands that are there. But like I said, every time I go to Europe, I always like go to different countries, so it's kind of hard just to visit a bunch of cities in just one country. Havar was crazy, bro. I will go back at some point. Mini Ibiza, classy, no issues. Girls from all over the world. Plus, native creations are fire.
Yeah, I hear a lot of good things about Croatia too.
Yeah. Let me see. I got Guadalajara trip soon. Any good tip?
Yeah, he's one of my subs. I gotta get you. When I get back to the States next week, I'll make the whole list of bars and clubs for Guadalajara because it's nonstop popping. Guadalajara, in terms of party nightlife, is literally, I would say,
pretty good.
From Thursday to Monday.
I go to that one place, Lola Lolita. I think I showed you the IG. Lola Lolita on Wednesday is good because it's like ladies' night, and the girls drink for free all night. But unfortunately, the guys can't get in there until like 12 o'clock at night. But it's still good. And you go in there, you see a lot of attractive women because they could drink for free the whole night. So they'll go in there in droves and stuff like that. So I recommend Lola Lolita on Wednesdays.
Right. And then what I really like about Guadalajara, they have day parties like in the tequila farms. It's called Galeos Fiesta or something. But oh my gosh, that place is great. The ratio of girls to guys is like probably about 3 or 4 to 1. But you have to dress like cowboy attire. So you can definitely day drink over there. I mean, it's amazing.
Bruno says, glad to see brother QB is doing all good. Yeah, we're all glad. So you had some negative experiences because of this. Do you have like some content creators that came after you?
Yeah, obviously the Peso Man, ET from home, Camp 123 living in the basement, Smash TV in those lanes. But it's like I'm not hiding from nobody. Like, why don't you come and debate me? I've been focused on obviously getting my things back. All right, my health, going to the gym, releasing stress. You YouTube is part-time for me, and I will be back. But sometimes if you really want to focus and accomplish things in life, you have to be self-disciplined and say, hey, I'm going to cut out this for now, and then I'll return at a later time, and that's perfectly fine. And my audience knows that. But again, regarding these haters, they're always going to be there, man. I mean, people wish a lot worse, but I face adversity and I bounce back. And I mean, look how I'm living now, bro. I mean, come on, look at this dope ass fucking view. Life is good, man. I'm in nobody's grave and I'm in nobody's hospital. My health is great.
Buck Travel says QB should go to safe countries next, especially after this incident. QB, go to Finland, Norway, home of the Blondie Snow Bunnies.
Again, I hate to say it, there's a lot of snow bunnies in Mexico too, but I kind of mentioned this to guys. I'm not a traveler where I can go to many places like other content creators because I don't work full-time remote. So I'm kind of limited in my travels. But when I have the opportunity, I will hit up places where people don't go. I got my taste of Europe. I definitely want to be back there next year. So, I'm also looking at Central America, Panama, Costa Rica, checking out those places as well.
Aaron says Jalisco women can be very picky, mid to high class. They're not easy to hit on, but they're very beautiful. Yeah, I would agree, man. Like I think Jalisco women, you could get in that bubble, you're good to go. I was there for a month, didn't go out too much, but like it just depends on like how you catch them. Like I think you can meet the women, but it just takes time. So,
and I want to follow up on that. He is absolutely right. They are very picky. So you just can't be an American going to Guadalajara. Like you got to be like cultured. You got to be one of those dudes where it's like, who are you? Almost like celebrity type status.
Yeah.
But once you're in like that circle of friends out there in Guadalajara, I mean, this is cake work. Same thing with Monterey too.
Yeah, so it's an open panel. Drop the link if anybody wants to hop on. So Marty says, women go out in groups in Barcelona. The ratio is insane. It just helps to know Spanish when you code approaching groups of women there. Yeah, I would agree. They do go out in groups over there.
I mean, but a lot of women, I would say, in Spain too, they speak English. Like, a lot of them are bilingual, man. I remember the girl that tried to sell me a SIM card. She spoke English, was mad cool. We were going to hang out, but she wanted to hang out the day that my girl got there. And I'm like, checkmate. I'm sorry, but she was a cutie. So who we got up in here?
Buck Travels. What's going on? What's going on? Salute, brother. How you doing?
Hey, salute. Hey, QB, you should do a 360 turnaround. You should go somewhere opposite of what just happened to you, the situation. So you should go somewhere very safe. So what I will suggest to you, QB, I know you say you don't have much time, but you can still make it out there. Go to Japan, Tokyo. Very safe. And they choosing us. I'm telling you, they choosing us. There's hip hop clubs. They literally got hip hop clubs out there, and you know what that means. Right. So if they got hip hop clubs over there, they're into they're into us. So I would say QB I think you would have to do a 360 just so you can get back on your feet where you was before, and you can slowly go back to where you was before, like Ecuador or Colombia. But I would say right now, in terms of traveling, I highly just suggest going somewhere just opposite. Because this situation that happened to you, man, it's a big deal, bro. It's not something that you can take light.
No, absolutely. It is definitely a big deal. And I'm not brushing this off by any means. And that's why I'm going to come up with the safety tips on the channel that nobody's talking about. Again, I got a portable charger. I'm going to talk about passcodes, like on your phone, your account, checking in with doormen. Like, you're going to see all that. coming up on the channel very soon. And obviously, the alert: no Colombian girls on dating apps whatsoever. That is 100% off limits.
Even if she has a PhD.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, it's not just the Colombian girls though. It's not just the Colombian girls. It's also the Venezuelan girls.
Yeah.
Because actually in Peru, it was a local Peruvian dude that actually told me about the Venezuelans. He gave me a heads up and he said, "Yo, they are known to drug dogs out here." So you got to watch out for the Venezuelans and the Colombians.
Now I will be 100% honest, and my guard is not less for Venezuelan girls, but besides Mexican women, I would say Venezuelan girls are the second best, where I have the best experience with, where they were nice, they were friendly, charismatic. So it's, I'm going to be on guard no matter what nationality she is, but the Venezuelan girls have shown me love throughout my life.
Yeah, I got in love from the Venezuelan girls, but they're kind of like they're like Colombians, bro. They're pretty much twins, bro. You really think about it,
bro. They twins. It's like it's like Canada and America.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it's like you know how the girls in America behave just like the girls in Canada. So it's like no difference. So they even tell each other tips, how to drug guys and all that. So come on, QB. So I would say right now I highly just suggest just avoiding Latin America for right now, bro.
You're 100% right, Bug, in regards to how vicious the Venezuelan girls can be. But again, my experience has been a lot different. Now, I'm not going to have a soft spot for Venezuelan women. No. I understand what's going on over there, but the ones that I've dealt with seem pretty cool. And I even hit up a few regarding my situation, and they're just like, oh my gosh, like, yes, it's very serious like that with Colombians. Like, we don't do shit like that, but hey, to each his own.
Yeah, it's dangerous even for them. Like, so I think last year, I never met this girl, but one of the girls that was in our group, that I knew the girls of the group, they went out together, and I don't know what the hell happened to the girl in the barrio, but hey, man, she didn't make it. She went to like a party with some dudes in the hood, and she ended up deceased. And I was just like, wow. So if it's dangerous for the locals in Medellin, it's gonna be dangerous for us as well. Just saying,
Right.
She went out to a party and came back deceased, deleted. So it happens even to the barrio people, man. For real. That's what guys need to realize, man.
Right. Who else we got on the panel?
We got Steven Shelby.
Oh, okay, that's one of my subs, man. What up, bro? Are you there? Okay, I think he's on mute.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't notice my mic was open. I'm sorry about that.
You're good, bro. What's going on, man?
Yo, what's up? Nothing much, just about to go to sleep. Got work at night, so just wanted to come on and say great stream, and really glad to see you save QB, and I don't know what to say anymore. Damn.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate that.
Oh man.
Content is coming up soon. Ulysses is one of the homies, so sub to his channel, support him also. He's out there in Brazil. I guess I got a question for you, Ulysses. Any Brazil content coming soon, or what?
Yeah, I've done a few videos. I did an interview with a girl about a week and a half, even though it was only 2 minutes. But when I go back to Rio in about 2 weeks, I'll do some interviews with some of the locals that speak English, because I'm not trying to translate. My Portuguese is horrible. But I'm glad I found this place on Thursday night, because there's a lot of Brazilians that speak English. So I know I could interview them for even 5-10 minutes. So I want to try to do basic interviews with some of the locals that speak English, so it could be easier for my audience, so I don't have to translate. Yeah.
I love this comment right here. Mexican women will hold it down for you. Yeah, man. And I can honestly say that for Ecuadorian women too. Uh, yeah.
TB, Ecuador should not be coming out of your mouth right now, bro. Like going even the thoughts of you going back to Ecuador. I'm so right now. I would highly suggest just avoiding, that region right now.
Okay, we got somebody else in the panel.
Hey, what up, y'all?
Yo, what's good?
Good. Was good.
Shit, man. Nothing, just chilling in the hills, chilling in the barrios.
Where you at right now, bro?
Shit, I'm in Medellin right now.
Man, the hot zone. How is it over there right now?
Yeah,
Watch your drink.
I'm in Robledo.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
how's the
Robledo.
situation over there right now for you in Medellin? You feel like it's hot?
Shit, it's chill. It's chill out here. I've been out here since I've been out here for like a whole. I've been out here for like a whole year. So
Hmm.
yeah, like last year, January the 15th, that shit gonna make a whole year.
Hmm. All right. So how do you feel about the situation that's going on with the druggings and stuff like that? Are you moving different, or it seems like it doesn't bother you?
My,
Uh, how long? So you say you've been there for like a year, right, in Medellin?
yeah, about a year, yeah.
All right. All right. So how do you like it so far over there?
Man, I love it. Shit,
Hmm.
yeah, I've been,
So,
well, actually about like 10 months, because I was by the coast by Palomino, Santa Marta for like 2 months.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
But the whole, but Colombia in total, shit, I've been out here for like a whole year. But yeah,
Hmm.
so
as far as people
I got a quick question for you. How are you staying safe in Medellin?
knowing the language, speaking Spanish,
Okay. So you speak Spanish fluently?
just
Hablo español poquito or más?
nah, I know enough to like be around locals and shit, and not get robbed.
Okay.
Conozco
Okay.
mucho, hablo mucho español.
Hablo español. So en Medellin muy seguro
Yeah,
o
I mean,
peligroso?
it's safe. Depends on how you carry yourself. It depends on how you carry
Okay,
yourself.
so how do
Me,
you carry yourself? I asked every Medellin supporter, like, what is it that you're doing that you're carrying yourself where it's safe? Because a lot of guys are going there and it's been unfortunate situations. So what are you doing that's different to where you're safe?
I mean, I just be myself. It's like people look at me and think I'm Colombian and shit. Until I talk. But I mean, I just be myself. I don't try to be on no weird, goofy shit. I just be myself. I speak Spanish, so it's like people can't just gringo and like say anything or run any type of game because I already know the type of games that's out here.
Hmm.
Okay. I kind of get where you're coming from. Like, just be yourself is really kind of bland. But I will say, obviously, knowing Spanish definitely does help. So if a person's not fluent in Spanish, right? Don't you think if they're going to Medellin, that would be a safety risk, or no? Because you're saying you're yourself, but you know Spanish really well. So they don't hit you up as a gringo, where a lot of guys that are going to Medellin, they don't really speak good Spanish at all. So the question is, if you don't speak Spanish, going to Medellin, are you putting yourself at risk?
Hell yeah, you putting yourself at risk. You damn near gotta stay in Poblado. You can't go nowhere.
At least you're being honest. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I want to get at. Because again, you have some Colombian freaks, bro, where they worship Medellin up and down, but it's like, look, you love the fact that you can pay women there. Guys fantasize about that, like, oh, there's no such thing as rejection. That's what I say about Medellin. It's the rejection-free zone. You can be a fat Larry, a fat Albert, a fat Dan, a fat Juan, and you're banging some of the best looking women in the world because you can pay for them. Now, would you agree or disagree to that?
No, if you got money, shit, they'll fuck with you, but they gonna use you if you. But it is. I ain't gonna say it's a judge free zone because it's like nah. If you can't speak Spanish and you got money, then it's a plus. But if you fat and you don't speak Spanish, like they definitely finna use you. They finna drug you. You getting robbed for sure. But the thing about it, I see some Colombians or whatever, they not the best looking ones, and they be with like the 10, like top 10, top tier chicks. So it's really
Uh-huh.
not like it's really about your personality, how you carry yourself, because
Okay.
I see a lot of
So,
Colombian females with local dudes be like, not in a good shape or whatever. They probably got money too, but I mean, I don't know.
okay.
Shit, as long as you can
Let
sing
me
and
ask you
dance,
this.
shit.
Uh-huh. I'm not going to Medellin anytime soon, but where is it specifically where guys can meet local women that are not pros, based on your experience?
Go to the club, go to the local clubs, go
Well,
to the
they're
local club,
scoping at the club
or
too,
or
right?
or just meet. Just it's different places to meet at a store, on a train, in public.
Okay.
Same thing. You'll same way you'll meet a female in the States. Just walking. You know,
All right. Not a specific area, but
like the
just walking
females I
any.
mess with, I don't fuck with prostitutes or none of that. I fuck with females that's like they work at a store. Work at a store, a restaurant, shit like that. They be busy as
Okay.
fuck sometimes, but that's the safe bet. That's what a female that's like working or something. Not no working girl.
Right. So w- when you go to Colombia, like what area do you stay?
Man, I done lived all over Colombia.
All over Medellin? You lived all
Yeah,
over Medellin?
Sabaneta, uh, like Laureles and Poblado. That shit is overrated. It costs too damn much. It's
Right.
like, but no, I stayed all over, like Central. I stayed in Central before, Bombona, um, just everywhere. Shit, I know Colombia good. Medellin at least.
Okay. All right.
Hmm.
Ulysses, what's your thoughts, bro?
I agree. Yeah, Poblano's overrated. It's very expensive. It's almost U.S. prices now. The rent over there. Loretta's is getting up there as well. Like, I think your average apartment now in Loretta's is like $800 to $900 a month. So that's just way too much. Um, you pretty much have to go to areas like Sabanete. Man, damn near almost Bayo to get something like really cheap and good. I just you got to know how to look. It just there's a lot of influx of digital nomads there. Now they have the digital nomad visa, so you got a lot of guys living there, and so it's just making it difficult to find cheap apartments now because you got an influx of, like I said, guys that are just staying over there or even overstaying their visas, and so the rent has gone sky high. Even some of the locals are getting pushed out of like Loretta's and Poblado. So that's why there's a lot of hatred towards like us foreigners because of gentrification that's going on over there.
Right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah, for real. Like the average local price Man, motherfuckers paying at least like $100 a month.
Yeah, but I just think the people from Tinder, I mean, I'm sorry, Tinder, Airbnb got greedy and they're overcharging. Like they might be paying rent in an apartment for maybe like 150 a month, and they're charging you like 800, $700. Like man, like 4 times the amount. It's just too much. So
Nice.
But yeah, Medellin, it's a good place. You know, it's cheap. You know, I mean, I'll say I almost got robbed one time. Like,
oh shit.
going to
Okay.
Prado, going to Prado, El Centro. Dude heard my accent. I was trying to get a blunt, and he was just trying to say, "Oh, what's in your pocket? Are you the police? Are you recording? Whatever." Then he brought his friends over and was like, "Oh, uh, he got something in his pocket." And I'm telling them niggas like in Spanish, like, "Hey, like I'm just trying to get a blunt, go on." Like this dude on some weird shit or whatever the fuck. So I showed dude my phone, you know, the pictures in my shit to let him know I wasn't recording shit because he trying to orchestrate some shit. And the dude just sold me a blunt, shook my hand, was like, "My bad for the problems and shit." And I nigga went on my way. You know, but it was a good thing that I know Spanish. Because if I was just like trying to pull my translator out, man, nigga would have took my shit. Nigga would have said anything. But that was like the only bad experience, and that was like my fourth month being out here. And then another experience. I was visiting this girl or whatever. She like a regular girl, but this bitch tried to rob me for my alcohol bottle. I was in there in the barrios. What's it called? Versailles, whatever. She pulled out a knife and shit. Told me to leave my bottle. I'm like, I'm not leaving shit. You can have a half of my blunt. but nah, she got mad over some shit or whatever. I guess she was mad because I was like clowning too much. But I was about to leave and she pulled out a knife. But that's the most that's the worst it went. You know, other bad experiences I ain't never really had. Then like my second week out here, a taxi tried to overcharge me 40 mil or whatever. But
Mhm.
that's about it.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Uh, you got anything else for me, Ulysses?
Would you say that this experience has made you like a better person? Like you're just like a lot stronger. You learned, like you became like wiser.
Oh yeah, definitely. I tell myself I ain't going through that shit again. Next motherfucker put me through that shit, it's gonna be problems. You know. But then again, it's like you gotta avoid problems and shit. Cause you know, I didn't seen people get into it. I seen foreigners get into it with somebody and like the locals would gang up on their ass. And then it's like, damn, the victim ended up being a suspect, ended up getting arrested and shit or whatever happened. So it's
Right.
best to like
Uh,
just, you know, it's best to just stay out the way and shit, cause like the tables will turn quick. Next thing you know, you have like the whole community on your ass, just cause somebody want to lie.
I will say this. When I was there a few months ago, I saw actually one guy was staying at my old apartment, and I went to go get my Rappy outside, and the guy started cussing out the Rappy driver like really bad. Actually, I had filmed, but I erased it on my cell phone. Like, you know what? I don't want this shit on my cell phone. But he was just cussing out that dude, and the Rappi driver was real cool. Actually, he had my food as well. I didn't even know that, but I was waiting, and then I called him. It's like, and he had my food, but we're talking. I was talking to him for a couple of minutes, and he was just like, yeah, like. But the American got really like he was an older dude, like in his 50s, just got really aggressive with him, telling him he wanted to beat his ass and calling him an idiot. And that's also one of the reasons, guys. Like, I'm not gonna put it on the Colombian shoulders because you do got some Americans that are acting like jackasses. I saw it when I was over there, and I filmed it too, and I sent the video to a few people. I don't think I sent it to you, QB, but I know I sent it to I think Razor Race. Shout out to Razor Race, and I just saw that and I was like, this is why so many of the Colombians hate us now because of this shit. Because he goes and then he tells his friends what happens, and then his friends become judgmental as well. But there's also like just Americans over there that are acting like fools, man, for real, for real. So I got to look at that as well too. Uh, yeah, I mean, like I said, I seen a lot of jackass behavior over there in Medellin.
right. Cool.
Yeah, for real.
But to answer your question, Ulysses, say it one more time. You asked me
Did it make you like? Did it make you like a stronger person? Did you say like you got experience and you're just gonna learn how to move on from here?
I would say it definitely brought another self-awareness to me in regards to dealing with strangers. So now it's because you've been basically undefeated, meeting girls for the first time, having no malicious intent. That's not going to always be the case. So these are warning signs after you experience this to know, hey, this is bad. This is going to go bad. You know, she's requesting a friend. They both want to come over to your place. They're not really showing any signs of sexual interest. You know, if the girl really likes you and she's coming over to your place, she doesn't need to bring the friend. You know, now it's different if I had like a homie, you know, like, hey, because I've done that several times, specifically in Mexico, where I'll meet a girl on Tinder or vice versa. And the girl will be like, well, I have a friend. And like, I kind of prefer for us to go out. And she'll ask, like, do you have a friend? And then that's when, you know, my boy would go. That's totally different. But if this is going to be a 2-on-1 and they're wanting to go back to your place, that is definitely a red flag.
Yeah, you finna get set up.
Right. So in that aspect, yes, I've become wiser, self-aware, and I want to bring that to the audience on my channel.
Yeah, out here, it's not really like a hookup culture. You know, it's like you gotta like the girls I know, like I've been knowing them for like months. Like you gotta get to know these, like you gotta get to know these females. You can't just go hook up the first day, second day, or whatnot. Like nah, like you gotta establish like a relationship with them. You know, because you know that's
yeah, I agree. There's not a hookup culture well, I've hooked up with some girls, but it's not the norm, and especially in other cities like. You throw in maybe like Cali, which is more dangerous. You're definitely not gonna hook up with a girl, and especially if the girl's a professional and she has a career or something like that. Like it's gonna take about 2 or 3 months, guys. So if you're looking for a fun time, Colombia is not probably it, man.
Yeah, if you want a quickie, yeah, hit up the
pros. I kind of disagree with Medellin because you can buy women, and there is no organized red light district. It's you know, it's not regulated.
We're talking about regular girls, not pros though, not pro, regular girls. Regular girls.
Oh well, I mean, again, you know, you do. I mean, it's hard for me to really say because I've never actually dated a regular girl in Medellin, so I really don't know, you know, to really comment on it compared to other places that I've been to. But it just seems like most of the American guys that are going there, they're dating girls beyond their league, above their league. And what I mean by that is basically, you know, the fat Larry, the fat Bill, hooking up with a 22-year-old girl, you know, named Rosalina or something like that. And she's willing to be with that guy because he's willing to pay her $100 for the date, you know.
And best believe she's sharing that money with her boyfriend that she got on his heart.
I mean, as long as he gets the hit, he doesn't really care, right? I agree with you, but as long as he gets the hit, it's like go back to Jose, you know, go back to Juan, go back to, you know, Javier, you know.
Hey, all the pros have boyfriends, by the way. For some reason, Colombian women can't go 3 weeks without being single. I noticed that. But yeah, a lot of the pre-podcasts, they have boyfriends and shit. And sometimes they're even married, especially the Venezuelans. Like, I used to know a few Venezuelan girls in DR, Dominican Republic, that were married, and they're hoeing around and shit. So, like, man.
Even now again, you know, there are guys that, hey, I don't mind having that experience, that transactional experience. For me, it's more, you know, I want the organic experience. You know, I didn't self-improve on my looks to just solely deal with pros entirely. You know, I want to deal with normal girls with the least resistance. And so that physical attraction is a mandatory necessity if you're going to deal with a local woman. Period.
Man.
So,
Yeah, one thing I noticed about Colombia, man, a lot of shit be happening out here, and that shit never make the news.
Right.
yeah,
Like for real.
yeah. Like that girl that was murdered, that hanged out with my homegirls, that didn't make the news over there. It's
Yeah.
just like nothing. Like the femicide is something really bad in Colombia, and like it never makes the news. But when they killed that, they murdered that DJ. All the Colombians were so angry, and I'm just like, bro, that happens every single day. Like, but I just kind of feels like a way of them showing like they really don't. To me, I don't think Colombia is very that lovey-dovey culture that some expats make it seem to be, and I don't think they're really that open towards foreigners. They don't like the Venezuelans there any more than they like us, if I could be honest. But you do got some that are open to talking to us, but I think that window is closing by the day because just the bad reputation that we're getting over there. But there's other cities that you could go to, like Cali. I like Cali more actually, but I just think Medellin has definitely been kind of like ruined and gentrified. There's a lot of gentrification going over there right now, so I just don't think it's the same Medellin I went to when I was there like 5-6 years ago. I just think it's definitely changed for the worse. It's not going for the best. So
Right.
it is.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'm about to head out, Ulysses.
Yeah, same here. I got a date right now, so I got to get a little bit ready. but thanks for pulling up. Dude, I really appreciate it, man. Like it's good that you share the story so people can see what's going on over there. You know your experience.
Yeah, no doubt.
Man, hey, Ulysses, I've been watching your shit way before I even came out here. For real. Like
That's
I've
good.
been
That's good.
following
Hopefully, you got
for
something from the videos.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, yo, everybody watching, sub to the channel, QB Passport Flexing. Content will be coming soon. Be patient. I think next I'm going to share the story on Razor Ray's channel.
That should be good. Yeah, that should be good.
And then other content creators. But I appreciate y'all, and I'm going to holler at y'all in a little bit, all right?
All right. Hey, appreciate everybody that jumped on the panel, YouTube, bro. Thanks for watching my content, and just be safe when you're over there in Medellin because you just never know what's going on. But like I said, I'm going to be making more videos about Brazil. I have been doing it, but in Curitiba, there's not really a lot to do here. But I'll probably do a video on the city sometime this week. And when I go back to Rio, I'll definitely do some more interviews with the locals. I'll try to get maybe like 2 or 3 locals to get on my live. But my homegirls that I know, they got boyfriends. They call them over here enamorados. So at the last minute, two of my girls got boyfriends. Hold on. Rod, is this the Rod that I know?
Yeah, what's up, man? Can you hear me, or is there a lot of noise in the background?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. Are you in Cali right now?
No, I'm at the gym, dude. I'm walking on the tread on the step next.
No, but are you in Cali, Colombia?
No,
right
no,
now?
no. I'm in the U.S. I'm in the Midwest.
Oh, okay. I thought you were living in Cali though right now.
No, I was visiting in the past, but no, not at all. I'm back in the U.S.
Oh,
Been here for a minute. Yeah, I've been here for some time. I was listening in on you guys. You know, I think you got it right. I think you got to speak Spanish. Not only do you have to speak Spanish, you have to understand the culture. A lot of people don't combine the two.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Because even though, like, for example, I was listening in, and I don't know it all. There's always room to learn and improve, you know, the knowledge. And I think it's like living in the U.S. When you're hanging around with people in the U.S. that live in a working class neighborhood, middle class or upper middle class or rich, that's how you got to look at it. The social class system in Colombia is really big. Like it's really taken serious. Somebody that's from a strata 6, 9 times out of 10, they don't interact with somebody from stratus 1 or 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when we go out there, we don't, by understanding the culture, start to realize the differences. You already got a step above everyone because you're dealing with stronger currency. Your background, you come from a background, believe it or not, a lot more privileges. You can work hard and try to get into school. Over there, if you work hard, there's no guarantees you get into a good school. You gotta have money.
Hmm.
But here, you get a scholarship in the U.S. If you could check off all the boxes.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
I think I just think Colombia is getting hot though. No matter what you do, like I just think there's been a target labeled on our back because of all the
yeah, but
idiots that are doing dumb shit.
no,
There's
but
no
you
we could
know,
only do so much, like
yeah, but you know how many tourists they got in Medellin alone?
like a
What was
million,
it?
like a million, right?
Yeah,
Over a million. Yeah, yeah.
if you go back about 10 years, you'd be lucky if you get 50,000. So imagine that. If you look, you can look up the numbers yourself. I think it was like 50,000, 100,000, and most of them were um, Colombian expatriates or Colombians living overseas. Now it's half Colombian living overseas in the West. The other half is all Westerners. So that's an opportunity because keep in mind, you hear all the stories. Kidnap somebody, they hold you for a week, and they just start depleting your bank account. That's more money than they make in years.
Yeah,
The
facts.
average,
Yeah, that's what people have to realize when they go over there. But I just think a lot of people, some people that visit other countries, don't have that like stigma of Colombia because they're just like, I've been to Mexico or I've been to Panama or Puerto Rico. I should be good in Colombia, and I think that's the first mistake they make.
oh, Colombia. I remember a long time ago, like maybe 12 years ago, I read this article that said, and I don't want to generalize or stereotype, some of the best criminal minds in the world come from that part of the world. And when I read that article, I was like, man, these people, I'll tell you what I find very impressive living among Colombians. The best, this is something I use in my career field that I learned from Colombians. People in the U.S. mistaking kindness for weakness. In Colombia, kindness is a strength. Some people are nice in Colombia, so you get caught off guard because in the U.S., when you see somebody kind, you think he's weak. In Colombia, when you're kind, it's the other way around. So in the U.S., you think, look at this goofy guy. He's too nice. He's saying hi, bye, thank you. In Colombia, I met guys that were big time, somebody. And they're the nicest guys in the world, but you can't cross them. That's what's very deceptive. That's very dangerous. Why? Because you guys mistaking kindness for weakness. Behind that veil of kindness, they're plotting your destruction.
Mm.
For real. Yeah, for real.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was listening to your story. Come on, man. The girl comes with a smile, hola, catches you off guard. She's feminine, and all of a sudden you're thinking to yourself, "Oh man, she's not somebody that's threatening," and she catches you slipping.
Man, I'm telling people, even the Colombians get caught slipping. Like I know that one girl from Cali that got drugged by her best friend. She was telling me like, "Yeah, my best friend drugged me." I was like, "Shit."
Right.
The Colombians get caught all the time, but I think the Colombians are the difference is that they don't have a platform like us, so you don't hear the stories as much. But believe me when I tell you, man, they're getting got every single day as well. And I think
Oh
was it
yeah,
last year that priest that was drug a priest was drug outside a bar and died. Like he was
I
scoped
seen
and
that.
he passed out. Man, I was like, damn, dude, like they don't care.
Yeah.
Hey, for real. Hey, y'all been to Veracruz, right?
No, no.
It's this famous street where it's like the prostitutes be at Veracruz. It's like a whole bunch of bars. Like, man, I didn't see like these girls, they be posted up. They're not even prostitutes. They just come out to rob you. But they'll be posted up, whether you like a American or a local, they reaching in your pockets, grabbing your phone, your wallet, or whatever. You try to fight back. Two other dudes come out the cut and be like, "Hey, what you doing?" Like they don't got your shit. They'll tell you to get on. And I didn't see this shit. Like I didn't seen at least like fucking 15 people get robbed like in a day, like just off of
Well,
that.
Mexico's. I don't want to say Mexico's more dangerous than Colombia, but if you look at the statistics, there's more homicides.
Hmm.
But that's in certain areas of Mexico. You can look at the pockets. Now, I like Mexico's culture. I was in Mexico City. Mexico City has 120 museums. If you like history and culture, which I do, I couldn't believe the amount of history and culture in Mexico City. Why? Because there's a stereotype that you come across, let's say the average Mexican American. You don't think they got culture. They got language, they got culture, but you don't know the deep, rich culture of Mexico. When I was there, I couldn't believe it. Mexico City has more museums than probably all of Colombia. And I love Colombia. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's incredible. 120 museums in Mexico City alone.
Wow. Didn't you go to Asia last year?
Yeah, I went to Taiwan, which I would not recommend. Yeah, I went
Okay.
to mainland China and Hong Kong.
Okay.
I was in what was that? When I was in mainland China, I was in Ningbo and I was in Shenzhen.
Yeah, I remember you telling me. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
oh,
Yes.
right now the Chinese, the mainland Chinese, 80% of the foreigners living in China left. The
Holy
Chinese
shit.
right now, oh, there's a lot of anti-American and anti-Western sentiment in China right now. Used to be
Wow.
you say you're American, now you say you're American, probably spit on the floor. Like I mean, it's hit or miss is what I'm saying. I personally think you need to hide the fact that you're American.
I think there's a lot of anti-sentiment American all over the world, like in the Middle East and Asia. They're just like
Right,
America's. People need to realize that America's an empire. We're like the new Rome. You think the Romans were like no? So just
right.
people just gotta realize it's just the same thing. It's 2,000 years later, and like nothing has changed. But uh, even some of the cities that you see in Europe were built by the Romans. At least America hasn't left a good imprint in the world. I feel like maybe some of
Yeah.
the scientific innovation, yes, and bio, but everything
Well,
else is.
even in Mexico, like do you remember when there was a soccer match between Mexico and the U.S. and
Yeah, yeah,
they started chanting Bin Laden's name in Mexico?
yeah,
Remember that?
yeah, yeah. So yeah,
So what does that tell you? Like, why are Mexicans chanting this guy's name? Not like they like him, but it has to do with that anti-gringo sentiment. It's hidden. It's an undertone. It's like that all over. You got to understand, you guys. When you go to Colombia, it goes back to that saying: "When in Rome, do as the Romans. When in Colombia, do as the Colombians." That means shut your mouth. Listen, I met a guy from the U.S. I don't know where he's from exactly, but he broke a Colombian guy's arm, and I started thinking, "Good luck, buddy. You didn't just break his arm; you broke his whole family's arm. As soon as a family member find out who you are, you're not gonna be able to walk around." And this happened in Medellin.
yeah.
And
That's facts, bro. That's facts, dude. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
you know what I mean? Like because
Yeah,
you not only broke this guy's arm, you better line up to break every family member's arm because they're very tribal. They're all about family names. Let's say the guy's last name is Juarez. Every Juarez family member is gonna come get you. And let me tell you something else. Not only that, if you mess around with their daughters or their cousins and you break up with them or you do whatever you do, if they are spiteful, they'll tell their family members it's game over. I've
yeah.
never I've never broken up with a girl, Colombian ex-girlfriend, where I was an asshole. I would tell them, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got too much work, don't have time," or uh, somehow I'd let them do it. Like I'm not a bad guy, but I don't have time. So I wouldn't do it in a way that's disrespectful
Oh
because I'm
yeah,
not spending time.
you in a narco state.
Oh no, hell yeah.
Oh
Listen, I
man.
had an ex-girlfriend. Her uncle got killed, and he was friends with Escobar. That's how small it is. I don't want to get into it, but and I'm not saying this to impress you guys or not. That's not the point. What I'm trying to tell you is, when she told me that story, I said, "Oh shoot, who am I dealing with?" He's all sweet and feminine and smart, but don't cross him, you know. Just don't do them wrong. You got to treat people with
Yeah,
respect.
you'll be surprised. Like some of these girls who they know. So that's why I tell guys, you gotta just be mindful and respectful where you're at. You're a guest in that country. Uh, but yeah, like I don't know. You heard I was talking about to QB about that guy that was cussing out the Uber driver. I mean, not the Uber driver, the Rappi driver in the motor. And actually, he had my food as well, my Burger King food. And I just like told him like, yeah, not all of us are like that. I didn't apologize on his behalf, but I was just like, you know what, dude, like, I just, this is why I don't live in Colombia no more because of idiots like that. And it's like, yeah, I don't. But the guy was being cool about it, But the American was like being aggressive, like, get off the bike, let's fight. I'm like, bro, you're gonna fight over some stupid ass food, bro. Like, and he's an older guy, so I'm like, bro, you should know, you should have more wisdom. Like, where's your
Right.
wisdom as an older man? Like, you're in your 50s. Like, you shouldn't be doing that.
I see that video of that girl. Let me tell you the one in Cartagena with that girl and those three guys.
Oh my God, shit.
Let me tell you the mistake. Number one, it's a woman in a room with three big men. They were manhandling her. I guarantee you, that woman, as soon as she left there, she went to call her relatives. And those three guys are not going to be able to walk around and enjoy Cartagena anymore. What they just did, I seen the video. I said, oh, goodness. Why don't you she broke the table, and that table probably cost $400 for the glass to replace it, minimum. Just pay her her money. Did you see that? She was asking
Yeah,
for
I think they offered her 100 and she wanted 200. But I think,
no, she said 150, then she got greedy and said 200.
Yeah, they should have just give her the 200 and just leave. And I saw,
you know what, she would have taken 150.
Yeah, she would have. I'd say, did you see the video where Razor Rays did like the beginning of the year? Like, no, it was around May or June, summertime. He did one where the guy in Cartagena as well was fighting with the girl. He's like telling her in Spanish, get out. But he actually ended up costing him like $800 because I got on the panel and the guy said he had to pay off the police like $600-700, and I started laughing. So instead of paying the girl $200, you end up paying the police $700.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know why he did that? So he to make sure he can come back into the country.
I just started laughing.
Because they were going to write a police report, send it to Colombian customs. As soon as that happens, you're banned from entering the country. These guys don't realize that. You get banned from entering the country as soon as the police show up. They file a police report, that gets reported to the Colombian government. You got to understand. Listen, don't ever mistake it like it's crazy. Don't ever cross the line, dude. Just for $50 to get some peace of mind. Just pay the person, leave them alone. These guys, it's crazy, dude. I'm telling you, sometimes when I was new in Colombia, I did a lot of stupid stuff. But I fixed it. I corrected it. If I had to pay for something, I broke a glass in an apartment, you pay for it. You're still liable for it. You don't argue with the person, even if it's $200 or whatever it is.
Nah, I think the guy made the mistake slapping the girl's cell phone as well. It's like, you shouldn't have to get physical with her. And I saw, it's like, man, dude, that's a big. I mean, I just shake my head because these are. That's what I'm telling you. Some of the dumb shit that's going on is made by older gentlemen. Like, you're in your 40s and 50s, you should know better as an adult. Like, Jesus, man, like, why are you doing that? Slapping the young.
You know what it was? It was ego. It was their ego. Ego will get you in trouble. Did you see the guy who got shot up when they grabbed the chain around his neck, started chasing him to fight?
Yeah,
should have let him take the chain, dude. I don't think that was an expensive chain he had, right, around his neck. He should have, but his ego told him to go fight these guys, and then he lost his life. Shot him in the head 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I just think, unfortunately, like, this kind of stuff happens all the time over there. It's like the Rappi driver that happened. I just happened to be outside at the time because he was my Rappi driver as well. And I filmed it, but I erased the video the other day because you can barely even hear it. So it's not clear footage. And I was like, I'm not going to use it because you can't really hear and see the person. But I saw it in the 2 weeks that I was there last year, and I was just like, man, I don't imagine how much dumb shit these guys. And I knew another guy that year that fought a guy, an American, over a pro, Pripaga in Medellin, and it came out on camera. And, he was laughing about it, but I'm like, dude, you're almost 45 years old. Right. You're fighting over a pro. The Colombians are looking at this and thinking that you're just a jackass. You think it's funny, but in their minds, they're just like, dude, like, we're only dealing with y'all because you have the U.S. dollar. If not, we wouldn't fuck with y'all at all.
And I tell you what, yeah, I'll tell you what the Pisces think because I met. I was in Armenia for my birthday. I was hanging out with this guy, this Paisa. This guy golfs all day. He's from Strat 6, right? Doesn't hang out with Americans. He lived in Miami. And he goes to bed early and golfs early in the morning every day till 4 o'clock. Same routine. Hanging out with this guy. And I've known this guy for 10, 12 years, and I still don't know him. You know, known the guy for a long time, I still don't know the guy. Imagine that. Somebody you've known for a long time, you still don't know the guy. So my point is, there is no friends. There is no friends. There's acquaintances. It's not like the U.S. where you build a friendship. It might be solid after, let's say, a year, 2 years, even shorter period of time. Out there, friendship is your money, your wallet. What you bring to the table. What can you do for me? What's in it for me? You can't do anything for me. I don't want to talk to you. Oh, yeah, we're friends, but that's all BS. You guys know, at the end of the day, what is a friend? Somebody you, when you're in need, they're there for you. They're not there for you. Are they really your friends? No. And that's normal.
That's what I dislike about Colombia culture, man. Like especially Medellin, like their culture is based on that. Like, I mean, I've been observing like the way the Colombians, the women that I knew that were like mutual friends, they used to hang out, like how they don't talk to each other no more. And it's just like it's always because of jealousy or because a girl likes
Right.
another guy or the girl hangs around with guys that have more money or I noticed that the girls that I used to hang out with, like it was a huge group of us, like they don't talk to each other no more, or they kind of went like their own separate ways.
Right.
But people need to realize that it's like you said, you got to understand the culture because like that Pablo Escobar culture is still in the barrios, man. It never
Oh, yeah.
left. Like his legacy is still felt every single day. And even when you meet people that are professionals, like they could give you like a. That's what I hate about Colombians. Like they're super
Right.
polite. I will give them that. They're very respectable people. They're not rude like Eastern European people. They're super polite. It's very nice to you in your face. But when you turn around, like, and the fact that Americans are doing more dumb shit, in a sense, I don't blame them for not liking the way we're behaving. I wouldn't want that shit in Mexico as well. And I seen some of that clown shit in Mexico as well when I was there last year for a few months. So I put myself in their shoes and I comprehend like, you know, why they're getting upset and like, you know, but yeah, it's just like you said, you gotta learn the culture over there when you go over there, man.
Yeah.
For sure, dude.
And it varies from country to country because let's not even beat around the bush. Mexicans and Colombians look at each other in a different light. Speak the same language, similar culture, but at the end of the day, Mexico is Mexico, Colombia is Colombia. You know, it's still. I don't want to say it's not a rivalry. It's just you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean it's funny because it's weird to me. It's like Colombians and Venezuelans remind me of like they got into like marriage and they split up and they both talk bad about each other, but they're really the same people. Like I don't know, like
Right.
they're twins. That's what people don't
Yo,
realize. They used to be all
yo, I don't know why dudes keep saying that, oh, Venezuelan chicks look good. Colombia looks better than Venezuelan girls. Look, they're the same. It's like you go to Canada, you go to Toronto, and seeing the difference between Toronto and New York City. It's like same shit. Like it's like same people. You know, so it's like I really don't know why these dudes keep making it like they're a big difference. So those Venezuelan girls, they could also drug you. So it's like, you know, so that's why a lot of guys don't understand. It's like, and another thing is like some girls they come off as regular girls, but then they're trying to get you by coming off as a regular girl and trying to drug you and then rob you like that, you know. So like
You know,
the
I'll
whole
tell you.
Colombia, the whole Colombia thing, and you know, to the other brother in the panel, I know you said earlier you in Medellin. Just be careful out there, man. Just be careful. You know, I know you're gonna get a pass, but it's like you kind of look Afro-Colombian. So as long as you know you dress down, you literally look like if I look at the picture, you look like Afro-Colombian. So you could pass as them, you know. So it's like so you'll be good. It's not like you're like a German dude, blonde hair, blue eyes in Medellin. So you know there's a big difference. You can pass off as Afro-Colombian, and they're not gonna. And you know the thing with the Europeans, they're associated with status. Where unfortunately, on the other hand, when black folks travel, they're associated with with poverty, and all that. So it's like that's why you see most of these robberies you see, is going after the Asians and Europeans. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. So it's like black people's negative stereotype is actually a positive stereotype in Colombia. But not to say that anybody can get God in Colombia, bro. Anybody can get God, but it's just that certain groups have higher percentages of getting God because they just stick out more.
Well, you
Oh yeah,
increase your odds when you put
for
yourself in
sure.
certain situations. You know, if you're in the United States, you're gonna invite a stranger to your house. Why the hell would you invite a stranger to your hotel room or Airbnb? You
That's true.
know what I'm
Well,
saying? I mean, you wouldn't bring them to your house in the U.S. You're bringing them to your Airbnb and hotel, and they don't even have security. And even if they had security, unless you tell the security get their IDs, document it, you're wasting your time. And actually, to be honest with you, if you really want security to do his job, give him a tip as you walk in. Here, man, watch my back. There's $20. There's 50, whatever. Don't give him 50. Just give him a day's salary, $15.
yo, is
Give
this
him
Rob?
that, and
Is
yeah,
this
what's up,
Rob?
bro?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's
Why
up,
you
Rod?
sound different? I thought are you
No,
speaking from a
I'm
different
on.
speaker? Or?
No, I've got my Bluetooth on. I'm on a stairmaster working out, man.
Oh, okay. I was like, who? This dude sounds familiar, but the voice is kind of. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Carry
Not like
on.
I'm
My bad.
huffing and puffing. Yeah, it's not like I'm huffing and puffing because I'm on that stairmaster, or whatever. But anyway, going back to what I said, yeah, you know, imagine this. Imagine you're Colombian. You don't speak English. You come to the United States and you interact with Americans. How are you going to survive in the U.S.? You don't know the culture, the language. What do you do then? What happens? Let's be honest. That's what happens when people go to Colombia. What's the difference when Americans go to Colombia? Colombians come to the U.S. They don't speak the language or understand the culture. It's the same thing. The only difference is the Colombians understand I'm not going to go meet a random stranger. You know, like we do. I know it's the ratio of women and attractive women in the country and access to them or whatever. But let's be serious. Let's be honest. You don't speak the language, don't understand the culture. What the hell do they want with you? What do you bring to the table? You're good looking. Okay, you're good looking. Then what? Can you communicate? What are you going to pull out your phone? Hold on one second, sweetie. Let me just use the translator. Come on. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. Because if you're a good looking guy, yeah, you're going to attract the women. But how are you going to do it? Using your translator everywhere you go? Or go hire a translator? Tell her I want to say this. What did she say? I mean, come on. This is what happens. What are you going to
And
do?
it
Cuddle with her and have your translator in the bed with you?
For real, yeah. And women love to they want to like vent. They want to be understood. So it's like if you can't understand where she coming from, it's like
yeah.
how
And the
she
thing
going?
is, with Colombia, even Life with Dave said this. It's not a hookup culture. So when a girl wants to sleep with you the first night, that's a red flag. So that's a red flag. It's not like here in the States where there's college parties, girls get drunk, they sleep over with the guy and all that. That hookup culture doesn't work out, in Colombia. So when a girl wants to sleep with you the first night, it's usually a pay for play situation, or she trying to set you up. So that's a red flag. So it's like
Right. You know, and I'll tell you the truth. I mean, look, man, you go to the gym anywhere in Colombia, I would say at a minimum, 20% of the women there are attractive. Come to this gym in the U.S., 0.001%. Like, you, you don't see
Rob,
one good. I'm in the gym
Rob,
right now. Everybody
Rob,
shake like a donut. Yeah,
Rob. I'm 6'1", 220, right?
right,
And in the States, these women, like some of them are bigger than me, right? But when I go overseas, I can't find a woman that's bigger than me. You know,
right. You want to
bro,
know
like
something,
it's
Connor?
crazy,
Yeah,
man.
look,
Like our women over here are just and I don't want to generalize, but it's like just overall, American people are just going to be larger, than when we go overseas. But people overseas tend to be more slimmer.
Right. Well, listen. Here's the thing. I'll tell you something that's great. I mean, you'll find attractive women, but you're gonna have to go to the gyms where these women spend a lot of money on eating good quality food, nothing processed, and they take care of themselves. So you'll have to go to that very high class gyms where they spend money on quality foods. But you go to the gyms like Planet, I don't want to start naming them, but the low end gyms, $10 a month for 20. Dude, everybody's shaped like a donut, and there's pros and cons to it. You can actually go and work out and leave. You're not focused on women, right? You're not distracted by it. Whereas you go in Colombia, when you go to the lower class or higher class, like I said, at least 20, 25% are good looking. Or not even just good looking, but attractive. So at least in the US, you could really focus on your job, whatever your goals are, because you have no distractions. You follow me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
And another thing is like, when you work on yourself, like even here in the States, when you work on yourself, start going to the gym and all that, when you go overseas, you don't have to do like the pay for play. It's like, so that is basically an investment for yourself. Like you don't have to do that pay for play situation where you can just rely on the physical, looks aspect. Women just like us, and not all, but some of them want an attractive dude. you know so if you make yourself more presentable, you dress nice, you smell good, and you work out, you're fit, you're in shape, then that pay for pay situation is now going to decrease the chances of you getting that kind of situation.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And you know what? Here's the thing. I mean, I get the truth. I go to the gym, and I'm not trying to be arrogant, probably the most fit person in the gym. And I don't even think I'm in the best shape of my life. Like, I don't think, you know what I mean? Because I'm hard on myself. You got people here looking at you like you're in great shape, and you're like, come on, dude. I got a ways to go, right? When you go to Colombia, people, they eat healthier, right? Better skin, less stress. They're going to be at an ideal weight. I don't know if they're going to be muscular for the most part, but they look healthy. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you got to keep in mind, what is their diet? Their diet is what? Soup, salad, a, pro- a protein, right? Rice, beans, pure juice, and that's it. Two
Hey
times a
man,
day.
I was at the gym and Planet. Oh no, is it a Smart Fit when I was in Medellin for those 2 weeks? And man, all those girls to me look like IG models. I was just looking at them, I was like,
Right.
Yeah,
wow.
Incredible, right?
I feel like I
yeah.
was on a
Incredible.
model runway or something like that. I was like, damn, this
And
shit
that
looks.
Listen.
gym, the gym Smart Fit, they got that all throughout Latin America. Like
Oh
even
yeah.
with me
When,
in Peru, when
when
I was in Peru,
right.
Peru is not known for their women, but even their Smart Fit gyms have some dimes. I was like, dang, Peru have
Right.
these kind of women, you
Yeah,
know?
they even started opening up 24-hour gyms in one of the most dangerous cities in Colombia, Cali. Cali has 24/7 gyms. Can you believe it? If you want to go work out at 3 in the morning in Cali, Colombia, there's a 24/7 gym. That's incredible. Smart move because all they need is a security guard with a gun. That's it. They don't need somebody working the front desk at 10 o'clock at night. Just a security guard with a gun. You scan yourself in and you go inside and work out. You're not going to steal anything because there's a security guard with a gun. And I used to see that. I mean, come on, Cali's a dangerous city, and they got gyms that are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Smartest move they ever made because there's nothing to do in Cali. What do? You go salsa dancing, and you're done salsa dancing. You're gonna do that every day? No, you go work out at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. Imagine that,
Rob, now that you've been to Asia and South America, how is the Asian experience? How is Asia?
Okay, so I'll tell you about Asia. First of all, China is a communist country. Communism is no joke. Let's say, for example, you and I are enemies in China, and I don't like you. And somehow I'm able to get a marijuana joint, and I put it in your bag. You get caught with it. You're going to jail for a long time. Even though you don't smoke it, it's not yours. That's how scary it is going to China. You gotta really watch your back. Like the laws there, it's a communist country. So the laws are very strict. There's no freedom. There is no freedom. No internet freedom, no political, no religious, no freedom at all. As long as you go to work, you keep your nose clean, no problem. But I mean it's tough because when I went from Hong Kong to South China, it's the first time they ever asked me to show documentation outside of my visa. I got a visa. Outside of my visa, they asked me to show my paperwork from the companies I'm going to visit. That's never happened to me. And I've been to China probably 5, 7 times. Never happened to me. So that's an indication. So it's changed a lot, you know. So I wouldn't recommend China. Taiwan's boring, dude. I mean, you can do all the tourist, you could do all the tourist things in Taiwan in 5 days in the whole damn island, you know. I'll tell you a funny story. I kept running into these goofy white guys in Taiwan. I was at the zoo and shit. Go to the zoo, right? So I was at the zoo. And this white guy's counting the amount of white people at the zoo. He's goofy. He's like, look, I've counted 5 white people here. And I'm thinking to myself, come on. You really that goofy? Like, who does that shit? Can you imagine you go to Taiwan and you just start counting all the Hispanic? Look, I see 3 Hispanic people. Like, it's a big deal. You wouldn't talk to these people if you weren't in Taiwan. What the hell's a big deal? You know? And I kept running into that. Goofy white guys talking about, I see 2 white people. Because everybody's Taiwanese.
Yo, I heard the white guys in Asia, they're like the Pookies. Like in Thailand, they be acting wild out there. Like you be hearing stories where Thai police like literally strain them out, because they come in
really?
with these countries, with the privilege, and all that, and they see that they can't get away with certain things.
Well,
It happens.
it's changed a little bit in China. Like right now, they're really I don't want to say anti-Western, but anti-European. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of stuff going on in politics and political geopolitics and everything else. There's a lot of anti-European sentiment, anti-white. Like, you know what I mean? Anybody that's Caucasian, there's a lot of that sentiment there. I got a friend that's Ukrainian, but he could pass for a Spaniard. You know what I mean? But he doesn't get a lot of problems. He's lived there for 10 years. It's still a communist country. This guy's got to send me a message on a third-party app because there's no freedom. You know what I mean? Crazy.
Wow. So you're not a big fan of China then? I heard Hong Kong was a shit though. I heard Hong Kong.
I'll tell you what I would do. Like I would go with a carry-on bag. Don't even go with a check. Go in with like 3 to 5 days worth of clothes. Small bag. Go do the tourist things if that's what you're there for. If you're there for work, that's it. Other than that, I wouldn't recommend living there. It's not the like I met a Chinese engineer. I said, "Hey man, where's all the Western people?" "Oh, we hate Westerners." He told me this flat out. We hate Westerners. And I look South American. Like I look like a person. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I get a nice fade. I look South American. I don't look anything else. They automatically think South American. But if I get dark enough, maybe I'll pass before I get South Asian. But I have olive skin. When you get in that sun, you get that color, man. Sometimes that's a killer. But yeah, man, it's you wouldn't recommend it. I mean, if you're going there, you really want to see the Great Wall of China, and you got to really be into history and understand it. I mean, it's too risky. It's just a lot of anti sentiment. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really, you got to move a certain way. You got to be really You know, it's like right now. Let's take Medellin for example. There's a lot of anti-gringo sentiment. Why?
Yeah, for sure, man. For
You know,
sure.
you know. And you want to know something? This existed when I was there in 2010, but it wasn't as bad as it is now.
No.
So the anti-gringo sentiment in 2010, it was towards the gringos that are 40 to 60 years old. You know, they were coming to the rock. Now it's all these young guys up to 60 years old doing the same thing. You know what I mean? And actually, probably worse. Like you seen the video of the guy in Cartagena, three guys rough like grabbing a woman. Dude, she could be mentally ill. She could be. You don't do that crap, bro.
Nah,
You
I
gotta
just saw
like
that and I was like, man, bro. But I could promise you that's probably happening almost every week. But that just like that one got filmed and leaked out.
exactly. The other one, did you see the other guy yelling at that girl in her face, telling her, "Get the hell out, get
Yeah,
out"?
yeah. That's the one
Now,
that um Razor Rays had that guy on his panel, and I was talking to him, and he just kind of seemed like just arrogant. It's like, oh, I want to move over there, and I was like, bro, what the fuck do you want to move to a place where like you're already a target, bro? Like they already know who you are. And
they
it's like,
already,
what do you
yeah,
mean move over there? Like
100%.
that's like the worst thing you could do is move to a place where all the locals and especially your mongering now all the working girls know who you are, and
Well,
nobody's
well
gonna.
think about this. You're going to the same spots everybody else is going to. So let's say, for example, you're in Cartagena. Where are you going to go Strat 6? The same mall everybody else goes to.
Yeah,
The same two or three malls, right? Think about this. Same malls, same movie theaters, two or three. It's not like you're going to 100 different locations. It's two or three spots. You know, it's two or three spots.
Mm.
So
Now over
overall,
here. Over here in Brazil is different, dude. Like it's just they like foreigners over here in Brazil, completely different
it's
from
because they're not exposed to them. And you know what it is? Listen, if you want to go to Brazil, you're going to pay 3-4 times for the ticket, and it's going to take you twice the amount of time to get there.
yeah. It took me
So,
about
so
10 hours straight flight.
exactly, straight flight, 10 hours, and that's
And
that's
now
not even
they put the visa. You got to have about $2,000 on your bank account before you come.
right.
So it's that I'm kind of glad they have the visa because it
You know,
eliminates
I
a lot
think
of
they did that
jackass.
to get rid of. They did that to get rid of the bookies. I
Yeah,
think
that's what I
so.
was thinking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And shit, because a lot of guys are not going to go through it. They're going to be like, nah, I'd rather just go to Colombia or DR or whatever and shit. So.
Well, they probably got people that went down there and couldn't get a return ticket or something like that, or something happened, and then they couldn't figure out how to get back, and they realized, you know what, that's the ideal number, 2 grand. If you got 2 grand, that means you could stay there for a week. I don't know how they got to that number, but there's a reason why. Like Brazilians are, they somehow they figure it out. Let's make it 2 grand. Like that's the magic number. You don't just make up a number like that.
Yeah, over here
So
is
that
different. Like they love foreigners over here in Brazil. And many countries I've gone to, they really like foreigners. Not every country is receptive, but I think
right.
Brazil's been the number one. And I would throw in maybe like Mexico, certain parts of Mexico as well. Uh, I'll say even shit. I'll even say even Puerto Rico, they're real friendly. Hell,
But
even
I don't think people are not going to Mexico for the wrong reasons. Maybe Tijuana, right? Or some
yeah,
other
but that's
place.
true. And Brazil, the same thing. Like Brazil's not really a mongering place, so
It's
that's
not
why
a
so many
monument
people.
place.
And why are you gonna go to Brazil to monger, take a long ass flight, and it's expensive, and it's like they don't, the language is
Well,
different, and like
listen, when you calculate what you spend to go to Brazil, your plane
the
ticket is
plane ticket's like at least a minimum one way is like 600, I would say.
how much is it round trip? 1,200.
Damn, round trip probably like 800-900. Yeah,
Okay, so say about $1,000 for your ticket.
yeah, about a
Then your
thousand.
house, then you got your housing, then you have your transportation, then you have your food, then you have your entertainment, then you have. I mean, when you factor all that in, I was calculating my next trip to Colombia for a week. I calculated 2,500 for 5-7 days. You know what I mean? Because I was looking at this is before New Year's. I was trying to go before New Year's. The plane ticket to Colombia pre New Year's, I think it was like $1,200. Like I mean, if you want a comfortable seat and everything, $1,200. This is pre New Year's, right? That's your plane ticket. If you want to go for New Year's, celebrate New Year's in Colombia, that's last minute. Let's say 1-2 weeks before New Year's. 1,200. Let's even say 800 on the low end. But you want to upgrade your seat, get a nice comfortable seat. Say 1,200, 800, 1,200. Then you got your Airbnb. It's high season. You're gonna pay 3-4 times for your Airbnb. Then you have Everything else, transportation's gone up. High season. When you factor all that in, you're easily at $2,500. This is during high season, New Year's. That's on the low end. If you want, it's going to be a lot more if you want to spend. You want to be comfortable. Now, who spends $2,500 year round through Colombia? Most people that go spend 1,000 to 1,500. If you're lucky, 1,500, right?
Yeah.
For 5 days, 5 to
Yeah,
7 days.
I got a nice Airbnb in Cali. I was there last year for, I think I got the Airbnb for 5 days, and it was like 300, but it was like really nice,
Right.
AC and everything, big TV. I had a washer and dryer inside, like, so yeah. I mean, Cali. I was there, man. I wanted
If
to
I
stay
told
longer
you
in
what I
Cali,
paid
man.
for my Airbnb in Armenia, you're gonna think I'm crazy. For 1 week, and in a duplex Airbnb with a balcony, it was my birthday, $700.
Wow, for how many days?
7 days.
Not bad. That's not bad.
But that's Armenia, bro. We're talking about the coffee region. The coffee region shouldn't be that high. This is not Medellin or Cali. This is the coffee region. There's foreigners go there, but they're not going there to party or anything. I went there to relax and enjoy my birthday. But imagine that's expensive. Man. That's expensive for the coffee region. I'm not talking about Medellin or Cali or Cartagena. The coffee region doesn't get a lot of foreigners, and you're charging $700 a week. I mean, it was a nice Airbnb, but didn't have a jacuzzi. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know a guy that got an Airbnb in Medellin with a private jacuzzi on in his room, and I asked him how much it was, and he said it was 3,500 for the whole month. I was like, Jesus! I was like, man, 6 years ago that apartment was probably maybe like, I wouldn't say no more than 1,000, right? Like, yeah, like 1,000. Now it's like 3,500. I was like, and it wasn't even that. It had a good view.
Right.
But I was like, 3,500.
You know what it is? It's supply and demand. There's a lot more.
You got a lot of dudes that want to live that high baller life, and so they're just like, let's get a jacuzzi. And hey, I had my own private jacuzzi, but it was in Loretta's, and it didn't have a view, but it was still working, and the girl still loved it. And I'm not gonna pay 30. I paid like almost, I think, 800, but it was for a whole month, and it was a big apartment for a whole month in Loretta's. But 3,500.
Did I ever tell you the story about the Uber driver who lives the extravagant life when he goes to Colombia and comes back to the U.S.?
No.
I probably shouldn't tell you, man. You might be listening. I'm not gonna tell you. I love it. It's a crazy story because it reminds me of the movie years ago, Trading Places, with Eddie Murphy, where he was like a homeless guy, and then all of a sudden he struck it rich. But this guy, he struck it rich when he goes to Colombia because he gets the most expensive Airbnb, eats the most expensive food, right? Goes and he's a big baller for 2 weeks. Spends about $3,000. Comes back and tries to figure out how to pay his rent. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I just think it's gonna get worse, like, and worse, because like when I first went to Colombia 5 years ago, it was good, but now it's like you got so many pookies there, and so many guys that are overspending because they don't realize what the prices really are. I was looking at the apartments in Loretta's, and I could still find an apartment for under 500, but it takes like maybe 2 months out, and like I'm looking at the regular prices like 800. What? I was like, what? What? And then in Poblado, 1,500. Like, that's what I pay in the States. I'm not paying $1,500 for an apartment in a third world country. Hell no.
The only way to possibly cut that corner is by having a Colombian wife or girlfriend.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Goes and talks to him, and then you got
some guys do that. Some guys do that, but man, they just like. I just think the culture there is just. I just like Colombia just to have fun. I'll go back, but I'm not going to stay long term how I used to because I prefer Brazil and other countries. Right. But
I agree with you. I'll tell you what I thought about because I lived there for 6 years. I'll probably retire there in the future, but not right now. What I would do is I'll go for, let's say, 1 week to 4 weeks and then come back here and work. You know what I mean? Work my butt off. That's what I would do. Just go for maximum 1 to 4 weeks, at the most 4 weeks, but that's even questionable, right? And then if you're able to work remotely and then you just come back and then you work hard and you just do it that way. There's no reason for you to be there permanently. I mean, it's not like you're gonna see your girlfriend every weekend unless she's available, right? You got a girlfriend. So you go there for a week, couple of weeks, and hopefully she makes herself available when you go down, and that's why you're going down. Other than that, I mean, he probably has a couple other guys he's talking to. It's happened to me before.
I don't recommend relationships in Colombia at all, man. Like my boy told me the crazy story when I was there with him. We had coffee together, and he was just telling me, and this was like an older woman too, like almost in her 40s already, and like he had dinner with this girl and her like two friends, right? Check this out, right? And he was like, oh, they're my coworkers. They're like, cool. And so like months passed, and like this guy's messaging him. He's like, yeah, I was giving this girl, your girl, money. She lied to me, and like he saw the messages, the receipts. So he's looking back, and like the guy's sending this girl up to like $700 to $800 a month. He's never met this girl ever, and this girl's lying to him, saying that, oh, I'm gonna go to America, but he didn't know that just the visa appointment is like 2 years out, And so this is what's going on over there. You got guys that don't know how the culture is, and so they're falling in love with these girls. And I don't know how the hell he's affording $700 per month, but my friend told me he saw the receipts. And then like he confronts the girl, and like he has more evidence. The dude, he's like, yeah, your girl still does webcamming, and so he sends like all these videos, and like there's a video of his girl having sex with like the two guys that he had dinner with, and he confronts the girls like, I thought they were your coworkers. Yeah, they are my coworkers.
Right.
They're having a threesome with the girl. And it's on the internet, bro. It's on the internet.
And it's on the internet. Crazy.
This shit is so crazy that guys are even marrying these chicks, man. Guys are marrying.
But he's experienced. He's been there for many years, and he just started laughing. He was laughing about it. But there's guys that go crazy, like that guy from Bogota. He went ape shit, bro.
That dude. I don't know, man. He went crazy over her. Like because she cheated on him, and he just went off on her. He was like, I'm gonna just cut this chick off.
Oh, you know what I think? She had to have said something to him, right? She had to tell him, I've been using you for money or something like that. What would set him off? You know what I mean?
I think he took that relationship serious. But the thing is, I've seen it a lot of times in Colombia. Like I dealt with Colombian women before. And let me tell you, man, this girl, while I brought her back to the Airbnb, she was literally flirting with her American ex or American boyfriend. Like he was telling her, "Oh, you mean the word to me? I love you." And I was seeing the text messages, and I'm like, "This simp dude, I'm over here smashing this chick, and he in love with the chick." And I'm like, "Yo, it's a lot of instances like that where a lot of these guys fall in love with these girls, and they send her money, and it's like 5-10 other dudes that's doing the same thing with the chick."
Right.
But this guy ate dinner with these dudes, man. He ate dinner with them, and like he met them a bunch of times, and I kind of told him, well, she was kind of honest. Like she said they were her coworkers.
Right.
He's like, fuck you, listen, like, you're on their side, bro. I'm not on your side, dog. I was like, she told you, and then he's like, well, I thought they were like, because they work like in the same building, like, I was like, oh, well, fuck, bro. Like he was laughing about it. And then this girl wanted to marry him too, and he almost did it too. I was like, bro, I'm glad you did it. And he's actually moving from Colombia after a few years. He kind of got tired of this shit. He's like, nah, bro, I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna go somewhere else. I was like, yeah, bro, I feel you, dog. Colombia's just a place to have fun, bro. Like, don't take your heart over there. You're gonna be very disappointed, man.
Don't be like Johnny. Don't be like Johnny.
No. Hey, put a one in the chat if you think Johnny's wife's getting smashed. Oh my god, man. Hey, we be
that shit was so
Johnny,
funny.
bro.
That shit was so funny.
Getting mad, bro.
Johnny LA?
Hey, put a one in the chat. You think it's Beyonce getting smashed?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Come on, everybody. Johnny's got the look on his face like, am I really with her? You ever see his pictures?
Yeah, bro.
He's got the look on his face. Am I really with her, or is this just a like what's going on here? Like he's got that
Yo,
look.
yo, that shit was so funny. Peso Man was on the panel, and Johnny and Lay was also on the panel, and they were going back and forth. And Peso Man out of nowhere was said, "Put a one in the chat if you think Johnny's LA girl is getting smashed in Medellin." As of right now, everybody in the chat was put a one. I was laughing.
Oh my god! But he sends her money too. He's like, I send her like $100 per month. I'm like, bro,
Come
get
on, what's
outta
she
here.
gonna do with $100? What's she gonna do? Buy her some arepas? Come on, dude. What's $100 gonna do
She's
for
gonna
you?
buy some arepas on sale.
$100, like she's gonna buy a month's supply of arepas. This guy's out of his mind. $100, she's gonna take it.
Oh,
You know?
remember he was with that BBW. Remember, Buck? We saw that. We're like, what? I'm not judging, man.
Oh yeah, I
Whatever
see
you
that.
like,
Yeah.
whatever you like, bro. You know what I'm saying?
She had a pretty face though, right?
No,
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
a different girl. This is a different girl.
Yo,
She had a different.
yo, you can get those BBWs in the States.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They throw themselves at me here in the States. And Johnny LA went down there to Medellin, Colombia, and got himself a BBW. I'm telling you, she was chubby. And I'm like, out of all the girls in the park, you're gonna select that one? So it's yo. Let me tell you this. I'm telling you, man. I don't know if there's a stat out there on guys going to Colombia, but I think this year is going to be a record year. I think this year,
for sure.
I think this year is going to be a record. You're gonna, yo, that Asian dude up in Minnesota, he was a community leader for the Asian community in Minnesota, and he ended up getting God over there. You see all types of dudes going over there, you know. So it's like, what do y'all predict this year, 2024? What do y'all think your big YouTuber? I think a big YouTuber is gonna get got.
No, listen. Go back to that Asian guy real quick. Can I tell you? Like, I know another Asian guy that's like him, but the difference is he sends monthly payments every month. This other Asian guy I know. I don't know if this guy that passed away, rest in peace, if that's what he did as well. I don't think so. Because here's the thing, man. Time is money. Yeah, so you think that he's going to you think these Colombian women, you've seen the girl he was with. Scale of 1 to 10, what are her looks? What would you say? A seven?
I thought she was bad. I'll give her like a 7.5.
7.5. Now you've seen what he looks like, and rest in peace, man. No disrespect to him. Come on, guys. He's a 7.5 in Colombia. The U.S., what is she at 9?
Oh,
you know.
Oh yeah.
She's very good looking, pretty face, right? Slim, you know, and I don't know if she was the one that was, you know, behind what happened, but I'll tell you something I know about Colombians. If you tell them, listen, man, whatever you want, I'll give it. I'll cooperate. You just give them your money. Don't hesitate. I'll do whatever you want. They'll let you go. They're not. I'm not telling you they're good like that, but if you're cool with them, they're not. You know, tell them I'm not going to say anything. Just take the money. I just want to go back home. That's it. They might give you a break. You know, I'm telling you, they will give you a break. They just want to take your stuff. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man.
That's how it goes. That's how it is in Colombia. Just it's harder for them when you're nice to want to hurt you. When you're like, hey man, take whatever you want. You know, I've seen it over and over again in person and whatever, you know, where they just want your stuff. They want to take it, give it to them. It's when you fight back, they get nervous or that's it. It's either me or you. That's their mentality.
Oh man, it's crazy because he actually wrote on his own post, like if I get kidnapped, don't come looking for me or something like that.
Oh,
right?
is that what he wrote?
Yeah, he wrote on that picture with that girl. He wrote, if I get kidnapped in Colombia, don't come looking for me. Look at what happened to him. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody knows what's so far what's going on. I just think, man, I think if something bad happens to you in that country, you pretty much have to get a private investigator, man.
No, that's not going to help as well. The only way, listen, the way they're going to find people, Medellin has over 4,000 cameras. So there's a camera around every corner. So it's like China. They know your every move. So if somebody's getting robbed, let's say on 3rd Street or on 10th Street in Poblado, 10th or whatever the intersection is, the camera's watching you. They know exactly what's happening at that moment, or they're gonna catch you in a matter of 30 seconds at the next camera. You know what I'm saying? So there's over 4,000 cameras.
Wow, yeah. There's a lot. I don't know. They haven't found the people that did that. I know he was kidnapped and then they found his body and his, R.I.P. to the guy. But I just think a lot of guys let that beautiful face get to them. Like, so they put that the danger that's there, they completely
Right.
forget about it because they're with the girls and like nothing can happen to me. But I know personally, like bad shit happens to my homegirls, and so I know it's like, man, these are local girls on the body, so when bad things are happening to them, I know it could happen to me. So I'm always on alert. Like I was there for 3 weeks and I didn't go out with nobody new. That's the first time that I've ever done. I've always gone with new girls and like I just hanged out with friends that I knew. And you know what, bro? Like it's cool because my homegirl will bring girls for me. And that's how you have to do it in Colombia in a sense. That's actually people meet each other over there. Like the friend
Right.
introduces you to a friend. That's what some people don't know. Um, that's the safe way that you could do it. But
Right.
it's just unfortunate, I think it's gonna be a record number every year, Buck. I would say because I think more and more Americans are going over there. Like what a
Right.
million went last year, now what like a million and a half might go this year. Like so, it's gonna be more deleted
Yeah.
people, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, yeah. On average, do you know how many people are getting killed on a monthly basis? It's
Shit.
about two on average. It's 2.5 deaths every month. Over the last, I think, 4 weeks, 8 people. So that number's gone to 4. Now, keep in mind, if you look at it from you look at it from a percentage, it's not even 1% of 1%. Because keep in mind, there's a million people. If there's 25 people that get killed in Medellin, forget about everyone that gets harmed and drugged and any other damage. Just killing, it's about 25 out of a million visitors or 500,000 Westerners. That's not a lot, dude. That's not even 1% of 1%. You following me?
Yeah.
So they're from a percentage. They're like, dude, it's not even 1% of 1%. Do they really care? Yeah, they care about their image, but it's not. The numbers are not. It's not stunting the numbers. People
Yeah,
are.
I think that's how they see it as well. They're probably just like, 1 out of 100,000. So
Well,
fuck it.
they're expecting it. And you want to know? Can I tell you what the Pisces think? Because they're tribal people. People don't realize that. There's
Yeah,
only
yeah,
5
sure.
million. There's 5 million people in Colombia that are Pisces out of 50 million. That's 10% of the population. Medellin has 2.5 million. The other states in nearing Medellin, like Antioquia, Risaralda, Quindío, all of these places are where the Pisces live. That's the other 2.5 million Pisces. Now the Pisces in the other area, they move differently than the Pisces in Medellin. Totally, the same culture, identify the same way, but they move differently. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
They move differently. Why? Because they're not exposed to foreigners. So they're not exposed to the foreigners like they are in Medellin, but they are getting the bad reputation because what do you call it? News travels. Yeah, sorry about the noise. I'm in my car. Let me just put my mic on. It's like 10 degrees here in Chicago, dude. 10 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ooh,
Cold.
when did and you got a wind factor too from the lake.
Oh yeah, it was negative 12 degrees yesterday with the wind factor.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's crazy, bro. I'm telling you, a lot of people during this time of month they hibernate. They stay inside and they eat. And then when spring comes, they're shaped like a donut. You know, all they do is eat and stay inside, watch Netflix or cuddling. You know, whatever. Two fat people cuddling together. Because everybody's big here in Chicago, man. You know, two big bears cuddling. But anyway, I'll tell you something that psychologically screws up your mind, dude. Because I've had girlfriends in Colombia, and here's the thing: when you got a good-looking woman, and even if you got one in the States that's good-looking, when you compare and contrast them, come on, man. Like it's like driving a Mercedes. Like it's like renting a Mercedes. You rent a car, it's a Mercedes, and then you get back into your Toyota. What's the psychological component there? You're thinking, man, I just drove a Mercedes. Now I'm getting in a Ford Escort. You're driving a Ford or a Chevy. I'm not saying that the women are that way. It just happens to be that they have less stress. You know, they're not as big as they are here, right? Better skin. I mean, you could go down. But here's the problem, though. Setting all that aside, what are the chances you could find a wife? I'm not telling you women here are better or not better, but what are the chances of you finding a wife? And even if you did, will she stay the same as soon as she's exposed to these feminist women here in the U.S.? You know, the women with
You know
this
what?
independent.
I say this, but you got to move how the local men move. The local men don't give a shit that their women are attractive. That's the thing
Right.
that a lot of guys don't realize, that when they go over there, they get like all by the beauty, but like the local men don't give a shit. They don't
Facts.
care. They don't care.
Facts.
They don't care if she's a 10.
Right.
They don't care. They'll still cheat on her and use her, and like they don't give a shit, man.
Well, because around the corner there's another one.
Yeah, that's how they see it. Yeah, for sure. And Americans don't see it like that. They're like, oh, I gotta have this girl.
I had a friend,
bro.
right? I had a friend. He was with this dog face girl, but she had a nice body. So her face, like, she always looked like she was pissed. Like, her face looked like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, she's not upset, but she's not attractive in the face. She had a fat butt, you know. She works out. So this guy, he was okay with that. And then he started walking around with her and said, "Oh my God. I mean, she got a nice body, but look at all these better looking women, like 6 out of 10." And he's walking around with her. I have no disrespect to her, but a dog faced woman. Can you imagine? Like, she's got a nice body, but she's not attractive in the face. You know what I mean? And he's walking around. He's probably better looking than she is. And then, you know, he told me he broke up with her one day when she had bad breath. He's like, man, he was telling me she's not only ugly in the face, her breath was kicking. Like, he met up with her and said, let's go get some coffee at Juan Valdez. She goes, no, let's go eat at Leno's and Carbone, which is Leno's and Carbone is expensive for Colombia. Are you guys familiar with Leno's and Carbone, the restaurant, the steak restaurant?
No.
All right. Are you familiar with Gibson's Steakhouse in Chicago?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Okay. Gibson's is probably the best steak in the world. I mean, like, it's up there. Gibson's Steakhouse. But the plates, and I think it's like $75 to $150 a plate, but it's exceptional. It's incredible. You've never eaten steak like this in the world. So Leno's and Carbone is like Gibson's in Chicago. It costs about 75,000 pesos per person. You do the math. You pay for 2 people. Let's say it's 150 to 175,000 pesos. How much is that in dollars? What is that? Divided by 4, right?
Yeah, I think $1 going for 4, right?
We'll say it's 4 right now. So you take 150 divided by 4. It's about $40 for 2 people to eat. Keep in mind, $40 in Colombia, where the average salary is $15 a day.
That's like a week's work almost.
No, it's like 2.5 days work to go eat at Leno's and Carbone. It's like the Gibsons of Colombia. But I'm gonna tell you something. It's incredible. It's comparable to. I would say it's comparable to Gibson's. Like you ever have the baby beef in Colombia? It's incredible. Next time you go to a Colombian steakhouse, don't trust them, man. If there's 10 people in line, it's a good steakhouse. I would go to some steakhouses and I'd be like, oh, okay. They'll tell me, oh, it's exceptional. There's nobody in line. You're the only idiot purchasing their steak that tastes like steak you can make at the house. You know what I mean?
Man, they have some good food over here in Brazil, man. Actually, they have an Outback Steakhouse.
Brazil's
I went to it yesterday. And shit, man,
Right.
I haven't had good food. Well, I haven't had that. I didn't even order a steak. I ordered some quesadillas. Shit, I was like, I got there. I don't feel like eating a steak. But yeah, the Brazilian food is pretty good compared to the Colombian. Their churrasco is pretty dope as hell. Like even just like I said, like it just Brazil's on another level, man. I don't get that there. And don't get me wrong, Rio gets a lot of foreigners, man. A lot of foreigners go to Rio.
Right.
But it's just like I just feel like they just like more. It's more liberal, more open towards foreigners there.
Right.
Colombia is just kind of just like it's like tribal, like you said, like fuck off. Like we're like Paisas, like
Right? Yeah.
The cities have a hard time blending in. So yeah, dude. And
So Rob,
the Colombians don't
so
like each other from other cities though. Like the people from Bogota hate Paisas, man. I don't know if y'all know that. And shit, they
yeah, I
talk
Yeah, they
noticed
do.
that. I noticed that. So Rob, what are the people of Bogota called? Do they
rolas.
like,
They
what is
call
Oh,
them
it?
rolas.
rolas.
Yeah, yeah, rolas,
Mm,
Rolos or rolas. Yeah.
rolas, and
You
then
know, I met a guy from Bogota in Armenia, Colombia, and this guy, he was arrogant, dude. Like he's sitting around all these paisas, he's acting like he owns the damn table. And one of the paisas said, "What are you, Danny DeVito?" Because he's a short Colombian. He goes, "What are you, Danny?" He says, "What are you, Danny DeVito coming in Armenia like around paisas, you know?" And I didn't know he was a Rolo, and I didn't understand the rivalry. But you guys got to understand something. The Paisas are probably the closest to being pure. Look, I don't know the exact number because some of them are mixed and some of them have migrated to Medellin and started identifying as Paisas. It's like me moving to Mexico and telling you I'm Mexican. You got to think I'm crazy. That's what happened in Medellin. A lot of these people from Choco who are Afro-Colombian moved to Medellin and started saying they're Paisas. I was born in Medellin. I'm a Paisa. Does that make somebody a Paisa because they're born in Medellin? Not according to the Paisas. You
shit, man.
following me? Isn't that
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
interesting? If you move from Cali, your family moves from Cali, you're born in Medellin. Are you a Paisa? According to the definition of being a Paisa, no. According to the definition of you wanting to be a Paisa, yes, because you were born there. But you're really not a Paisa. You know what I used to do when I used to play poker in the tournaments? I was the only foreigner there in 2010. Everybody was a Paisa. And they'd be like, "Vamos, gringo!" You know? And then, you know, the way I would get into these Paisas' head, I would tell them, "Hey, ¿dónde eres? Costeño? Costeño!" And then they would go ballistic. So I asked them, "Where are you from? The coastal part of Colombia?" That's like being disrespectful because he's a Paisa. And I used to do that to get in his head to throw him off when we're playing poker. But here's the problem: these guys are connected. These guys, these guys are probably Colombian cartel, and I'm sitting there telling him he's a costeño. But I've been playing poker with these guys for years. You know what I mean? In the poker tournaments.
Oh, okay.
So, but here's the problem: like this guy's connected. Like I. That's how goofy of a gringo. You guys got to understand. My Spanish wasn't that good like it is now back then, and I didn't know the culture. What saved me was the fact that I've been playing poker with these guys for 2 years. So they know me. So they're like, he's just a crazy gringo. Like when a Colombian says you're a crazy gringo in a good way, they like you. You understand? The
Yeah, yeah.
reason why they're doing that is they're saying that you're ignorant. You don't know our culture. When they say you're a crazy, leave him alone, he's a crazy gringo, they're telling the other Colombians he's ignorant. He doesn't know the Paisa culture. But they respect you enough to defend you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not disrespecting you. Now, if he said, yeah, loco gringo, then they're disrespecting you. You know the difference? Come on, bro. You got to know the difference. Like, you know the difference, obviously, right?
Man, I tell you, I think I've told you the what happened to me like 4 years ago. I did an interview with a paisa, and bro, I'm never gonna forget this. Like, so I'm just like, this is in Paquilleres, right? Like before they rebuilt it, but I'm like right here by the stairs, and so I have like the camera. Actually, that camera I have right there, and so I'm like filming the girl, and I'm asking her like questions, and this Rolla is passing by. This older lady, like I think she was drunk or something like that. She's like in her 40s, 50s. I don't know. She's an older lady, and like I guess she was like listening to the questions I was asking the girl. I wasn't asking her nothing controversial, just like basic questions. And like the girl just starts cussing her out, like paisa hijo de puta. And I was like, I didn't know the rivalry. That's when I learned like right away how they felt about each other. I was like, shit. But I'm just like with the camera, and the girl's like, paisa fucking piece of shit. You ain't nothing. Like y'all are nothing but whores, like fucking interested women, all of y'all, interesadas. Like when went to the Colombia, like, and I'm just like with the camera, and the girl started crying. And she's like, she even called her mom, like, fuck, I'm never gonna forget that shit. I was like 4 years ago,
Really?
man, when I first got there.
But they're not ghetto. You got to understand something about Paisas. They're not ghetto, man. Now the ones that I'll tell you the truth, the ones from the lower stratus 1 and 2, You got to understand, you're in the hood. When
Yeah,
you're in
yeah.
the hood, anywhere in the world, people are in survival mode. Do you understand? When you're in
Yeah.
survival mode, that's a whole different. You're surviving.
I was gonna tell you something, Rob. I went to the favela party over here in Rochina, man. That was to me like I've never get culture shock, but that was to me the biggest culture shock I've ever gone through. Like you're like drinking right here with your caperina. There's the gang members are walking next to you with AK-47s, assault rifles, grenade
Wow.
belts, and you're just like this. You're like, what the fuck? And like the dudes like, and they walk in groups, so they're like four guys like walking with like their machine guns and like their handguns on the side and grenades, like real grenades, like a grenade belt.
Wow.
And so you're just like this, and like it bothers you at first, but after a while, like all the locals will just drink. The favela party was the funniest shit I ever had. Like it starts like at 1 or 2, and it doesn't finish until like 9 in the morning. So I'm just there drinking and just having a good time. And then my dumbass friend, I don't know what the fuck he did, but he popped the bottle and it popped on a guy's fucking leg that was a fucking gang member with a gun, and I'm just like, oh fuck. I'm just like, I was like, fuck. So I go up to the guy, I'm like, hey, bro, let me get you a beer and shit. And the guy's like, it's my birthday. Can you give me something? You know what? I told the guys, like, here's like 100 reals, which is like $20. And like, here's 100. And I told the guy, like, the dude was like from England, but he was being arrogant. I was like, bro, like, you can't be doing that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just give him 100 reals. I got him a beer. It's like, bro, have a good day. He's like, thank you. And I just went on my way. And so, you know what I'm saying? But you have to respect that you're there. Now, some people will say you need a local guide. I would say yes, you probably should. But at the local parties at night, you probably don't. They really don't give a shit as long as you behave yourself. I saw some girls that are from the UK that were by themselves there. There were like 3 girls from, and we end up talking to them like, hey, where y'all from? Like, oh, we're from England. So it's safe if 3 girls are walking around there. But I would say during the day, you probably go with a local guide. But at night, if you get somebody that knows the area, just go with him. But we went without a local guide, and I went there like 3 times, and I had a good time. Actually, some of the women there are very attractive. They remind me of the body girls in Medellin as well. Just very beautiful, man.
Right. Wow. You know, I think it's because somebody vouched for you. Somebody had to have vouched. You don't just
No, nobody vouched for us. We went over there unannounced, and like, there's a lot of people that go unannounced. You'll be surprised, but I just think like the other favelas, you cannot do that. I will say that. Rochina, you can. And I forget the name of the other one. I think Babylonia. But there's some favelas and Rio that you cannot go by yourself. Like, it's like off limits. But Rochina is like, you could go there and you could go drink and stuff like that. As long as you behave yourself. But you can't have your cell phone out. You can't record. Like, I try to film a little bit. But, you have to be careful because the guys are walking around with, like, rifles. And it's weird because, like, they're drinking with you. They're getting, like, intoxicated. You're like, damn, dude, like, what if he gets mad and shit? This guy has an AK, like. But yeah, that was a culture shock for just like it seems like you're like in the Twilight Zone, man. You're just like in the Wild West, like people are just walking around with guns everywhere. You're just like, wow. I don't know. Those guys have everything controlled in their bodies. It's not like Medellin where certain people do druggings and they get away with it. Like, nah, over there, everything's really, really controlled. And it's so crazy because as soon as you walk out of the favela, right across the street from the exit, the police are right there. So they kind of have like a truce with the police. Like, we don't go here and you don't go over here type of shit. Like,
that's interesting, man. I think, you guys know it's like there's still control. Like, you can't go into Envigado. Like, what's happening in the touristy areas is not happening in Envigado and these other places in Medellin. You know why, right?
Yeah.
You know why. So you don't see that happening because it's all you can't go into their hood or their city and cause problems. You got that's not how it works there. The touristy areas, it's a little bit different. It's not as controlled. Like it's kind of crazy. You want to explain that?
I think I know Life with David did a video a few months ago where a gringo, got robbed there in Envigado, and like the local gang noticed it, but they got his stuff back, and they wanted to talk to him, and I guess he got scared and he left. I'm like, I don't see no. I mean, I understand why he probably would get scared. He's just like, fuck this. But I mean, if they wanted to hurt you, they would have done it. They already knew who you were, and but I just think I would say compared to the barrios in Medellin, because I've been to all of them. And then to the favela. This is actually the first time I went to a favela. I've been coming to Brazil for many years. And it was like a last minute thing. It was for New Year's. And then I went like last weekend. And I could tell you that I feel like the people in those favelas have everything more controlled. Like it's more of a community. Like they have their own community there in a sense. Like they have their banks, their grocery stores, their restaurants. So everything there is like controlled. And you can't be robbing over there doing that dumb shit. Now they have the same rules in Medellin and some of the bodies, but it's not really respected. And people still do that dumb shit that you see happen on the news all the time. Like people still get robbed and stuff like that. But I think in Rio, it's more the enforcement is more there because guys are allowed to have their weapons out. There's more of a show of force. Like there's checkpoints. There's guys that are arms that have checkpoints there and every like the exits. So you can't be doing that dumb shit that you do in Medellin. Like if you go rob in Envigado, you're probably gonna get away with it because there's no checkpoints. You don't see guys walking around with AK-47s like you do in the favelas. So that's what I'm saying. There's more of a show of force in Rio and in terms of safety for the people that live there than there is in the barrios in Medellin, just the way it is, you know?
Yeah, I think because like you said, I think it's because of it's more it's like going into the hood anywhere in America, dude. Everybody knows everybody. You know what I mean? You don't just go into the hood in Chicago and stuff and not get checked. Like you have to have permit. You got to get permission. Like the permission comes with who you're associated with. Say, for example, you grew up with Little J or something, or Little J. Little J's got a brother who's a nerd, and then he brings his friend around the hood. They give you a pass. You know what I mean? Like it's that pass. Sure, yeah. Along those lines, man, I think that exists in these other places. Now, when it comes to, I'll tell you, when it comes to Colombia, like you said, I think it's irrelevant. You go into the hood in Colombia, there is no pass. Can we at least agree on that?
Yeah, I will say that. Yeah.
There is no pass. You go to the hood in Colombia, man. You go to Stratus 1 in Colombia, good luck, man. It's scary. Ain't no joke, dude.
Yeah, like what is the worst barrio in Medellin? I think is Rodela, right, or something. I forgot the name of it.
What is it?
Yeah. I never would go there, but I've gone to other barrios. I've gone to Aranjuez, and I've gone to San Javier many times. I went with a local, to be fair. Right. I never went by myself.
If you go during the day, it's not so bad, but you're still a target.
Yeah.
And if you go to Central, same with Central.
Yeah. Central's crazy, man. Fuck that.
I know it is.
I've only gone once. You see, I've been going many years, and like I've only gone to Central one time, and I haven't gone to the other worst neighborhood and shit. Like fuck that, man.
Yo, let me tell you, man. First time I went to Medellin, I went from Poblado, and I was staying in the best area for Poblado. And I was like, you know what? Let me go check out Central. And that was a culture shock to me. It was different. You see guys trying to sell stuff, and they got the microphone, the speakerphone, and you see them speaking Spanish, about their products and all that. And you see all these mini markets. It was a completely different experience when I went there the first time. But gladly, I went there during the daytime compared to the nighttime. Because, like I said, it was completely different. It was a culture shock. Things were different over there. Like, so like for that reason, let me piggyback on Ulysses, or let me piggyback on Brazil. Now, you said Brazil, like the women are more like they give you more. They want to hang out with you because you're a foreigner, or what you said earlier.
Yeah, they're more curious, bro. They're man. I'm telling you, like I met women over here in the city just by telling them I don't speak Portuguese, and they immediately start talking to me like, oh, where you from and stuff. Like and my Portuguese is not good, so I sometimes have to use Google Translate for some words. But I just think the people here are very open towards like just other cultures. Like they're curious about it. I've never had a girl here ask me for shit. I mean, I went out with I actually went out with 3 girls in 1 week. The first week I was here, they were like all fun, and they could be a little bit jealous. It's not all rainbow and sunshines. I kind of feel like I have to be careful the way I move because like they see that you go out, they'll be like, how come you didn't invite me out? I'm like, whoa. Sometimes I like to just drink by myself, like, but yeah, so they could be jealous like Latinas. Don't think that they're just like it's all rainbow and sunshine. But you can meet them here, like if you just have confidence in yourself, like go up to them and talk to them. One of the good-looking girls I met at the bar the other day, I thought that was her dude. That's why I didn't talk to her. And like later on, like I found out that guy was like gay, her gay friend, and like I ended up getting her number, and like I ended up going back to the apartment with them. But yeah, you can meet some cool people over here, man, for sure. I think Brazil is like one of the most easiest places besides Mexico to meet people, to interact with people, and go on dates and stuff like that. Tinder is good, but you can meet them in person. I'd rather meet the individual in person. But like I said, but it takes a while to establish yourself in any city, bro. You have to be in the place for at least a month or 2 months. But once you make those connections, you're good. Like my homegirls that I know, the one girl I know in Rio that I used to hang out with got a boyfriend when I got there, so I was like, shit. And then the other girl I know in this city got a boyfriend the last minute as well. So I kind of had to like meet new friends in a sense. But I don't care. I just like I met people like within the first like week, like I was here. Like it's easy, bro. And they're very like they like you. You're gonna know. They'll call you. They'll be like, hey, what are you doing? Let's hang out. So it's not like in Colombia, you pretty much have to hit up the girl. Over here, they'll hit you up. They'll be like, hey, let's go out. What are you doing and shit, So it just they have like different like mixture of women over here too. You got the Amazonians, the darker ones, the black ones.
Well,
From El Salvador.
you got 1.5 million Lebanese Brazilians.
Yeah, for sure. There's a population of
And
200
also,
million
there's
Brazilians.
a very large Japanese Brazilians in Sao
Japanese as
Paulo.
well.
Yeah,
Right.
like
There's,
I think they
there's a
got that
lot
like
there.
something like 2 million in just the city of Sao Paulo.
Right.
And they came during the early 1900s, so some of them mixed with the local Brazilians, and now
Right.
you have exotic looking half Japanese, half Brazilians.
Dude, you know what we gotta do is we gotta plan as travelers. I don't want to say passport pros, right? But as travelers, we gotta plan to meet at some of these places together. Like just set like, say for example, the week of May 1st, we all meet up somewhere in Rio, or we all meet up somewhere. Because I think with all of this knowledge and experience, you get a lot more. I think you get a lot more of your travel. I think so. That's my opinion. If, say, for example, in Barranquilla, they have the Carnival in first week of February. Come on, who doesn't want to go to Carnival in Barranquilla?
Have you been? I was gonna ask. I have never been.
I haven't been. I should have gone there, man. I go at the wrong times. I should have gone there. The ticket prices were not bad. The Airbnb wasn't bad. I just, you got to set it up, man. You got to set up to where you're going. Like I went for my birthday, set it up, and hung out with a friend, but he wanted to golf all the time. So you got to really organize your stuff, man. You really got to set it up if you're gonna go to like Barranquilla for Carnival. Have people lined up, or if you don't have a girlfriend, whatever.
Carnival's
But
about to actually
yeah.
they're having the pre-carnival parties here in Rio. Like I'm in Cuchaba, that's why I kind of want to leave. Uh Damn, dude, like I'm supposed to stay here the whole month, but I'm gonna stay here maybe like 10 more days and bounce because they're already having the pre-carnival parties in Rio. Like they're getting like the bands are setting up, they're
Wow.
practicing, and so like what they're doing is they're practicing, but it turns into a party. So it's almost
Right.
like carnival kind of almost already started. But yeah, it's already started, and especially like Feb 1st. It really starts from February the 1st. Now it has a certain date, like the night, but that's really for like the Zamba carnival. Like that's like you gotta go to the stadium for that. I'm not doing that
Right.
shit. But like the street parties really start from right now, and then February 1st it kicks off really bad all the way up to like March. So that's why I want to leave like in the next week and a half because I want to do like filming over there. But I got my own apartment right there in Copacabana, so I'm really excited about going back and having some fun. Like I'm actually here with another veteran. I invited him to come over here, and he said that this is the best country he's ever been to. He's been to like over 20, and he's been here 2 weeks, and he really likes it. He's like, yeah, I like the culture here. Like the people are friendly. It's just the vibes here are different, man. Like when you meet people, like I did like 2 videos on my YouTube channel, like with 2 locals, and like they're just like, hey, they're waving at the camera, like having a camera and reels like having a puppy, because you got girls that will literally smile at you and like they'll wave at the camera, and you could just stop and talk to them and get their number and shit, man. So, man, this is so easy to meet people over here. I really like Brazil, man, for
How
sure.
about the Portuguese? Like, I'll tell you what I've been looking into. There's a black American guy. He passed away, rest his soul. He spoke like 20 different languages, like conversational, and he's got a really good program where all he focuses on is your everyday conversation. You say this, that person says that. That's all he does. and he's able to speak 20 languages doing that. He's a really popular YouTuber. He had like 1 million subscribers and he passed away. I want to study his Portuguese program. But you could actually study the Portuguese program where it goes straight into it every day. Because let's be honest, your conversational Spanish, it's everyday language. It's the same 2,000 phrases. Am I wrong? You're saying that
Yeah.
it's just.
I mean, but it's different. It's Carioca. The Carioca Portuguese is different from the rest of the country. Like it's like America. You know how some people from Boston, I can't understand sometimes their accent. It's the same thing here. Like people from, I have a friend from Sao Paulo, and sometimes I don't understand the girl's messages from the Rio. So I send him the voice notes, and he's like, "Damn, I kind of don't understand either." Like, so they have like different accents in different regions of Brazil. Like the Carioca is very different from like the Sao Paulo or even from the Amazonia states. Man, Brazil's a big ass country, man. Big ass country, man. 200 million plus. Shit.
But it's Portuguese, right? It's not.
Yeah,
it's not
Portuguese. Yeah, it's Portuguese, man.
Yeah, there's a program. I'll get you the information and send it to you. But it's an incredible program, and it's not expensive. He sends you exactly what you'll say on a daily basis. Like literally, I'm not kidding you, man. He speaks 20 languages. Now, is he fluent? No, he's not fluent, but he knows he can hold a conversation. And it's really impressive because going and getting a dictionary is not conversational anything. You'll understand what the damn definition of the word is, but it's not everyday language. I'll get you guys the information for that. For Portuguese, if that's what you guys want to.
So
because I'd like to learn Portuguese.
Yeah, I'm practicing. I'm practicing. Charles Jones says Carioca speak their own language. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, they kind of like drag their last letters, I believe, right? Sometimes, like that's what my boy from Sao Paulo was telling me. Like, they drag their words a little bit, so it's kind of like difficult sometimes to understand. But the reason why I got a little bit of Portuguese because my ex-girlfriend, I stayed with her for like a month, and she didn't speak no English or Spanish, so I was forced to learn. But it was funny because after the second week, I started communicating with her a lot better. I started learning basic words. Like I would tell her, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat," or what do you want to do today? Just basic little phrases. But I tell myself, I think for me to really learn the language, it'll take me like a year. But if I could find like that one girl that I could chill with, like the girls I go out with don't speak English or Spanish, so it forces me to like speak the language. And I'm kind of embarrassed sometimes, but they're like, "Oh, you're doing a good job." But I like it. I accept the challenge. I'm in a new city. There's no foreigners here in where I'm at. It's cool. It's all right city. I like Rio more, but I embrace the challenge, and I'm meeting people. I've met a lot of girls since I've been here in 1 week. I haven't even been going out that much, to be honest. But every time I've gone out, like I met people. I'll probably start going out maybe Thursday. But this city is like not the same as Rio because Rio has something going on every single day. Like and Monday, Pedro the Sal gets packed. Like you're talking about a Monday, and Brazilians don't give a shit, especially the Cariocas. Like even if they have to wake up at 7 a.m, they'll still drink up to like 6 a.m. Trust me, the girl I went home to on Friday, I didn't know she had to wake up the next day for work, which was like a Sunday, I think, right? Oh, when did I meet her? No, it was a Friday. And so like at 8 o'clock, she woke up. She's like, "Oh, I gotta go to work." I'm like, "Damn, we stayed up all night, like drinking and shit, like until like 6 a.m. almost." But they don't care over here, man. They'll get like 2 hours of sleep and they go back to work. And like they have that vibe, especially in Rio. Every day there's something going on. Monday, you got Pedro the Sal, and then Thursday you got the language exchange, and Friday, Saturday you got Lapa and a bunch of areas in Rio. But there's always something going on in Brazil. But the carnival,
I think Brazil, Carnival is it Carnival in Brazil blows Colombia out the waters. Can we at least agree on that? Have you guys ever experienced Carnival in Colombia, like say in Barranquilla?
No.
Yeah, I mean it's incomparable, man. Brazil's the mecca of Carnival. Everyone's got to experience that one time. That's what everybody has told me that's been to Brazil. You got to experience it one time. It's like going to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras in New Orleans versus anywhere else, it's not the same. That's the mecca of Mardi Gras. Same thing for Carnival in Brazil. Now, Carnival in Barranquilla is pretty good. Like it's nice. But
I've been told that Brazil Carnival is, they said, and I know some people that went there, they said it's just too much. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving parts, a lot of activity. You're gonna get burned out. Just so it's a lot. So much things to do. So I heard it's a lot of. I haven't been there yet, but I heard it's just so much going on in Brazil, man. And the difference between what I heard is Brazilian girls and Colombian girls is that Brazilian girls are genuine about their connection for you. Like if they want to connect with you or rock with you, they're very genuine about it. Where Colombian girls and Dominican girls, it's all about transaction. You
Yeah, but
know?
you guys, do you want to know why?
Put a one in the
Can
chat. You think Johnny's girl's getting smashed?
No, come on. Well, first of all, no disrespect to Johnny, but come on, man. Is it really his girl, for God's sake?
Nah, nobody believes that. I don't
That's
even
the
think he
community
believes
girl.
that.
Come on, is that even his girl, man? Give me a break.
I think.
You know, you ever see Johnny's face?
Hey, Charles put a one.
Listen, have you ever seen Johnny's face? He's got the face like, am I really with her? You ever see his face in the pictures? His face looks like, am I really with her? Like, I swear to God, it's like he looks like he can't even believe he's with her.
I think he got a pre-plug up pregnant, right? Like he didn't want to talk about it, but I think the girl that he had a kid with was a pro, right? I don't know. I'm just
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think
I wouldn't know about that. But let me going back to what you said about Colombia and the Dominican Republic. You got to understand that. Come on, guys. Let's not even beat around the bush. To get from the United States to Colombia, it's a 3-hour flight from Florida. I don't know what it is from Texas, but it's 3 hours. To get from the United States to Brazil, like you said, it's a 10-hour flight to Rio or Sao Paulo. Who wants to be on a plane for 10 hours versus 3.5 or 4 hours, right? So that's the first thing you got to keep in mind, number one. So the cost to get there and your expenses are going to be a fraction of what it is in Brazil, because your plane ticket alone to Brazil is going to be at least 3 times more expensive than Colombia or Dominican Republic. And that's whatever. If you want to go on a crappy airline, Brazil doesn't have crappy airlines. They don't have budget airlines. A round trip ticket to Brazil on just a regular airline is almost 1,000 to 1,500, right?
Yeah, they have
800 on the low end.
man. They have the was it the one that flies for the Panama Airlines? I forget the name.
Copa.
And
Copa.
so the main airlines that go to Brazil is Delta, American Airlines, and United, and most of them are going to charge like well over 1,500. And the thing is, Rob, you got to think Rio is expensive. It's a tourist city, but it's expensive. So like you're looking at those beachfront, condos or Airbnbs, they're costing like more than $130 per night, unless you find somewhere in Central. So that's quite a distance from the main activity. But Brazil is just, I would say that's why I don't think Brazil or Rio can ever turn into a next Sassuolo or a Cartagena or Medellin, because as you said, the distance is keeping
the distance is what keeps it away, man. Just like there's a lot of
countries. And I think they installed that $2,000 threshold for the visa just so they can, I think, keep the Pookies away. I think that's what.
Because they're not spending. Think about it, man. Let's say they book a ticket to Brazil, like you said, say $800. Let's even say they get a round trip ticket for $600, and then they get a place to stay and everything. Their expenses might be $1,000, $1,200 for a week. They know that if you don't have $2,000, come on, that. Like I said, that's the magic number. Listen, somebody asked a question in the chat. Marty says, what do you guys think of one master teacher advocating for using sugar baby websites in Rio? The reason why this is my opinion on it. The reason why he's recommending that is, number one, you don't speak the language. Number two, you don't understand the culture. Like, he's just trying to simplify the process for these guys. He's simplifying how you guys can meet women. That's all he's doing. And whatever else is along with it that you're trying to accomplish. That's all he's doing is simplifying it.
I think he's a smart man. I think I mean, he's been in the military for 20 years, so he now retired. So he's collecting a pension, and now he's doing, he's doing a Patreon, and he even says that he earns like 7K per month based on that. And now he sells some other courses, and he offers consultations. So I would say one teacher, he's smart for what he's doing, but
Right.
at the end of the day, it's just that something that I could Google myself. Is like I don't need his services, and I respect his hustle and all that. But me personally, I'm just gonna Google, what I can find. So it's like it's just. So Ulysses, can you go back to that comment by Charles Jones? He said maybe if there was a baby by a passport bro left by a passport bro. Go back to the comment. I just I got something. Yeah, yeah.
Wow, bro, you'd be surprised, bro.
So when I was in Medellin, so I met this Colombian girl, and she was a pro, and she had a baby on her, and it was a half black baby, and I was like, and back then I was thinking about did a passport bro really knocked up this chick? And don't be surprised because a lot of these dudes are going raw, so it's like, and it's like, and a lot of people going there, a lot of guys doing that. So I think it's going to become more common. But I just want to piggyback on Brazil, man. It's just the distance is what keeps away a lot of factors. Like Rod, I also went to Asia, and I didn't see that same crowd that goes to Cartagena or Medellin or Sosua. Not even one. Not even, I'm telling you. And I was out there in Asia. I didn't even see one out there. So the thing is like the distance.
Yeah. The distance, like you say.
Yeah.
The distance and the cost to get there and the time on the plane. It's a 15-hour flight to get to China, for example. Let's say you want to go to Thailand. How long is the flight there? 15 to 17 hours? Who wants to be on a plane for 15 to 17 hours? Like Ulysses said, he's in Brazil in 10 hours. And I think that's is that what your connection?
Yeah, that was a direct flight from Houston as well.
Oh, okay. So that's 10 hours. I mean, that's still, come on, man. Who wants to be on a plane? What are you going to do on the plane for 10 hours? Hopefully you go late at night, that you just go to sleep, you wake up and you're there. But that's a long flight. When you go to Asia, it's 15. It took me 15 hours to get to Taiwan. I was so tired that I said, you know what, I'm going to spend 5 days in Taiwan, and then I went to Hong Kong. Why? Because I didn't want to get on another plane to go to Hong Kong. And then I had a layover. So I just hung around in Taiwan for 5 days, and then I went to Hong Kong. So who wants to do that going to Asia, man? You're going to pay a lot more for your ticket. It's a longer flight. It's too much, man. It's a lot of, it's too much traveling. How many people here like traveling, like on a plane and being on a plane for that long? When you go to Brazil, do you enjoy that 10-hour flight? What do you do? Are you sleeping?
I couldn't even sleep. It was an overnight flight, but it was just like as soon as I got to Brazil, I just like went to my Airbnb and racked out for the whole day.
Right. Right, exactly. But that's a 10-hour flight. When you go to Colombia, most people, they go early in the morning. It's a 5 or 6 a.m. flight. They connect in Florida, or they connect in Texas, wherever they connect at, and then they get on another flight. So they leave at 5 a.m., 5:30, 6 o'clock, and they arrive there at 2 in the afternoon. With the connection and layover, it's an 8-hour flight. On the way back, it's the same. It's another 8 hours, dude, coming back to the U.S. So you're technically losing a day. It's depending on when you get there at 2 in the afternoon, if you're not well rested, you're tired. What are you going to do? That's a waste of a day, right?
Yeah, the first day you land, you don't want to do nothing. You don't
want to do nothing, right? But you know what? But what you were saying earlier about the Dominican Republic and Colombia, it's the close proximity and the cheaper cost to get there. That's it. At the end of the day,
Dominican Republic, New York has cheap flights. Like literally, you can go to Sosua for like literally $97.
Wow.
$97.
Is that one way or is that round trip?
It was at one point during the pandemic. It was one way, and you can still find a deal right now where you can find round trip for 150.
Right.
So and that's with Spirit Airlines. But the thing is, the further distance you get, Spirit doesn't travel to these places, destinations. So
Right.
when I say, Rod, when I say Asia, I didn't see the same crowd I was seeing in Sassuolo or Cartagena or Medellin. Is because Asia is a whole different ball game. It's
Right.
homogenous.
Right.
Like all that pookie shit and all that. They're not gonna tolerate that shit because they very clear and set in stone with their laws and policies. So it's like they very strict. So you won't see that kind of activity over there. But
Have you ever
but
seen? You ever see like in Thailand, for example, talking about Asia? You ever see the videos where you see like folks from the UK getting their asses kicked, handed to them? You shouldn't be swearing. You ever see these videos?
Yeah,
Nah.
so
Oh,
those
I
people
swear to
you
God,
can
I
name,
see
yeah, I
an
see
older lady.
all the time.
Dude, they're like in Thailand. I could tell you stories. One guy didn't want to pay a driver $2, a taxi driver. So the guy pulls out a machete and starts hacking the guy, starts hacking him for $2. And the guys from the UK just didn't want to pay him $2. You gotta be careful, man. When you go to these places, you're fighting over $2. Just give them the $2. When I was in China, I was at a we they call them Uyghurs. I was at a Uyghur restaurant and I ordered some lamb chops, right? And this guy brought me two lamb chops and he charged me the same price I'd pay in the US. I'll tell you why I screwed up. Number one, he didn't have a menu with no price on it. I don't read Mandarin, okay? Number one. Number two, I'm an idiot. I told him I was American. You don't do that stuff, okay? So when it came time to pay, he gave it to me in Chinese RMB, yuan or whatever. It was like literally what you would pay in the US for two lamb chops. And what am I gonna do? Fight this guy? I don't speak his language. I'm gonna use my translator. I just paid him and I went on my way. And then I said, what I learned from that is don't enter a restaurant that doesn't have a menu with prices. It has to have prices.
Hey, but
I mean,
that happens all the time in Cartagena. They get people all the time in Hollywood Beach because of that. People buy shit on the restaurants. They don't look at the prices and they end up paying like.
right.
I've heard some stories of people paying so much money. Like, ugh.
South Korea is the best. Yeah, I've been to South Korea 2 times. I went to Osan, Kunsan. I went to Seoul. South Korea, I don't know. It's probably different today. I know the economies, like they're top 10 strongest economy in the world on the planet. So I know that they're getting richer and just their culture is like first world for the most part. I don't know what it's like now. I don't know when you say it's the best, in what ways is it the best, Rofton Woods? I don't know. I've been to Japan, been to Vietnam, been to South Korea. If you're looking for adventure, I'll go to Vietnam. It's more adventurous. I don't know something about Vietnam, but you got to be careful because it's a communist country as well. I'll tell you a true story. Can I swear on here or not really?
Yeah, you could swear, man.
Okay, check this out. I'm going through Vietnamese customs, right? And as I'm going through customs, he looks at my passport. He says, "Oh, American passport." He looks at it, stares at it, stares at me, stares at it, stares at me. Back and forth, he's just staring at me for 3 minutes. Finally, he says, "You could go now," with an attitude, right? So I started walking away. When I walked away, I turned around. He looked at me like I killed his mom, right? So I swear to God, like he's thinking, this American passport, whatever. My great grandfather, I don't know, whatever. He's thinking whatever he's thinking, right? So I said under my voice, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Like really low. This guy, all he heard was fucking. As soon as he heard fucking, he was like, he calls it in on the radio, "Patai pai," in Vietnamese, "Patai tai pai, fuck, patai pai tai pai tai pai, fuck, fuck, fuck." And then all of a sudden, I'm surrounded by 10 Vietnamese customs officers, and I felt like I was in a Bruce Lee movie, bro. 10 fucking Vietnamese surrounded me. "You say fuck? You say fuck me?" I said, "No, man." I said, "Fuck you." You say fuck, and then all of a sudden the airline representative showed up that spoke English. What's going on? I told him. He said, he goes, he said, you said fuck me or something like that. I said, I didn't say that. I said fuck you. What the fuck are you looking at? So the point is, the airline representative told me, look, they're not going to let you leave Vietnam. I told him that I had to make an excuse and say I didn't say that. He goes, well, look, apologize to this guy, and then we'll let you go back to the U.S. So I apologized. I said, listen, I'm sorry because I said I didn't say fuck me. I said fuck you because he didn't understand English, right? This guy didn't understand American English, so I told him. I said, look, I didn't say fuck, and so I apologized, and then they let me get on the plane. I could have easily. I was surrounded by like 8 to 10 customs agents. I could have easily went to jail, dude, and they could have made a huge scene out of that. So you gotta, you just that was Vietnam. Vietnam's a communist country, and there's still you gotta understand their grandparents were in the Vietnam War. It's their parents, and their parents were affected by it. So when you go to these countries, you got to keep that in mind, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, 100%, man.
You got to keep that
I've
in
heard
mind.
nothing but good things about Vietnam. I've always heard people say how beautiful the people are, really friendly. The food
Right.
is good. It's cheap.
Oh yeah, the food's good. The food's good. I like Vietnamese food more than I like Chinese food. I like Thai food more than I like Chinese food. So Vietnamese and Thai are my two favorite Asian foods. Like right off bat, I could sit there and eat Vietnamese egg rolls all day long, spring rolls, and same with Thai. I mean, it's incredible. We got another person on.
Yeah, what's going on, Wes? What's going on?
What's up, bro?
What up? What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. I lived in South Korea for a year, man. That was my first experience really like living outside the states. Um, it was amazing, man. I definitely recommend brothers hit up like Asia for sure.
nice. Yeah, I was in South Korea. I think it was 2011. So it's changed a lot. I think totally different today, right? Versus,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, 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 yeah. But like the fundamentals is still like it's still the same. Their culture is still they're not. I mean, of course, everyone's influenced by the U.S., right? Like the West, but their culture is still like very deep rooted. I would say, man. Like if you like fashion, if you like shopping, if you like hiking, if you like clubbing, like partying, eating, like that's definitely the country for sure.
right. What about the women? Are you into Korean women? What's that like?
Yeah, yeah, man. So I had good experiences. So like Seoul, which is like I want to say the northern. Not I'm not gonna say northern part of Korea, but like more north. It's a very international city, so you'll get people from like um, Europe, Australia, like Latin America, all in Seoul. But yeah, the Korean women are definitely checking, man.
Yeah.
I went on a couple of dates with um, Koreans over there, and like I had
Are they
fun. Like
approachable, or are you meeting them online?
yeah, because you can find some big booties in Korea. Yeah, so that was my main thing, just like the dating apps.
Okay.
Because I don't speak like I know a little bit of Hangul, but I'm not like conversational. And of course, like you don't know who speaks English or who doesn't unless they like open up their mouth and say something. You know what I mean? So
Right.
um, that was my main approach was dating apps, and I had success, man. I had fun. There's a guy I forget his YouTube channel, but there's a brother out there in Korea right now. He lives out there. He speaks like fluent Korean, and he does like interviews, and like he's killing it.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. But they speak English anyways. When you're talking to them on these dating apps, and when you meet them in person, are
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah, yeah,
speak?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
See,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
the difference because if you go to these places like Colombia,
or some of these other places, they don't speak English. So if you don't speak the language when you meet them in person, what are you going to do? Pull out your Google app to translate?
Like, to be honest, not trying to switch gears, but I went on a couple dates. Because I'm in Latin America right now. I've been on a couple
Right.
dates with women that speak like minimal English, and it hasn't actually been that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It hasn't been that bad. Like, it kind of forces you to learn a little bit.
Right.
But I would say like my Spanish is like okay. Like, I know more than hi, hello, bye.
Right.
But like I went on dates with women that like speak minimal English, and it hasn't been that bad. Like, the main thing is your energy, your confidence, and if they
Right.
like you. If they like you, like it's only like so much big of a deal. You know what I mean?
But are you able to continue on with that relationship with minimal Spanish?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, no, I know I've been through that, and that's what helped me learn Spanish. But I'm trying to figure out like, is that what's going on? A lot of these guys are experiencing that because a lot of them are not going on these dates. A lot of these guys are going for the pros, right? You know what I mean? They're going down
Which
to
I don't get. But go ahead, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
no. I mean that's what you'll hear. You'll hear these guys talking about like pros, and I'm like, you know, that's what they're going for. And I didn't, not my thing. When I hear that, I'm like, okay, so what are you going just solely for that reason? But that it is
Yeah,
what it is. You know,
yeah,
You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised, man.
right?
The stupid shit that these guys do for pros, you'd be like, wow.
Really?
so let me.
Yeah,
I'll jump in and say this. I'll jump in and say this. I'll jump in and say this. To me, like, you guys were talking about Colombia earlier. You were saying it wasn't a hookup culture, and that's 100% like 100% facts. That's 100% true. To me, because I've been to a couple places, right? To me, like, I might blow up the spot, but whatever. People are already talking about it in the Facebook groups. San Salvador, El Salvador is like more of a hookup spot than I would say the United States.
Wow.
but what's the quality of the women like?
Yeah, that's another thing that's important. Yeah, the quality.
It ranges. It ranges. It's not gonna. I I don't know. What do you mean, like
I'll
eights,
give you an
nines,
example.
tens?
Let's say for example, you go to Mexico. Everyone knows in Mexico the most attractive women are Guadalajara, Monterrey. Like that's where you'll find the most attractive women in Mexico. These type
Mm-hmm.
of places, these cities. So everyone knows that. That's Mexican, that's non-Mexican, that's been there. So when you say that, when you say San Salvador, it's not known for like El Salvador. Nobody knows it for having decent looking women. It's not known for you know for the most part, it's just stereotypically average looking women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Am
No,
I wrong?
no, they have the. The reason I think this is my opinion. The reason it's not is because everybody's going to DR, Colombia, Brazil, and that's what they're making
Right,
videos about.
right,
That's why it's not known.
right.
But no, they have some dimes down there. It's not as much as like Colombia, where like every 5 seconds you turn your head, there's gonna be like a model. Like, it's not like
Right,
that. But they have pretty girls. Like, they have pretty girls down there for sure.
right. That's interesting. But I'll tell you something that you guys said, which I do agree earlier. They said that Medellin, first of all, Medellin's a liberal city, right? So number one, you got liberalism. Number two, you have their culture, and then you have the whole world visiting Medellin and some are staying behind, the others are just visiting. So you have a clash of cultures. And so you have all of this mix that creates the chaos that you see in Medellin. People don't go to Medellin to look for a wife. I hate to tell you guys this. I don't know how many people went to Medellin, found a wife, and has been successful.
Mhm.
I don't know. Can you guys count on one hand how many people?
No.
None. I don't know anybody. I know one guy, but that's because he's lived there for 30 years. He got there when he was 20, 18 or 20. So this guy's in his late 40s, but he's been married to the same woman and she's traditional. So he got married to her and he lives there. So I know
Mhm.
these guys that are successful, but that's because they're traditional and the women that they met are traditional women as well. That's the only reason it's worked out and they didn't leave the country. But the other women, come on, man. If all you're working on is the exterior of a car, you don't know what's underneath the engine. Are you dealing with a woman that's got character? Absolutely not. You're dealing with
You
beauty.
don't know what her background is, well, man. Like, look at what happened to
Right.
my friend. Those are my coworkers.
Tell them the story again.
Oh my god, bro! I don't know if you heard earlier, but he's a good sport because he doesn't give a shit. He gets women over there, but he's like, that's how you have to have the mindset that he has. Like, I don't give a shit. I'll replace her. And he told me the other day. I asked about that girl. He's like, oh, bro, she's like 3 girls away already, bro. Like, that's how you have to be like that when you go over there. But anyways, like, so he's going out with this girl for a couple of months, and oh my god. So this guy starts messaging the girl, like, I'm sorry, messaging him and saying that he's spending money on her, sending money like Western Union or something like that. And he's like, he kind of doesn't believe it at first. He's like, show me the receipts of the money transaction. So he does. That guy's sending about $700 to $800 a month, which is, it just amazes me that he's doing that to a woman that he's never met. And the girl's playing him like a fiddle. She's telling him, oh, I'm going to go to America to see you in a few months. Come on, man. It takes like 2 years to get the appointment for the visa over there. And
Right.
And so she just, using him for money, obviously. And so my boy, he gets mad. He's like, well, what's going on, And the guy takes it a step further. He sends like the videos because this girl used to do webcam and she apparently sell like, those videos online. So she has like the videos with these 2 guys that my friend had dinner with. Like they had like, friends dinners or whatever, like coffee and all that shit. And so these 2 guys are, having, intercourse with this woman at the same time. And the videos are online on the internet. Like I never asked them for the videos. I didn't want to see, but they were supposedly all over the internet. And the guy saying, like, look, this is what your girl's doing. And so he just starts freaking out. It's like, wow, like I've had dinner with these people and she lied to me. She said they were coworkers. And I told him, well, she was kind of honest. Like,
Right.
they were co-workers, but he didn't think it was like those kind of co-workers, like it was just one of those things where just like, wow. That's how I told guys, don't take your heart over there. You know what? I knew another guy too, a business owner. I'm not gonna say his name. He's a real guy. Actually, he watches my YouTube videos. I hope that he doesn't see this, but he told, I was with him one time and he's like, yeah, this girl's a good girl. Also an older woman in her 40s. He's like, she's a good girl. I'm gonna take her to Mexico. I'm like, all right, cool, bro. And I'm just like behind the girl, and I could see her texting the guy on WhatsApp. I miss you, te extraño, papi, and all this shit. And I was just talking to a guy. I didn't say nothing to the dude. I was just like, I don't get involved in that. But I was just like, wow. And that's why I told guys, just don't take your heart to Colombia. Just go there and have a fun. It's like going to a restaurant, enjoy the steak, and then when you're done, just go home.
Right.
But guys,
I know a guy. I know a guy that told me he went to this. He met this prepago, and that prepago that he met told him she's waiting for her fiance in Arizona to process her visa so she can move there with her kids. Can you imagine? This is a prepago going out with this guy, this American, and she's telling him about her fiance in Arizona, waiting for him to process the
I think the process has changed for the Colombians, though. I think there's a lot of envy now because, like, I think the Colombians feel like, wow, the Venezuelans are able to get inside the country for free now. They put on their asylum. A lot of guys they're not even seeking asylum. They're just like, look, I'm hearing like a lot of the Venezuelans I'm seeing the videos that they're making and they're complaining about like New York and like they're staying in hotels and like they don't want to work. A lot of them are lazy. And so
there was a video here in Chicago of a guy.
Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you they're in Chicago as well. Yeah.
Did you see the video? The guy, he had a shirt on that says "Power to the People." Right? He's in Chicago on the South Side, and then he says to people, "You need to go work. You need to go work." And he's got a shirt on that says "Power to the People." and the guy's a migrant telling an American a Black American woman, go to work. I don't want to work for you or something like that. It was the funniest thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah. If
I've
you see
heard
the
that they
video,
like less than 10% of them have applied for work permits in New York out of like the 200,000 are over there right now.
I wonder what they're trying to accomplish out of that.
I see, but they're also sending them some of them back. But it's impossible
Right.
through the airlines. Like I know that America, some of them are sending them back, and they're getting direct
Right.
flights from New York to Caracas. But you can only
Right.
send so many people back. But that's crazy that a lot of them want to go back. Like, why would you go back to? I think I saw a video today of Marudo saying that they raised the minimum wage to $100 minimum a month, and I started laughing. What the hell is that? Like,
Right.
and if you talk to people that are Venezuelans that live over there right now, they'll tell you how expensive Venezuela is.
Well,
Like,
listen, think about this, dude. You're leaving a warm climate to come to the Midwest where it's negative 15 degrees.
but Texas is sending them in buses. Like right now, like New York is
Right.
fighting it back. Like they're sending the buses back. They're starting to send them back now because I think they have about 300,000 in New York now. But they're gonna
Soon
go
as
to
they
other
feel
states like
As soon
California.
as they feel that wind, as soon as they feel the wind, they're like, "Oh, no mas," and they're leaving and shit. Give me
Yeah,
a
but,
plane
like,
ticket out of here.
yeah, I know a guy that's lived in Medellin for many years, and he's from New York, and he's telling me that it's starting to look like it's central. Like they
Right.
have like I've seen the videos with the motos, and like they're saying there's
Yeah.
motor robberies now. There's girls that are working the streets. The Venezuelan girls are selling now. Like all the bullshit that they do in Medellin, they're starting to do it in New York. And shit.
I
It's
seen that in
funny
Chicago,
because
as a matter of fact. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
funny because all the immigrants are like trying to come to the states, and everybody's like trying to get a remote job and leave the states.
Right.
That's
I
really
gotta
ironic,
tell you,
right?
that's very smart. Listen, if you get a remote job, first of all, your dollar stretches a long way.
Yeah.
You know as well. Come on, guys. You guys know as well as I do. Let's say you get a remote job. You live anywhere, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Brazil. What's the most that you would spend per month? Let's not even beat around the bush. What is the maximum you'll spend per month? You got a remote job. You're going to pay for your housing, your food, everything. Just give me a number. What do you think it is, Wes and Ulysses? You live in Colombia, Brazil. Just give me an average number you would spend per month. I'll tell you what I know it is. If you had a remote job, you got a place to stay, food, entertainment, everything. What do you think would be your average cost per month? Like you wouldn't spend more than that.
About 1,500, I think. No, actually,
Okay.
1,500 is too much.
How much?
Well, it depends though. Like if I get my visa, like let's say I get a digital nomad visa and I could get my own apartment unfurnished, like 1,000 would be the max then.
That's for everything out the door,
Yeah,
and you'll live
because you got to get
and you'll live
Airbnb though, right? So it
Okay,
increases
so
by
so
$300 or
here's the thing.
$400.
You could $1,000. You could be comfortable, especially if you got some buddies and you hang out with your buddies on the weekend. Let's say with your girlfriends or whatever, and everyone splits the bill. But if you don't split the bill, your entertainment. If you go out Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, which is what they do in Colombia, how much do you spend per night Thursday, Friday, and Saturday on entertainment alone? Just give me a
Man,
number.
I say by myself. If I'm drinking by myself, I don't spend more than 35, 40. That's max.
Okay, let's say at the most $75. If you
Yeah.
calculate that $200, let's say you're spending $800 a month going out Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That $800 includes your food, your meals when you go out to a restaurant, your drinks or your Uber, however you get back and forth. That's $800, but that's living large. You know what I mean? So I would say, yeah, I think $1,500 makes sense. I think it'll be 1,000 on the low end. There's a guy in Medellin now who spends like $600 to $800. He's got his YouTube channel in Medellin. He says he spends about $800 a month, which I do believe because he's got a studio apartment, and then his girlfriend, their parents own it, so he's paying like $200 something for a studio apartment. So it's believable. Then that's not in Poblado. That's probably in Laureles. You can get that all day long. $250 is like what, 900,000 pesos. You can find that all day long if you don't want to be in the touristy areas. So I would say like $1,500 is the ideal number per month. 2,000 is like really that's living comfortable. That'll cover your gym membership. You doing this, you taking classes. I mean, a whole bunch of stuff, man. You could live very comfortable. $2,000. I would say 1,000 to $2,000 a month. You'll live comfortable.
I keep trying to tell Austin to get the SmartFit Black membership, but he doesn't get it. I don't. It doesn't make sense. Like that's just. It's like 35. I have it. It's like $35 a month, and with that you can use. You guys follow Austin Holloman, right? Or no?
Nah,
Yeah,
I've seen his videos. I've seen his videos. I know who he is. Yeah, yeah.
All right, so basically, he's doing like a Latin American tour right now. He's going like first he was in Argentina and like Uruguay, Paraguay. Now he's in Chile. So with the SmartFit Black membership, you can use any gym in Latin America. So I'm like, it only makes sense if you're gonna like country hop. That way you don't have to go and be like, hey, you guys have a day pass. Like, hey, let me go. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's too easy. But whatever.
Why doesn't he sign up for it?
I don't know. I don't understand. It's only $35.
Hey, but he got in trouble. He got in trouble in Brazil for doing that fuck shit.
Oh yeah.
That's true. Yeah, if I was him, like Brazil, I probably wouldn't go to Brazil anytime soon.
Yeah, I think I just if I was him with that, bro. If he goes, he would have to like not talk about it on his channel. Just be like, I'm going to Japan or lie or some shit, and then just do like a quick 2-week trip, and then just like, oh yeah, I left Brazil already. You know, like
Right. Yeah, he's got to. I would delay that, man, because Brazilians are taking it personal. Like these people don't play. You know
I mean, they do have a hookup culture here. I'm not gonna lie, but it just like you don't put that shit on camera, man. Like fuck.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I seen that. I was like, oh, I was thinking to myself, I think when get the hell out of there as soon as possible. Don't even risk your life, man. These people, they would not hesitate. You know what I mean? I would not risk my life. It's the same in Colombia. They don't play games over there, man.
You know what? But Cali is not a beautiful city, man. But I just like the women, my women curvier, man. So when I was there, I was like, damn, you know what? I gotta stay here longer. I gotta stay here like at least a month next time I go. I was only there for 5 days, and I know one girl that I'm cool with. And that's the thing about Colombia. Like once you get that girl that you could trust, that you know for a while, like I have the girls that I'm cool with. I know where they live at. I met their parents and all that good shit. And so they introduced me to their friends, and I love that. And that's how you got to move in Colombia. I think guys get too greedy and they start using Tinder and they try to go out of their way. I'm like, bro, just get that girl that's liberal, that doesn't care. She'll bring her friends around you. You got it good. You take care of her, and she's gonna take care of you, man. That's how you move in Colombia. That's what I think. I think guys are doing too much over there, man.
Getting too greedy, man. They want that quick.
Yeah, get that. My homegirl's a lesbian in Medellin, bro. She brings girls all the time and shit. I love that, and it's not that hard to find one, guys. It's not.
Yeah. What's going on, fellas? What we talking about? We talking about those.
I personally think you should just leave Medellin in 2023, but that's just my opinion, honestly.
Yeah. Medellin getting too saturated, and
facts.
It's getting it's looking like a come up to the locals. You know, the ones that ain't got no money. You got the fucking rob the goddamn gringos. So
facts, they go ahead.
They dress nice. They got their watches. They got the iPhone in their hand. That's an easy come up.
Yeah, they don't even. Colombia doesn't even protect its tourists, man. Like honestly, like
yeah.
Like the Mexican cartel does a better job of protecting the tourists than the Colombian government. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, actually,
if we're being honest.
Fico was talking. He had I think it was a speech like yesterday. You know, the mayor of Medellin. And he was saying, these fucking tourists coming here for sex and drugs. And he didn't really fucking like solve the situation. He was just saying like, yeah, these is fucking tourists basically coming here for drugs and hookers. So he's not gonna make any adjustments because like, hey, these folks coming out here for fucking bitches and fucking coke, obviously. So
yeah, that doesn't. Yeah. So that gives him. I'm not defending the pookies and the mongers, but that doesn't give. That still doesn't make it right to take somebody's life. Like
yeah.
But Amsterdam is known for that. People are not dying in Amsterdam. Come on now. You know what I mean? Like
Colombia, bro. You gotta know. I live here, bro. I know how the system works. Like for them to make adjustments for the tourists. I don't think because you have a lot of things. You have fucking narcos involved in the government here. A lot of people don't know that. Like I live in
Right.
Pereira, and there's Dos Quebradas is like right across from Pereira, and the guy that fucking won to be a mayor there, this dude was in the fucking prison in the U.S. and he's involved with the narcos heavy. So it's like,
Oh damn.
Oh, it's big. Yeah, it's big money. It's big money. I think I don't like to have these conversations, but I know they money launder what $10 billion a year, and then they have to literally clean the money.
they
How do
have
you
to,
do it? Yeah,
bro.
how do you do it?
Bro, the thing is about Colombia, the narcos, how they clean their money. They open mad. I don't know if you know Lico Express.
Right.
Lico Express, that's owned by narcos. So that's how they clean their money.
That's how they clean the money, right?
Yeah, they clean the
Yeah,
money.
they do it through legitimate businesses.
They don't mind losing money. They have liquor stores where they spend a
Have
fucking literally
you ever been
thousands of dollars on liquor bottles that are just sitting on the shelf. They don't
right?
give a fuck because they just want to show the government, hey,
But you ever been to these businesses that have no customers, but they've been there for 5 years?
yeah, exactly. There's a lot of those in Medellin. Medellin,
Yeah, a lot of parquilleras. I don't want to talk about it because
yeah,
I don't even
yeah,
want
yeah.
to
And Cali
have
too, they
that
got those.
They got those. So you'll
Yeah.
see if you ever notice, you go by this business, but yeah, this has been around for 5 years, but it's always dead. There's nobody there.
But yeah, I just want to ask about QB passport, man. You good, bro? Everything's good?
He left already. He left like an hour and a half ago, bro.
Man, I came in late, man. I was out and I'm like, damn, I missed the live because it was saying it's like 5 p.m. or 4:45. But I'm like, damn, I missed out on the live, man. I
Yeah,
missed
I
out.
usually do the lives later, bro. Because remember, I'm ahead by like 4 hours. So like, if I do the
Yeah,
live
yeah.
at 9, it's like almost like 3 o'clock for me and shit.
You out there in Brazil enjoying it, man. I know you're having a good time.
I was supposed to. Hey, I was supposed to have a date today. I was supposed to end the live like 2 hours ago, but the girl at the last minute, she's like, I'm not gonna come through. I was like, shit.
You got
I was
flaked
just-
on flake.
Nah, hey, she came through last week, so I'll give her that. But whatever, man.
If you met her already, usually if they flake on me and they still interested, I do the same shit to them, man. I'll be like,
Yeah,
yo, man,
I don't care, bro. There's so
No,
many
bro,
girls here, bro.
definitely. Maybe we should do some kind of meetup, bro. Like some kind of, we all have this, similar mindset. So we gotta do some kind of meetup in this, one of these countries, man. Maybe Thailand. I was thinking Thailand.
I'm about to hit up Peru, so I think that's gonna be my first time. But I know you told me it's not that bad. You been out there? You been fucking Peru?
Nah, I haven't been to Peru. I know Bug Travels has been to Peru.
Yeah, I've been
Oh,
there.
yeah,
What's
somebody
up,
had told me about Peru. They're like, yo, this shit's popping.
Yo, I will say, man. So it's different. I would say it would be a different aspect. So if you're just going out there, just having, if you want to have the nightlife and all that, it's not comparable, to like the Rios and, Medellin, Colombia, but it's
I'm sure Lima got
unique
some
in its own way. Like if you're trying to do that touristy stuff, you want to see the mountains, mountain peaks and all that.
Oh, you got to do that. Yeah,
But one thing for sure over there is good is the food is amazing over there, man.
Yeah. How's the prices? How's the prices for like food, Airbnbs and shit?
Man, it's cheap, low cost.
Yeah.
Very cheap.
All right. Say no more, man.
Is this KBS? Is this KBS Travels?
Nah, this one, man. The only guy that knows me here is probably you.
Wait, so QB went back to Ecuador?
Yeah, he went to go file the police report.
But isn't the cartel? Didn't they like shut down the country?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the news, man. That shit, the motherfuckers rolled up, but then
Well, they went into the news station, right?
Yeah, live on the fucking air, yo, get down, man. I'll fucking.
Hey, but they caught them though, fool. They didn't even try to like run away. They caught all those guys though.
Damn, that's crazy.
So it's like it goes to show you they don't care. Like like you would think it would be like quick and done, and no, they caught all those guys that did that.
The thing is, I think it's going on from that guy they locked up, that chubby.
Yeah, but he escaped, didn't he? Some dude escaped.
Yeah, he escaped, and he's causing all of this fucking mayhem out there.
I don't think like El Salvador, man. Lock them motherfuckers up.
Oh no,
man.
that's not going to happen because El Salvador those are all gangs. Ecuador has cartels,
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
cartels,
that's true. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
cartels are deep, man. They see the cartels
right?
got money,
Mhm.
so they can hire
Billions.
power. Yeah, they hire
Yeah,
power.
yeah.
They got guns. They got, for with money, people do a lot of things. So people
Right.
desperate for money. So
I don't think.
Oh
I
yeah.
think if El Salvador had the cartels, they would have not. The president not would have been able to do that.
yeah. He wouldn't be able to do that. That was just like gangs, MS-13 and shit.
Yeah.
You could control that with the army. But when you have narcos, man, narcos got too much money.
Narcos are a different game. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, the billions, right?
they
Ecuador, Peru.
yeah, they integrated into the government, so you can't really just make moves on them. You have to basically talk to some other politicians to,
Yeah,
you know.
that's how it is in Mexico, man. They control a lot of the government over there,
Oh
the
yeah,
hotels,
cartels.
everything,
Uh,
man.
the
Shit.
They're not
cartel.
going they're not going away anytime soon, right?
Nope.
How much money does it generate for the Mexican economy?
They
Can you
make a
imagine?
lot. They make about 30 to 40 billion a year, man. Like I think the biggest company
Wow.
in Mexico is Pemex, and Pemex makes about 10 billion. So they're making more than Pemex, the oil company over
Well,
Eh,
everybody's getting their like a piece of the pie. They're
there.
taking out
Yeah, bro, it's a lot.
competition.
It's a huge honeypot, man. It's going everywhere.
It's like that in Colombia, right? I mean, let's not even beat around the bush. Come on.
Nah. I think the Mexican cartel is like really heavy, man. Like this, it's a
Yeah,
lot of
the
power,
cartels,
man.
they even got influence here right now in Colombia because they got so much money. They moving around. Even in Colombia, they're involved. They
Yeah, yeah,
involved.
but the Colombians are not. They're buying the Mexicans are buying from the Colombians. They're
See,
not going. They're
so
not going past the Colombians.
So the difference between cartels and narcos, you have so many narcos. So cartels, you do have cartels, but it's not many as narcos. Narcos here are like fucking groups everywhere. Like fucking, for example, here in Cali, they got so many narcos. They got narcos right down here in Cartago. Cartago is like on
Right.
La Valle, and they have
Oh,
so
oh
much.
wait. Are you familiar? That's right. Yeah, Cartago. You know what I seen, and I was telling somebody earlier. I read this article that the best criminal minds in the world come from, like, I don't want to say this, but from Colombia. There's a guy in Cartago who had a printing press and he was printing $100 bills out of his living room in Cartago. Isn't that
Uh,
crazy?
there was a gringo that got deleted there. He had a bar and he had people employed and everything.
Uh,
Just some fucking Venezuelan just shot him, killed him. It was
for
like,
what reasons? What was he extorting them?
I don't know. It was like a little friction between them or some shit. The guy had a bar and that guy had a bar, so that guy hired somebody to kill him, basically.
Because he's a competition.
Yeah. He was a competition. He was a nice guy. Everybody loved him in Cartago, and this guy been in
Wow.
for like 20 years.
It was in
Okay.
Colombia.
Yes, in Colombia, man. It's right here, right down.
We gotta leave Colombia alone.
So there's nothing he could. You know how cheap it is to kill. I don't want to tell you guys this, but if they wanted to kill somebody in Colombia, you can pay somebody
In
$50.
Colombia, if they're gonna get you, they will get you. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like the security
Yeah,
ain't
man.
gonna stop
The security. Hey, when I was in Cali, I was gonna tell you, Rob. One of the famous DJs there was God, and this guy had he was armed himself, and he had armed bodyguards, and they still got him. Like they were doing like this motor thing with the motorcycles in downtown, and like some heavy guy went up there and they got him, and he had bodyguards, armed bodyguards, and they still got him.
Yeah,
And it was
yeah.
like in front of a huge crowd of people.
But what y'all think about that situation that happened in Colombia with the dudes? With the girls called the cops on those dudes in Cartagena.
You know shit.
Did y'all talked about it? That Ulysses?
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
we
guys
talked about it
the guy,
earlier.
that guy's an idiot for slapping the girl's phone away. He should have not done that.
Yo, in that instance, you know what I would done? Let's say she switched the price for me. Let's say she went from 100 to
Yo,
200.
that
You
best
know what I would do?
situation.
Look,
Let
you know what I
her
would do?
leave.
I would just pay the 400. I would like, you know what?
Just let her leave. That's just gonna be a
No,
fucking.
no. You know what it is. They were sitting there negotiating. They should have pulled the cash out and said, "Here, take it or leave it." You got to
Yeah.
pull the cash out. You don't sit there and
Yeah.
say, "Let's." The idiot. I mean, I don't want to knock him for it, but he's sitting there negotiating $100. Just pull out the $100 and give it to her.
Give
If
it
she's
to
gonna
her.
ask, if she's gonna ask for more, say, "Okay, I'm gonna give you another 50, but I need you to walk out my place right now," and then you give her 50 when she's outside.
That's the peaceful way, man. That's the best way to
But
do
did
it.
you see how she cracked that glass? I'm gonna tell you because I cracked the glass like that before. That glass cost at least because they're in Cartagena, 400 American
Yeah, they're
dollars.
gonna charge them. They're gonna charge them for that shit.
400 American dollars for the glass, and then they got to pay the police off as well.
Yeah, you got to.
When the
That's-
Oh,
police
remember
show
that
up,
guy that yelled at that pro like a while back in Cartagena as well? The young brother, and he said he had to pay the police like $700 to $800 instead of just paying the pro $200 or whatever she wanted. He ended up paying the police almost $800. It's like,
Yeah,
come on, man! Like,
the police, they know you're gonna pay, so they're just gonna shoot
yeah,
for the biggest
yeah,
number.
that's how it is in Mexico as well. Like I've been extorted by Mexican police many times, and she actually I went through a scary moment when I was in Tulum last year. Like where my condo was, it's a dark alley to go to the main town, and at night it's like no lights, bro. Like even the taxi drivers don't go in there at night. They won't
They
take
do
you
that
and
in
shit.
Cancun too. They do that.
Yeah, and the police are like, I didn't see the police truck, and so the guy grabs me in the back, and I turn around and freak out because it's pitch black, dark, and they start searching me. I'm like, fuck, like a million things are going through my head. I'm like, man, I hope this guy doesn't put drugs on me or says like I'll have some shit.
Oh,
But
they-
he was at the same time like, why are you walking around here? And I was like, yeah, I live here right here, and like I've been here for like a month, and and I'm just gonna go over here real quick. It's like, all right, you seem a little bit nervous, but go ahead and go. And I was just like, fucking thank you, God. But they're doing a lot of in Mexico right now, they're doing a lot of drug searches on people, individuals. So
yeah,
they'll
that's
stop
how they
you
get them for the money. That's
yeah,
how
yeah, they're getting you for the money and shit. So I tell people like, don't have nothing on you, man, because if they get something on you, man, like they're not gonna take you to jail. They want the money, but I've seen people get extorted for a lot of money. You see, in Mexico, people are afraid of the cops, not the criminals.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm telling you? And so when the police pulls you over in Tulum or Playa, they know that you got money. They know that you're on vacation, so you're an easy target. And so they target white people more than
Don't
anything.
give them a reason.
Yeah,
Just
don't give them a reason, guys, and shit. Yeah. So
That's the thing. Yeah, man, it's crazy. But Colombia, honestly, I've been living in Colombia for almost 4 years. To be honest with you, it could be safe if you make it to be. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
As long as you don't mind your business, you fucking see shit going on, just back
Right.
away from it. If you feel sketchy with a chick, don't meet her. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? If you don't go out late at night, you just
Yeah, there
decrease
you go.
it. You don't
Yeah.
go out late at night, you just decrease the odds of
If you
problems.
do, from the Uber to the club, whatever, to the bar, and to your crib, that's it.
That's
You
it.
know,
Yeah, but
And- yeah.
people, I don't want to leave the states to have to like, I don't want to be restricted. What is like
Yeah,
quarantine? You feel me?
the thing,
Like,
yeah, but I mean, sure, if you don't like, I don't know what kind of race you are, but if you're not walking around with chains on you, iPhone out, I mean, if you're walking around with the clubs and shit, is that nobody's gonna bother you? If you blend in, nobody's gonna bother you, bro. You get them.
I never wear jewelry.
Yes, I understand. You want to have a vacation. You want to go out. Look, Colombia. At the end of the day, for newbies, is not good. If you're a good traveler, it's good for you. If you like know how to fucking blend in, you know how to talk to people. You're not fucking scared. If you have that anxiety in you, it's going to happen to you in Colombia for sure. Because the way you approach people, maybe people approach you and they see how you react, they're gonna get you. That's
Not only that, but the way you dress. If you don't dress like
yeah,
a Colombian,
exactly. Don't
you don't
fucking wear
dress like a
flip-flop
Colombian.
and basketball shorts walking around.
I saw a lot of
Right.
that. I saw a lot of that in Medellin, and I saw some guys even sagging their pants. I was like, "Shit, really, bro? Come on, man!" When I saw that guy sagging his pants, I was like, "Damn, it is over in Medellin, bro." I was like, "It is over." And so you got the dudes that used to go to Miami get passports. Now they're going to Colombia, and I used to live in Miami, so I could tell you that the locals in Miami hate those dudes. And so I understand where the Colombians are coming from in a sense because they
Yeah.
If you fuck shit, man.
If you've been to Miami, you know people from Miami, they fucking hate tourists because they
Yeah,
come.
they hate South Beach, man. They never go to South Beach at all,
They never
man.
go to South Beach. Yeah, exactly. So it's like you have people come down to Medellin, they loud as fuck, they roll in groups, they fucking scream, they drunk, they just feel like they downtown in their hometown. It's like,
Yeah, but dude, do you think they think? Do you think they accept you disrespecting their women? Come on, man.
Hell no.
Come on, dude. Come on. Let's be honest. I told you these people are tribal. When you bring in a low stratus girl around a high stratus person, they don't like that shit. Now they're not going to take any action around it, but I'll tell you the Colombian cartel's a whole different game. You try that shit around them, they don't fuck around.
Oh yeah, they don't play around, man. I
They don't
remember
play around.
I live here in Pereira, and I remember I was at the stadium once, and there was a gringo. He was just like being loud as shit, seeing girls, even though with their boyfriends, he was like pointing at them. Somebody just out of nowhere came and slapped the shit out of him, like straight up.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. He was just being
Wow.
like obnoxious. He was with a couple of people. I don't even think they he like lived in the area or something. I think he would just come in the Salento, and he
Right.
decided to go to the fucking stadium and be fucking obnoxious. Some of the good
Wow.
fucking guys just came and slapped the shit out of him, and because he
The
was like,
police are not going to do anything.
they're not gonna do shit.
Nah, nah, they
But
Yeah,
he
they're
good.
was
not going
being,
to do shit.
yeah, he was being obnoxious, and he was pointing at the girls, and some of the girls have boyfriends. It's like, yo, what are you doing, dude?
That
This,
would happen in the states too. You'll get your ass beat too. It's no different
yeah,
in Colombia.
exactly.
That's
So
not a Colombian thing. That's anywhere in the world that you get your ass beat when you do
yeah, so I was just sitting there and laughing at him. I was like, yo,
that.
that shit should have slapped you again.
Listen, I know some guys in Medellin that are like, they're not there anymore. This guy was like a big time somebody. But this guy was the nicest guy in the world. Nicest guy in the world. But you don't cross him. He was connected. Like he'll talk to you, hey, what's up, man? You know, like just a regular guy, but very connected. Very connected. Matter of fact, and I don't like to even have these conversations. He pays somebody $50,000 to hunt somebody down in Colombia that owes him money. And then he told him, here's a 50 grand, go find this person. You know, like that's how connected this guy is. Which it's crazy because I didn't believe the story because he's the nicest guy in the world. Like you talk to him, he's a nice guy, but you know, it's a different world, man. Nice guys out there is a whole different story.
I
Like you
uh
just
I recently met an African guy, right? And him and his brother live here in Pereira. And his brother used to be an arm dealer, believe it or not. He's well connected here in Colombia. He was a big arm dealer. Like he was selling basically arms to all over South Africa, Afghanistan, fucking Congo, Burkina Faso, all of this shit. I was like, damn, this motherfucker crazy. You got I think his wife is from like Pasto or some shit like that. But he
right,
lives out here, and I mean, he don't do that anymore. But he was telling me, he was like showing me pictures. Damn, this
right.
motherfucker crazy.
Well, listen, which I probably I don't like to have these comments. I used to think that so the cartels are they only like deal with certain people like Russians,
Yeah,
Mexicans,
yeah,
and
yeah.
And
This guy.
Iranians. Those are the only people they deal with.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah,
deal with anybody else. They don't deal with Cubans, Dominicans, Puerto Rican, nobody else.
yeah.
I didn't know that. Like they would tell me, like, because I was talking to a few people I know. They said the reason they don't do that is
They
because
respect
the people.
status.
No. It's because the Puerto Rican, the Dominicans, Cubans would take their stuff and never come back, never pay
Yeah,
any
yeah,
tax.
it's true.
These other people, like these other groups, they pay. You
From
know,
Africa, yeah, they pay ahead. They
they
usually
pay ahead. Yeah. They don't mess around. They you know just different. So the guys I met, nicest guys in the world. Some of them are they're Iranian.
Mhm.
Nicest guys, fluent in Spanish, English, Persian, whatever, Farsi, but don't cross them. Nicest guy, but don't ever mistake in kindness for weakness. This guy was very connected. Very. It's incredible. Like, I mean, I seen him hanging out with these guys. You see him like on Narcos, and they
Yeah,
all showed up. I said, oh, it's time for me to leave. And I left the damn place because they came in. They looked like everybody on Narcos,
yeah.
you know?
I don't know if you guys heard about that guy from the Persian guy that was living in Medellin and he was dating Miss Colombia. Y'all heard about him? He got locked up in the States and shit.
No,
Um
no, I never heard.
look him up, yo. His name is let me put it on the fucking thing over here. His story is crazy, bro. His Colombian girl snitched on him too. She was going to the States with him, and I think he did some. He was a bogus guy anyway. He was a liar, and let me write it over here. Y'all could just look it up and read this shit. It's crazy, bro. This guy was actually living in Medellin.
Right. Well, you know, I used to think that the drug dealers that were Middle Eastern and Colombia, they're Iranian. I used to
It's his
think they
name
were
right there.
Arab.
Look him up on Google. Read the stuff.
Yeah.
It's a crazy story about him, man. It's crazy. This guy's been living in Medellin for like 3, 4 years. dated. He was dating Miss Colombia. I think she
Right,
was no, she wasn't Miss Colombia. She was Miss Universe at one point.
right. He's very connected, right?
Yeah, he's very connected. He was actually with the politicians, meeting with the
Oh
politicians.
yeah, he's got big money. These guys, you know, they're a different breed, man. If listen, if you get into their circle and they trust you, you're okay. They got your
Yeah,
back. But if you get into their circle and you start acting like a gringo, it's game over.
yeah, it's crazy, man. But this guy's story is insane. I was like, damn, that's fun. He was he was a scammer too, obviously, but I don't know how he had so much connection to Colombia, but I think the his time was up. His time was up in the States.
Who turned him in? His girlfriend?
I think what he was trying to do, I think somebody in the States was trying to hit on his girl.
Right,
And what he did is, I guess they got into a big argument. Somebody faked a death. I think he hired his one of his bodyguards in the States. That
right.
guy was an ex FBI agent or some shit. And
His
so I guess,
bodyguard.
yeah, yeah, he hired them. He sent them $20,000 on Cash App.
Right.
And that
Oh,
gave,
what an idiot.
yeah, yeah. So, and his girlfriend actually snitched on him too because he told her I would kill this guy. But it was a fake death where
Okay.
actually the bodyguard was involved, but he showed like the guy was killed, but he wasn't actually killed. It was just like a fake blood.
Stage. Yeah.
Yeah, stage shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have him all over the fucking Colombian news,
I
man.
gotta check it out. I didn't know he was Iranian. I thought he was
Yeah, his
from
name.
Venezuela.
No, the dude. His name on Instagram is Prince Fred.
Okay.
Prince Fred.
We'll
And
check him out.
yeah, he was actually known in Medellin, man. He was chilling with the politicians there and army. He was showing up to like army shows and he had that shit all broadcasted through his Instagram.
So why did the United States arrest him? Like I
Because
mean what did
he
they
did
extradite him?
no, he did this shit in the States. That's where he did it.
Oh, what an idiot.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard.
What an idiot.
Yeah, bro. And he got him, man.
Wow.
He
He's
had wired the
stupid.
bodyguard 20 grand.
Because normally Iranians are smart. Like the ones I've met, they're fucking intelligent.
Yeah, this guy is.
You know what I mean? The Middle Eastern people are normally smart. Like they know how to hustle. You know, and but this guy pulled a straight up gringo move.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
what an idiot, right?
Floppy. I think what it is, he was in love with this girl too much,
Right.
and she's a fucking model, man. Everywhere she's attractive. You could see her on these Instagram.
Especially in the United States where the women are average looking or below
Bro,
average.
this bitch was a Miss Universe, so she goes to the States.
Wow.
Everybody gonna be drooling over her, from the
Right,
cab
of course.
to the goddamn doorman to the
Right.
server. You know what I mean? Everybody gonna
Right,
try to
right.
get her every second they get. But
Right.
so I guess
What an idiot. Why did he take her to the States, man?
I mean, it seems like she had the visa because obviously she was Miss Universe. She traveled
Of course.
around.
Yeah. Yeah, but in the States, everybody is like, you know how it is.
Man, a 5 in Colombia is fucking 8 in the States.
8 in the States. I know. Listen, I know a guy that was you ever see Scarface where he says, "What am I, a baggage handler?" So I met a guy that really was a baggage handler, and there was a girlfriend I had, ex-girlfriend, which she was in Colombia. She was probably a 6.5. I'm not gonna lie to you, but she came from a good family, my type, but she wasn't close to an 8, 9.
Yeah. Tommy, that's her name. I think that's her name. Yeah.
What's her name?
I think he wrote it down there. Andrea.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna look it up. So,
yeah. Just look up. All you gotta do is Google his name. And
yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. What's his name?
I wrote it on a private chat right there.
Yeah, let me check it out right now.
Fred Khalifa Khalilian, or whatever. But yeah, that story is crazy because I remember I seen this guy at the concert one time. He was rolling deep with the cops, and he had VIP. And the police was around, So I discovered, I asked some gringo friends, obviously, that was with me. That I was like, "Yeah, y'all know this guy? This guy looked like he's a big shot." And next thing you know, I looked up his Instagram. Next thing you know, people just started talking about it in Medellin, and I'm like, "Damn, this motherfucker."
Well, I thought he was Iranian. It turns out he's Arab, right?
He's no, he's Iranian, bro. He's
Oh, he's
Iranian.
Iranian because it
Yeah,
says
yeah.
Colombia's far Arab prince, the charade
Nah,
of French.
he's a scammer. He tries to scam people. He's Iranian, Persian, 100%.
Yeah, he looks
Yeah,
Persian, 100% Persian.
Botox and all of that shit.
Yeah,
You could
yeah,
see.
he looks Armenian though.
Yeah,
Doesn't he
but
look Armenian, like one of the Kardashians?
yeah. But you know how it is in LA, man. There's a lot of Persians, and they kind of
Yeah,
look like they Armenians because they like, you know how the
somehow.
Persians
Yeah,
are
they
in
try.
LA.
Yeah,
They
they get the
fucking snobs,
Botox and lips and nose and everything
snobs and
else.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. He's ugly, dude. I don't know how the hell he pulled a damn.
Oh no, man. He was scamming her too, so I wouldn't blame her for
Hey,
snitching.
money.
Probably lied for her, like fucking.
Yeah, money talks, but at the end of the day, they still want a decent looking guy, even if he's got money.
Yeah,
You
she's a
can't look
Miss
like this,
Universe,
dude.
man.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's
So
crazy.
he's a con artist.
It's a con artist, basically. Yep.
Fuck, man. All of these guys be conning, man. I see this over and over again with these con artists. Like, that's
Yeah,
how they do it.
there was a when I used to live in Medellin, there was a guy that I met. This dude was bragging, boasting about he was doing credit cards, checks in the states, would come down to Medellin. But I think he got busted in the states. I haven't seen him since then. I think he don't use his Instagram no more. But this dude was just like literally just doing checks and credit card frauds and just coming to Medellin to blow that shit out.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah, there's a lot of people do shit like that because they know it's fucking take their money, man. That money can go a long way. They can get a lot of hookers and feel like they safe and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I met a guy that was Persian. He was 45. His girlfriend was 21. So he had a kid with her. I think she was from Stratus too, from Medellin.
Uh,
She on a scale of 1 to 10 in the states, she probably would be an 8.5. In Medellin, she's like a 7. Nice looking, like right. So his son is half Persian, half Paisa. So he told her, "I'll pay for everything. You just have my son learn Persian, and we'll send him to some elite schools in Medellin or whatever." And
yeah,
that's what he did. He didn't want his kid raised like solely as a Paisa. And part of that, he told her, "I'll pay for everything." He bought her a house for like 40 grand, Stratus 3 in Medellin,
yeah,
in Sabaneta. And then he also so his family was happy because he's 45 years old.
yeah.
He's the only one that had a kid, you know?
I
Didn't
think
matter.
for Colombians is normal because
Yeah.
where I live in Pereira, every time I go, I see like fucking guys that's like 45, but they Colombian. They be with like a
Right.
girl that's like 23, 24.
Dude, I seen a 60-year-old man with an 18-year-old.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. That shit is normal out
Shit.
here,
It's
man.
normal, dude.
Yeah,
I thought it was his granddaughter. He's like, "This is my wife." She's like 18 or 19.
yeah.
What the
Sometimes they
fuck?
do have a open relationship, kind of like low
Right.
key, because I know in Medellin they do that shit a lot. I ran into like a girl. I was
You
talking to her,
you know
and
what I seen? I seen a Chinese guy from China with the Paisa woman, Stratus 1, and his kid came out straight up Chinese. Nothing about him was Colombian.
damn,
Looked like the father, dude. Straight up like from China, man. It's
too much
incredible.
garlic in that pussy.
Right, straight up
Soy sauce.
Chinese.
Damn, it's crazy. So this is why Persian women stick to their men. Their men treat them with luxury and material things.
Yeah, that's what they do. They spoil them with goods. I know
Yeah,
a Colombian girl living in Dubai. Her boyfriend was a big drug dealer. He got caught in Malaysia, and then she's still living in Dubai on his money, a lavish lifestyle. He had a condo in Dubai, She's not going back to Colombia. She
Oh
had an
yeah,
extravagant lifestyle in Dubai.
yeah. I recently seen one of the girls I used to talk to. I met her on Bumble, but I got her on Instagram. She's recently out there, like fucking. I'm like,
Same here. Hey, two of the waitresses that used to work at my friend's bar over there right now in Dubai. I'm like, how the hell they're
yeah, they be on seeking, man, seeking because
you know, there was some dudes like they don't post pictures of the. That's what I hate about Colombian women. Like they think for some reason everybody is dumb that we don't know that they're with other guys. Like, bro, we know you can't afford that trip to Dubai or to Europe. Like,
yeah, it's obvious. They pay
I
for
had this one Venezuelan girl. I told her the other day, it's like, I know that you're with a what's the sugar daddy picture at? He wants to come out in the picture too because she was taking a bunch of pictures of herself in Spain, and I knew some dude paid for it. You know, like, no, I saved my money. I'm like, nah, you didn't save your money, you lying ass chick. You know, like.
I agree with Maury though. Maury said the Persians always get to the bag. Yeah, they either fucking con artists or they just get to the bag. That's
Yeah,
true.
most of them are. They don't work hard. They're con artists.
Yeah, they smart.
They hustle by conning.
Yeah. You never gonna find a Persian that's broke. That's for sure.
Dude, I know a guy between you and I. Hopefully, he's not listening. But I know a guy that lived in Medellin. He's got a business. He had a $40,000 SUV, $60,000. He had an apartment, like a condo, 2-3 bedroom, Stratus 4 or 5, and he's asking people for money. How the hell are you
Yeah.
living a lavish lifestyle and you're broke? And he's been broke for 10 years, but he's getting people giving him 10 grand here. You know, but he's a good salesman. Like, he smiles and makes you feel good and buys you a $5 sandwich so he can get $10,000 on it.
It's good at
Incredible.
persuading motherfuckers.
Oh
Damn,
yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
know, I didn't know Iranian men were like that. Shit. I thought they were more like educated on the educated side because I
Well,
see the
see,
women.
the thing is, Persians are not Arabs. You know, I'm Arab, so
Yeah, I know
Persians
that.
are not
Yeah,
Arab. They different. You know, you got
they speak their own language, right? Farsi, right?
yeah. They have Arabs are people that speak Arabic, but yeah, they speak Farsi. Majority of the country, Iran, they speak Farsi, and then you got some Afghanis that speak Farsi too, and they speak Pashto too, obviously Urdu and Pashto. But yeah, that's how just a lot of Persians they like that too. Afghanis too, because I grew up in New York, so I know how Afghanis run. They just
They
Hey,
similar.
but
hustle.
The
Well, no,
Persian
I don't
women.
know if they hustle. Do they hustle, or is it a combination of hustling and conning?
I mean, it just depends. You know, you're just gonna have somebody that scams or con artists,
Right,
or they're just gonna
right.
have multiple businesses. They. The thing is, they work together for sure. Like they're kind of like Jews. You know what I mean? Like they bring their
Right.
cousin here, their cousin come here. They show them the business. They like, hey, if you want to open a business like this, we can help you out. You know, it's
You
just
know,
like,
we'll put it up. You give us half the profits or something
yeah,
like that.
there you go. So they put them
And then
on.
they put up the money and everything else. He runs the business. They do 50-50 on the
It's kind of
profit.
like Palestinians too. Palestinians do the same.
They
Palestinians
do
and
the same.
Jews, Israelis are the same. They
Well,
grew up
but
in
hold up. But the Palestinians. Let me ask you about the Palestinians. Is
yeah.
it the ones that come from the village or the ones that come from the cities? There's a difference.
Yeah. That's true because a lot of people that come from the village, I don't know,
Do they
man.
are they? They
They
don't work together, do
yeah,
they?
built different, man. It's true
No,
because
you know, it's like I hate to use this analogy. It's like somebody from Alabama and it's somebody from New York. The one from Alabama, is he gonna work like the one from New York where he
yeah,
brings the
that's true. That's
champagne?
true because a lot of people that's from the village, they usually either come to the states or they don't go to Jordan. But the people don't like to work much. They go to Jordan
But
because
do they work together? Is what I'm asking you. The ones from the
oh, they
city
work
versus
together. They work together. Yeah, all the Palestinians they
okay.
work together.
It
Because
doesn't matter if they're from a village versus a city.
no. I don't think that matters much. Because they, you know how it is, man. You know, Israel and Palestine, they both lived together before the state became Israel. They were together. They would live together,
Some of
and
them still have the traditional values, though,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah,
So
no,
the traditional
but the
values.
Jews, but the Jews don't even work together. Like, say for example, the only time they work together, you got the Eastern European Ashkenazi. They work among each other, and then you got the Sephardic ones, the ones that
Orthodox
are
too, because I grew up in New York and I know how they are. I grew
they,
up in
they work together when there's outsiders. You know what I mean? But among to each other, do they? You know what I mean? Like, say for example, you're Arab, and then you come in, they're not going to work with you. But if they're like, that's when they work together, when there's outsiders. Am I right? But
Yeah.
it's not like how
I lived in
I don't
Brooklyn.
know.
I lived in the Bronx. I
Right.
even lived in Jersey City. I know the Jews, like the Orthodox, they're all together. If
Right.
there's a business,
There
they're
is a
all
diamond trade. Like you want to get into the diamond trade in New
you pitch
York,
a
you
little
can't
bit, I
walk into
pitch a little bit, he pitch a little bit, we open up a big ass business. That's how they do. They buy properties. I know a lot of them, they especially in Miami, they
right.
fucking buying out a lot of properties there. And that's how they do. They just get in the
You know
pot.
what I read? I read that a million Israelis left. Okay, how much was it? Like some ridiculous amount left after October 7th. So they went to Miami. They went to
Yeah,
New
yeah,
York.
yeah. You know what? I have this girl on IG, and she went to Miami. I saw her, and I was like, "Holy!" shit, she's been there for months. Like a lot of the rich Israelis, like took off. I guess they don't want their kids serving in the IDF, so they left. And
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, because they're forcing them to do that.
And I know a guy that's a Israeli, a young dude that's in Playa. He was with me. He was the cook at one of the
Right.
hostels I was at, and I
Right.
asked him, "Is he gonna go back?" He's like, "Hell no."
Yeah,
Yeah. Right. And the political situation.
it's
But
Right.
those guys are not real soldiers.
not a Yahoo, whatever that dude's name. He's fucking
Yeah.
like a
Well,
dictator.
he's you know from a political standpoint, he's trying to pass these laws where they don't have any more freedoms. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that.
So people can't protest because I know.
He's trying to buy himself immunity though. Wasn't he like going up like against corruption charges, him and his wife or something
Oh
like that?
yeah. So he was trying to change the
The Supreme
Constitution.
Court. He was trying to Supreme Court so he couldn't like they couldn't prosecute him and shit.
Right.
It's fucking
Yeah.
Oh
It's
my god.
crazy.
But it's
Crazy.
so
Has anyone
crazy.
dated like Middle Eastern women?
I did. Shit, I was married with a Algerian girl for 5 years. So I'm Algerian myself. So I dated the Palestinian. I dated
Oh shit, really?
yeah,
Okay.
man. Dated the Palestinian. I dated the Moroccan, even Moroccan. So
Wow.
yeah.
Man,
What
I was
what
talking to
what's
this
um,
I was
what
gonna
do
tell
you
you, bro. I was talking to this Palestinian girl the other day, and like she says that the way they marry over there sometimes is like the guy proposes to the family, and then like he marries her or whatever. I was like, I thought that was crazy. She was telling me that some guy proposed to her dad, and like she might marry him. I was like, what the fuck? Like, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't say everywhere. There's 22 Arab countries, right? So you have modern
yeah,
ones.
she lives in Jordan though. She's Palestinian,
Yeah,
so
That's
Yeah.
why.
Usually see the majority of Jordanians are actually Palestinians. A lot of people
Yeah.
don't know that.
But it's still a traditional society, right?
Yeah, they're from villages from Palestine, so they do have that tradition where they do want to marry someone like
that's
throughout
what I
the
need, man. I need a
yeah.
good village girl.
that's crazy
Yeah.
though, man.
Yeah. They don't have like okay. So if you look at if you take a Middle Eastern girl in the U.S., if she's exposed to American girls growing up in school, 9 times out of 10 she might be
Yeah,
loose.
yeah, she's gonna have the same mentality.
You have to say
Yeah,
she's gonna want to play both sides of
yeah.
the fence.
I
So she's gonna want to be traditional when it's convenient. She's gonna want to be a feminist when it's convenient. It's very
yeah,
dangerous.
exactly. That's true.
It's
So
very
what
dangerous. Right?
which country or which like culture do you recommend
So
for
these
brothers
people
to
are very
go?
tribal. Like if you were to go outside the country and you wanted to go find a wife, they're so tribal. It's crazy. So the best thing you can do, I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. If you find one in the U.S., you'll be lucky if you find a good one in the U.S. It's like maybe 5%. Am I wrong?
Ye- Yeah, it depends where she grew up, what kind of family she
There's a
grew up.
lot of if she went to like a conservative school, and if that's the case, like there's a lot of different things that come in play. Is it
Family plays a
impossible?
big role. Family plays a big role. Like,
Big
But you
time.
said you're Algerian, right?
yeah, I'm Algerian.
So you're so I'm Christian. So is that gonna be like a big issue?
If
In
you find a
Algeria,
Christian one,
Algeria is,
no.
Algeria is modern, man. They don't give a shit. It's
Okay,
like
bet.
Algeria sits in North Africa. It's close
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Europe.
yeah, yeah. It's right next to
Yeah,
Morocco, right?
but setting the
Or no,
religion
Tunisia.
aside, are they still tribal, the Algerians? Where you gotta go to the family, get the permission. Are they still like that, Algeria, or are they more
I mean, if you want to get
liberal?
married, obviously you got to go talk to her family. But I mean,
Okay, so that's
people
the
in my
tradition.
country mostly nowadays, what they do is like you date the girl. Obviously, you got to get to know her. Then, if you feel like she's has potential to be a wife, then you go ask her family. Obviously, I feel like that's everywhere, even in Colombia. If you want to do that, you got to go ask her.
Got to go to the
Ask her
family.
family. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Um,
Colombia's the same. Colombians are tribal. Colombians are like Arabs.
yeah, yeah,
Actually, to be honest with you, I think the Latino culture is like the Arab culture. They're
yeah.
very tribal. They're very tribal. This is what people
Somebody
don't.
was saying something about a big population of Arabs in Barranquilla. That's very true,
Yeah,
man.
there's like 200,000
There's a
Palestinian,
lot.
Syrian, Lebanese, or something like that.
There's a few towns actually outside Rihuacha in La Guajira. They have
Right.
mayors that's Arabs. There's a mayor
Yeah.
there. His name is Muhammad, and he's
Right.
Lebanese. He's of Lebanese descent. They came
Right.
to Colombia when they had the war going on with Israel, and the Colombia had like a refugee system for them, like a Iceland system or whatever it's called.
Right.
Yeah, so a lot of them
But
came
you know, they do a lot of business. They're involved in a lot of stuff. You know, another country
from
that has a
Barranquilla.
lot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. So they do a lot of because they do a lot of business and it's a port over there. So they import a lot of stuff and export a lot of stuff. It's
That's
really
true.
good for the Colombian economy.
Yeah,
You know
I
who
used to go
else?
to Barranquilla and I used to hear Arabic at the mall, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on over here with these Arabs?
Yeah, I seen a really attractive looking Middle Eastern.
They
Just
actually mixed. They mixed in over there.
yeah.
You'd be surprised. You might meet some girls, be like, "Hey, my dad is Arab," and you'd be like, "What the
Right.
fuck?" Like,
You'll find that, but here's the problem. I think this brother over here is looking for a traditional woman.
yeah.
That's what he's gonna have
I'm
a hard time.
I'm I have to go to Algeria. Looking
You gotta
for
visit Algeria, man. Algeria is off the grid. A lot of people don't know about it, and if you do, I would suggest using. You could use Tinder because it's Tinder over there. Look, Algeria, you don't have to worry. There is robberies, but they very like small chance of them happen.
Yeah, but Juan, wouldn't it be easier
I
for
got
him?
robbed in Algeria. I got robbed twice, and
Oh,
that's
no
my
kidding.
country. But the shit that happened, it was weird. I was
yeah,
got to
Yeah,
stay home.
but wouldn't it'll be easier for him to go there with a wingman like yourself? If he
Yeah,
just
yeah,
goes there and starts talking to women online,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
what's
yeah.
it like there? You know,
Yeah.
you want to break that down because you don't want to start having people assuming it's like Colombia. You chat online and
Yeah,
then you
yeah,
meet them in
you don't
person.
want to come off like the chick's not gonna be that easy like Colombia, but if you could build some chemistry with a chick that you meet online, you get to know her, you talk to her for a little bit, 3, 4 months, and then you decide to go see her. It's not that bad. This still happens because I know I have I actually have one of my friends from Virginia. He ended up marrying an Algerian girl. He's married with her. He's happy. They got like fucking a kid now, and
Mhm.
he since then
So if
he's
you don't mind me asking, you don't have to say, but why did you get a divorce?
too many family problems. Her
Okay,
family
got you.
was involved, my family was involved. Usually it's like that, right? So us Arabs, when you have too much poison inside the families, it is going to get worse because they're just going to be whispering in their ear, and you can't control it. You know what I'm saying? It just comes
Yeah.
down to you either going to part ways, or you stay with it, or you just deal with it. But I couldn't deal with it.
Juan, let me ask you this along the same lines of what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. Let's not even beat around the bush. You live in Pereira.
yeah.
What are the odds of you finding a wife? I
And
would
better,
say, okay, I'm not talking about a girlfriend. I'm talking about a wife long term. Let's not even pretend. It's
uh,
almost impossible to find a
it's
quality wife long term. Yes or no?
and Pereira is doable. I feel like here because I have like a couple of friends here. They're actually married. They're happy.
Okay,
I have one of my Arab friends that live here. He's from
right.
Morocco. He's
Okay,
happy. His wife is not from Pereira. She's from like La Virginia. La Virginia
okay.
is like
That's a smaller town. That's why.
yeah, yeah. And she's perfect for him, bro. He was
Yeah,
married before with
but
the
she's from a
Moroccan chick.
smaller.
It
But
didn't
here's
work
the
out.
thing. She's from a smaller town, bro. She's not from
Yeah,
Pereira.
yeah. But
Let's not.
Pereira, you got to remember, right? So Pereira, it's not Medellin, man. It's smaller.
Right.
It's most of the girls that I meet here, they work. They got jobs.
Okay.
They don't ask you for money. If you're gonna meet them somewhere, they always get in their Uber. They get in a taxi. So this is
Right.
the thing I like about it. I lived in Medellin and I lived
Yep.
here. So now, like Pereira is so much better. It's so much better. The
So,
chicks,
so here's the thing: they're not exposed to the foreigners they're exposed to in Medellin. But
exactly.
Pereira's
You gotta speak
Pereira,
Spanish, man. You gotta speak. If you speak
hundred
Spanish,
percent.
yeah, you speak Spanish. Trust me, everything changes around you.
Right.
Like you
But
learn.
here's the thing: once you take her out of Pereira, you take her to Medellin, it's game over, dude. I'm gonna,
Why would you
I'm
do
gonna,
that? Why would
I'm
you
gonna,
do that?
I'm gonna
If
tell
I
you
could
why.
with your Twitter.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. I had an ex-girlfriend from Pereira. On a scale of 1 to 10, in the U.S. she'll be a 10. In Pereira, she was a 8, maybe 8.5. Her body was a 10. She came to move to me. She moved into Medellin with me. Bro, it was game over. She started hanging out with people she knew in Medellin. Three guys show up and picking her up in front of the house. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm telling her, what do you think? I'm a stupid gringo? You know what I mean? She comes
Oh,
back
the
home with a
pickies.
fucking rose from, you know, the roses they sell at these nightclubs? She's coming back. She goes, here, I brought you a rose. I'm like, the
Uh,
That's
fuck are you?
bullshit. That's bullshit.
Of course it is. Listen. When these three guys showed up in front of the house, she told me these are college friends. They're all Pisces. Now, she could be telling the truth, right? Let me tell you why. She offered me to go hang out with her and her friends. I told her, no, go. I pulled a straight up American move. No, I'm a pretty secure guy. Have a good night. Go enjoy yourself like a dumbass gringo. I
uh,
should have went and hung out with her, but all night long you'd be hanging out with these paisas, and you know how they're gonna hate on you, especially if you got a good looking paisa woman and you're a
oh
foreigner. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
you want to get
So
that one, man. You don't want to get too hot. Too hot is going to cost you too much problem.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I had that. I had that. I had one in Cali that was a 6.5 out of 10. She had both parents and still married.
that's
Never
good.
touched. Never had a boyfriend. Like I mean, I could go on a list of things, but she wasn't hot. She was a 6.5. If she was in the States, she'd be an
Got a
8.
nice body. You mix it up.
Oh yeah, no, she does have a nice body. Check this out. I'll tell you a funny story. So while I broke up with her because I was in China and I was working 14-hour days, I had no time for this girlfriend. Again, she wasn't a 10, she was like a 6.5. When I broke up with her, she was still friendly with this baggage handler. He's a baggage handler for, you know what a baggage handler is? The guy that
Yeah,
loads the
yeah, yeah.
plane.
Someone that handles
Yeah,
the
yeah, the guy that loads the bags on the planes for the airlines.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
really a baggage handler. He was a big fat Puerto Rican guy. And he was talking to her when I dumped her. Again, like I said, she wasn't a 10, but she was a good, decent girl. Like she's marriage material. But she wasn't hot. She had a nice body, but she wasn't hot.
What?
So I wasn't, yeah. But she's marriage material. You follow me?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I'm
Hmm.
telling you, she wasn't hot, but she was attractive. Like she wasn't ugly, but she wasn't hot. She had a nice body, like like a Puerto Rican woman, nice
Yeah,
big butt,
yeah.
natural. So she was, I swear to God, marriage. Like I've been in Colombia for 6 years. I probably met two women that were potentially marriage material. She was one of them. So I ended up leaving her because I was working 14-hour days in China, 6 days a week, sometimes seven. I had no time for a girlfriend. And so I left. When I broke that off, this baggage handler, he jumped all over it, ended up marrying her.
Oh damn. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I seen a dude
But
from Medellin married the girl off seeking arrangement.
wow.
Literally, you know what he did though? This dude took this chick all the way to Philippines. They're living together over there. He fucking got her. It just went straight to Philippines.
What an
Uh,
idiot.
Smart. You gotta get her out of the country, man.
Took her somewhere is low key, like, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Motherfuckers ugly as hell. Let's just chill
Right.
it.
Right. Right.
It's crazy.
Right. That's funny.
It's just
Uh,
so,
But
but
you know
yeah,
what I think if you're looking for traditional, the only problem is like Juan was saying, you meet these traditional women like in Algeria, as long as if their family's heavily involved, it's
yeah,
gonna be complicated.
yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Right now, Algeria do have like something kind of similar like to Colombia. They do have a lot of single women, single moms,
Right.
because and the media, social media kind of ruin things, and It's Algeria is it's nice. You could still go to get a good woman from like a small like where I'm from. It's called Waran. Waran is
Right.
like the second big city there. It's kind of like known like Miami there, so it's popping. They got nightlife.
Right.
Bitches just chicks just dress like short shirts, fucking piercings and tattoos, and they love to do coke. But then you have towns like cities that's smaller. Chicks are more laid back. They work. They family oriented. So it's like you just gotta be careful too. Even if you go to Algeria, you gotta be careful where you get your chick from too, because
Right.
obviously they're exposed to more shit. They like to
As soon as
do.
you bring them to the U.S., you're in trouble, man.
Oh,
Soon
yeah,
as you,
yeah, most likely.
they
some
always
guy,
treat us.
some guy that's got more money, nicer
Honestly, when it
car.
comes to marriage, I feel like it's luck, man. Some motherfuckers are lucky as shit. Because I got one of my cousins, he just lucky, man. He got him, you know what I'm saying? He got him a woman that's right.
Right.
Everything, she's like submissive to him. And she's not that bad. It's like,
Right.
I feel, I feel good for him, But just take it easy, man. Just if you're trying to get married, don't rush it. Don't rush
Right.
it. If you can live in her country, do it.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Oh, I'm not. I was just trying to find a good person. You know, this is
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of these chicks
Morocco
in Latin
too.
America ran through, man. Like, no disrespect, but it's
Yeah.
the truth.
You know what? You're
Surprised a
telling
lot
the
of
truth.
motherfuckers marrying chicks from Morocco, but you gotta be careful. The Moroccan chicks, they do a lot of magic.
A lot of magic.
Hey,
A
but
lot of
they're,
bullshit.
they're
Like
good looking,
witchcraft.
bro. The Morocco girls are pretty fine, man.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
they be
Oh yeah.
Moroccans can compete with Brazilians,
yeah,
bro. Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
straight up. They
hands
say
down.
hidden gem, but go to Morocco and she put it in your food, and that's a rat.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what they do. That I heard about that magic. Is that
Yeah,
shit's real, right?
trust me, I tell you that they do that in Algeria, but not as much as Morocco. Trust me.
I don't
What?
believe in none of that
Wow.
shit.
Oh
I
shit!
believe in Jesus. Fuck that
Yeah,
shit.
yes,
Yeah,
you can believe it. Somebody that look like Jesus, they still get you.
they still get. Yeah, they put that stuff in your food, right?
Man, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna catch a boner on another woman.
I think the most attractive women in the Middle East are. I'll tell
Damn.
you what. Most attractive are like the Palestinian, Lebanese,
Lebanese.
and the Syrian. You guys know why? Because they're mixed. They have
Yeah,
some Southern European DNA.
yeah, that's
Some of
true.
them might have some Arab DNA. Some of them might have some Canaanite DNA. So they got, and some of them might have some African. Like so you have that mixture. You know what I mean? You ever see like the women that are Eritrean, Ethiopian? Those
Yeah,
women, do they have a
some of them
mixture of
be mixed with
African?
Arab, and they look good.
They're mixed. Yeah, they're mixed with Arab. So
Yeah,
so you could tell because of their eyes, like they got almond shaped eyes. That shit comes from the Arabs, right? So you start to look at their features, you could see that. And a lot of the Sudanese as well. Like the Sudanese are mixed with Arab and African.
Somalian. I would say Somalian because Somalians are a little bit lighter skin,
Right.
but they fucking still got the fine ass body, and they still got
Yeah.
beautiful features like the face, and
They
they be
have, but that's all that mixture, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
the mixture with Arabs because
Yeah.
they mix in with Arabs.
That,
Hash said something about the finest Arab countries. To be honest with you, I would say Morocco, Algeria. Stay away from Egypt. Egypt is like the Mexicans of Latin America. Yeah, straight up.
What's wrong with Mexicans?
Yeah, I'm talking about like how Mexicans look like indigenous, flat
You
ass,
said it. You
big
said they look
titties,
like what?
got no neck.
oh no, but the depends on part of Mexico, like
Nah,
Guadalajara,
you
Yeah,
gotta
Monterrey.
you, got,
yeah,
you
of
gotta go to
course.
Guadalajara, bro.
Yeah,
Guadalajara is
Guadalajara.
yeah. I gotta give it to it because it's
I think what you're saying is like the purebred one ethnicity. But people don't know that Mexicans are mixed in Guadalajara, Monterrey, and these
I
places.
I know
Are you
that.
talking
Like,
about the super indigenous joints?
He's probably talking
yeah,
about the
yeah,
indigenous, where they're
the
not
ones
mixed.
that got no neck, flat
Yeah.
ass, got the V shape between the legs.
I'm across
Wait,
Egypt
wait,
on my
well,
list,
hold
man.
on. I see some good-looking Egyptian women in the U.S.
They be thick, but their face be
Is it
looking
hit or
weird.
miss?
Face be looking weird. Yo, one thing about look, if you ask all the Arabs, you could point out a goddamn Egyptian from far away. I'm telling you, man, they like the
Oh my goodness.
Arabs. So I would say, look, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, they do be having nice bodies. I've been to Tunisia multiple times. It's kind of like for Algerians, it's kind of like a cheap getaway for them. It is cheap as fucking in Tunisia. You can go and have a great time. They have nice nightclubs, beaches are beautiful, the food is cheap. Lebanese, Iraqis, and they're not that attractive. The Syrians,
You don't think the Kurdistan women are attractive, dude?
Yeah, the Kurdish are. The Kurdish because they look
Iraq too
Iranian.
close to the
yeah,
war.
yeah. The Kurds are definitely. You know what else? It's a hidden gem, right? One of my boys is Pashto, and he used to work for the military as an interpreter. What they used to do for their little break to go away from Afghanistan, they used to go to Uzbekistan, and he was like, "Yo, he's cleaning." He was fucking. I mean,
Uzbekistan?
Uzbekistan, bro. Bitches are bad.
Pakistan?
Wait, those are the Kurdish part of Pakistan, right?
They look kind of like Kurds. They're not Kurds. The Uzbekistan, you know how they look. They look a little bit Asian, but they kind of look more like Kurds.
They look like the Kashmir,
Kurdistan?
Yeah,
like the
but they be
Kashmiris,
fucking
right?
fine as shit. They have blue eyes, green eyes.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh man, when I was in Kashmir, I almost got stabbed, bro. Those motherfuckers are fucking PTSD out and shit. I was on a houseboat. I asked the guy how much is it for an extra day. He pulled out a knife. What, do you think I'm cheating you?
Yeah, the States, I used to date a chick from Bosnia, and I went to Sarajevo with her. Man, I'm not gonna lie to you. Bosnia is a hidden gem. A lot of people.
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
I was gonna say that. Yeah. Serbia too.
Serbian, I heard is real
But
nice.
Bosnia is like a hidden gem. A lot of
I think
people
Belgrade.
Really?
Belgrade's the shit, man. I stayed in Belgrade for like 3 weeks 2 years ago.
Man.
Oh, the
Something
women are
about
so
those
beautiful,
Slavic
bro.
women, man. I don't.
They're
What is
so
it about the
beautiful, bro.
Slavic women?
The Balkan. They call them the Balkan.
They call them the Balkans and shit, but those girls, they look like models, man. You go inside one of those
green
clubs,
eyes. Man, I remember
they look all like models. I didn't see not one Mama Faye in the club. They were all good looking.
my ex took me with her.
What the hell they mixed with? Because the Western European women are ugly.
Yeah.
For the most part. You know what I mean? Like the British are not attractive. The Irish, they all look like somebody's brother and shit. Like they don't look like the Slavic women.
You don't know what most majority of Balkans stay at, right? In St. Louis. Because I went to St. Louis. My ex took me with her over there, met her family.
Right.
Man, I met her cousins. I was like, God damn, her cousins look better than her. They were like fucking fine. Yeah,
you know what they say? If you want yourself a Slavic woman, you got to have an ATM machine strapped on your back.
Hey, but their guys are good looking though too. They're tall, they're like muscular and shit, bro. So you can't be a scrub.
You're right. I got a buddy of mine that just texted me from China.
Nah, Bosnian motherfuckers ain't got no teeth. They look like they be
not in fucking Serbia though. In Serbia, the dudes are real tall.
Yeah, Serbia.
I've been to Bosnia though. I've been to damn, what is it? That town that was under siege for 2 years, Sarajevo or something?
Mate, yeah. You know, I got a friend that's Ukrainian. He's a model and an actor in China, and I hung out with his Chinese girlfriend, bro. She's ugly. This motherfucker's a model, right? And I asked him, I said, why don't you hook up with the Ukrainian Russian girls, man? You're a fucking model. He told me I don't have an ATM machine on my back.
Ukrainians, they love.
So he went and got himself a Chinese girlfriend that looks like somebody's little brother, like with a teeth. Like she's like 20 something years old, 25, 27, but she's got a frame of a little boy.
Yeah, fuck that shit, bro.
You know what I mean? Like, you know how Chinese women look very skinny. They don't have any, nothing on them, man. And I couldn't understand. This guy can get any girl. He walks around in China, everybody's staring at him. Like he's a fucking model. I'm not gay, but he's funny about it. But he walks around, the motherfucker's in great shape, takes care of himself, can take any girl, any Russian, Ukrainian girl, but these Russian, Ukrainian girls are looking for somebody to finance them.
Yeah, they're gold diggers. Ukrainian women are like that. They're kind of like the Colombians of Latin America.
Yeah. They're actually extra with it. Honestly, the Russian girls, you could.
Oh man,
I grew up in New York.
Russian
I know
girl.
this shit. I got an uncle that used to date a Russian chick, bro. He used to spend the bag on her, man, and she was hot, but he had to keep that shit coming, cause it was either keep coming or somebody gonna come scoop her up.
Somebody else is gonna come through and
Yeah,
pay for
yeah,
it.
and he just had got a divorce, film him. You know what I'm saying? He had the money, or whatever for him.
Right,
But yeah, man,
right,
it's.
right.
I'm trying to check out. Hopefully this year, I'm trying to go down to Brazil, and I want to check out. I don't know if anybody been
Argentina.
Cambodia. Cambodia.
Oh,
the-
Cambodia. Yeah. Listen,
Cambodia?
if you
Yeah.
go to Cambodia, you're just going to check out the culture.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. You're only going for culture. If you
I
go to
checked out the
Vietnam,
Tinder. It's not bad. The Tinder is not bad. I seen some attractive
really,
chicks. Yeah. So
could
I'm
be
like,
filters, bro. You're gonna have to have them cam up.
About to find out real quick, bro.
Oh yeah, he's gonna. It's all
yeah,
the filters. Once they cam up, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Oh
yeah,
man.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if I were you, I would just focus on Thailand. Cambodia is not a hidden
Been to
gem.
Thailand. Yeah, Thailand is not
Listen,
bad.
listen. If you got a problem with if you got a problem with Egyptian women, when you go to Cambodia, they're even worse than Egyptian women.
Yeah. Man, fuck that, cross that shit
I
out.
think Egyptian women are fucking hot compared to
Well, the
Cambodian. Are
thing
you
is, about
crazy?
Egyptian chicks, they be thick. It's just that face.
Yeah,
Got that,
it's hit or miss, right? With Egyptians, you know,
yeah.
I had an ex-girlfriend that was Egyptian, bro. She had bad hygiene. I don't know if it was because of what she ate. She was a Coptic.
It must have been the mulukhia. The mulukhia.
No. I honestly, she liked chicken drumsticks, bro. She used to eat chicken
Oh
drumsticks.
shit!
So her shit smelled like chicken drumsticks, bro. It was disgusting.
It smells
That's
like
all she-
human.
Oh, bro, it was this like I don't even want to get into it on YouTube. It's gonna be sitting on here. But dude, her hygiene was horrible, man. It
Damn.
smelled like a filet-o-fish sandwich.
But yeah, a lot of people don't know though. Algerian girls are very attractive. Very, very.
You know, I
Oh,
read that
yeah. I'm on
Algerians,
Bumble right now.
Yeah.
I read that Algerians have a little bit of German DNA
Yeah,
because
the
of
thing
German.
is about Algeria has a lot of history, right? So it sits in North Africa. North Africa had a lot of Romans come through, had a lot of Ottoman Empire was there
Right,
too.
Turks.
A lot of people,
Yeah.
a lot of North Africans are actually mixed with the Ottoman Empire, but mixed with Africans too from Mali and Chad. So they
Right.
kind of, like a good mix. So a lot of women in Algeria be having nice bodies, man. Nice bodies.
Man.
Natural.
Yeah.
Beautiful beauty, like natural, everything natural. You barely see the most thing they do out there is like inject their lips, probably, but a lot
It's
of times
that, right?
be voluptuous.
Right.
Straight up. Morocco
So let me
is the same way. Morocco is the same way too.
Yeah, but Morocco,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think,
Morocco.
like you said about Morocco, I think it's going to be more complicated if you were looking for a wife.
Yeah, Morocco. She gonna see you as a gringo. She's already planning like, yo, I'm gonna marry this guy, and probably he's gonna take me there with him. Yeah,
He's going to
that's
save me and shit.
Yeah, just look. If she invites you to her family house, you want to avoid that shit. The motherfuckers they're gonna take your hair and do some shit with it, or don't give her anything that you own.
Shit, I'd rather be
Straight up.
scoped at that point. Shit.
Man, if she be like, yo, come to my family house, be like, no, I can't. Sorry.
If he asks you what's your mother's last maiden name or something, don't they have to have like the maiden name to do some type of black magic?
Shit, Morocco. Look, let me tell you something.
Girls have been asking me for my last name too.
When it comes to magic, I think it's them, and I think it's some other Central African country, Haiti. Obviously the Jews too. Jews is on another level because I lived in New York. I know how the Jews they magic works like crazy.
So they're rich.
Moroccans, they do some crazy shit where they
Like-
I'm gonna say it on here, but it's some fucking
Like
crazy.
voodoo?
Like voodoo, yeah, they do the voodoo. They literally go to the fucking cemetery, cut someone's hand, take that shit. You know, couscous, like the main dish in Morocco.
Mhm.
They take someone's chopped hand and they fucking like stir that shit up and they feed it to you as a wrap, dude. It's scary. It's scary. Yeah, I'm telling you. Just be careful.
Yeah.
You go to Morocco, be careful. Meet her in public.
You know, on a different topic, man. You know this guy that you were talking about earlier, this Persian guy, the fake prince.
Yeah.
I seen a documentary about a guy from Peru that was pretending he was a Saudi Arabian prince. Are you familiar with that? Was he Peruvian or where was he from? He was from Latin America, but he was pretending to be a Saudi Arabian prince, and everybody went for it.
Nah, I didn't see.
Incredible. You
What
haven't
is
seen
he?
that one?
What?
That's why when you said the fake prince, I was thinking it's the same guy, but
Oh
it's not.
shit.
It's not the
Yeah.
same guy. But the funny thing is, this guy looks like a straight up, like he's from Guatemala and shit, but he's supposed to be a Saudi Arabian prince, and all these idiots went for it and
Oh
started
damn.
giving him money and shit. Yeah, you gotta
Some
check it
people
out,
are good at fucking just lying, man. They go to these other countries or
man.
they do this shit in the States. They go to another city where they
Yeah,
just lie to people and people believe it. They're good at talking to people and manipulating people and they
right.
just fucking people
Well,
go.
this guy that's the fake Arab prince. Look, this Paisa super. She's fucking hot. She's close
She's
to a
hot.
10.
Yeah, she was a Miss
She's a
Universe.
10. She's hot, and you look at this guy. He looks like somebody's little brother.
Yeah,
Like
he's short.
he looks like a goofball, right?
Yeah.
Like he's not attractive. Like if he was attractive, then okay, I get it. But he's not attractive to be with a supermodel like that.
Marty said something about a lot of fine Moroccan chicks in Spain. Yeah, they went to Spain. They ain't gonna be paying attention to you like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to the source.
once they get across the border with those little ass boats, they're not looking
It's
for you.
game
Like,
over. Well, you know, it's the same. Did you hear about the Colombian Paisa who came across the border a couple of months ago with her husband? She got to New York and he ended up stabbing her to death because she divorced him, but they were still living in the same house with their kid. This happened. She was from Medellin. You guys
oh,
hear about this? Was
yeah,
it in New York?
they
Oh
do
yeah,
get those problems with them because that shit happens often here. Often, like a lot of times, they do have like jealous boyfriends, or even sometimes
right.
it happens with
And
jealous
they
girlfriends.
kill him, right?
Yeah, straight up. There was a guy that was dating a girl. I think it was in Armenia over here. It
Right,
was a Venezuelan guy, but she was Colombian and she was only like 22, 24. She broke
right.
up with him. And next thing you know, a dude came up and just started stabbing the shit out of her.
Oh shit!
Yeah, straight up. Shit. You
Wow.
know, I do follow like a little bit of local news
Did
here.
y'all see the video like last year where the dude went into the mall in Colombia? I think it was Cartagena, and he shot his girlfriend in front of everybody, and then he shot himself in front of
Yeah.
like families and
I think
shit.
that's normal shit in the US, man. This shit happens every day in the
You,
US.
you know what's scary? If you meet one of these girls and they got a ex-boyfriend, dude, they'll take the girl out and take you with her. That's
Oh,
what's scary. Most people don't realize that.
yeah, you gotta make sure if she broke up with that motherfucker, he's not around or he's not texting her or trying to text her or some shit. Because if you see those signs, you might want to get away from that bitch.
Yeah, fuck
Right.
that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you know what I think I'm gonna do, man? I'm gonna find me. I'm in my early 40s. I'm gonna find me a wife, probably in North Africa or the Middle East or
Look,
somebody. One of these.
North Africa, you're gonna find. Look, if you take your time, try to learn about the culture,
Yep.
learn about the chick, you're gonna
The
find a good.
language.
And yeah, the language,
Yeah.
learn a little bit about the language.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like eventually, me, to be honest with you, like I really want an Algerian wife. Like eventually, that's what I want.
But you know what I would do, Rohan? I would marry her, leave her there, get a house, build a life there, bring her to the U.S., maybe have my kid become Americanized and send her ass back and just go visit her. Go visit her once
Oh,
every 3 months. I learned that shit from a guy that owns.
what you got?
Man, if you be positive about it, I know some. I got a lot of friends. They bring their wife and back home. Everything is good, man.
No. Soon as she sets on, soil on the U.S., her value goes up 1,000,000%, bro. Like you see these fat, unattractive American women, they see her and they see,
Yeah, that's
come
true.
on, man. Let's
He's gonna get
why
hit
would-
on every single day, bro.
Yeah,
Every
look,
single
it's true. It's true because you gotta look at it, man. The bitches in the states, all you gotta do is go to Walmart, right? You see a bitch in pajamas, her hair is all fucking happy.
Listen, I read an article
Look
today.
like
that
she
he-
just scratched a goddamn
Right.
on shit.
Listen, you want to hear something funny? I read an article today that American men have more body fat than pigs, but American women have more body fat than American men. Like, I mean, it's incredible that
That's
so
true.
then pigs, they were comparing it to pigs. When I
Fuck
read it,
yeah.
I was in tears. I was like, fuck this, man. And I go to the gym. I just left the gym. I'm the most, can I tell you something crazy, dude? I'm in the best shape and I'm in my early 40s. These guys are fucking in their 20s. They're looking at me like, dude, I want to be like him. I'm trying to get in better shape. I'm not even in great shape, bro. And my point is, of course you could say it's diet and stress and weather and everything else, but everybody's fat. Everyone's got bad skin. You
Everybody
can
got
go out,
excuses, man. In the States, I noticed because I was there in December. Seems like just
right,
everyone just built on excuses, man. They like
right.
everything. Oh, I can't get to the gym. I work so much. You work 8 hours a day,
It's
right?
right,
You can
right,
do something. You could walk around your neighborhood. You could fucking, I don't know, go
right.
to the
You
gym.
can get a treadmill in the house
Yeah,
and
exactly.
yeah,
You got a big ass house. You got a garage. You could throw a treadmill in there. It's not gonna hurt. But
yeah.
yeah, the culture of gym, man, in the U.S., I feel like people just built on a lot of fucking
It's
excuses.
non-existent.
Yeah, that's true.
They
That's
have
one
a fitness culture here in Brazil for sure. Everybody works out.
Brazil. Yeah, they Brazil. They own it. They own it.
Right.
Everybody's fit.
You,
Everybody's fit.
you, you know what I think there was the thing
Fat
about
guy from
Brazil.
Brazil looks fit in the U.S. Oh, shit.
Right,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? It's fucking crazy.
Yeah. But I think that's what I'm gonna do this year, man. I think as far as finding a Colombian wife, oh man, good luck on that, bro. You gotta you gotta lower your standards. Yeah, yeah. You
I
can't
used
just
to,
forget.
I used to think that, but now that I have like a lot of gringo friends that's actually married with like Colombian girls, I don't see any issue. Yeah, you might have one that probably has some kind of issue, some kind of friction, but
So
some
so
people
let me ask you this,
good.
but they still live in Colombia, right?
They are obviously you don't want to take.
That's why it's working out. As soon as
Yeah,
they bring
it's
them to the
working out.
US, it's game over. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
of course, yeah. It'll work out in Colombia. If you have a wife, you leave her in Colombia. The reason why it's going to work out is because around every corner is a more attractive woman, and she
yeah.
knows that.
She's
So
gonna
she's
stay
gonna
on her toes.
gotta stay on her toes. But you
Yeah.
bring her to the U.S., her value goes up. There was a guy that told me, a paisa that told me, the worst thing in the world is to have a unattractive Colombian woman that has a champagne taste on a beer budget that's poor. Was when he's implying she's fucking poor, she's not attractive, and she's demanding a lot. That's the worst thing in the world. And you'll see. And he told me this, and he said you'll see these gringos that take these women, take them to the U.S. She was ugly in Colombia, but somehow she's a supermodel in the United States. Like that's the worst feeling in the world. Huh.
Uh, I'm gonna tell you guys a story. So I got a cousin. He's a truck driver, right? So he picked up a Venezuelan chick over there in I think it was El Paso. That she was staying there, and now she's staying in his truck. He's kind of like dating her, and she's fucking Venezuelans. They like literally crossed the border.
Wow.
Yeah, so stay with him in his truck, and he's like, yeah, she's good. We go home, she cooks, she cleans. I'm like, okay. She found a come up, but hey, he's happy. That's all that matters. He kind of like,
But as soon as she finds something better than that, she's
yeah.
off, right?
He's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm a truck driver. I said, I'm fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's
But
like,
but to her, I mean, that's a step up, man. He was coming across. That's a step up, right?
yeah, exactly. He's like, I was alone. No, I got somebody. Else.
Did he find her? He found her in El Paso.
Honestly, she's good looking, man. She's not bad. She's good
Wow.
looking.
No
She's really,
kidding.
yeah, she's good looking. She's only 22. The motherfucker's like
Right.
30 years old, and
Okay.
he's not in shape at all. He looked like a truck driver. He's my cousin.
He
I
looks
love him shit, but
sloppy. Yeah. He's got a fucking big belly and shit.
so
Listen,
like,
the guy I told you about, I swear to God, like the ex-girlfriend that I told you about, she was from Cali. She
uh-huh.
married this baggage handler. Oh, he's a slob. You could see in their fucking wedding photo and shit. She's like, "What the fuck am I doing, man? Like this desperate." Like she's like half his, like not even half his size, like 20% of his body. Like the guy's a slob and he's a baggage handler. When he gets to the U.S., she's gonna realize, what the fuck did I do? Like You know, I don't want to be arrogant about it, but like, come on, man, seriously. Like, do you honestly think you're going to get a better lifestyle? The cost of living's high. The maximum this guy makes per year is $50,000 in the U.S. 50,000 in the U.S. doesn't get you guys anything. You
You
guys
can
know
go to
that.
Alabama, still not live a good life for $50,000.
He's living in Philly. He lives on the East Coast. 50 grand doesn't get you far in the U.S., man.
Yeah. 50
You know
grand.
what I mean? Like, you have to really,
It's getting
stretch
expensive.
your dollar.
It's getting very expensive. I mean, still have my house in Raleigh,
Right.
and I'm renting out
Are
like
you
two
renting it
rooms.
out?
I'm renting out 2 rooms. Like one girl, she goes
Oh,
to
that's
SC
smart.
State. Yeah, another girl works at the RTP. So
I
it,
would love to do that with my house. I got a house now in outside 30, about 40 minutes out of Chicago. I would love to rent it out. I'm just paranoid to rent out the house because it's nice. So
yeah,
I'm trying to figure out what do I do? I don't want to leave it vacant
make
when
the
I go to
deposit,
Colombia.
man. Make the deposit like 1 month. 1 month rent, maybe the last month rent. At least it can make
Two
it up.
months in advance.
Yeah, and
Well,
check the
I'm
credit.
thinking about just renting out the rooms, but the problem is my place is too nice. I renovated it, and all of a sudden I'm gonna rent out rooms. You know
I'll
what I
get
mean? It's
cameras, man. I got cameras. If anything goes
yeah.
down,
I got all that. I got alarms
yeah,
and camera. I got all that stuff, but
yeah,
I don't want to rent the whole place out so they fucking destroy the place. Maybe I'll rent
that's
out the
true.
rooms. I like your idea with the rooms,
Yeah,
but I'd
that's
love to do that so I could work remotely because that's what's keeping me from leaving.
at least pays your mortgage. That's helping me out a
Yeah,
lot.
right.
I it's paying my mortgage. It pays for the electricity and shit.
Yeah, and then it puts some dollars in your pocket, and they're not gonna tear your place up, right?
Nah. I usually
Yeah,
take the deposit and I check their credit, make sure they're good. And
right.
if I see anything going wrong in the camera, I'm calling her or texting her. I'm like, yeah, what's going on over here? Why you got 3 people in my house? You know what I mean?
Right. Nice.
So yeah, I got
Nice.
some good people, man. Before I dealt with somebody else, but that was a little bit of a headache. But now it's good. Everything's good. I ain't got to worry about
How'd
it. At
you
least they
find
pay.
them? Website or how'd you find these people?
Honestly, with these two, the last ones, it was word of mouth. But before I put it on
Okay.
Craigslist was a
Yeah.
little bit of headache. You get a lot of
Yeah.
people,
Go. Yeah.
motherfuckers hitting you up. Oh,
Trash.
I got money, but I ain't got this and that. Why the
Right.
fuck you contacting me? You didn't read the post.
That's Craigslist. That's why.
Yeah, it's like, yo, motherfucker, you got no credit. You
Right.
talking about, oh, I'll give you like 6 month rent. I know, dude. I don't need that. I need you to show me good credit, show me good
Right.
fucking history of work. Then I'll let
Right.
you in my place. And I ain't trying to deal with you.
Nice. Yeah, that's the way
Yeah,
to do
sometimes
it.
you get those bad renters and shit, man. They just
Yeah, they could ruin it for you. That's true.
yeah, man. Like one time we had like a girl leaving, we kicked her out, and she was trying to get the refrigerator, and
Oh,
we had to
man.
call the police and everything. Like we had to show the receipts that it belonged to us, but it was just like this bitch was trying to rock out with the fridge and the stove.
Yeah, you might get unfortunate every now and then, but if you do your due diligence, man, you'd be good. Because I
Right.
don't, as long as pay your mortgage, man. 'Cause especially I'm out here living, and I don't want to be paying my mortgage. So these people pay my. Sometimes, the
You
extra.
know what? You're safe in the U.S., man. Whatever you do not rent shit in Colombia. I rented
Yeah,
out a place.
Colombia here.
Do
Algeria's
not,
shit, man. People get in here.
listen, I rented out an apartment I had in Cali, furnished. One guy was there, was a Colombian translator. I let him stay there for free, like a stupid idiot. The other guy that stayed there was he was paying my rent and utilities in Colombia for my place while I was in the U.S. This motherfucker cleaned me out the day he was supposed to leave because I didn't give him
Oh yeah,
extra.
you told me the story. You went to the police station, right?
Yeah, I went to the police station. You know what the police told me? The police told me, "You know what country you're in?" I said, "Yeah, this is Colombia." He goes, "No, my friend, this is Locombia." Locombia, like local, right? Local Colombia. When he told me that, he said, "Good luck." He goes, "Can I give you some advice? Go pay somebody to pull a hit on this guy." This is the
Damn,
director of the
some fucked
police
up
telling me
shit,
to
bro.
go. He told me to go pay somebody to pull a hit on the guy to just clean my furniture out. And you want
That's
to know
wild.
something? I know a lot of Colombians. I don't want to tell you guys this, but I know a lot of Colombians, and not only Colombians, but other people who lived in Colombia for 30 years. So I thought to myself, okay, I'm emotionally distraught because of this, but I'm not gonna kill somebody for some furniture.
Yeah, fuck
You
that.
know, it's gonna follow me like that Arab guy. You know, the Arab prince guy that got arrested in the U.S. I'm gonna be on the news for
Yeah.
hiring Colombians and take this guy out for cleaning me out. And to be honest with you guys, it's not difficult. That's how dangerous Colombia is. I hate to be telling you this, but it's not difficult to go find somebody you know to do your favor. But I said to myself, I'm gonna sleep on it for a week, and then I said, you know what? Everything happens for a reason. I'll never do that again. That's why I'll never rent out anything I have. Not a car, not a house, not nothing.
Yeah, yeah, they abuse it. Same shit with Algeria, man. Algeria is the same way. Cause my parents, they one time they rented their place, and the
Right.
people that was living there, they just fucking fucked everything up. The walls, the damn faucets. I mean, everything, man. That's just how it goes. But in the
Right.
U.S., at least you have, if you keep up with
You
your
can go
shit, if
after
you
them in
want
the
to take them to
U.S.
court, you take them to court. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
No, you're 100% correct. You can take them to court. You can call the police. They'll show up in
The
a
law
matter of minutes.
works in the U.S. That's a good thing about it.
Yeah. The system works. You can
Yeah.
call the police. They'll show up in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
You
Yeah.
know, so the U.S. You lessen your risk. There's no guarantees, but you lessen your risk. In Colombia, whatever you do not rent anything. Do not
Yeah.
borrow anything to anybody. Trust me on this.
The law
It's a
works in the U.S., but also you can get sued pretty quick too. You can get sued
yeah,
real
you're
quick.
right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. No, I agree on that one. They'll sue you for anything, right?
Well, anything, dude. Oof.
Anything.
I've seen
They know,
some
they know the
crazy
laws
shit.
in the U.S.
It's
They know how
crazy.
to cut the corners, man.
Anxiety, stress. Oh, my neighbor had a loud car and I was waking up early. I was stressed about it. They could literally sue you for shit like that. That's the fucked up thing about the US. And literally, I've heard the story like this where a guy had, I think it was like I think it was like one of those track hawks or some shit. Lady tried to sue him for his car being loud as fuck. Basically, when he got
Right.
to go to work in the morning, he cranks it. She said she was having anxiety from the car. Literally, it's
That's
like fucking crazy, man.
that's funny.
USA, man. But hey, at least the law works. You know what I'm saying?
No, it works. The laws don't work in Colombia. When I went to the police, and then I went to the
Say
director of the
Colombia,
police.
man. I would say like outside the US, once you leave the US, a lot of times the law is different, Maybe in Europe, maybe
Wild
like
West.
Germany, France, maybe UK. But once you start going to these countries, it's kind of like third world countries, the law don't
Right.
really work like that, It's
It's
Well,
like
kind
you
of
the
know,
Wild West. Wild West.
yeah, it's a
you know
wild
what? When I went to the police, he told me go hire somebody, go get yourself some hitmen. The
Yep.
director of police is telling me to go get some hitmen. He goes, your only other option is to go hire an attorney. And even if you hire an attorney, you know what it's going to cost you for an attorney in Colombia for the whole case? $8,000. $8,000, dude. More expensive than the U.S. So this is why Colombians
More
go pay
expensive than
somebody
getting the hitman.
yeah, yeah. I swear to God, $8,000. First of all, they know you're a gringo. $8,000 for you to sue somebody for stealing your shit. So this is why they go pay somebody $50 for retribution, for revenge. You could go pay a Colombian $50 in the hood, in Stratus One, and he'll go pull a hit for you for $50. That's how cheap it is.
yeah, yeah. Some
Now,
of
I
them
hate to be
do it all
telling
the
you this.
time. They don't care.
What's that?
Somebody that does this shit on a regular, he don't care. He would do it.
You don't care.
Yeah,
$50 is what 200,000 pesos. You can
yeah.
go get yourself. Let me give you an example. I didn't believe this. A friend of mine told me this. I had to look it up. Do you know how many hitmen exist in Cali, Colombia?
Oh, there's a lot.
1,800 to 2,000. You know this?
Yeah.
1,800 to 2,000 hitmen. I don't know where the hell they fucking pull these numbers out, but there's about 1,800 to 2,000
That's
hitmen
because they got a lot of narcos, so the narcos use them.
right, right.
Vaje is known for the narcos. Is
Yeah.
Vaje, yeah, but like come on, ¿Cómo se llama este ciudad? Buenaventura.
Buenaventura, yeah, it's like
That's
two
more like
hours.
gangs territory right there. They still have a little bit of cartels outside of Buenaventura, but like the whole Vaji, basically, man, like Tulua,
Right.
Buga,
Oh,
uh,
Palmira, right?
Palmera.
Palmira. Yeah.
That's where the whole fucking narcos be at.
Heavily up. I
Yeah.
heard. I didn't
You
believe
have
it,
some
but
of them that
heavily.
get along, but there's a lot of them that do get along and they just respect each other. You know what I'm saying? So they
Right.
like, yeah, you respect this, I respect this territory, and that's it. You respect the customers, whatever it is. And
The Cali cartel has always operated that way. They don't operate like the Medellin cartel.
yeah, yeah, they're a little bit different.
They're a little bit. They're more business-like. They don't want to
Mhm.
get their hands dirty unless they have to.
Yeah.
The gentleman of Cali.
That's what they call them. They were businessmen. They were
Mhm.
so quiet. They had like no attention, and they were
Yeah.
just doing business like
What
normal.
what what is it that got them caught though? Because they're so quiet about everything.
The government finally wanted to go after them
Oh,
because
okay.
Yeah.
they finally settled. You know what? We want a clean house. The government did. For whatever reasons, they finally went after the Cali cartel. But the Cali cartel has always been operating in secrecy, which is impressive because the Paisas will always tell you they're all about education. They're all about being smart about things, you know. But the Cali cartel is a whole different
Yeah,
animal,
they're a
man.
different animal, yeah.
Right. It's
The
impressive how they operate.
over here too, in Rizaralda, they have a little bit of a narcos too. They're
I
not
heard
heavy.
that the cartel from Medellin went from Medellin to Pereira.
Yeah, yeah, there's some out here because my ex, her father was a recruiter for one of the mayors here before this mayor in Dos Quebradas got elected. So he was telling me a lot of shit, and I was impressed. I was shocked. I was like, damn, this is actually
There's not that many people in Pereira and Dos Quebrados. Like if you look
Do-
at the population, what is
yeah.
it, 300,000 or is it a half a million?
No, and Dos Quebradas is basically like Bejo. It's like
Oh, okay, it's like
yeah,
Bejo,
so
right?
it's basically Bejo of Pereira. So you cross the bridge and you have Dos Quebradas, and Dos Quebradas has the
What's the
bottom.
population?
Dos Quebradas, I think, is like 100,000, maybe a little bit
Yeah,
more than a hundred
that's it.
thousand. There's a lot of
Yeah,
people there. It's like a whole nother town.
right.
And Pereira has like 500. I would say like
I
500,
thought it
600.
was 500,000 for Pereira.
Yeah.
So there's not. It's not a large population.
No, it's not. It's not a large population, but the surrounding of it, yeah. Because you got Armenia. Armenia is only 30 minutes away.
That's
Then you got
300,000 in
Manizales,
Armenia.
45 minutes away, and then you got La
Right.
Virginia, Cartago.
How are the
So,
women different from the Paisas though? Or they're still considered Paisas though, right? Armenia.
Armenia, yeah, yeah. Because you got to remember, like the chicks actually look just like the girls from Medellin here.
Mm.
It's a,
But you
Well,
live in
not
Pereira,
not not,
right?
not in Armenia. In Armenia, they don't have they're not curvaceous. They're very flat.
yeah, they're very flat. That's true. And then there's a lot of blondies in Armenia. I notice there's a lot of chicks that
Yeah,
are a lot of times on
they got
Tinders.
they got pretty faces, but their bodies are not
Yeah, yeah,
curvaceous.
not attractive as the Pereira girls. That's
Not
true.
as
Pereira
All
girls
right.
pretty.
are
How are the Pereira girls? Pretty good.
Yeah,
they
they look like the Paisa girls.
Paisa, yeah, but
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
more natural here, not like the Paisa girls where they get everything done
Oh
with
man, they
drugs.
get so much plastic, bro. When I went to the
Yeah,
mall, bro, I was like, Jesus, dude.
yeah. No, here is like the most they get. They probably get their tits done, the
right.
fucking like the lips, might do the jaws, but you won't see like the whole fucking body just fake as shit. You won't see that out here.
Hmm.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a lot of single mothers in Pereira, right? Single mothers. And,
All over the country, bro.
yeah, but Pereira's a
Not
small
like
city,
Medellin
man.
though, not like Medellin. I wouldn't say 'cause I meet girls on the regular here, and it's
They're
hard to come
nicer,
by. Yeah, a lot of times, Dos Brothers, they do have a lot of single mothers. Every time I met a girl from
right?
Dos Brothers, she had like a always have a kid. But
Right.
Pereira girls,
Colombian men don't be wearing condoms or something.
um, Here, I mean, shit.
Maybe
The
you shooting the
pussy's
club
good.
up.
You gotta go in raw, dog. Shit, to be honest with
You got to
you.
keep in mind it's a
Hey, the
small
girls
town.
don't
They
give
don't
a
have
fuck in
nothing to do.
Colombia, man. They even let the prostitutes let the fucking dudes hit it raw if they pay them enough money, like an extra
Yeah,
50.
yeah, yeah. It's true. That's what's happening in Medellin. That's why they got the fucking diseases right now going on over there.
Oh, is it? It's that bad in Medellin?
Yeah, man, because these guys, I know dudes that be paying these girls like an extra like $10 or
100
$20
mil,
to hit it
100
raw.
mil, and fuck raw.
Wow, that's
These
crazy,
dudes
man.
hitting these fucking pros raw and shit. That's
That's
crazy, man.
disgusting. No, I would stay away from Medellin altogether, man. I just I don't
It's
even
changed,
know,
man.
man.
It's gone from downhill, bro. I was there for 2 weeks last year, and I was like, nah, it's not the same. The
Right?
vibe has
The
changed.
energy is different, right?
Yeah, stay away from Medellin, man. I tell you, look, guys, I lived there. It's changed a lot. Even like
Right,
within a year, right? From 22 to 23, it changed a lot, man. This
right.
TikTok, Instagram just got these fucking motherfuckers coming in hot every fucking week, just acting fools. And notice the changes in prices. Like, even I used to go out all the time to Provenza, all the time. Next thing you know, you just start noticing like an extra 15 mil, 20 mil, even 25, 30 mil on
It's
some
expensive.
meals.
Man. It's really expensive, man.
Yeah.
You go
So
on a date with a girl and you're drinking. Even when I go to the cheap bar, I go to a place called Chopitos, and even the shots there are only $2. They have like mixed drinks, and that's like one of the cheapest places right there in Poblado. And
yeah.
even when I go there, I still end up spending $100. I'm like, fuck. But
Wow.
I'm drinking like with two girls or maybe even three. But
On the regular, I used to go like in 2021 Provenza. You go out on a nice date, nice restaurant, drinks, everything. Max, you will spend like $40, $50.
no more. Hell
Yeah,
no.
nowadays, if you're trying to do that, minimum $100. Minimum. I would say fucking minimum. If you're
Yeah,
gonna have
you know what I did is I pulled up. You can go. There's a calculator. It gives you the cost of living for Colombia, and it gives it to you city by city. Medellin is like
Expatism.
what's it called?
There's a website called Expatism.
No,
I'll
that's
put it
not
in
it.
the chat.
There's another one. It's actually it gives you a breakdown of every city. It tells you how much you're paying for housing, food, drinks, gym memberships, everything. Medellin is about 40% more expensive than any other like the average city. Forty
Bogota,
percent more.
believe it or not, Bogota is cheaper than Medellin right now.
Yeah, Bogota's cheaper than Medellin. Correct.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
was
that which
looking
is
at
crazy.
the rent places over there, like a Chapinero. Chapinero is a nice area, and I was shocked because it was some decent nice apartments for like 2 million,
Right,
1.8, 2.2. That's
right.
that those type of apartments you would not touch less than fucking 4 million and Laureles, not even in Poblado.
There's a guy that's got a YouTube channel. Supposedly, he caters to like seven-figure earners, millionaires. This guy said he bought a condo in Bogota, which is weird because here's a guy that supposedly has money. What the hell are you buying in Bogota for? Like he's supposed to know his shit. Bogota's the last place you want to buy, but he bought there because it's less expensive than Medellin. And then
Are you talking about the Nomad Capitalist?
yeah, you know about Nomad Capitalist.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah,
when
yeah,
he
yeah. I watch his
yeah yeah
channel.
Are you
yeah when
talking about
he
that guy with a lot of views that
I
suggest
don't
like
know if his name is Nomad Capitalist. The fact that
white
he
guy?
brought up yeah white guy
Yeah,
with
he's right.
glasses. The fact that he brought up Bogota, not Medellin, he obviously doesn't know his city.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think
Because
I know what you're talking
why the
about.
hell are you buying in Bogota? Resale is going to be a lot more complicated. Number one, who you can go down the list of reasons why you don't want to buy in Bogota. If you bought in Medellin, yes, it's a little bit more expensive, but resale is going to be a lot easier in Medellin versus Bogota. But he's supposed to know his stuff. He's dealing with multimillionaires. This is why I don't take some people too serious. Like you don't, do you really know your real estate? Bogota versus people that live in Bogota and they retire, they don't buy in Bogota. They go
Yeah.
buy in
They come
Armenia,
in
Colombia.
here. Believe it or
Yeah,
not. They come
they
in
buy
Pereira.
in Armenia, Colombia. Oh, they're coming to Pereira as well.
Yeah, I got neighbors here. That's actually I had a neighbor last week that just moved in from Bogota. They moved in from like Soacha or something like that. Soacha, yeah.
Right.
Like the south of Bogota.
They're leaving Bogota for a few reasons. One is the weather. Number two is the crime. Number three, it's a lot more expensive than it is like in Pereira and Armenia.
Yeah,
You can go down all the reasons why. Only an intelligent Colombian would say, hey, we've earned our money working in Bogota for 30, 40 years. Let's get the hell out of here. And then they go to Armenia or Pereira or whatever.
Armenia is
Place.
cheap, man. Armenia is really cheap. It's smaller than Pereira, but it's like way cheaper. I mean,
You could no well if you wanted to buy a new construction in Armenia right now, in the northern part's about $100,000 minimum. 100,000 minimum, and that's for a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. That's the
yeah,
minimum.
the thing is, that's the crazy thing about right here, right? So I was last year, I was looking a lot into Pereira, and I was looking to purchase a place, but I noticed like all the fucking places like 90, 100,000, and it's a fucking Pereira. I'm like, yo, 50 more grand, I could buy something Laureles. So I don't know why like the houses are fucking expensive here. It doesn't make sense, but the rent is cheap, so it's not even worth
The
buying.
rent is cheap. I'll tell you, it doesn't make sense for you to buy. I would not buy
Yeah, yeah. If you
because
spend like 1.5, 1.6
right.
million a month, why would you buy? That's just stupid.
Well, no, think about it. How long is it going to take for you to get your return on your investment?
Oh, that would
Let's
take.
assume you just rented the place out. 20 years? Come on, man.
Yeah, you still.
You know what I mean? It's like it's stupid. You just bought this place. It's gonna take you 20 years to get your money back.
Yeah, it's
If you're lucky to keep running it out.
I don't know why it's expensive. I need to find out like why the houses are selling for.
I think it's
They have no
first,
construction here. I know in
right.
Cerritos, there's like a new city of Pereiras, and on the other side it's a little bit. You need a car definitely to be living there. But I noticed they do have 3 bedroom like brand new apartments for like 250, which
Yeah,
is like what's that, like 60 grand, 65.
right.
But yeah, it's like a little bit outside of fucking Pereira, but they have like older construction here, like old ass houses for 120, 140, literally. Like it doesn't make
That's
sense.
no, it doesn't. I would just wait because I could see a market crash in the near future, man. It
Yeah.
can't sustain itself. You keep hearing
I'll track
Colombia,
it, man. It's crazy. It's always stayed like 100, like 400 million, 450.
right,
And that was back like 6, 7 years ago. It didn't make any fucking sense. I'm like, yo, that's just too
right.
much.
I think you can get a good buy from a foreigner. I'll tell you why. Most foreigners that buy in Colombia, they go through this honeymoon period. On average, if you look at all the foreigners that live in Colombia, there's a 7 year mark. At 7 years, they're ready to leave and sell their property, and they take a discount on it.
Yeah,
They'll take
that's a good idea. That's true. Because if
so
they
this
try to
is
get their money quick and just
they're
leave,
trying to no, listen because after
you don't have
seven,
much time.
there's a 7 year honeymoon period. A lot of these idiots that buy don't know that they fall in love with the place. Once they get to 7 years, if you do your research and you get the data on it, most
They
of
get
these
tired.
foreigners they get tired of it. The honeymoon's over. I lived in Colombia for 6 years. I'll tell you the truth. I don't know if I would buy something there. Sometimes I'm tempted, but overall, I don't know if I would
Nah,
buy.
nah.
Because let me tell you
If
why.
you can
You
rent
get
for
stuck.
1.5, 1.6 and Strato 5, why the hell would you buy? Like,
Exactly.
yeah,
And here's the thing. You get you don't want to get stuck in the same apartment. Colombians start playing fucking loud music in a high-rise building. Imagine you got a neighbor.
yeah.
Can
They
you
do.
imagine?
A lot in
Oh, bro.
Medellin. Medellin happens a lot.
Oh, dude,
I
Medellin
had
don't
a
give
fuck.
a fuck, man.
I had an Airbnb. This motherfucker was doing crack cocaine next door, and he was playing loud music to 3 in the morning. I knocked on the door like a gringo. Discúlpame, por favor. Baja música, por favor. This motherfucker's like, ¿Dónde eres? Soy de Chicago. What the fuck is this? I should have pulled out a baseball bat and started beating him with it. What the hell am I acting like a gringo? Excuse me, can you turn the music down? And he's
Hey, said something about what do y'all think about Barranquilla is nice, man, but it's just too hot. Unbearable hot. It's
Listen,
fucking
I'll tell you a true story in Pereira. There was a paisa whose girlfriend was a prepago. She should take these guys up to her apartment when this guy was out of town. the paisa and his girlfriend's a paisa. So every day they would play loud music because she's getting banged in the apartment. So we couldn't sleep every day till like fucking 3 in the morning. All we hear is fucking salsa or reggaeton or some shit.
Mm.
So we finally lost. We told the security guard he doesn't want to lose his job. He's scared to knock on her door and tell her to lower the music down. So she's renting from some owner, but nobody's able to fucking do anything about these people. So me and my roommate, we started banging on the door. Baja música, turn the music down, and banging on the door like crazy people. And then she told her boyfriend he's a fucking midget, paisa. So he did the same thing. He started knocking on our doors at 3 in the morning, just kicking the door, right? And he was drunk, so he had fucking beer muscles or liquor muscles. So what we did was we opened the fucking door, and my roommate had a knife, and this motherfucker's yelling, gringos, maricas, all this other shit, right? Let me tell you what we did. This motherfucker tried to kick me in the face. So I grabbed his leg and then I yanked his ass, and his ass was hitting the stairs. So he landed on the landing, and then we dragged his body in the apartment, closed the door, and we said, "Who's the faggot now?" And I told my friend to grab the stick, and we're about to whoop his ass with the stick. His eyes lit up, and he's like, "Gringos locos!" And he says, "Fuck it." So we took his shoe off, started beating him with his shoe and shit. But then
Ron, where you living at now?
I'm in Chicago now.
Oh, nice.
But I was in Pereira. So let me tell you what happened. So because think about it, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We couldn't sleep. And at that point, we really didn't care if this guy was connected or not. We don't care. He's like a midget paisa. And bro, you guys know as well as I do. If you're tired, 3 o'clock in the morning,
yeah, that's the last thing.
The security didn't do anything. We called them 3-4 times. We fucking lost it, bro. We couldn't sleep.
Yeah, so they won't do shit. They won't do shit, man.
They probably paid them off not to do a lot of.
Well, you know how the security guards are. They're scared to lose their job because it's their livelihood. So when you tell them, can you go tell them? They're scared to go say something because they're gonna be like, they might complain on them and they'll lose their job. That's how these people are. They're scared to lose their job. So then we took it in our own hands and we just didn't give a fuck. We're like, fuck it. We lose the apartment. We gotta leave. We'll leave. We just lost it, man. That's which is dangerous. You never want to lose it, but it worked. It worked in our favor because the next day, the owner of the building ended up kicking them out of the apartment, and the whole building started fucking congratulating us for getting them kicked out. But that's dangerous. You ever had that situation in Pereira? No, right? Nothing like that.
That's one thing I love about Pereira, man. Especially where I live like right next to the airport. People very nice here. Literally at 9 p.m. That's it. Everybody got the light shut off. You won't hear no music. I mean, I live like we have security and shit over here, but the only time, in December, you know how it is in December. They're gonna play music. It's fun. I don't mind it. They stop the music at 12, 1 o'clock. That's it.
Damn, you're lucky. These motherfuckers play fucking.
Nah, Medellin, they do it all night, bro. Fuck that.
Yeah, because people come from outside the city. They come there. They feel like they're entitled. It's not only the gringos, man. You got people that come from other cities in Colombia and try to wild out and fucking Medellin. So they feel like they special. It's just I don't miss Medellin, honestly. That's just
Medellin is dangerous, man.
Yeah.
You got like 2.5 people get drugged and killed.
You gotta know what to live. You gotta know what to live in Medellin. You could still
no. You could live in a good
just
area.
don't move around where you're not supposed to move around. Because I was living in San Lucas, right there in the border of Poblado in Envigado. That was a good area, man. I walk around at night, daytime. I never had any issues because there was literally no gringos in that side. And if I know I had to go somewhere else, if I need a taxi, I take a taxi. If I need a fucking Uber, I take an Uber or Didi.
Listen, you know about the deaths in Medellin, and it's happening in certain areas. It's happening all over. It's happening it's not happening in Sabaneta, right? It's not happening in Sabaneta. It's not happening in Envigado. It's mainly in Laureles, Poblado, all these areas where all the
they know where people got money, and they know.
But here's the thing: how about the people?
Poblado is big.
You guys don't care about?
Yeah.
the people that are getting beaten, people that are getting drunk and getting. I've heard there was a guy that had to have his family fly in because he had brain damage from being scoped. So they had to fly into Colombia, Medellin, and then fly him back to the U.S. because he
Holy
had
shit.
brain damage. Yeah, it was in Minuto Treinta or whatever. He actually ended up getting brain damage from scopolamine.
Yeah, but the locals don't care. Like even if you look at
They
the
don't care.
the
Yeah.
the IG pages of the news in Medellin, when the Americans get drugged, they go, haha, another gringo looking for
Right.
pros, and like so it's kind of just
Yeah,
like
because
screw
I'm
them.
not
They
gonna
don't give
lie,
a shit,
man.
man.
Yeah, sometimes imagine if you're a
Oh
local,
yeah.
right? And you see these people just coming to your town and just fucking doing drugs and being zombies on the streets. Of course, you're gonna eventually start
Yeah,
hating.
yeah. I feel them. I put myself in their
Yeah,
shoes, bro. I understand
yeah,
because I see the,
exactly.
the fuck shit that they do. So I
Yeah,
understand, yeah.
it's kind of like sometimes I think about it. I'm like, yo, if I was a local too, and I see people coming in my town doing drugs, fucking around with the hookers, just destroying the streets. Of course, I eventually you start hating them. You're like, yo, why the fuck these motherfuckers coming here?
Let me ask you guys this. You know that story about that guy Hanif or whatever, the black American guy, Muslim dude? Do
Oh, you
you
talking
believe?
about the guy that said I popped my leg, I jumped off the
Yeah.
mountain.
All right. Well, let me. Remember that? Listen. He said that the Colombians told him to die.
Oh,
Like he
that's
was.
bullshit. That story, man. Look, if you believe that
It's hard to
story,
believe, right?
yeah, man, no way, bro.
Colombians are not that heartless.
Nah, nah,
You
they're not
know.
gonna be disheartening like that, man. There's no way.
I
And then
when he said that, I didn't
he
believe him.
made up the story later. He made it sweet sound like, oh yeah, this guy took care of me. He gave me food, this and that.
That's some funny stuff. But when
That
he
shit.
told me they told him to die, I mean, I was thinking, come on, man, they can't be that
Yeah,
heartless.
that dude made up that story. I think he's trying to
Yeah, I
get
didn't
some
believe it at all. I was
YouTube.
starting laughing when I heard it. I think
Right.
Razor Race had him on his show, didn't he? Like a week ago.
Somebody should ask him, show me your scars on your leg. That
Yeah,
could, I hate to tell you, that could be somebody else's picture.
yeah, it's just I don't know. He probably just got robbed on a regular day, and then he just made up that story. It's possible. A lot of people sometimes they just fake these fucking
Right.
fabricate these stories or just be like, oh, this happened. I beat the guy, then the another guy came and got me, and this and that. It's like, yo, just say I got robbed, and that's it.
Right. Yeah, that story's tough to believe.
Yeah, that shit, like right there. That's it. Even if you go to Hollywood and tell them, yo, can we make a movie out of my script? They're gonna be like, no, sir. It sounds too fake for us.
Right. You know what? You know what gets me is when these guys always want to use religion. I don't care if it's Christian, Jewish, Muslim, whatever. When you start acting all pious, I start thinking twice. I'm like, come on, man. Let's not be too pious here. Let's set that aside. Let's focus on the story. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
everybody could have believed him if he said, yo, he was about to get robbed and he ran away. But once he started
You know,
saying, yo,
I want to believe the guy, but when he started saying, I started
I stayed
praying
2 days in the back of this house, and then I jumped off the fence and barbed wires, and I bit the barbed wires with my teeth, and
some angels came and helped me. Come on, bro. I mean, has anybody ever seen angels? And I mean, we could believe the supernatural, whatever, but I think it just sounded over. Like he just stretched it. It's tough because you want to believe the guy, but you're not like, what the hell, man? When they told him die, as soon as I heard that when he said the Colombians told him to die, I'm like, come on, bro, are you joking?
nah,
Or are you
that's
serious?
too much. Like, 'cause if you see somebody in
Yeah.
the street, I don't care what kind of person you are, and I don't know. And then he said, "Oh, I ripped off my dreads." When he said that, he's like, "I had a knife and I ripped off the dreads," and I was like, "Okay, this guy can't keep up with the story." I think he just at this point he just fucking bullshitting.
Right. Yeah, that's. I've never heard a story like that. I mean, you hear crazy stuff happening, but that's just too.
What's up with
too
this
hard.
guy, the Doctor Travel bullshit? What's going on with this guy? The
Which
German
one?
guy, I think, the guy that said he got a PhD and he got robbed, and
Oh yeah, I heard. But to me, it didn't make sense because like you're a dude with a PhD, and you could get your money back anyways. Like why are like you asking for donations? Like supposedly you got like over 1K in donations,
damn, that's
How
crazy.
much?
about 1,000.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, man. Look, Colombia, it could be dangerous. If you make it dangerous, it could be dangerous. But you just got to know how to move. I'm not gonna say like nothing goes on. Like I had one of my friends came visit one time, and he forgot his iPhone in a taxi. And the taxi literally took his iPhone, and they stole fucking crypto from his phone. And I don't know how they did it, and they fucking did it. They took, and I kind of felt bad. He was like, "Yo, I'm never coming back to Colombia, this and that." I'm like, dude, you're fucking, you're fucking from Morocco, and you came out here. You're supposed to know how to move. You don't leave your fucking phone in the taxi nowhere. Maybe in the States you could, but in the third world countries, you don't do that. They either gonna take your phone. Colombians are smart enough to get in your phone and
Right.
fucking, if they can get in your bank accounts and get in your crypto, they would take it. So
But you know these kidnappings. I think it's more serious than what we're hearing
oh yeah,
about.
that's another level. Honestly, I talked to some Colombians even here, like they like, yo, that's dangerous. Like they get in they get into a next level with it. Before they just rob you, they drug you, but
Right.
kidnapping is, they haven't seen that much around here. Like recently, like in the last 6, 7 years, they haven't seen kidnappings like that. But this shit, it seems like it's coming back.
It's
So
just coming back. That's what I'm hearing
yeah,
too. That's starting to come back. Yeah.
yeah.
I heard it's a gang. Like these guys are like they go to college together. Like in Medellin, these are college kids, man. There's a gang of like supposedly I don't know which college in Medellin, but they're college kids that work together like a gang, and all they're doing is targeting foreigners, and they're using girls from stratus 1 or 2,
Ye-
and
Yeah,
they're baiting you with the girls from
believe it or
stratus 1.
not, there was words on the street in Medellin. There was a dude, I think he was an Arab dude that was working with a lot of Colombian girls, and basically telling them what to say to these dudes who trying to set them up. But I think he got caught and he got deported back to. I think he was. I think he was a citizen of UK, and they arrested him in the UK. But I don't think that went around in the news. It was like 6, 7 months ago. This dude
Mhm.
literally was like working with these girls and trying to set up like gringos and shit.
Mhm. Have y'all seen Obi Travels channel? The guy that does like the fucking the druggings and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. I seen his shit. But I feel like some of his shit is a little bit, it's added on, but it's shit that happened, obviously. But I see this dude said, yeah, I heard about the dude that got set up in bedroom or shot. There's a lot of people that get shot in bedroom, man.
Yeah, man. But yeah, no, it was an Australian guy. He got set up by
Yeah.
some chick, and like he went to the girl's house, and like as soon as he walked in, there's like two gunmen. He got shot like 5, 6 times, but he broke away and he made it to the hospital.
Yeah, bedroom's the south side of Chicago, man. It's nobody
Yeah,
good over there.
I've gone to Bayo and I'm like I'm good, bro. Fuck that shit, bro.
We had
I
an
fucking
Uber driver. He was in Bejo and he got robbed by a Venezuelan. He's like,
Oh
all of a
yeah,
sudden
this
he's got PTSD every time he sees a Venezuelan. He starts cursing them.
yeah, yo, if you guys ever was about to get robbed by the Venezuelan, give that shit up. The motherfuckers do not care.
nah, they don't give a
Yeah,
fuck, bro.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They
you know
die.
what they do in
They just
Cali? They come up to you and they stab you. In
yeah,
Cali, they don't even ask you to hand it over. They just come up to you, stab you, and then take your shit. In Cali,
yeah. You gotta be careful. Yeah, with
that's
those
how desperate they
Venezuelans.
are. They're desperate.
Yeah, they desperate. They desperate as fuck. A
You
lot of
ever
them going.
you
A
see
lot of
them
them are
walking
going
on
to
the
the
highway.
states though. A lot of them making it to the states right now.
I
They
know. I'm hearing from the Venezuelans. Those are like the bad Venezuelans that are leaving
man,
too.
there's
Those are not the good ones. They're saying those are like the chavistas that don't want to fucking work and shit. You know
Aren't
how it
those the
was like
ones breaking
in
in
the
$1 million
80s,
houses? What's that?
in the 80s when it had like the Castro got rid of all the people from his prisons and crazy asylums and he dropped them off in Miami. That's what's going on right now. I feel like in Venezuela that this motherfuckers like just shitting all over America, getting rid of the
So
Venezuelans they don't want.
have you seen them break? They're breaking in multi-million-dollar houses, and they have technology to shut the whole damn internet down and the alarm system. They're able to break in, and they're stealing. They're
But
breaking
yeah, but
into millions.
they're turning New York into fucking central. Like I've had two friends that are like from Medellin and they live in New York and they're telling me, bro, it's like it's central with the motos. You see the videos of them rapping the motos and they're robbing motherfuckers down the motos. Girls are there's a lot of
Yeah,
prepagas down
they doing that
there.
shit in New York because people don't care. You go do that shit in Texas. You get your fucking
Nah,
head
fuck
blown.
no, they get fucking shot, bro.
Yeah,
Shit.
Right. Did you see
Texas
the
is open
Venezuelan?
license too.
The Venezuelans took the hoods in Bogota. They control the most dangerous parts of
yeah.
Bogota.
Soacha is like mini Venezuela.
No kidding.
Yeah, Soacha is like
Crazy.
the south of Bogota. Man, that shit literally you could hear fucking like machine guns going off at night. Sometimes they have
Wow.
the little bit of the high mountains of it, and they have the regular part. It's kind of like Bejo, you know, in the Kia area. It's nice.
Yeah.
They have that little nice area. Then you have up the hills, up the hills. That's what you can hear the fucking machine guns going off.
Wow.
Yeah,
Have you seen videos? There's so many videos that you can find them online. But it's in Venezuela. These guys are brutal. They just blow their heads off with a shotgun. Like
yeah.
they're very violent, man. Like it's
Yeah, I kind of feel bad
beyond.
for the country, man. Because you gotta remember, man, Venezuela was kind of like Libya, right? Everybody's
Right.
living good, no homeless people.
Right.
U.S. came in, just fucking ruined their country with the sanctions and shit. And obviously, the corruption
Right.
of the government too.
Yeah.
That's why they
Yeah.
letting
No, I
them.
agree.
You gotta remember, every country that the U.S. put sanctions on, who actually went to war
Destroys
with,
the
they
economy.
always gave them. Yeah, they gave them Iceland. They were refugees to the U.S. The U.S. brought them in.
Uh, Venezuela's what got the third largest oil reserves in the world. They have
Yeah.
enough oil. There's no reason for them to be poor.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And it
It's
sucks.
the Cubans, like the Venezuelans tell me the Cubans are running their country. Like even Maduro's security, his bodyguards are all Cuban and shit, dude.
He said, yeah, it's gonna be crazy if Trump gets elected. Trump is trying pretty much any form of anchor babies and immigration. ICE, yeah. They always say that, man. They get in the office.
They don't
They
do
might
Yeah,
shit.
but there was a
fucking
video of Trump circulating that says he wants the mass migration. Have you seen that video? If
nah,
you
I
look
didn't
for it,
see it.
you'll find
I'm
it.
sure you're gonna want to win votes, man, because I mean, he's probably gonna win
He's
if
gonna
they
get the
don't.
New York vote, that's for sure.
Yeah,
In Chicago as well.
he's gonna do
Yeah.
whatever it takes, right? Of course, he knows this time he's gonna win a lot of immigrants votes. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I would say? I mean, look, you could see the handwriting on the wall. I would start figuring out what country you want to go live at outside of, let's say, America or the West. Start building your life around it. That's my opinion on it. Go find yourself a white where the cost of living is lower, your dollar stretches a long way. You don't have to work like a slave. You could live a better quality of life. Even in Colombia, live a better quality of life. But Colombia's got a lot of crime issues with the Venezuelans, the Colombians. Crime is a big deal in Colombia, man.
Yeah,
Come on, guys. Let's not even pretend. Even in
yeah.
Pereira,
You gotta remember, yeah, it's Colombia. You got Colombia, Brazil too. You got South
right,
Africa.
right.
There's some African countries
Crime's
too.
a
It's
big deal.
dangerous. There's African countries you can now walk down the street. In Colombia, at least you can do that. There's some
You
African
can't, but
countries you could not walk around, especially
so
if
let
you
me
don't.
ask you. Let me ask you this, Han. I know you. I know the answer to it, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Where in Pereira can you walk around at midnight? Give me one place. One
Uh,
place in Pereira.
Corrales,
Okay,
Pinares.
you're right. Pinatas, yeah, you're right. You
Yeah,
can, but
you
that's
could walk at night. I mean, you're not
okay.
gonna go to La Puente walk around. Obviously, there's crackheads. You might look a little bit
Right,
different. They never seen you. They might try you, but
right.
if you dress like
Actually,
a
you're right.
crackhead and
That's
walk
what it
around
is.
like them, they might not try you.
Yeah,
Right, right.
my boy got an Airbnb in over there in Rio, in the area called Lapa. No, Santa Teresa. And the Airbnb is like right outside where all these crackheads are like on the ground, like druggies. And I'm like, every time I go to his place, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
Yeah,
there's like 40 or 50 dudes on the ground, just all junked up. Like, oh man, bro.
yeah, you'd be surprised, man. I seen one time there was a fight. It was like this little barrio in Cuba. I was in Uber. But it was like just normal fight. Dudes is just like swinging at each other, not even hitting each other with like machetes. You'd be surprised where they carry the machetes, bro. These dudes be skinny and they literally slide that shit through their jeans. Any second, he could pull out the machete on you. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, no
It's
shit.
crazy. But I mean, if you smart, that's the thing about here in Colombia. You're smart enough, you either run away from it, but if you close enough where you can get him, get him. Don't let him get to that machete. Just fucking knock him out, put him asleep, and just dip. If you gotta dip, dip. You don't.
Oh
If he
yeah, they
don't know
don't
you,
play
he don't
around
know
with
you.
machetes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I seen in Armenia where a guy was a coconut cutting machete guy, whatever. He cuts the coconuts. He was trying to hack up the owner of a shoe store because they had an argument about his coconuts in front of the store.
Yeah, they do that. They do that. They
He was about
actually
to hack him up.
they do that. This shit, the machete shit happens a lot in Jamaica too. Jamaica, the motherfuckers will chop your arm off.
There was a guy from the UK in Thailand who didn't want to pay a taxi driver $2, so the taxi driver ended up hacking him to death.
Yeah, they jump you in Thailand. I know, like if you get into an argument, one of those tuk guys, and he screams
Right.
and says some shit, they're gonna jump you.
Oh yeah, the Thai don't mess around. I don't know what the hell it is, but they can get violent, man. I seen them beat up a family from the UK. I don't know what the hell that's all about.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they beat up the grandmother too, knocked her ass out.
Yeah, they
Fuck.
do that in Thailand. That's known. That's known for that. Like you do not want to get into a problem with like taxi driver, tuk
Right.
driver, and yeah, the Thailand. You know, I was there in 2019. It's not bad. It still has a little bit of dangerous areas. Don't get it wrong.
Right.
But you might not hear about it in the news. If you ask the locals, they'll tell you there's some areas that's dangerous because there's poor people. They'll steal handbags from people. They steal phones. It's but if they get caught with the police will punish them for sure. They'll punish them badly there.
Somebody's asking what's their gun laws in Colombia. In Colombia, in order for you to get a license for a gun, you have to go through the government. You
Yeah,
have to really
the
push
process
that
is
shit.
long. Yeah,
It's a long process. It's nothing like the
yeah.
U.S.
Toon
But
said
it's fun.
something about I think he said something before that about Venezuela relied on only oil. Yeah, they did, but the sanctions the U.S. put on them was so heavy it ruined their country.
Right.
It was heavy sanctions. You know, the only people that were able to survive those kind of sanctions, I think it was Iran.
Right.
Iran
Right.
was able to sustain themselves, but other than that, a lot of countries just went to shit because can't move money around internationally and
Where Russia is fucking flourishing, their fucking really increased.
Right.
Russia didn't affect Russia too much. Uh, hmm.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's true.
But somebody said that when you have a gun in Colombia, you can't have real bullets on it. You have to have like rubber bullets on it.
No, you
Yeah.
could have real bullets. You just got to get the license. It's
Yeah, there's
complicated.
license to that shit too. Yep.
There's a guy I know that actually got the license, but he went through like a general, some fucking high level military person he knew who vouched for him. So it's not that easy. But I know a guy that's Black American. He's funny as hell, dude. He was carrying a knife, a pepper spray, and some air gun in Medellin. I told him, "What are you going?" I asked him if he's going to war and shit, but he told me said he was in the military. He's not taking any chances. I said, "But you're in Colombia, man. You gonna kill somebody? It's game over in this country if you kill somebody.
Oh, he's done. They send you to
He's
local
done."
prison.
Oh yeah, they'll throw him. You know, you guys ever hear a story about Jake the Snake? You know who that is? There's a
Nah.
guy in Medellin. He used to ride the train, the actual subway train, and he would pick up girls and pay them 50,000 pesos or whatever, try to take pictures of them. Some of them were underage. He ended up getting arrested for prostituting underage girls, 14, 15,
Man, that's
16 years
fucked
old.
up. I can't believe
Yes.
people coming to these countries. I mean, you gotta be
Well, let
sick.
me tell you what. Let me
Yeah.
tell you what they did to him. They said he committed suicide, but I think when he was in prison, they threw him off the third floor. The third floor.
They probably
Yeah.
found out, and they
I know
fucking
the guy that killed the DJ. He got beat up already.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but
got beat up.
they're
They
gonna
showed his
protect
pictures. He
him.
was all bruised up in the face, man. He got
Yeah,
jumped already.
They'll put him in like not solitary confinement, but separate from everybody else. But his life's over with. That guy, I don't know how the hell he's
I
gonna
don't
do it.
know how much time they give them though. I haven't heard like if they give them 20 years or something. I don't know.
They,
But
they
I know.
want to make it. They want to make an example out of him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because the Colombians are so pissed off. But to me, look, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. I know girls and the barrios that hang around with bad dudes, and I saw some of these girls post a picture of that girl that was deceased, and I get it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's they gotta protect themselves. That's cool. But at the
Right.
same time, I feel like they're being hypocritical because I'm like, one of the girls that did it, I'm like, dude, your fucking dude's like in charge of the barrio. Like he does
Right.
bad shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're literally hanging out with dudes that are doing bad things to the population, to your country, to your city, to your community. And shit,
Yeah,
you're
they,
putting
they,
you're
they
putting a
look at it
DJ's
as an
fucking
almost
picture.
link to them, I guess.
I don't know. I just thought it was very hypocritical. A lot of the girls that did it, I know personally, I'm just like, bro, you date a bandido, you date a bandido, what the fuck? And shit. So I was just kind of like laughing at the same time. I was like, it's funny and sad at the same time, I think.
Yeah, you gotta remember these bandidos too. They put pressure on these chicks, right? Because they control the area. The chick lives in there; she has no choice, right?
Well, I have no idea, but I saw it on their WhatsApp
That's how it
stories or
goes,
IG.
bro. That's how it goes. I'm telling you, these dudes they run the area. The chick live there. She has no choice but to come to that neighborhood. So if she's on call, he calls her. She better pick up. If he tells her to come back to the body, she better come back, because he's gonna be around, and she got no choice but to leave the house and come back to the house. That's how it runs, man. It's the same shit in Algeria too. We have hoods like that. The dudes, if they run the block, any girl in the block they want, they can get, because they
Oh
just
yeah, oh yeah. I saw that in the favelas, bro. I saw
it's
like
pressure.
you could
It's
tell
all
you could tell the
pressure.
guys that were in charge because there's like a VIP area and you could see some really attractive girls, and I'm like, yeah, it's true.
She
Yeah.
can't run to the police. Police ain't gonna do shit.
Nope.
So
Right.
she has no choice but to abide by the dude that controls the area law. So
The Medellin mayor blamed the problems on the foreigners, blamed nothing on the
Really?
locals. That yeah, I saw the thing that he did a week ago. I think it was right. But I mean, fuck it, man. That's just Colombian culture. They like to blame people for everybody else. Like, I wouldn't take what the mayor says personally, dude.
Yeah,
I
but you know
think
what? That sentiment's always been there, bro. When I was in Medellin in 2010, that's always been there. But the only difference then versus now was most of the actual guys that were going to Medellin were between 40 and 60, 65 years old.
hmm,
Now it's everybody. You know what I mean? There isn't an age limit that's going there for the wrong reasons. It was mainly
hmm.
40 to 65-year-old.
yeah, no,
You
it's
know what I mean?
different. I feel like you know what happened, right? So after the pandemic, a lot of people that used to go to Asia and Monger and
Right.
fucking DR, the first place, guess the first place that was open for them, it was fucking Colombia. So a
That
lot
was
of them
Colombia.
started
Yeah,
coming,
yeah,
and that's how Colombia kind of blew up. Because I remember when I came down here, it was a lot of fucking old heads coming down from like
yeah.
fucking. You could tell these people because they be wearing shorts and flip flops. They used to go to Asia a lot,
Right.
and they just be fucking going
Yeah,
around.
because remember Europe was closed in 2020,
Yeah,
and I was in Colombia in 2020. I
Asia,
started with
Asia was
DR.
close to like the end
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
2021.
Yeah, and so I remember I went to DR, but DR had the curfew like at 7 o'clock. Everybody had to be inside, so that the mongers didn't go to DR for sure. 2020,
Right.
so they all went to Colombia. So even the guys that were going to Sosua or Punta Cana now started going to Medellin or Medellin or Cartagena.
Medellin got famous, bro, through
Yeah, because of
Instagram.
COVID. COVID changed it, bro. I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah,
Instagram and TikTok. I mean, if you come in Medellin right now, airport, any fucking day, right around 2 p.m., 3 p.m., that fucking line of immigration is crazy, bro. Crazy.
Really?
Yeah,
yeah, it's
crazy.
long. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It doesn't matter the day of the week. If it's the weekend, holy fuck. If it's Thursday or Friday, bro, that line be all the way back to the top. We're almost close to the fucking jet bridge. I literally seen it like that before. That's why I'm so glad I moved out of fucking Medellin. Now I just fly in straight here. And here, the only international flight usually comes in once. So
Is it from
I'm,
Panama?
I'm flying from Miami.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mm.
fuck
Oh
was
yeah,
just
yeah. Miami flies to Pereira. Is that
yeah.
American or is that Copa?
No, that's American Airlines. They do
Oh,
have two Avianca too.
yeah, that's right. Those are better airlines anyway.
Yeah, and also they just added a flight recently, but I think it's only once or twice a week. It's from here straight to JFK.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice,
so
nice. I like Avianca and Copa are two better airlines. Because I looked it up because I kept thinking to myself because I was flying in Spirit because we connect. They don't have any direct flights from the Midwest.
yeah.
But
So sometimes
Avianca,
spirits, I'll be seeing they shit. It'd be so cheap to go to Bogota, but the thing is, I hate Bogota, dude. Bogota is horrible. Like the airport, they so extra, dude. Like the immigration is so extra. The fucking line be so bad just to check in. Like if you got a fucking luggage to check in, and
Yeah, fucking Bogota
even it
Airport is
doesn't matter
fucking
because you
horrible,
got to
bro.
fly international, so you have to check in with the counter. Man, it's
right?
terrible, dude. So I'd rather pay a little bit extra and just fly out of here instead of fucking doing that whole bullshit going to Bogota then flying to here. So
Yeah, Bogota sucks. Did you ever see the video of the guy in Bogota that was getting? I don't know if he was Haitian, but the customs were like kicking his ass.
Oh yeah, they kicked his ass. Yeah, 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 yeah.
You remember
I
that?
seen the guy that was
Yeah,
fighting the police. I remember
Well,
seeing
no,
that.
this guy they kicked him in the ass
they
because
kicked
he
him in
said
the
that
ass. Yeah,
he
yeah.
talked the shit up. He said something about the police weren't professional or something like that. You
Uh,
gotta
s-
let that. And listen, I know it's hard,
yeah,
but
yeah,
man,
yeah.
somehow you gotta figure out how to let that go, man. Because these
You got
people,
yeah. That's what I tell people, man. You flying international, just shut the fuck up and swallow it.
yeah, yeah, you keep yourself preoccupied. You know, have
Yeah.
a or listen to some
Don't
music.
have this attitude you got in the States. Oh, there's no customer service here. What the fuck are you guys doing? This and that. Just shut the
Right?
fuck up. All right. This shit don't
Yeah,
apply when you come out of the US.
you learn that when you travel. I'll
Yeah.
tell you something funny that happened when I came back from China. The customs in Chicago, this guy was like, he's American. Started asking me questions about my job. So, what's the cost of steel this time of year? Like he's asking me because I was in China for a month, and I said to him, I said, listen, man, and I had to sit there and like act like he was smarter than me for God's sake. But he's asking me just to see if I get nervous. You know how these dumbasses don't know shit about nothing when it comes to whatever product or industry I'm in. But they ask you to fuck themselves, especially after a 17-hour flight from another country. So how would you guys deal with it?
Coming back in the States, you mean? Dealing with
Yeah,
the
coming back in the States, you
yeah,
like
it'd be
like
funny, man. The Miami guy sometimes one time this guy he's like, oh, why were you in Colombia for so long? I remember at that time I didn't have a visa and shit. He's
right.
like, were you there for a trucker special? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know. I just asked the guy. He was down there, and he was like, "I was there for a trucker special." I'm like, "What the fuck? What kind of conversation is that?"
That's funny.
I was like, "Damn."
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine. He said he was flying through Miami. My buddy's American, Mexican American. So he's flying through Miami. The guy says, "What do you do for a living?" So my buddy gives him his business card. He throws it on the table like he's like this guy, just really nasty. So then my buddy said, he asked my buddy, so what are you doing in Colombia? So my buddy says, I was snorting cocaine off a prostitute's ass. He goes, have a good day. He goes, have a good day, sir.
Yeah.
Because
Yo,
my
you know
buddy
what?
got pissed off.
You know what's
He
the
got
best
pissed off.
investment? You guys got to get it, man. Get that global entry, man. It would
Oh
change
yeah,
the
yeah. I
way you
put in for
fucking
the appointment, man. I'm gonna try to get it soon or
bro.
shit.
You could literally do the appointment when you come back to big airports. So, like, I think Miami, Dallas. I think Atlanta does it too. You could literally do it right there when you get to the custom and ask them like, "Yo, can I go to the office? I have an appointment." You don't even have to make an appointment. You could just do it as a walk-in.
Hmm.
So what happens if they deny you? Like, is there any way you could fight it and say, look,
It's
I
hard for them to deny. You have to have like a bad record, I think,
Yeah,
right?
you gotta have like a felony that's going on. Maybe I think
no,
I
no. If you get into an argument with a customs agent, they can actually put it in a report that you're difficult or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, possibly, yeah, maybe. I
Then
don't
you're
know.
gonna
I
have
don't
to
think
answer.
that sticks like that unless you fucking assault them or some shit. You gotta have
Yeah,
some kind of crazy. I don't even know. There's a lot of shit like FBI backgrounds. I
right.
think the Twit card. because I had to get that TWIC card. I remember I had a few misdemeanors, and I thought I was going to get denied for it, but apparently you got to have like 2 felonies for them to deny you for a TWIC card to go into the port.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's not all that crazy, but
So you
yeah.
think this year is going to be a record breaking season for the druggings and foreigners? You think like a lot of foreigners are going to get deleted?
In Colombia, yeah, I think it's gonna be more people coming in, and I think it's gonna happen because
I
it's
think
just
last year we had like 40, right? 40 got deleted.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot,
it's
right?
a lot. Yeah,
So
Almost
I think it might hit up 100, but I don't think this year, but maybe in 2025 it'll probably hit 100. I think.
it
That's it.
might.
You know what?
It
If
might
they
hit
double,
100 this year. You never know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true, man.
Shit. Yeah,
if they get more tourism, like what's the amount of people last year? Was it 1.4 million or
Yeah,
something?
yeah.
as long as they're coming in there for drugs and pussy, they're gonna get got. Not thinking straight up. The problem, like I told you before, right? The problem is these motherfuckers be trying to be cheap, right? They be trying to they claim like, oh, I'm coming to Colombia, I got a chick off Tinder, I got some free pussy. Well, that free pussy might set you up, right? A lot of times it happens to these guys because they just roll up from the airport. You see them all the time in the fucking line of immigration. All of them on their phone just swiping right, 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 right. They just hungry for pussy, man. It's like fucking dude, like you never fucking see pussy. Like slow the fuck down. Go to town, have a little bit of time to yourself. Go eat, go out to eat, then start worrying about the pussy. These motherfuckers like they hungry. So I think like Tinder is like an enemy for them. To be honest with you, Tinder, even Bumble now is gonna be an enemy because you're gonna have chicks there that's gonna swipe on these guys. They could read these guys. They could read the profile. They could see these guys. A lot of these guys too. They'd be like, "Oh, I'm in Colombia for a week." That's easy, easy target right there on
They
your
ask you,
profile.
"Are you alone?" Yeah, you ever had that
Yeah.
happen? When it's like, "Are you
Oh, you want to
alone?"
hang out? Oh, podemos hacer algo, tal vez a apartamento, algo así. Next thing you know, that's easy come up, and you know the guy is not trying to spend money. He's trying to be cheap, thinking he's gonna get the box. Yeah, he gonna go to the box.
Somebody's asking aside from
Yeah, he gonna go
Yes.
to the
aside from
fucking.
Colombia, what other South American countries? I think anywhere you'll find Colombians or Venezuelans. So if you go to
So I would say
Panama,
Ecuador. Ecuador's the second place where you're gonna
oh
see a lot of
Ecuador, yeah,
drugs.
you're right.
But I
Ecuador,
think Ecuador doesn't have tourism like Colombia, so
Aaron said something aside from Colombia, what other South American countries? I'll say Argentina. Argentina is good. I think Argentina is safe.
right?
What else? Brazil is good, man. As long as you move right, I think Brazil is good.
Is that Johnny 775? Is that Johnny LA?
no,
That's
no,
just
that's not him.
Aaron.
He
Uh,
doesn't get on my panel, bro. Like he's
Yeah.
never been on my shit, bro. But he's a fucking idiot, bro.
Yo, you know what else too? I think one of my boys just came back from Nicaragua. He said that shit was hitting for him. So he was there for 2 weeks. He had a great
right.
time. So that's another place, Nicaragua. Um, a lot of Central America countries too, like Salvador. If you there, you got to be obviously there for a while. You can't just go for a weekend and expect to have blow it out the water. You know,
So Taylor Made Dreams did this video 2 years ago, and these two dudes were showing off their money on Snapchat and Medellin, and I think it was like the first time going on. They did a home invasion. But y'all
oh
see him?
yeah,
You
yeah. I
see
seen
them
that
showing
one.
up?
I
Yeah,
seen that one. I remember that video.
that was like 2 years ago. They're like D man, just showing the money off, and they did a home invasion. Jesus, bro. So you're gonna get a lot more of that shit, bro.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen. I think it was like back in September. I was in Medellin, and it was a story of these guys. It was like 5, 6 black dudes from Atlanta. They're walking in the back streets of Calle Des. I think they were coming from their Airbnb, and they had their phones out. They were wearing chains. Next thing you know, 3 moros rolled up on them, took all their fucking phones, took all of their fucking jewelry. Some of their jewelry, I think it was fake, because the word was on the street. The jewelry was fake, but they took all their iPhones, robbed them straight up. It wasn't even like 3 minutes. Give me your fucking phone. Give me your phone. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I seen dudes like I was in Medellin for 3 weeks, and I see a couple of dudes with gold chains and shit like that. I was like, I don't say nothing because I just like they're not gonna listen to me. Fuck it,
Yeah.
man. I'm not gonna say nothing. That's all I'll do with his pants
The
side.
only time you could do something like that and your chain is real, it might be expensive. Get security. Get like 2 security guards walking
Mm.
around with you.
It's cheap too. You could get armed security for like $20 a day. It's not
Bro,
not not
you could get
expensive.
one with the car for like 200 a day, and it'd be two of them, and they're armed, and they will shoot a motherfucker, and they have like literally they two. I think $250. You can get like you can get them for like 8 hours, and they do have like a fucking bulletproof car and everything. So I got
Shit,
there,
that's
people, man.
crazy.
You go and try. You want to be big shot? You gotta pay up. You gotta have
Yeah,
a
man.
good
Hey, but even the famous people get got in Medellin. Who was it? Damn, what's the famous singer from Medellin that everybody loves? Carol G, right? She got like when I was there. She was walking and somebody threw like a beer can at her head, and she had security, man. And so that's
damn.
why I told guys like, man, Medellin just there's some crazy people in that city.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of money. Like, think about it. All these foreigners go, like, if you do the math, like 1.4 million people, how much are they each person spending? Take 1.4 million. What do you say each person spends? Let's say $1,000. How much is that? That's almost what is that if you calculate it? 1.4 million times 1,000 per person. It's a lot of money exchanging hands in Medellin.
Yeah, and they actually driving up the economy, and then the businesses are doing good because the Rappi, like everything is doing good. You know, like the fucking supermarkets, the Turbo, the pharmacies, the fucking restaurants, the fast food places. Everything's doing good because a lot of people use Rappi. That's a lot of people didn't know about Rappi 2 3 years ago, but a lot of people as soon as they arrive, they already know about it because everybody talk about it on Instagram and
Right.
TikTok. So
You know, there's I don't want to. It's on a different topic, but what's his name that got married? Uh, you guys know Worst West. He got married to a
Man, he got
Colombian.
ran out of Colombia, bro.
Yeah,
yeah,
but you want to know? You want to know the mistake I think he made?
I think some of his shit was bullshit. To be honest with you.
No, no, but listen. But I think she's 7 years older than him. She's 35. He's 28 years
Oh,
old. That's the first mistake.
Whoa.
yeah, you never.
Am I wrong? Is it was that the age difference?
I think
35.
he's like
She's
I think he's like 24, 25 or something when
no.
he was
I thought he was 28 and she's 35. That's a mistake. That's the first mistake. In Colombia, you don't marry an older woman.
Yeah,
He did it the other way around. In Colombia, it's older guys marrying younger women,
yeah.
and that way
He,
you could move them and shape them whatever way. She's already set in her ways at 35 years old.
yeah,
That's the
that
mistake I think he made.
that box
That's the
was
first
drying up.
mistake.
Her ex was
Think
over
so?
with.
Yeah, could be, but she was 35. Like how?
yeah, man,
So
he put everything in her name because he did it like it wasn't on his channel, somebody another YouTube's channel, and he's talking about I put everything on my wife's name. I was like, damn.
wow, he trusted her that much. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he
Yeah,
put under her name, but I just
But the restaurant, he had a restaurant in Manizales.
yeah, he had an
yeah, I
Asian
remember that.
restaurant.
Yeah,
But he says also too when his wife left him, she took his credit card and took out like $500 or some shit like that. I
Oh,
started
that's
laughing.
nothing.
I was
He got
like,
lucky. He got lucky. Yeah, I thought she was going to tell me thousands, like taking out all his money. So he got lucky somehow. If she didn't really take anything, and I think he said, watching a video, he said he's negotiating giving her some type of,
I don't
you
know,
know,
man. These people, I feel like I don't know how he got to that point. To be honest with you, I mean, yeah, they religious and shit, but I mean, I just literally got out of a relationship with my ex, and I'm still cool with her family. Like they know we broke up, it didn't work out, but we still cool. Like I still talk to her cousin. I saw her dad the other day. We talk a little bit. It's like I don't know how these people get to these situations was like very extreme. You know what I mean? It's like
but he
fucking.
also got threatened. You see his last video, like he got like the voice notes of some guy saying they're gonna kill him and all this shit. And like when he made the complaint to his wife, she was like, haha, that's the way he is. I was like, fuck that. Fuck that
I don't
shit.
yeah.
know
But I
what
want to
the
know.
people he was
I
dealing
think
with.
what he did, the mistake he made was he should have never said. He should have just said, "Look, it didn't work out. Leave it at that." He should have never said anything else. We're
When
different.
they, where did he meet her? Did he meet her in Medellin or something?
No, he met her in Manizales.
Oh,
He met her in Manizales. There's a few things. Number one, in Manizales is more conservative,
it is.
so they're
There's a
gonna
lot of
be more
Catholics, like extreme Catholics there.
yeah, very extreme Catholics.
Yeah.
So there's a few mistakes he made. Number one, Manizales is more conservative. Even if he is spiritual, religious, or however he classifies himself as a Christian, they're still different, man. They're really extreme Catholics
Yeah.
in Manizales. That's the first thing he didn't realize.
But
Number two, number
mhm.
two, she's 35, he's 28 years old. That's the second mistake. The other mistake he made is he didn't listen to his family. He's Asian, dude.
Yeah.
And Asian
And
culture,
one thing
even
too, I think is more to the story. To be honest with you,
yeah,
Yeah, I think there's things that he's leaving out though as
yeah,
well.
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
so.
It's no
But
way, man. Yeah, I mean, you was with this chick, you knew the people, they knew you. They can't just come out of woodwork say we're gonna kill you. What the fuck? It had to be something
yeah,
going on.
he did something. He did something.
Yeah.
I think what he did is he just disowned them and made them look bad. Like, look, you guys are
Maybe he tried
extreme.
to cheat on her, or maybe he cheated on her or something he didn't
No, I
say.
don't think so. I don't think he cheated
Yeah.
on her. I think it's just
You know, Colombian
he,
girls are jealous. You know, they could probably find
oh
out he talking
yeah,
to another chick, and they could turn that shit to a whole nother level of fucking situation.
it
So
could be, but I don't think so. You because I hate to say this, but I'm just gonna take a stab at dude. He's Asian. Most Asians they want to settle down. You know what I mean? They want to settle down with what you
Hey, but
guys got. Let's
his
not even
marriage didn't last
pretend.
a year, man. He was married like one year. Fuck.
Right? No, he was whooped. He was pussy whooped. I mean, let's not even pretend. But at the end of the
But he was
day,
talking a lot of shit about everybody. He was calling gringos dumb, calling them sugar daddies,
yeah,
and he was doing the same thing. He put everything under his wife's
yo,
name,
you
and
cannot talk shit about gringos and you fucking dating a 35-year-old
yeah,
bitch.
that's
That's
what
all
I'm
you got some
saying. That's what I'm
drama.
saying. Like, and then
he
like he
reminds
was
me of
dating
the
her
other guy.
family
He
because he says
reminds me
she
of
was
the other guy in
working.
Medellin. There's a guy in Medellin. He's also, I think I don't know if he's Indian, but he's doing the same thing. You know, he's doing the same thing where he's actually just slamming on gringos or foreigners or something like that. You got to just leave it alone. You're gonna get different type of people. Don't generalize and stereotype. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
But he
You
fucked up when he
can't.
first got there. He got like a pre-paga pregnant, and she went to go get an abortion.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he got like a fucking a working girl. Well, he says webcam, but I'm pretty sure she was selling on the side as well. You know how it
Wow.
is, bro. Yeah, yeah. He got
Hey,
a
Aaron said passport therapy talks. I'm digging these stories. Yeah, man, soak up the knowledge, bro. If you never traveled to Colombia or maybe traveled out of state, man, just sit here and listen and take notes. Don't make
yeah.
mistakes because
He got
that's
like he got like a Venezuelan girl pregnant. He said, and then she got like an abortion. But he was doing the same shit that everybody else does. Like he admits it. Like
But
I was doing
he was in
drugs.
Medellin.
I was doing pre-pagas.
Of course, he was in Medellin. Dude, listen, when you're in Medellin, what do you think? You're gonna marry a church girl? Give me a break, dude. The guy's in Medellin. Come on, dude. He was literally probably, who knows what he was doing. But overall, he was in Medellin. He was doing what everybody else was doing. Let's not
yeah.
even sit here and
It
pretend.
was so man. That's the thing, right? So I talked to a lot of gringos. Obviously, when I lived in Medellin, some people was living there 10 years, 12 years. It was a normal thing. Everybody was getting pussy because it was like 50 mil. You get a hot ass chick. It was so cheap. It's 50 mil. You can get a hot fucking chick to fuck. Why the hell would you fucking go take out a chick? You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of people was doing in Medellin, obviously. But obviously the prices changed and now it's more dangerous.
Shit, like $100 now,
Yeah,
$200. That's crazy, bro. This
yeah.
shit.
So they
I
they
think
talking. You'd be
4 years ago, I
surprised,
remember it was
man.
like $60 the whole night.
Yeah, I had some friends over in Medellin. They went to Black Diamond, and they were like, "Yo, there's some girls literally was asking for like $400 a night." I'm like, "Damn, that's crazy."
Shit.
Uh,
Man, you see a lot of those girls in Mexico though. Like a lot of the girls that are selling in Playa and Cancun, they're from
yeah.
either Venezuela or they're Medellin.
Mm-hmm. They
I recognize the Paisa accent when I would ask them like, "Where are you from?" Like, "Oh, I'm Mario Sodia," and I was like, "Oh, fucking Medellin and shit, bro." Like,
yeah.
Right.
They work for the cartels over there too.
yeah,
They don't
yeah, for
call.
sure, bro. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they
Fuck
don't
that.
call.
Nah, bro. I'm fucking so good for them. But
That's
they're
funny.
charging about $300 and up over there and shit. Fuck that.
Yeah. That's crazy shit. Fake queen
She could
religion.
be
You
have
know,
been
I'll
faking.
say, I'll say the good thing that West did was he just went to a smaller town where there was less foreigners. And that I agree with him on. I think going for it's just you got to know the culture even of the smaller town because,
Yeah,
like you said earlier, that the Catholics in Manizales are pretty extreme, dude.
extreme. Yeah,
Like I think they're like the what do you call these people that you can't listen to music, you can't do this, you can't turn
yeah,
off the electric, the Amish. They're like the Amish,
yeah. They're kind of like
but
the Amish.
they're like
The
the Amish,
I'm not gonna lie though, Manizales got some beautiful girls. Cause I was at La Feria over there. They had the little La Feria. It was
right?
going on to like the was it the ninth? No, the 10th. It was up to the last what is it? The last fucking festival.
Right.
And we went up there with some friends, man. Man, it was some beautiful girls. You will be surprised. Like Manizales got some beautiful girls.
Are you
And
sure they weren't from out of town coming into
some
Manizales?
of
Did
them,
that
of course, from La Feria, they would be coming up from Armenia, probably from
right?
like Pereira, but there was a lot of girls, so it had to be some of them from Manizales. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
Manizales is it's cold, right? I mean, I was there for a few
it's
months.
yeah, yeah. It's a little bit elevated. It's
Yeah,
cloudy, little
you gotta
bit.
wear a jacket late in the evening
Yeah,
when
like in the
coming out.
afternoon, and it could get rainy a lot sometimes.
I'll tell you one good thing about Manizales. If you want to have a family, you could find a conservative one, not a
Oh, you
conservative, but
can, you can. It's actually, I would say, Money Zealous is probably a little bit better. Like when it comes to dating, I would say it's a little bit better than Pereira because it's a little bit more smaller. It's
right.
more like conservative.
There's less to do. You're gonna do the same
Yeah,
routine.
yeah,
It's the same
exactly.
routine. You're either gonna go to work on the
Go
weekends,
out
you
to
go to the
eat and
mall.
come back home.
Exactly.
They don't even have a bowling place, so
Right. It's the same routine. Armenia has a bowling alley before Manizales does.
yeah,
You're gonna do the same routine, man. You go to a coffee shop, go to a restaurant, go to the mall. It's a boring routine, but you could
it's
find maybe
good
you get
if
a
you want
life.
to have a relationship because it
Right.
keeps it
It
safe.
keeps it. Yeah, keeps it. Yeah, you just hit it on the head.
Yeah.
It keeps it safe, and most foreigners don't go to Manizales.
Safe for you and safe for her too, because
Yeah. So you could
I'm
raise
not
a
gonna lie,
family there. I
Pereira
don't.
girls could be jealous too. Pereira girls, they could be jealous
Yeah,
because
yeah, no,
start
100%.
dating
Yeah, they
fake.
are jealous.
Yeah,
But the Pereira girls are like the Medellin girls, just not as tainted. So
yeah,
they're still
you're not exposed to a lot of shit like Medellin,
like,
and
oh, Medellin, like, maybe everybody on the panels had the same woman. You know what I mean? In
yeah,
Medellin.
yeah.
That's the
They
Y'all
unfortunate
think Medellin
reality.
has always been like that, like for decades, or you
Oh
think it's
nah,
just
yeah,
and
getting
I
yeah.
think
worse
it's
and worse?
something recent, man. Maybe the last 6, 7 years.
You think
You
maybe
know,
like the social media has changed the attitude of
Yeah,
the women?
yeah. It's not only social media, it's everybody's on the same dating online dating site. So
yeah,
say
there
for
you go.
example, you,
And
you guys are all
cousin
sending,
telling cousin like, "Hey, I went out with this gringo. He took me out to eat. He bought me this. He brought me that."
and now he's sending me 1,000 or a thousand
Yeah,
dollars a month.
yeah.
Yeah, I know a guy that does that. He's a Uber driver. He sends a girl in Colombia about $600 to $1,200 a month, and he's an Uber
Oh yeah,
driver.
you told me that. You told me
I,
that.
I, did I tell you about this guy?
Yeah, you like you didn't you tell him and he kind of like it blew you off?
He blew me off. He told me, "Well, you're gonna pay here, you're gonna pay there."
Oh my god.
Ah,
Yeah. That's when I said, "Do me a favor, dude. I don't even like you. Don't even bring your life up to me. That's your business. I don't really want to know you." Like I didn't like the guy because he's simping, and I know what's going on, but he doesn't want to hear it. You know what I mean? And it's not like he's earning fucking $1 million a year. He's an Uber driver. Lucky
oh,
if he makes, if he makes whatever per month.
Who's
I was
this?
watching a guy I know of. He's not a friend of mine. I just know of him. And he was telling me, "Oh, you lived in Colombia. What do you think?" I said, "Do you want me to be honest or do you want me to lie?" He goes, "Oh, be honest." I swear to God, that's what I told him. So you want me to be honest? You want me to lie? Because he was telling me the story. I said, first of all, it's not your girlfriend. It's a
It's
pay to
just your
play
turn,
trend.
man.
That's what I told him. He goes, well, if I pay here, I pay there. It's all the same. I said, dude, you're 40 years old. She's 23. What does she want to? It's not like you're fucking Brad Pitt or Denzel Washington or whatever, fucking Jackie Chan or whatever. I told him you're not a good look. I hate to. I didn't want to tell him that, but I'm like, you're not. You know, you look like fucking what's his name from Karate Kid. You know, but a little bit
Oh,
fatter. That's what I told Jack Morita. I told him
oh,
I was being honest. I wanted to be honest with the guy because I told him I'm gonna lie. You want me to tell you the truth? And I was trying to be honest, but he didn't want to hear it. That's when I said, "Do me a favor, bro. Just I don't want to lower my IQ. Just don't tell me your life. Just do whatever you need to do. You're a grown man." Yeah, because you gotta lower yourself to some fucking retard. Like some idiot. Excuse my language. You know what I mean? Like you gotta lower yourself to where you gotta be like, well, you gotta simp or you gotta simp, and you know what? You just I don't know, man. I didn't. I'll tell you, I never had that type of relationship. I was fortunate. Like I didn't have to go pay or send them money or
You
what.
don't.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't mean
you don't have
they're
to.
not gonna try you, but you tell them to fuck off. A lot of times they'll respect you. Like it
You
just
might get
depends.
that question every now and then, but it just depends how you respond to it. Say, like, I don't know you like that for
Yeah,
you to
man.
ask
Nah,
me
fool.
something.
I mean, I've had girls try me and shit. I got two girls that put me in the group called Regalo de los Otros on WhatsApp, and they both had dudes. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna give y'all shit. I think they wanted like a bottle of rums or something, like a box of bottle of rums for their birthdays, because they're both having their same birthdays the same week, so they wanted to celebrate it together. And I was just like, nah, I'm good. I just didn't respond. I just got myself exited out of the group, and I just kept it moving and shit.
Damn.
I saw Marty's comment earlier about how a lot of ex-pros become born-again Christians. The funny thing is, it reminds me of a story now that a lot of, these females in their 20s, they get speared by Lance's Long Guinness, but then they go and take the priest's holy water, uh, metaphorically speaking, and think they can get absolution for it.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, people can change, but I mean, you have more bodies in the cemetery. I just think it's hard to fuck. I don't know, man.
Yeah, at that point, what is it? Okay, so a single chick with no kids, over 30, if her lips hang lower than the pendulum inside the grandfather clock, yeah, you got to move on.
Yeah, she might have injected those things too much. Paraguay slept on Paraguay.
Here's what Austin said about it. He says he can get a lot of work done over there. There's really nothing to distract him. That's what he
Yeah,
said.
that explains it.
Yeah, like you can get a lot of work done, like whatever work. I think he's doing like ebooks, and he said he got like the most done being in that country just because
Yeah, but you
there's
gotta remember too, right? Austin don't speak no Spanish, right? So
no,
it's
I know he
kind of
tries to
hard
get
for
away with
him.
he tries to get away with using Portuguese. I
Yeah,
noticed that
like
too.
look, man, if you learn the language, if you learn Spanish, a lot of things can change for you, right? Just by asking someone a question, they're gonna hear you out. You can keep a conversation. You can keep talking to them instead of using translator. Translator cut things short, you know? That's it. It's a
Yeah.
simple question. They look at it, yeah, it's this way. But having a conversation, they can always get interested, right? They can ask you, "Hey, where you from? What are you doing here? How you like it? Have you been to this place and that?" It's just learning, getting away from the language, man, doesn't give you much, you know.
Marty, I hear you, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm actually looking to learn. I'm actually looking at a couple apps, trying to decide which one to use. I know there's Pimsleur, and then there's Rocket Language, and then the third one I'm looking at is Babel Plus. I'm trying to figure out which one is a good one. Duolingo
Anything
sucks for
is good,
Spanish.
man. Anything is good, and
Yeah,
start
Duolingo's
watching
trash.
Netflix with the fucking either subtitles in Spanish or listen to it in Spanish. It helps a lot.
Okay, yeah, I tried using that Lingo Pi, but something seems off about that.
Yeah. If you are you in Colombia currently, or
No. I thought about visiting there, but man, I'm going to tell you guys something. I cannot even stand them in the States. I don't even know why I would even consider. Funny thing is, I thought about visiting there because of Where's West. By the way, West, when I said West is a cornball, I didn't mean you. I meant Where's West. Yeah, but he disappointed me with all the shit talking he says about gringos. passport bros.
But he does the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
thing though.
That's
He's doing
why
the same
his story
thing.
didn't add up when he was fucking saying the shit that happened to him. It
He
had
got
to
a
be
fucking
more.
prostitute pregnant. I mean, he's doing the same fuck shit that everybody else is doing. He
So
just
he's an
became
so he's an axe
judgmental.
so he's an axe spray bro then.
I mean, he got a free got pregnant. Let's keep it real, and he admits it in his
Yeah.
videos. Like, oh, I got a. She does webcamming, but knowing how those Venezuelan women are, they pretty much all sell vagina on the side. So, I mean, it is what it is.
He went from getting a prostitute pregnant to getting baptized by Manizales. What is it called? The Catholics.
Yeah. Yeah, if I go there, I might check out the Eastern Orthodox Church. But I don't know if I want to fuck with
They got a
Catholicism.
nice church there, man. It's beautiful. Here in Pereira too, they got a very nice one. It's very nice,
Yeah,
man. Very
like
nice inside. I'm Muslim, I don't really believe, but I went inside and it's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful church they have here too.
Catholicism is so embarrassing. Like, and again, second round virgins. The problem is they probably got smashed by every member in the church, including the deacons, and got passed around more times than a collection plate. Well,
Wasn't it
why would
made
you
up
want
by
those?
like some bored Jews?
Somewhat.
Wasn't it made up by like some bored Jews or something?
Lord Jews, I don't know, but I know what you're trying to say. But yeah, I was just going back with the second round virgin thing. But that's right. So remember, watch for every Pookie pastor who's going to anoint her with this holy water.
Yeah.
And by the way, like when you think about modern women, I can't speak for Colombians, but the last time they ever called out to God was on their knees with their hair pulled back.
Oh.
Yeah, man. Go ham on them, man.
Oh my god! You know what, bro? Your Arthur Will, you gotta hit me up on the DM. I got
don't
this
think this
article,
is
bro.
I live here, bro. I'm trying to live safe. You might
Bro, I
want to
got
keep
this.
this on the Discord or something.
I got this article that was sent to me in 2011 about dating in Colombia by some expats, and this is like way before the influx of passport bros or even Tinder, none of that shit. And you should see what these guys are saying. All these Americans are like, yeah, these girls are whores. I've dated them. They're cheaters. And this is like 2011. The article was written, and so I'll send it to you. And there's like a bunch of like people, just like Americans, leaving their comments like, yeah, like my experience was shit. Yeah, mine too. Like,
damn.
So this has been going on for a long time, even before like the influx of the new tourism wave that's hitting up Colombia right now.
I've heard a lot of people that's living in Medellin said the food sucks over there too.
Yeah, it does. It does. Cali has good food though. I will say that.
I honestly, to be honest with you, yeah, you could say that, but after a while, you could literally find good places to eat. They actually like the costeños. There's a lot of costeños almuerzo places. Almuerzos like where you can get rice, meat, salad, and soup. There's a lot of costeño places. You'd be surprised, man. They make some really good food. It's seasoned and everything. Of course, not all of them going to be like that, but there's the paisa ones. Yeah, they be like, oh, bandeja paisa and this and that. You go in there, it tastes just like salt. But the costeño ones, trust me, they make some good food, man. Even
Hey, but they have a huge Venezuelan community in the city that I'm at. Like, there's
I heard
thousands of them.
Venezuelan food is pretty good.
oh,
Yeah, it is
pretty
good.
good, man. The empanadas and the empanadas from there. I actually
think
had
I had an arepa in the States and I liked it. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the Venezuelan arepas are good. The one that's like stuffed with choice of meat and shit. Pause.
Choice of meat. Yeah. Good catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what other Venezuelan. Yeah, I'm starting to think like I know there was a Venezuelan American that's hangs around QB's chat. A lot of people are saying like don't go to Venezuela, but he said it seems fine. I believe he goes by the name of Just John, and but yeah, I don't know why he said it was, and he had
Yeah,
no plans to go there.
I feel like Venezuela could be just a little bit more dangerous than Colombia, but of course you're not gonna say like you're not gonna dar papaya, like you're not gonna show them like you got a watch or iPhone. If you're gonna go there, just have a fucking Samsung or Motorola phone. You know what I'm saying? Just dress like them move like them, and you won't have issues. I don't think you should be having issues unless you stand out. You got blue ass eyes and look like a gringo from far. Maybe they're gonna fucking try you. But if you look, I think if you look like a backpacker, nobody wants a piece of you because you stink. You look like shit. I
Yeah.
see them a lot here because in Pereira they usually come here, then they go to Salento because a lot of them be out in Salento. They be staying in Finlandia because that's like the hippie area. And I had to fly one of them from Miami to here, man. This dude stunk, and I had to let him know. I'm like, yo, dude, you fucking stink, man. Colombians are clean. You fucking making us look bad.
Funny.
He was like, "Oh, mind your business." I'm like, "Dude, you fucking stink." And then another lady had to tell him, and then his face started getting red. He was like, "Yeah, I didn't take a shower in 2 days." I'm like, "Oh my god, this
Wow.
fucking
Are you
guy."
He got mad at you
serious?
because you're telling me stuff?
Yeah, yeah. The dude, like, he was literally sitting 2 seats away from me, right? Like, no, well, not 2 seats, 1 seat. It was somebody in the middle, but he was sitting on the aisle seat. Bro, you could smell this guy, bro. It's nasty. He smelled like must. Smelled like he fucking was rolling over in the dirt. And fucking, I mean, it was terrible, man. And dude was wearing like some clothes. I mean, a homeless guy out here in the street probably looked better than this guy. It's terrible.
I was I was gonna stop you short and said I better not come dressing like Floyd. And I rock with Floyd, but man, you already know the
Oh
shit
hell
he
no! Those
wears.
big ass headphones. Oh no! Don't do it.
I think he wears that for a reason. I think it's to I don't know if it's to drown out sound, but I think it's a certain type of comfort issue. Like I have it like with me, I don't know about now because I haven't been up, but like meds were my comfort. Like but if I'm off meds and someone fucks with me on my wrong day, then I can go off and whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, Floyd with his headphones is like me on with my meds.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, I can understand the dude is a little bit off, but walking around with those headphones, man. It's, I'm sure they can point them out from far, especially in Brazil. They be like, "This motherfucking gringo right here."
I recommend it. I don't. He doesn't listen to me much. The only time he listened to me was getting on No Reservations date night. That was the only time he actually listened to me, and then subscribing or not subscribing, but opening a Kick account. Though I don't know if he has it up and running. So he at least listens to me on two things. I
Yeah.
told him get a damn time kettle. At least get one of those things where the translation will go through like air those ones that look like AirPods through your ear, so it doesn't look like you're wearing big ass headphones. You still
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
something in
Sure.
your ears, but you don't have the headphones. But
Yeah, those headphones got big ass wires too, and then with that collar shirt that he be wearing, that's not even that. What is that? Fucking chaps?
you're talking about that red
Oh
Nike.
man, that famous fucking button up shirt that he be wearing, the
Yeah.
famous polo.
Or it's either polo or he either has a polo with the horizontal
I
lines,
think that's chaps, man.
awesome chaps, or he'll have the red Nike polo, and then the blue shirt, and then if he tries to dress up, then he'll wear the black button
I
down.
see why what's his name was dodging him. He's like, man, I'm not walking around with this guy.
Oh, you talking about Austin? Was
Yeah,
Austin?
he want to
Was he
be around.
dodging? Was he
Yeah.
dodging them? I don't know. I know that they do content. They do great content when they're
They
together.
do, yeah, they do. But I don't think he wants to walk around with him in the city with him fucking wearing those headphones, especially in Argentina, dude. You might get away with it in Manaus, but in
Mhm.
fucking Buenos Aires, walking around with that guy, you're not gonna be able to get in nowhere. Not even a fast food place. They be like, no, this guy is not going in.
Buenos Aires. I don't know. I'm thinking about visiting there. I don't know how it is for. I'm a mixed Asian. I don't know how it is for that because I hear there is some type of racist history, though. I don't
Oh, you
fully
don't care? Yeah,
know.
I noticed. There's a YouTuber.
Yeah, I
He's
haven't really focused on that, but I do try to be careful of that kind of stuff. Like Suriname, I probably wouldn't hit because a Korean drug lord ruined that spot. So I probably wouldn't visit there. You know, because last thing they want is that kind of memory.
That's where Guyana split, right?
I don't know if it's the split, but I know Suriname is its own country.
Yeah. I think it was Guyana before, and then they split to Suriname and French Guyana and Guyana.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah. They have they speak like 5, 6 languages out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dutch still seems to be the
French.
national language.
Yeah, French, Portuguese. On the border of Brazil, they speak Portuguese. They
Yeah.
speak English too. There's some parts that speak English and some parts that speak Spanish.
Yeah. They say you can still get away with using English, but it seems, I don't know why, but it seems the national language, I believe, is Dutch.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I know their food is bomb because they have like it's like a Indian / Caribbean food. It's delicious. I've tried it in Florida. I went to a Guyanese place and it was off the chart. Their curry was on point. They have something like a crepe where they fill it up with like sauteed onions and tomatoes and eggs, but it's delicious. I forgot the name of it.
I'm trying to remember that one name of the
Roti. Roti.
Rotis are good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of this one dish. It's a Venezuelan dish, and man, Colombia can adopt it. It would be great if Colombia adopts it, but then again, I wouldn't care because I just don't see myself going there.
I like the hallacas, the Venezuela. It's like tamales, kind of.
Yeah, that I would. Oh, I like that. The other one would be the pabellon criollo.
Never had
That's supposed to be like their
heard.
national dish.
Yeah.
Like I had it in the States. It was good. I'm pretty sure if I had it in Venezuela, I think it would probably be even better. And I think Colombia can, at least on the Paisa area. But again, it would be moot because I just don't see myself going there. If I do, I would probably reach out to Kings and Dreams because from what I understand, he owns a condo in El Poblado, but I don't know.
I'll be eating. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a place here I eat modongo. I don't know if you know modongo. It's like the cow stomach stuff. Man, that should be. I don't even like that stuff, but this should be fire. It's delicious. It's delicious, bro. I used to sleep on it. I'm like, yo, that shit is nasty. I tried it once, and it's a little bit spicy too, which is amazing. Like it's hard to find like spicy food around Colombia. That shit is fire.
You know, if I'd been able to withstand chitlins, I can probably eat that.
Yeah, but this is cow stuff, so
yeah. Chitlins to me is still an acquired taste, though.
Hey man, I hear you, man. I had the alpaca. Was it? Yeah, I had alpaca. I tried the alpaca when I was in Cali. There was a place that actually had alpaca burgers. It was a little bit expensive, but they were delicious.
Real? I never had alpaca.
It's kind of like I would give it like I would say like lamb meat.
Yeah.
That rich fat in it.
Lamb, oh man, I don't know. Maybe it's mutton or lamb. I don't know what it is, but it has this gamey taste where it kind of smells. But
it's got to be cooked right.
I've had lamb where it was pretty good too.
Yeah, lamb, it has to be cooked right. If it's just cooked with salt and pepper, it's not going to taste good. It has to be cooked with cumin, turmeric, ginger, some Arab spices. It tastes real good.
Yeah, like I've had what is it? A lamb dish from like an Ethiopian spot.
Yeah.
With injera, and again, injera is hit and miss on some places. You know, fermented bread is just, it's an acquired taste. But you know, I finally found one that was decent. But the freaking lamb was just, it was ass, bro. Because again, it's too gamey. Some people are telling me I may have had mutton, which I guess is an aged lamb.
Yeah.
But
so
there was a guy.
Lamb is not good. The fresher the lamb, the better. Honestly, to be honest, they were so bush meat illegally in Paris. Bush meat.
Pause. That together don't sound right.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So there was a guy that went on Razor's panel. He was actually trying to get He was trying to come at Nakmizi with smoke. He calls himself Rico Citizen 149. He was promoting Suriname, saying, man, if you want like Brazilians, mestizos, and like all types of mix and diversity of different Latin and Indian women, he said that was the place to be. But again, I do have a hard time taking advice from someone that looks like Richie Mack with a mullet weave.
Damn, shots fired.
Yeah. So again, yeah, if you ever look up, he might, if he sees Nakmizi, he might try to come out with him with smoke. Again, he looks like him, overweight Gregory Hines with a mullet weave.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Shit.
What's his name that was arguing with Peso? Caribbean Casanova. Did you actually see when he cammed up? Like, he fucking looks hilarious.
He looked crazy. I rock with him and stuff, but yeah, he looked crazy that day.
Did he look crazy? Like, he's funny as hell because when he cammed up, he looked nuts. And I was like, is that Caribbean Casanova? His face doesn't match his voice.
I feel like he has a type of gimmick, like where he's able to speak calmly, but then go into this loud rage,
right?
Or spurg. That's a term I've heard these days. Is the spurging out? That's it. He knows how to spurg out, but then go back to his calm self. I don't know how he does it, but I notice he's really good at that. He does that. He definitely doesn't feel Carter IV, who I understand is the admin of the channel. I'm a little polarized with that intro he came up with for Razor. Like, I was like, part of me felt like that was like kind of a knockoff of 99 Problems. It was all right, but it's I felt that he could have had better beats, someone else do it or something, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I think Caribbean Casanova, when I think he went on a rant, he was loud. I mean, it's too much sometimes.
Oh
loud
man,
as hell.
That panel can be a shit show at times. It's entertaining. I do find it entertaining, and I do find myself busy at times as a mod to either delete comments or put people in timeout. But at times it is entertaining, and I understand. I see what Razor's doing. I see that he welcomes discourse because he doesn't want it to be an echo chamber. He'll even let that. Some people call him ET. I call him a Sam Cassell looking dude with Down syndrome who barely survived abortion, who sounds like a 70s, 80s struggling jazz artist. Oh yeah. When about 15,
you're talking about Peso, man.
When about 15, 20 years ago, he sounded like a mush mouth country bumpkin. Shout out to Andrew.
Him and who was it? Johnny LA is another guy, bro. He's something else.
Johnny's hilarious.
You know who he reminds me of? I don't know how old you guys are, but he reminds me of a combination of Grand Poobah with a gap tooth smile that would put Stacey Abrams to shame.
Were you there that day he camped up? He got mad at Peso, man. He camped up for like 10 seconds. I want to beat your ass. I was like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, that's how I was able to see that gap tooth smile of his.
Yeah, that must have been it. He was like hitting the tables. I want to beat your ass.
Homie,
yeah.
And homie looked like
Peso man was cooking him though, dude.
He was. I'm gonna give him credit. I'm not biased. I knew he was cooking him, and I will give him credit, even though I personally don't like him. I'll give him his credit.
Right.
He did cook him, and I even told that to Johnny LA because Johnny LA tries to come at me with smoke too. But again,
he's like that. He's like that.
He was. And then did you see the female that he put on the panel when he came up the second time? Yeah, he had that female that was about as big as Shaq's fridge. And,
I saw that. I saw that, but I was laughing. I think Buck Travels was on the panel. We were like laughing our asses off, man.
First they started off saying she's attractive, like she's got a pretty face.
Hey, no. This is
no. Check this out. Do you guys know who Average Man Unplugged is?
Yeah.
I think he hit that same chick.
Oh man.
Because he has a channel called Unplugged Traveler, and when he was in Medellin. I think that's the same female that was on Johnny's panel. Not the one that it's on his avatar, but the big female.
But Johnny has a
Right.
kid over there. He had a kid with a girl, which I'm guessing maybe she's a working girl. I don't think she's a regular girl, but who knows?
You know, if he's being responsible and stuff like that, but if he's not and trying to like be like, you know, Nick Cannon with the Nickelodeon slime, then he's pretty much a Pookie that he
I think
speaks
that's what
again.
Peso Man told him. Is like, why don't you bring your kid to America for a better life? And he kind of said like he didn't want to. He's gonna leave his kid over there. So
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have to pay a lot to leave the kid there. If he brings the kid to America, it's a lot more responsibility. It's going to cost him a lot more money. He knows
Oh
that.
yeah, and he won't
You
and he
guys
won't
heard
be
him.
able. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
and
you heard him.
he
He
won't
said
be
he
able
sends his
to.
girlfriend $100 a month. That's embarrassing. Or fiance or whatever that is.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right. I forgot about the finances.
Remember that?
Oh yeah, that's right. If he brings his
the guy
child
that
to the
had that
States.
girl on his fucking YouTube channel. He had a picture with her. You talking about that guy?
Yeah. He
Yeah.
sends her
Oh shit.
$100 a month. That's his
Yeah, I
fiance.
can't believe he was proud of what he was doing.
As I said earlier, I have no doubt that Unplugged, Average Man Unplugged, smashed that same. Not the one in his avatar, but the one that he cammed up with.
I know I was shocked when I saw them. Like, bro, you went to Medellin for that?
Yeah, you'll be surprised, man. All you gotta do, bro, go to Provenza. Sometimes you may see some hideous ass bitches with some gringos, and you be like, "What the fuck? Why did he bring her here?"
You know what?
Over there
Dre
to
from
them.
Love Crossing Borders said. He said most of these females that are scoping them, they're looking like the Matrix females that the passport bros are leaving behind.
Yeah, a lot of them are unattractive and shit, like nasty looking too. Like you see their
Yeah,
pictures, you're like,
don't
what
get
the
their
fuck?
nails done.
I
They
have not
fucking
seen one that looked attractive. Not even the most
black
recent.
neck. They got black neck.
Not even the most recent one in Cartagena. I don't even think she was attractive. I think she was alright.
Nah, she wasn't that good. Not for no $200 she was charging. Hell no.
Nah, yeah.
Wait. Was it $200? You speak Spanish. Was it $200 a piece, or was it $200?
I don't know. She just said give me $200, so I don't know what the transaction was for the. But she said I think she went from $150 to $200.
Yes,
She was like $100. That's what she
Yeah, but
said.
she seemed like she was mentally ill, though, dude.
I thought she said cien siqueta. Siqueta.
150, yeah, 150.
Siqueta. That's what I thought she said, which would be
sorry for
150.
her. I'll tell you why. I felt sorry for her because there's 3 big men. She's there by herself. And
yeah, you know they're gonna twist that now.
They struggled. They struggled getting her out the house. That big dude had a hard time pushing her out.
You know, she
had to
could
take
call
the
the
dude who
police
slapped
and
the phone
file
out
a
of her hand.
lawsuit. That's a simple lawsuit. They can't leave the country. If she calls the police and says, "Look, here's what's going on, and we had a transaction, we agreed to this,"
Oh, the cops were called. The cops
They
were
were
called.
They put their hands on her. She could have easily said they injured my back or injured this.
Mm-hmm.
They're not leaving the country.
They so dumb they put that shit on the internet because now that shit can look bad on them because
They were stupid. You know what they're doing now?
That
You know what?
video for the police. You don't post it on the media, social media, because Colombia see it now. They're gonna think we assaulting their women.
Would you believe me if I told you?
That's right. That's another thing they're gonna start talking shit about. Look, passport bros are assaulting women now.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, that's more
They don't
ammo.
care
for,
if she's a
Peso
hooker.
Man.
You know, they know she's Colombian, but they don't care if she's a hooker.
Yeah. Well, what else? What else was I going to say? Oh yes. Did you know that they actually have a YouTube channel?
No, I did not know that.
They do. So what they're doing, they're going to start going around channels that are posting their vids, and you're going to start reporting.
Oh shit.
So just want to let you guys know. But the Tricks in 5, I just think that they made an emotional decision, but now they got PNC. So this is their, you know what happens when you got PNC, right? You start to have regret. I think that's what that's what they're going through right now.
Yeah, Medellin, Cartagena, man.
I don't blame their locals sometimes for not liking us, because when you see shit like that, like if I was to see that in Mexico, that would piss me the fuck off.
Yeah,
and shit,
exactly.
you know?
Imagine you're a local and you see these kind of people just showing up like zombies, thirsty for pussy, doing drugs, obnoxious. You know, they coming down there. Oh, this service is not good. Quiero, like I want my like they want like refund. You know, this shit don't exist in Colombia. They're not gonna
Oh
give you a
no.
refund. You
That
know
shit
what I
doesn't exist nowhere outside of America.
mean? Yeah, that's why I tell people you get out outside your
I
man.
never
Maybe the
seen a
you
refund in any of the countries I've been to, not even in Western Europe.
you can get a
Yeah.
refund in Korea, surprisingly.
Korea, I'm not surprised. Well,
Yeah.
I never saw it in Europe when I lived there. But
You know, I don't eat
UK,
pork, right?
UK.
So a lot of times I go to these places, right? So they make a mistake. I'll be like, I don't want no tocino. And sometimes they do put the pork in there, and I'll be like, oh, can you make me another one? And I know they're not going to make me another one. They just go, take that one, take the pork off, and bring it back to me. So just don't usually don't eat. I just eat the fries. Just be like, fuck it. I just give the shit to a homeless guy because I know I'm not going to sit there and fight with them for it. Like sometimes the lady makes a mistake, and I know for a fact they're not going to make you another burger. That's a loss to them. You know what I mean? The boss is
Mm.
probably already telling them like, "Yo, there's no refund. Somebody wants a different plate. Just take the fucking pork off or whatever you got to do, and just fucking feed it to them." That's how they do. You know, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess like the food service industry, they might be a little different on
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But
It's this how it
actually,
is.
you know what?
You know,
I did have my beer replaced when I like it looked like some shit was in it. So they were cool about that.
yeah, yeah. Some places you might be able to get away with it, but a lot of places they like. I don't eat pork. I ran into some situations. I'm like, whatever, man. Just fucking give it, put it to go. I'll give it to some homeless guy. He's gonna enjoy it.
You want to know the funny thing? In the beginning, I was rooting for the Passport Bros to win in Colombia, but now I'm starting to root for the locals. But the one thing about Colombians I don't like is they do tend to have a hypocritical. I don't know if this is the right term, but they tend to have a hypocritical
yeah,
feeling.
they are. They're very hypocritical, but at the same time, like, I mean, you got to put yourself in their shoes. A lot of them are getting kicked out
Yeah,
of some certain neighborhoods from the Stratus 3 and 4. They're raising
Mm.
the rent.
yeah,
Uh,
like
Can
Laureles.
you completely blame that on the green? You could also blame that on the landlord
yeah,
who's
yeah.
who are
It's just. I don't blame that on the gringos at all. That's the landlord. It's Airbnb is getting expensive. Look, in every country in the world, in Brazil is getting expensive, and Mexico is getting expensive. Like, it's not just
yeah.
a bunch of Americans going to a certain place that is making it go up. It's just the way it is. Airbnb is getting greedy with them with their
The
influx of money.
fees and all that.
Exactly. Even in Korea, same thing. Once they see it's a gringo. Well, they don't really use that term, but anyways, once they see it's a foreigner-owned business, then they start to become assholes and start to raise the monthly rent on them.
Taxes and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, Koreans have a habit of doing that shit. So Japanese, I don't see them doing that too much. Although they're already messed up when it comes to the rent. They have something called a thank you fee, which is non-refundable, which is dumb. I don't know how much that is, but yeah, you got like the security deposit, they got the monthly rent, and you got something called a thank you fee.
Yeah.
Like thank you for renting it to me or some dumbass fee. What is it? Mexico City, Roma Zona Norte, I believe is what that area is called. That I heard is now starting to get real expensive
Yeah.
to where apartments are now becoming
Condesa
two
by
grand a month.
Condesa, right? Roma Condesa.
I think it's Roma Norte's
Yeah.
Roma Zona Norte,
Yeah.
and in
It's
Mexico
expensive
City.
now. Yeah, it's getting expensive up there.
Yeah, I heard the apartments can go up to the $2,000 a month.
Yeah, that's true.
And again, I don't know. Is that because of the
The
gringos?
$2,000, maybe more than that, because usually apartments now start at like 1,000. So if you want like a really nice apartment, it might go up to like 3,500, like a penthouse.
That was before inflation. I don't know what it is now. Inflation.
Yeah.
What I said were the numbers before inflation.
Yeah.
Right at the first or second wave. Oh, I don't know if there was a second wave, but like right when people were wearing masks.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah, it was around that. Yeah.
they have a problem with gentrification over there too, because there was some. I remember when I went to Mexico City in 2022, there was signs for that shit all over Roma.
Yeah.
And
Another town. This one may I don't know if it's to blame gringos. That's also in Mexico. It's San Miguel de Allende. That's another one that seems to be overrun with gringos as well. And they've even said that like anything that you spend, it's almost like you're spending money in the States.
Yeah, Tulum. Tulum's another place.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Tulum used to be cheap, man.
Nah,
I used
not
to go back
anymore,
in
bro.
2000
Shit.
2018, bro.
I may just have to hit up Mazatlan if that's the case.
Shit, it's expensive. Like an apartment, like it's like I think I was there for like a month. I rented a condo. You know, it's like it came out to 900 for like the whole month. It was a badass condo, but that was during dead season. Like business season from December through March, it's like that
Yeah,
same
it's
condo is
probably
almost
like
3,000 a month.
Yeah, 2 G's, maybe 2,200.
The guy, the owner told me it was like almost like 3K for the whole month. I was like, fuck that.
Ooh, hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no, not at that point. No, I'm moving. No,
Nah,
no,
I
no,
start
no.
to hate like playa and shit because it feels like goddamn bitches from Texas, bitches from goddamn Georgia. They come down there and you got all these people from the States. It just doesn't feel like Mexico anymore. I'm sure it used to be better, but now it's just like
Oh
you see
yeah,
Argentinian girls too.
Tijuana Ensenada definitely doesn't feel like Mexico.
Yeah.
Nah, it's become really expensive. You got a lot of tourists that go to Playa, Tulum.
Yeah. Playa was like a hidden gem, but now
Yeah, it
everybody
was. I first went in 2005 when there was like there was no tourism, but it was like nobody really knew about Playa. It was mostly Cancun, and Tulum also was a dead town when I went 2015, and now it's like really, it's like the new like I guess you could almost say like the valley of like Mexico.
it's
Almost.
like a little Miami get away from people from the
Yeah.
States. Yeah,
Right.
that's what it is.
Well, you got celebrities living in Playa del Carmen, so of course that's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
You could buy real estate for real cheap in Tulum. I was looking at real
100,
estate
yeah,
this year.
100, 120. You could buy
Wait,
2 bedroom apartments.
But can gringos can't own property?
You can't own the property. The bank owns it, but you can still the bank owns the title, but you can still sell it whenever you want.
Really?
The average property there is like I would say a good lot of land is about 35 to 50K. Talk about community areas. Like they're building so many areas there, and so they're pretty much, let's be honest, destroying the jungle. That's what they're doing. And so they're building all these areas. So I was looking at properties this year, and like they were taking me around to look, and like you could get a nice lot of land for like 50K. And
Hey,
then build on
you!
it.
I gotta ask you a question. So the land, the bank thing, right? Does it have to be like 30 kilometers outside the water or something? I think
Yeah,
I thought it was
it's
30
something like
miles.
that. Yeah, something like that.
I thought it was 30
Yeah.
miles. 30 miles outside the water, or you
Yeah.
can't be near the water for 30 miles, and you can't be near the border for 30 miles or something like that. But I heard, and I think QB and what is that other guy? Tangerine I don't know if anybody heard of Tangerine Travels.
Yeah, I heard of him. Yeah.
He says if you put it into a trust, you can own. It would be owned under the trust for the property that's on the water. I don't know how to go about that. Maybe that's a Carl Pierre thing, because I know he's known for like, I don't know if you guys heard of Carl Pierre, but he's known for buying real estate all over the world. He's like a global entrepreneur. And there's not a lot of passport bros that's going to move like him. I'm just going to say that right now. They're not moving like him. For every one of those, there'll be 1,000 people that'll be like him, and they're not going to make it.
There's a lot of good places in Mexico. You just gotta look. Like Guadalajara to me is still a hidden gem.
Just don't be a passport bro, man.
Well, I'm not, because I'm not black.
Yeah.
In my opinion, here's my take, and Johnny can push back on. I don't give a fuck about him or the people in the chat and razors. I'm sorry to say this: passport bros are black, because what is the bros short for? Brother. Passport Joes are the white dudes. Passport Shows, CHOIs or CHOEs, those are the Asians. All right. That's, I don't know what the Latin, whatever they call them.
Passport moles are the Arabs, right?
Passport moles.
Who knows what they are? But that's
passport moles.
Yeah, Mo.
I forgot
like
who came
Muhammad.
up with that. That might have been Big Trucks, but I kind of agree. Yeah, Passport Joes are the white dudes, and the Passport Shows. I don't know what it is. Again, I don't know what it is for the Latin.
You know, I gotta agree with you, because every group has a different goal. Asians want to settle down. Like, I mean, everybody does for the most part, but you don't hear an Asian talking about, oh, I'm going to Colombia for pre-pog. Like, it's not something that's the first thing on their mind. You know what I mean? If it
Right.
happens, it happens, but that's not their
Unless
initial.
unless you're West, but yes.
Right. Exactly. No, you're absolutely correct.
He's the exception.
You're
He's an
absolutely correct.
exception. I could see Chang Nation doing the same shit. Watch.
Right.
He's going to do the same thing.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on that. Now, the passport bros, I think every group, for the most part, they're all on. Everyone would like to settle down, but they're not willing to put in the work. You got to admit, where's West took Spanish classes for 6 months. Now, that's impressive. Was it 6 months? I think it was 6 months.
I'm very impressed. Like, he almost made me want to move there.
Right. He sold you a dream. He's like, look, I've learned Spanish in 6 months. I opened up a restaurant, which we don't know if it was successful, but he opened up a restaurant either way. He learned the process. He went and got himself a wife. Now, the wife part of it, I don't agree with. He's 28. Supposedly, she's 35. That's a red flag.
Yeah, he gave me pushback on that when I spoke to him. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, for the most part, it's the other way around. Who wants to marry somebody? It's at 35, if you wanted to have kids with her, it's almost
impossible.
Difficult. Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah, it would have to be a Catholic miracle.
Like I said, when she gets to that age, she drops more eggs than a clumsy worker that drops shells at a Taco Bell.
Right. Well, not only that, I mean, let's be honest. She's set in her ways at 35 years old. That's why she couldn't follow him. At 35 years old, you expect her to drop these relationships she's had for 10, 50, however amount of years for a husband. I mean, she's already set in her ways.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And he did mention about like having her stop working and having her work for him.
Right.
I started to see, I don't know if it was friction, but something just seemed off when they went to Spain, and I don't know what happened or something. But Wes is a guy that can't commit to living in Colombia. He talked about he didn't want to stay in Colombia, that he wanted to continue to travel.
He's talking good about Colombia, then he backs up. It's like, dude, make up your mind. You know what I mean? Like,
I think his trip to Asia was to reconnect. A lot of that goes back to his family because he said that he had a bad relationship with his father, but he wants to reconnect with his Asian roots. You could visit Asia, but that's not going to help you reconnect. It's just a vacation. You've got to live there for years to reconnect. It's no different than any other ethnicity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if you're talking about moving to North Africa, you got to go there for years to really understand your culture, reconnect if that's the case. You don't just go there for a week or a month. It's going to take longer than that. Because he was going through Asia, if you watch his videos.
Yep.
You know,
he's recently, I don't know now, but he might be in Poland. I don't know what the hell he's doing over there.
Oh, that's a bad one.
He probably went to find
because let's be honest, it's like you said, you brought us something up earlier. You said, look, I don't know if I want to go to Argentina. They might be racist. Technically, you're correct. To some degree, they are. If you dig into it, why aren't there a lot of Asians that go to Argentina? You know, and then not only that, but Argentinians look at themselves as being superior to Brazilians.
Italians are racist. So is the Argentinians. So they both
Italians and Germans. Yep.
Germans. Yeah. That's
which
what
I'm half. I am half German, but yeah. But the thing with Italians, I'm sorry to say, like, I don't know who's Italian. I don't know, Rod, if you're Italian.
No, I'm not Italian.
Okay, yeah. I
they,
don't.
They are racist, but they're not purebred European. You guys know that, right?
I don't fuck with guineas. That's
I don't blame you. I don't blame you because
I used to live in Flushing, Queens. I don't fuck with guineas.
Very racist, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Very
they're
racist.
all over Mexico, like especially in Playa and Tulum. They're just like,
yeah. I'd rather take my chances with mixed than guineas.
Yeah. They're very racist. And the weird thing about them is, especially the ones from Sicily, they're not even purebred European, South European. You know what I mean? They had.
Yep.
They were.
I know exactly. Yep. I know exactly where you're going. It reminds me of that scene of the Dennis Hopper character to Christopher Walken's in True Romance. It's exactly that, right?
They were colonized for 300 years by the Arabs. So they're when black people tell Italians, "Oh, you got black in you," they're lying. They meant like Yeah. They're talking about the North Africans, the Berbers, and the Arabs that colonized Sicily for 300 years. Well, I mean, if you ever look at John Gotti, doesn't he look like a fucking Levantine Arab from like Lebanon or
Yes, he
Palestine?
does. Yes, he
Exactly.
does.
That
Yeah.
like they don't like he looks like one of those Levantine, not Saudi Arabian, but I mean a
Like
Levantine
North
Arab,
African, yeah. The Berber.
like the Berber or the Levantine Arab. But that's
Yeah.
because they colonized the territory for 300 years, from 900 to what was it, 900 to 800 to 1100 or something like that. And they look weird because if you look at them, they don't look purebred European, like South European, and they're racist against everybody else, Asians
Mhm.
and everybody else, which is weird.
Like, yeah, man, I've seen it all, especially in New York, man. They say it's the most diverse city in the states, but man, it's almost like
Well,
LA, where it's segregated. It's not segregated by law, but it's just segregated by culture.
right,
Like, yeah,
right.
you don't see too much mixing, which
That's a
whatever,
good
it's
point.
whatever.
Actually, that no, you're right because Asians in New York live among Asians in New York. They don't live
Yeah.
among the Italians or the Irish or anybody else. You're right.
Uh,
Chicago's the same way. It's very segregated.
I do find the Tribeca area though, or at least Nolita, that Chinatown somehow creeps in that area. But yeah,
Right, right. But I would look into. I think who was it? Austin went to Argentina, said he didn't feel any racism
because he doesn't.
because
One thing is here's the difference between him and Floyd, and this is no shot at Floyd. Austin doesn't look for that. Floyd, on the other hand, I believe he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder,
right,
and I sometimes think just any
The
slight.
way he dressed, man, the way you dress, like especially if you go to Argentina. Argentina, you have to look, you know, look like you're a good clean tourist. You can't be looking like Floyd with that fucking big ass polo he's wearing and fucking
is
headphones.
he looking like a Pookie? Is that what it is?
I don't
Man,
know
he
if it's
looking
that.
like he's selling CDs in fucking Canal Street back in the day.
I know exactly what you're
Fucking
talking about
bootleg
too.
CDs.
He's talking about Pookies. Yeah, he looks like a Pookie then.
Actually, it's Asian. It's Asians that sell the CDs on Canal Street. But I get what
Man,
you're
it used to be the
saying.
Africans too.
You know what? You're right. You're
That's
absolutely
funny.
yes, they do.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
they do.
Africans.
That's right. Tupac, I think was in Canal Street, and he got pissed about someone bootlegging his CDs. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I remember that.
It's crazy.
That's funny.
Y'all
Yeah,
think that
no.
West like did something really bad so he could get the death threats?
I
Oh
don't
no, he
know.
did
I just think
something crazy.
he
It
bit
has to
off.
be a
I
long
feel like he
story,
bit off a
man.
little more than he can chew. He said some dumb shit that he wanted to be more. He wanted to immerse himself into Colombian culture, but his wife and the religious family weren't into that. Like he said, he wanted to learn bachata, but they seemed to be against that. He wanted to learn like other types, and they
He
saw it
wanted
as
to be a liberal, in other words.
I guess they saw it as secularism
Yeah,
or
right.
something.
Yeah.
But it just sounded sus. At that point, I just
I,
started to
I think
lose
I
it.
he
think
want
there's
he
more
wa-
to
he
the
wanted
story,
his cake.
man. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
he
lot of
wanted
shit
his cake
missing.
and eat it too, man. He wanted to be like say Christian at one point. Then he wants to really go back to play the other side of the fence, which was enjoying his life, making YouTube videos. They started attacking him for making YouTube videos. That's what he claimed in one of his videos.
Wait, oh, I get it. But I don't think he really put Colombia in a completely negative light. He speaks the language, he interviews the people. He doesn't put a narrative to it.
Right,
Although I know people got pissed about the single mother rate that he did an interview on, and how it's what
You
right.
84.
got to be careful on things you speak on. Like
Uh,
if you live in Colombia,
Yeah.
obviously you have to be careful on things you're saying. There's a lot of people like I noticed there's a guy in Brazil too. I was talking to you about it. He's
Mhm.
always saying, "Oh, Brazilians might rob you. You might get robbed in this area. You might get killed. You might get drugged. But you live in there. You can't be talking like that. They're gonna see you. They're
Right.
gonna get you.
mm.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, if you're visiting and you leaving, you can make that type of content and just leave the country. But if you live in there, they're asking for it."
I would
Right.
probably like make, I'm not a YouTuber, but if I did and I lived there, I would probably make content be like, don't go this street,
Yeah,
go
exactly. You
this street
can't be like,
instead.
yeah, just be careful. Like you can say words like that, but you can't be like, oh, these people might rob you. The vendor might drug you. This like you just doing too much at that point.
Yeah, that
Right.
that could probably be like a Patreon
Yeah,
or a
'cause
consultation.
that's what this guy, the Swedish guy, is doing in Brazil. Literally,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. I
he's
seen him, but he got drugged as well, didn't he? And beat
yeah.
up.
I think he gets drunk because he asked for it.
But I didn't believe his stories. Like, I took the girl home at 3 o'clock so we could like just chat. Come on,
Nope.
bro.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
You're
yeah,
taking a
yeah.
female home at 3. You're not. You're
you
you're
try to
doing
make
more
us
than
something like a
chatting.
fucking state, bro. I took the girl home. We're just gonna like watch Netflix. Like, whatever, dog.
Now he basically did all of that just to create a program for gringos when they come there and pay him money, so he can just take them to the carnival where you could go by yourself, literally. As long as
Yeah.
you don't have your cell phone on you, you got a little bit of money just to buy beer. Nobody. The only thing that can happen to you there is probably people pickpocket you and take your phone. That's it. It's crazy. And you could pay for these parties ahead. You could literally buy these tickets for these parties and just
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know what parties. I know like Austin did like something called a white party, which definitely sounds sus. But you're
where in
expected to wear.
Brazil, yeah, they do that a lot. They do have those a lot. They do them at the
Oh,
beaches. They do them at like fincas, with like houses a little bit off the city. They do
mhm.
those a lot in Brazil. Those are normal.
It's normal
Yeah,
to drop $60 to enter.
yeah. You could. It's all you can drink, all you can eat, and it's
Oh,
usually they have pool. It's not
oh,
a
that's
bad
not
deal.
bad at all.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'd do that then. Yeah,
yeah. And a
I don't
lot
know
of
about.
times you get there, there's a lot of girls too, because people obviously they invite the girls to come over.
I knew a guy who went down to Mexico and was never seen it. Why didn't that Kenny the Traveler? I don't know what his full. Didn't he get deleted in Mexico? Kenny experienced I don't know what his name is, but the Kenny the Traveler, Kenny Experience. What is his name? Does that name sound familiar?
No, I never
Nah,
heard
I
of it.
never heard of this guy.
I'm looking him up now. Let me see what his channel is.
You know
Kenny.
who's the funniest monger was what's his name? That dude, man, they got beat up. He boxed somebody. He got beat up. Molano or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember Molano. Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
man,
Yeah.
like, yo,
yeah.
he was on the live one time. I was like, oh man. And the thing is, he's from Raleigh. That's where I live. That's where I have my house. I'm like, no way, man. There's no way Raleigh is carrying people like this guy.
Oh
Oh
man.
wait, you're talking about Milanos? I thought he was from Massachusetts. The way he
He was
talks,
from
like,
Massachusetts, but he lives in Raleigh.
oh, okay, because yeah, the way he
Yeah,
talks, it reminds me of watching that film, The Departed.
yeah. He sounds like he got water in his mouth every time he talks.
Though he does, I feel like he low key will say some slick shit, like the way he pronounced Nicaragua. He said it all funny, and it pissed off Nakmizi. Like Nakmizi didn't let him slide with that.
Uh-huh.
You know how he pronounced
Yeah,
Nicaragua?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. He's like,
And the funny part is the boxing, man. The boxing was funny as hell, man. That boxing match was hilarious.
yeah, like in the beginning, it went down how I expected, but I was like, oh, damn, QB, man, this is not a good look. I was like, you better finish this. Pause. I was like, you better finish him
Oh,
off.
so, that was a QB passport that he fought.
Yeah, it was QB
Yeah,
passport.
Oh shit! Damn. Oh
yeah.
damn, that's crazy.
But hey, a
I
win.
think
Hey, he
he
got the
slimmed
win.
down.
He got the
Yeah.
But
win, and it
he
wasn't
slimmed down. He was a little bit heavier when he was boxing him, right? It
who
looks like
Milano or
no
QB.
QB lost some weight.
I don't know. I didn't really pay attention. I know back in the day, like he was a heavy dude, and he
Well, when he was
promotes.
boxing Milano, he looked like he was heavy, like he looked chubby, and it was
Yeah, I
funny.
think
Like two
he looked
fat
like
guys
he
fighting
slimmed
each other.
down, but QB had the reach on him. I
Oh, of
can't
course,
Right.
believe
he's a much
what's
he's
his
much
name.
taller.
Yeah, I can't believe what's his name tried to fight him. Actually, tried to fight him. You
Actually,
Uh,
know?
Milano did give him a little bit of. He
Yeah,
did give him a,
he was just swinging and trying to get in with his fucking short ass body.
and he did hit him with lucky
Yeah, he hit
punches
him a
where he
few.
he
Yeah,
had QB turned around, and I was
yeah.
like,
Yeah, but he
QB,
wasn't
you
throwing
don't
the punches correctly. He was like,
shit. He was getting those lucky punches, and I was like, QB, you better not go down to this dude, man.
oh fuck.
Because yeah, that was a couple clean shots that QB got hit with, but these weren't but again, I don't
He
think
didn't have
Milano
no
was
power
aiming.
though. Like when he would hit him, he wasn't hitting him with strength.
Yes, yes, because if he did hit him with strength, that would have been bad news. Because he forced QB to turn his back to him, and that was like, oh, that's not good. But it's human instinct is funny like that.
Conditioning, man. Boxing requires a lot of conditioning. You know, it's easy to seem like you could box, but conditioning plays a big role in the fucking boxing. You could box 10 seconds and you'd be out of breath.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
Mm.
But yeah, looking at that, I was entertained, but at the same time, I was like,
That
shit.
was fun, man. It was fun. It was fun for the
Yeah,
for
it's
the
it's
trouble.
almost like watching Street Fighter, where he's about to finish the dude, but he with little health bar left, but then it's like, damn it, the dude's like coming back on him. he,
Yeah, he's getting
he
some
just
power.
that one more hit, but he's struggling to get that one last hit. I was like, that's what it felt like. You know what I'm talking about? Like when you watch
Mhm.
or play Street Fighter, it was like that.
Yes. That's awesome, man.
No,
Shit,
but
Rod, you said you in Chicago? What part of Chicago? I
Yeah,
was in
no, I'm about
A-Slip.
I'm like 30 minutes from Chicago. I used to live in Chicago. I'm in the suburb.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know if you know it, Naperville.
Yeah, Naperville. Yeah, I know what that's
Yeah,
at.
yeah, I'm near
Naperville.
Naperville. Dude.
It's a
Been
nice
here for
area right there.
yeah,
There's a
been here
lot
for a
of
little bit.
there's a lot of Palestinians out there too.
in
I don't know about
Naperville,
Naperville. Naperville's got a lot of Asians.
A lot of
It's
Asians.
mostly white and Asian.
Romeoville. That's
isn't there
what
like a Russian community or a Polish community out
No, no,
in?
not in Chicago. Like, yeah, but there's like the
North
north.
Chicago. Yeah, you find
Yeah,
them.
the northwest suburbs. Yes, this is like the western suburbs. This is
Yeah.
further. Yeah, this is the western suburbs. So there's a lot like this. Naperville's got like the top, I would say, #1 school system in the state, if not the country. Like it was rated like 8th best city to live in America based on crime, school system,
Yeah,
like
this
all
the
these different.
suburbs of
It's
fucking
it's
Chicago too.
surpassed. Wait, it surpassed Winnetka.
Yeah, Naperville surpassed Winnetka for different reasons. If you pull it up, I think it's like #8 in the country. It surpassed Winnetka.
I think
Again, it's based on like school, crime, cost of living, just all of these different factors that they measured it. I don't know how that's even possible because
because
Winnetka's
Winnetka is very expensive to live in. And
exactly it's
Cary, North
expensive.
Carolina too. I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys know Cary, North Carolina. It's been ranked all the time, like
Okay.
top 10.
one of my friends, his hometown is from Cary. I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
Interesting. I might ask him about.
very
I don't
safe.
really.
The taxes are high there.
Yeah,
Very
because
good school
is it because a
system.
bunch of Yankees from up north going down
Yeah,
south?
they a lot of them moved to
Right.
late 90s, 2000s.
Yeah, it
Is it?
sounds about why that's happening.
And you have a
Jeez.
lot of old money there too from obviously North Carolina.
Yeah.
Chapel Hill is the same way too. Chapel Hill is known. They got a lot of
That's
old money there.
that's Duke, right?
UNC.
Oh, that's Chap. What is
Yeah,
Duke?
Duke is
Okay.
Durham.
Oh, Chapel Hill's UNC. Duke
Yeah,
is Durham. Okay.
yeah, Durham.
Oh,
It's a lot of old money there too.
how close are they? I know they got they have like a
Like
heated
15,
rivalry.
20 minutes away from each other.
Ooh,
Yeah, very close.
yeah, I could see that. Okay, that's it's always
Yeah.
fun watching when those two. I don't really watch college basketball, but anytime those two play, I definitely try to tune in.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's the seats be expensive, man. When they play each other, sometimes the seats are like $300 all the way up.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can believe that. So if Colombia and I know Razor even says Colombia should be off the list, but I know he's getting a lot of pushback. I don't see Razor doing a good job promoting
Colombia's a big country. Like if he said Medellin and Cartagena is off the list and potentially Cali, then that's one thing. Now I don't
you
really.
mentioned Cali, which nobody's ever mentioned.
Yeah, I'll tell you about Cali. For Cali, so you have a better chance of finding a decent woman in Cali than you do in Medellin or Cartagena.
Medellin, yeah.
Now, here's the catch. Cali is dangerous. So,
Yeah.
like for example, I wouldn't. If you go out late at nights, you're gonna have to really be safe traveling from point A to point B. You get taken to Uber, you'll be okay. You just have to really be safe. Don't
Yeah,
take
you
an
don't
iPhone
take
or
don't roam around. Do
don't
Mm.
roam around. So you really have to move a certain way. Like it's just you got to calculate how you move because it really is dangerous. Now during the day you're okay. Most people like Andre and they live near Chippy Choppy Mall
Yeah, it's a
and they
nice
don't see.
area. That's a very
What
nice
the
Yeah,
heck
area.
they
is
live in a,
Chippy? What the heck is Chippy Choppy Mall? If you don't mind me
so
asking.
Chippy
Like a
Choppy Mall
mall.
is the north. It's the north part of Cali. It's one of the best malls in Cali.
Mm.
Like it's there's a few like there's two or three. So what people normally do is they live within like a 2 mile radius, 2 to 4 mile radius of that mall because it's really it's just
Kilometers,
safer.
more like kilometers, because 2, 3
Yeah,
miles is far out. Yeah,
right. So they
yeah.
don't really go too far. They're close to the mall. They go to the gym. They go shopping there. They go to the
It's pretty
restaurants
much
there.
safe over there as long as you're not
Yeah,
roaming around like at night in the back streets or
exactly.
something.
As
Yeah,
long as you don't do much at night. Now, if you do anything at night, you're gonna really have to go from point A to point B.
yeah.
Because I'm
From
sure he goes to salsa clubs, but now you have to go. Where are you going to the salsa clubs? Like 10 minutes away. And
Mm.
now you got the motorcycles, which is what causes most of the crimes in Cali.
Mm.
And
yeah,
so he's discussed it on his channel. I've listened to him how he says he moves a certain way in his car.
Yes.
You're just they just reside within a 2 to 3 mile radius of that mall, and everything
yeah,
you want is near that mall. And then they work from home. A lot of what he does is from home. So if you
Yes.
really asked yourself, like, okay, what type of a lifestyle is this? Well, he's working from home most of the time. Goes to the
Hmm.
mall to go shopping. Goes to the restaurants at the mall. There's
Hmm.
restaurants near the mall. So everything
they
is
got some
within a
nice restaurants, man. I gotta give it to Cali. I just came back from there. I was I showed you when I was out there. It's fun, man. Cali's not bad. You gotta
It's
move
it's
the
got
right
a
way.
good nightlife. If you like
Yeah.
salsa, if you like the salsa entertain, like if you're into dancing or good place to be,
Oh,
you
it's
could
fun.
learn salsa
Yes.
for a fraction, for almost nothing. Like
Yeah.
maybe you spend $500 and become an expert on salsa, right? So there's a benefit to that if you like to be creative or tap into that part of yourself. But overall, outside of that, I mean, you could potentially. I found some nice women there, man. Potentially marriage material.
Oh, yeah, Cali, man. I was down there, man. I spent like 3 nights there, man. I had an amazing time, and the girls there are beautiful. I actually met a girl
Yeah,
from Pasto. I met her there. We had a good
nice,
time. Had our fun together. Met another girl from Cali, Blondie, beautiful,
right.
natural.
Well, the thing
Another.
about Cali, really quick, is a lot of foreigners don't go there because of the crime, and that's
Hmm.
actually not a bad thing. You know what I
Yeah.
Hmm.
mean? But you'll get the passport bros to start going there because it's a lot of black women or a lot of mixed, like closer to black. So they might be
Yeah.
interested in that because more
60% black,
melanin.
right? That city.
Yeah, 60% black, but you can find the
A lot of
mestizo.
blondies. You'll be
Yeah,
surprised.
you could find that because there's a lot of Germans that went there and supposedly
Mm.
Jews or whatever after World War II. So you can find that there to some degree, but it's a really interesting place. It's like I said, it's still if you were to pull up the crime map of Cali, you'll see like heavy crime, man.
Oh
Like
yeah,
it's
the robberies there happen a lot.
a
Well,
lot.
I did hear that they are still the intentional deletion capital of the
Correct.
country.
Correct. That's the place the Venezuelans
Consecutive.
walk up. Well, Venezuelans, depends on the area you go, they just walk up to you, stab you, and then rob you. They don't even give you a warning. That's how dangerous it is.
And that's
So
unfortunate because I get along. Venezuelans are some of the nicest people in the states. That's
right,
unfortunate.
right. Well, though these are the ones that are desperate. So like, I don't know why they went to Cali. They could have gone. I don't know why they chose it, but and I don't know if they have any social services or anything in place to help them. But they're becoming desperate. You know what I mean? And they're not getting employed by Colombians. So what do you do then?
Yeah, I do. I
So
did. I did hear they get treated like crap in Colombia. I did hear
yeah,
that.
yeah, they do. Yeah, they treat them and it's a tough situation. So Do I recommend Cali? Only if you really know what you're
You got to
doing.
be
Like,
polished in Colombia. Don't
oh,
just
you
go
gotta
there
be
for.
very polished, very
Yeah,
polished.
I wouldn't
Like other,
recommend it
yeah,
for
yeah.
first
I mean,
time.
you got to be very polished, or you got to know somebody that knows how to move around, and then you guys watch each other's back. Other than that, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
Medellin, I don't recommend because there's just too many foreigners, and
I
if
don't
you're
think
gonna
you're
hang
going to
out,
find wife material over there. But again, I
absolutely
personally
not.
don't think. I personally don't think majority of the passport bros are going there looking for wife material. That's I'm
No,
just
not at
keeping it.
all. I,
I'm just
I
keeping it
listen
100.
to them, and they all have the same conversation, and so really you can't really discuss what they're up to because it's like you're deciding to go to Harvard and they're trying to go to a community college. And
Yeah.
that's the problem here. You're on two different spectrums, and you got to be clear on that. They have one goal and you have another goal.
Yeah.
So you're not on the same page. You can't. Some guy was asking me, "Are you a passport pro?" No, I said I'm just a person that travels. I'm not a passport pro. Why? Because I don't fall into that realm. What do you call it? I'm just an expat. I don't even know if I'm an expat. I just travel. I've been to almost 40 countries. What does that make me? I'm not a passport pro. I don't travel for women. So that's let's be clear on that. Do I find a girlfriend when I'm somewhere else? Yeah, of course. That's what anybody else would do, right?
They
But
they
yeah.
asked you, and you're not even black. And I don't think I don't know if
No,
you're.
no. Well, they asked me that when I was new on the channel. Are you a passport pro?
Oh, gotcha. Oh,
When I was new and they didn't know my position, I said, no, I'm just a person that travels. And I didn't even know. I'm like, am I an expat that travels? Well, I lived in other countries because I had a job working for an American company. So it's a different scenario. So then, like you said, it wasn't defined, and now it is. Now it's clear. Are you a passport pro? Passport Joe? Passport, and it really, those
But
are not even the labels. It just helps you define what your position is.
it's honestly, I think it's a money making. It's marketing. When I
Yeah.
really thought it, but yeah, it is. It is what it is. And there are some that I do want to see. There are just some where I don't give a shit if they end up in the dirt.
Right.
Honestly, like as especially with
Right.
with how some of them come up with their mindset. Yeah, I'm not going to drop any names or anything, but yeah, there's just some people where, you know what, if the locals get them, they did the world and the YouTube streets a favor.
Well, listen, I don't know if I told you the story. There was a guy, I don't know if he's a passport pro, but I met this guy. He's a military vet,
Mhm.
and he put my life at risk because he was loud, speaking English, dressed like he's from New York, but he's from Houston. I told him, I said, hey, we got to tone it down. We were in Barranquilla. Was it Barranquilla, I think, or Cartagena? I said, you can't be talking loud, and we're in Stratus 1.
you
And
become a
he goes, oh,
target like that.
He
well,
sounds
yeah,
like
I know.
Peso Man because you said he's from
You know,
Houston.
well, this guy says to me, hey, man, I'm not going to stop being who I am. And that's when I said, oh, man, this guy's going to get me hurt. And that's when I
Fuck
Yeah, it's
started.
that.
just to get away from him.
Fuck that. Get
Well,
away,
yeah, but
man.
here's the problem. When you're traveling with somebody, how do you get away? So we ended up
Yeah,
getting to a confrontation because I asked, because what happened, we were at a restaurant and I asked in Spanish, and he doesn't even speak Spanish. I said to the waiter, hey, what's going on? Why is every restaurant dry? Like, so whenever there's an election, all the
Mhm.
restaurants don't serve any liquor, wine, or
yeah,
anything.
yeah.
And so I asked him that
Mm.
question. He goes, "Oh, there's an election." I said, "Oh, who's running?" He goes, and the waiter says to me, "A socialist." And that's all he said. I said, "Okay." And something else was said. So then he says, "Don't discuss politics." I said, "Do you speak Spanish?" He doesn't even speak Spanish. Do you even know what we were discussing? We got into an altercation about that, and then I said, "Oh my gosh, I'm not traveling with this guy." We ended up parting ways. He
Yeah.
doesn't even speak Spanish.
It's
I
better.
actually,
Less headache.
oh man, dude, he was tough. Like he was a headache. Just a lot of problems traveling with him. And then I realized I'll never do that again. You
Wow.
don't travel with people you don't know, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because you don't know what they be up to. They could be like for example, being loud. I sometimes I'll meet people in Medellin, and I'm like, yo, they like, let's go out, and then I go out with them, and I see how they act. I'm like, yo, I'm taking a taxi, taking an Uber, I'm going home. I'm not hanging out with these people. There's no way.
Yep, I've told Razor's
Right.
panel. I've told even in I don't know if people are familiar with Mr. Goodbread. I said I ain't hanging nan 90% of these motherfuckers.
That's smart.
Yeah,
I'll tell you,
Even
that's a smart move.
even one MT even said that too. He's like I ain't. This is his quote. I ain't hanging out with 90% of you ninjas.
Right. Listen, if you were to meet some of these guys, what I would do is I'd say, let's go get a cup of coffee at a Juan Valdez Cafe, and then you just hang out, and get to know the person. You don't start going off and hanging out with
drinking,
him and
especially
random.
drinking, because some people can change. You go out to drinking, they get a little bit of
Yeah,
liquor in them, and they start being loud. And the worst thing that can happen, because they can bring that mentality from the states, right? They see a girl, they try to hit on her, they try to say some stupid shit. Her boyfriend might be there. Next thing you
Mm-hmm.
know, you're already into a situation that you didn't want to be in. You know what I'm saying? In the
right.
first place. So you just gotta be careful. I mean, have you been in Colombia before, or is this gonna be like your first time?
No, I don't even see myself going there. If
Okay,
I do,
yeah.
though, if I do, maybe I would probably. I personally
I
would probably reach out to Kings and Dreams in
I'll
Medellin, but
look.
I
I'll
don't
give you
know.
an idea. Start with Barranquilla. You would like Barranquilla a lot. Start with
I've
Barranquilla.
heard that,
Yeah, Barranquilla is
and
very good. It's a hidden gem. If you stay in the north, it's same shit. It's not dangerous as Cali, but as long as look, when you travel outside the state, always try to blend in as much as you can, right? So you can lessen the headache for yourself. I know you said you're Asian, but you can wear a cap. Nobody could tell. You wear a
Yeah,
fucking cap.
but I would recommend he goes to Barranquilla when there's like Carnival or
No,
something.
no, don't
Something.
go on this carnival. That's the worst time, honestly.
Is it really?
It's too
I'm
expensive.
thinking he should go when there's like an event. You don't want to
Yeah,
just go.
I wouldn't necessarily say an event, man. Just do your due diligence. There's some gringos there too. They have a little bit of gringos there.
Yeah,
Stay
well,
right.
he's gonna get bored. He's gonna get bored in Barranquilla unless there's an event. I'm gonna tell you why. Because unless he's already got like a girlfriend lined
What's
up
what's your
there.
plan? Like, what do you want to do? Like, if you travel to Colombia, what's your plan? Like, you want to learn salsa? Do you want to learn like the
I would
local
probably take
language?
salt. Yeah, I'd probably take salsa
That's
classes,
the best thing you can do. I actually
and
recommend doing that. Like, you can get instructors from Super Profe. It's a website. You can sign up,
mm,
find instructors for like 40 mil an
can you
hour.
type that in the back chat? That
Yeah,
40 mil an hour is
thing.
pretty expensive. You can get a professional a professional champion. Well, actually, is it 40 million an hour? You can get an
40
actual
mil is
guy to.
cheap. It's very cheap.
Yeah,
In
40
Medellin,
mil
they
is not
charge
bad.
90,
Yeah, it's not
100.
bad.
They come to you.
Well,
Per hour.
In Cali, it's like $10 an hour, but that's with a champion. Like the guy or girl was a champion. You know what I mean?
Mm,
Where they won the salsa contest of the world or whatever,
yeah,
whatever
I
you
would
call
probably
it.
learn either both salsa and maybe even include bachata. Like I would probably do those. I would probably. Well, I thought about doing the language exchange because that's where I got on Razor's panel and got
This
on the
is
chat, and I pretty much said like I saw no passport bros, participating in Gringo Tuesdays for the language exchange. But I'm also thinking that that's now becoming the new lick or the new segue to a lick these days too is language exchange,
I'm gonna
which is
put you on this
unfortunate.
website. This is amazing, and you're gonna find beautiful instructors, and you
Okay.
can do things with these instructors if your game is right. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I see mostly
What's the name of the
okay,
site?
so yo.
I posted it on there. It's
Yeah,
super
okay.
prof.
Okay, I
Yeah.
do see like there's 30. Okay, I do see some of them average 35 an hour. It looks like a
Some of
lot of
them
it.
70 mil. Usually the Medellin ones, obviously they're gonna be expensive because in Medellin they know the gringos will pay.
Yeah,
You
what
Seven.
you have everything. You have salsa instructors, you have gym trainers, whatever you want. So it's like a thing for freelancers in Colombia. So basically, people don't want to make money off their talent. You just sign up. And they can come to you, which is perfect. So you don't have to travel to them. I used it a lot, honestly, for bachata and salsa. And it comes handy.
I see 70 an hour for it says bail. I think that's
Baile, you just
I
put
think that means
baile
dance.
cerca de mí. Well, you
And
could put
that's in
Barranquilla
Bogota
if you want up there.
and that's in Bogota.
Yeah, Bogota is gonna be a little bit more expensive, obviously.
Yeah, and there's I have no idea where Pamplona is, but that doesn't look like dance. That looks like piano.
You know what I think you should do? I think I'll tell you why I recommend it. I think if you're gonna do the salsa, I would do Cali, line it up, and then what you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna do is you could actually do it as a group, or you can do private instruction. And if you do the private instructions with a school, they always go out as a group to go practice their salsa in Cali. So the benefit
Mm.
of that is you could start networking. I
That's
was
good.
invited out. I just didn't want to. I don't know why. I just at the time I didn't want to. So that's how I would do it in Cali. But I would also try to figure out how to line up maybe one or two. If you don't have anybody lined up, when you
Mhm.
take these salsa classes, you'll start networking with other students, and it's going to be easier for you, like to really pick up. So I would do Cali, and just late at night, you just want to make sure your Airbnb has a security guard, and then it's close to the school or wherever you're going to do your salsa classes, and then you guys go out together as a group, and then you'll have to just Uber it home. Don't take a taxi off the street or even call it, just Uber it, and that's how I would do it. So you do it
Yeah.
that way, you'll be okay. In Cali, you just got to know how to move around, and everything has to be calculated. You don't just go out like you're in the U.S.
You
So
can't be
you know
It sounds like you can't be spontaneous.
you can't be because most of the crimes committed in Cali are people on motorcycles. So it's
Yeah.
going to be one, two. It's going to be multiple motorcycles, or it's going to be two people on a motorcycle, or whatever. That's who you got to watch out for. The motos, the cars, I wouldn't even worry about. Nobody's going to risk robbing you in a car and then having a car um, confiscated. So it's the motorcycles you got to watch out for. But you'll be okay because even the Uber drivers drive a certain
Yeah,
way.
just
But
take Uber everywhere.
yeah,
Like I said, don't roam around streets. Try
mhm,
to blend in with the culture. Like if you come into Colombia, always wear jeans, wear a shirt, like a
Mhm.
t-shirt. Um, you don't have to wear a watch, obviously. You can wear a cap, you know what I'm saying? Just blend in.
don't
You
carry a
good.
lot. Don't carry a lot of
Yeah,
cash in the
don't
70s.
carry no cards. Just carry cash, max 100
Cash,
mil,
yeah,
Oh, really?
150
No
Car-
mil.
yeah.
cards. Okay.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
cards, just cash. You can even do 200,000. If you get
Yeah,
robbed,
200,000.
give
If
them
you
the
get robbed,
200,000.
200,000, $50. It
Because
And
is what
because
it
worst
is.
credit
case
because
scenario.
credit card, if that gets taken or something, you can report the fraud for credit card.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing on the credit card and debit cards is you want to put a maximum. You call your card company before you leave. Whatever you maximum $200 or $300 a day, where you
Mm.
actually don't go above that amount. And if God forbid, you get kidnapped, say, hey, I'm sorry, that's all it is 300 a day, and then you do like a max per week. This is how you protect yourself. So then you could say, God forbid you get kidnapped. Yeah, hey, no problem. Have my money, and it's $300 per day for 5 days. Then if you have to for more, yeah, I'm an orphan, or you could kind of work around that. 9 times out of 10, they want to try to get something out of you. If you're nice about it, less of a chance they'll try to hurt you. It's when that's why the Asian guy that got killed, that was really strange. What did
Mm.
he do? Like, he didn't seem like he's a bad guy. He must
You
have did something.
you want to
Um,
know what I think? I think he got scoped, but I don't think the dosage was enough, and I think he fought through it.
You
Probably,
think
but
he
I
you
tell
think
you
he
something
fought
about
back?
that guy. Can I tell you guys something about that guy? Because I used to
Yeah,
see that guy all the time on Poblado. I think he goes out a lot. He gets wild when he gets drunk. You know how people get goofy when they drink in the club. They start doing weird dances. They don't
yeah.
care. That was that guy. I kind of feel bad. I know he passed away and shit.
I saw
But
that. Yeah, the
yeah,
dances.
the way he dressed too, he be wearing like suits and be wearing fucking blazers and shit. You can't be wearing that type of shit, man. Especially if
Hmm.
you're trying to
Yeah.
branch out.
I seen the girl he was with. I'll tell you the truth. You could just tell she's not into the guy. She's there for the money. Like she's
Hmm.
there to
Um,
figure out what can I get from him. Like it's
that girl
just
didn't do nothing to him though. It was another girl that did something to him.
was
Oh,
That
it?
girl,
really?
yeah, that girl,
Not the
because
red
she was
hair,
with
not
him
the
the last
redheaded one,
one, they
not the
put her in
redheaded
the
one.
internet, they blasted her and shit, but she had nothing to do with it. Because I know some people
Wow,
that actually dated her, like they talked to her and shit, and she's a cool chick.
Yeah.
that's why
Yeah,
Razor
she
Blade.
likes gringos. She loves gringos.
Mm.
Like that's what she dates.
That's why Razor didn't put her in the thumbnail. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Shout out to him for that. I didn't
Yeah.
think about that.
I guess he did his due diligence. Obviously, he know he was like, because that's what the news was saying, and that's what the word was around in Medellin anyway. Like she was a gringo lover, and she didn't do that type of shit. Like people were shocked when they heard it in Medellin. They're like, "Oh, no, we dated this chick. We know this chick. Like, she would never do that."
In the travel space, I did
Yeah.
notice some people in the travel space were
But
blasting.
yeah, you in Medellin, you have some gringo hoppers, man. They love gringos. Some girls just love dating gringos, and if you date a girl that likes to date likes gringos, stay away from that shit, cause from a
Because
gringo to another gringo, that's what's gonna happen.
Well, they're
Okay.
taking her. I seen him. He was taking her to nice restaurants. Like
it
Yeah,
looked like, yeah.
you know what I
There's a
mean. And think about it. Like she looks like you can kind of tell she's probably from Stratus 2, maybe. I don't think 3, maybe 2. Like she wasn't from a high Stratus.
yeah,
She's
yeah.
not
She probably stars 3, something like that.
like something like that. And then
She was
he's
very
taking her to.
pretty. She's very
Yeah, oh,
pretty.
she's very pretty. Yeah,
She's
I seen
hot.
her. Yeah, she's very
I could see
attractive.
why he was all over her, but like I said, that's what the word is going around in the news, and it's like that's not her. They did the track, they did the investigation. She has nothing to do with it.
okay.
So
There's another YouTuber. I don't know how big he is. I think he's about 80K subs. He might be at 90. It's his channel's called JMC Rides. After Where's West, shitted on the Passport Bros and then shitted on him specifically, he was nowhere to be found after he moved to Medellin. Like his channel's been inactive for years. I'm kind of wondering
Wow.
what happened to that dude.
I've never heard of him, to be honest with you.
JMC Rides. He's known for like flexing, supercars and stuff. That I'm thinking, why is he relocating to Colombia after, flexing?
Everybody is coming to Medellin, man. There's a guy that actually does BMX stuff. He's from the States. He does like TikTok, and he's living in Colombia doing this shit so he can get content, I guess, because the hills and all
Yeah,
of that shit.
but you can't bring a super. But for him, that would be a long shot for him to flex the supercars in Colombia without becoming a target.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
see
mean,
the
if you
channel
stay
that
in
he
Las
was on.
Palmas, yeah, I mean, they do have they do have car groups, man. Don't get it wrong. Like Medellin, they have like car groups, car meetups. They do have like M3s, M5s, the fucking STIs and shit like that. The RS3 Audis and shit.
I'm at his channel. He's got 86,000. He looks like a passport pro. He's got 86,005
He
subscribers.
kind of gives off Pookie vibes with his most recent. I don't know. I haven't seen his stuff.
But you're right. He hasn't put anything out for 3 years.
Exactly. And that was like, again,
Wow.
it wasn't that long ago after Where's West put him on blast.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, it says 3 years was his last video with 86,000 subscribers. What do you
and
think happened to this guy? He's got a
comments like,
Facebook.
and you saw in the comments, people are saying, "Where the hell are you?"
Yeah, is he still alive? And just his channel just stays.
I don't know, but I know Razor said he wasn't going to touch that because he's like he doesn't want to get involved in something that because I brought that up to him, but he's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, touching that one."
His last post on Facebook was in April 2020.
Again, that's over 3 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, something happened to this guy.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
he's
what I'm
not
thinking.
posting.
Something happened to him. Yeah.
I feel like it because that dude is a flexer, and he even flexed in Medellin too with that Airbnb that he stayed at with his Venezuelan. Well, I didn't think she was a baddie, but he had a Venezuelan baddie,
Right.
and he kind of had that Pookie energy and stuff, showing her ass and all that. He had the camera. Yeah, he had the camera pointed at certain way to where her ass was showing and him lifting her up and stuff. The Pookie energy.
Right. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it says
Oh,
3 years.
someone used to watch that dude in the chat. No, yeah.
But
I
most
didn't
of
know
his
about him.
videos are focused on the women. Like he's got video after video on women, and then he discusses cars from time to time. But he says he quit his job in 2020
Yeah, to move to Medellin.
Well, yeah, that's what it says.
and he
But
hasn't
you're
been out.
right. I mean, what the hell happened to this guy?
I
That's
don't know.
weird.
Either something happened, he's missing, or he probably just fled and just disappeared. I don't know,
Yeah,
but something didn't feel right. I brought that up to Razor, but yeah, he's like, I'm not touching that if he doesn't have anything that's conclusive.
right.
I don't blame him for that because yeah,
What about DC Rob? Maybe I should ask DC Rob because I guess he could pull out
I
information
don't
about
know
you.
if it's smart for him to bring that up because I think if he gets involved in something, then he might be a target if he visits.
Yeah.
You know what? If you go to Medellin with a certain attitude, like these Colombians don't play, man. They will erase you quicker than you like. You know what I mean? I had a guy when I was in Cali, and I was typical gringo behavior when I was new in Cali. I walk
Mhm.
into an actual gym, working out, and then I go hit the sauna afterwards. I slam the door, and the guy says to me in Spanish, "Where are you from?" And he was like really short, so I'm like, "This who's this midget talking to?" That's what I was thinking.
Mhm.
He goes, and I told him I'm from Chicago. He goes, "I'm going to give you a pass." That's all he said to me. And then he had a bodyguard next to him. Turns out he was somebody that was part of the cartel in Cali, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Fuck.
yeah. That's definitely that's why you gotta be careful in Colombia because you don't know
Right.
who you could be talking to. They could
Exactly. Well, I almost told him, "Who's this midget talking to?" You know, can you imagine?
Yeah,
Like, like with that gringo attitude. You know how great, like you act like you own shit.
I
And
seriously had to text Floyd like, "Fucking don't slam the Uber car's door because you could be pissing off the wrong person."
I don't think
right,
he's I don't even think he's conscious of himself. So let alone slamming the door.
Like I literally sent him a text in the middle of his live. I'm like, "Dude, don't do that shit again."
And he went to Manaus. Like Manaus is kind of dangerous, you know. It's fucking
I heard it's a lot safer than Fortaleza was actually named the ninth. It might be the ninth most dangerous city in the
yeah,
world.
dangerous city, but it has parts to it. Obviously, it has like a very nice part. It's kind of like Cali, but I feel like Cali is a little bit more dangerous than Fortaleza.
If
right. You
going
what
by,
was it? Pereira rated number 35 most dangerous city on the planet. Pereira.
yeah, but
Uh,
Fortaleza was like in the top 10.
Pereira, I'm not
Like,
sure, but I know it's not like in. I think it's in top 10 Colombia for sure.
if
Yeah,
we're going,
yeah.
no,
Top 10.
but
But this
Fortaleza
is a
was
big
top,
city, so of course it's going to have its regular crime.
right? But Fortaleza was top 10 in the world
Oh shit!
because
Okay.
yeah, if we're going by intentional deletions per 100,000 people, yeah, I think it was either number ninth or 10, like three. I think three or four cities that were in the top 10 were in Mexico, and then three were in Brazil.
Right. Wow.
Yeah,
Shit, y'all be surprised, man. I don't know if y'all know Fateville. Fateville is a fucking dark town, dude. Y'all know Fateville? Y'all know where Fort Bragg is, right?
you
Yeah.
talking about Fayetteville, North Carolina?
Fayetteville, North Carolina. I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
yeah, yeah.
man.
I've been there.
I found
Dangerous place. It gets very dangerous at night.
I found it
People be
ranking the
shooting
most.
at each other.
Yeah,
It's crazy out there.
I found it ranking the most dangerous cities in the world in 2023 by per 100,000 inhabitants. Celaya, Mexico is number one. Tijuana is two. Juarez is three. I don't know this city, but it's called Obregon. That's four. That's still in Mexico. Irapuato is five. Ensenada is six. St. Louis, USA is seventh.
Fuck.
I'm not surprised.
Eighth is eighth is Uruapan. Uruapan. I don't know how to pronounce.
It's in Mexico. Gotta be in Mexico.
It is in Mexico. It's
Yeah.
Uruapan. And then in Brazil, then you got Fieta de Santana. And then shockingly, Cape Town is at number
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. Cape Town does have a bad side to it,
10.
man. Really bad.
Cape Town is number 10.
Yeah.
Cumana, Venezuela is 11th. Fortaleza is 12th.
Johannesburg has to be there too in top 20 for sure.
It's not in there. Let
Oh,
me see.
that's
Hold
crazy.
on. Fortaleza is 12th. I don't know if I pronounced it Mosoho or Mosoto. That's Brazil. That's 13th. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Guyana, Venezuela is 14th. Zacatecas is 15th. Baltimore, USA is 16th.
Damn, the U.S. is up there, huh?
Yep,
Yeah, man.
Baltimore
I'm not
16th.
surprised. Chicago maybe is up there. No.
And then Kingston is 17th, Kingston, Jamaica. And then
Yeah.
back to Mexico, Acapulco, Mexico is 18th.
Haiti's
And
not
then,
up there. Little Haiti.
no,
Haiti,
19th is Caracas. Caracas, Venezuela is 19th. And
yeah,
then
Caracas.
actually that's a huge improvement because Caracas was number 1 at one point for many
Yeah,
years.
it was rough. Yeah, it was rough, man.
20th
That's because
is
all the criminals left. They went to Colombia, man.
They either in Colombia, they're over
They
there in
went
the
everywhere,
border.
bro. They're like, fuck this. We can only get so much money and shit, bro.
and then 20th is, I don't know if I said this right, Vitória da Conquista, Brazil, and that's 20th. So yeah, looking at the top 10, Mexico takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Mexico cause the cartels, man. You know the cartels. You know how they move, man. They always have ambushes. They always got
7 cities in Mexico take the top 10. And of course, St. Louis is number 7. Wait, St. Louis is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. Yeah, St. Louis shockingly is at number 7.
Detroit will come after that for sure.
No,
After 20?
Detroit actually Detroit was not on there because the crime's actually gone down significantly. I don't know how much, but only 2 U.S. cities was listed. Again, that was
New
St.
Orleans. New Orleans always gonna be dangerous too.
What's up?
New Orleans.
Yes, yeah. This we're going at 2023.
Yeah.
This is the year of 2023. I don't know where Celaya is, but that's number 1 for most intentional deletions per 100,000 people. El Salvador, funny thing, before the president took over, had the highest deletions for a country.
Yeah, that was the gang, because the gangs.
Yeah, so we're not talking about it's you add it all up throughout the country. They had the highest. It's considered the most dangerous. But now that actually might be, unfortunately, that might
Colombia's
be
not even on the list then.
No, we're
I
just
think it's
we're
number
just,
35.
we're only talking intentional deletions. We're not talking robberies. We're not talking it's just strictly deletions. I'm pretty sure Colombia would be up there, if they actually had a
overall
category
crime. Yeah, Colombia has to have at
overall
least
violent crime.
3 cities in top 50 at least.
Yeah, but Brazil had. I remember. I don't know if Live Leak is still around, but man, Live Leak had Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia on a circulation of just the CCTVs and again, what is it? The machete attack. That was in Quibdó, Choco, and at the time it was on Live Leak, and just seeing a dude get torn to pieces with that.
Oh yeah, this shit happens in Africa a lot too, man.
Disgusting to look at. Well, you know what Quibdó, what Quibdó, Choco, you know what the community they're known to have that's predominant, right?
Indigenous?
No, it's a predominant black community.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that's the case for that situation. Yes, they were 2 black guys. One was the one that had the machete was a black guy. The one that was getting hit with the machete was a black guy. So, whatever. It is what it is.
Yes. I mean, crime is, to be honest with you, is all over. So there's always a safer part of the city. If you can be in that part, just stay in that part.
You want to know something interesting about Fortaleza? That when Floyd did his live when he was in the neighborhood, you know what? You wanted the funny thing? I was seeing Sereno tags, Sereno 13 tags, Norteño 14 tags, MS 13, 18th Street crossed out, and I'm like, these are not Brazil. These are LA based gangs, and I'm seeing these graffiti tags on the wall in Fortaleza.
That's weird.
I'm like, how?
Yeah, because usually Brazil is all about territory. They don't follow gang and shit.
No, but I'm seeing LA based gangs tags on their walls,
They
And of course,
probably just do that shit for fun. They just fucking graffiti them shits.
and cross out
They
18.
see it. They see them in movies, maybe YouTube documentaries and shit.
Well, I know MS-13 is everywhere. Like
Yeah,
they're even in Europe too, like
in
Spain.
Spain. Yeah,
They're in Canada. I don't know how they find
there was
themselves.
some cartels that got caught recently in Spain.
Yeah,
The Spain government got them. They were
good,
building shops there. They were making meth out there. They were making fucking fentanyl.
good because they're gonna fuck the country up. It's
Yeah.
as no, I don't. No, it's good that they.
But no matter what you do to these people, bro, they always going to pop up shop somewhere else. If it's not in that country, it's going to be by that country.
You want to
People
know the
got money,
interesting?
man.
You want to
Cartels
know
got.
the interesting translation of what MS-13 means, or at least the MS and MS-13 means?
Oh, what does it mean?
Army ants. They're fucking army ants. You know what army ants are known for?
Uh-huh.
Being all over the fucking place and being a nuisance.
They're like Taliban.
Honestly,
They just
yeah.
you can't stop them. They just keep growing.
Yeah, they're called. Yeah, they're I think they're Malva Mera Salvatrucha. In my opinion, I personally think they're Malva.
Ostruchas, yeah.
They're Mera Salva Cucaracha.
Yeah.
Which is cockroaches, because you think you got rid of them, more of them spawn. They end up hiding, within the cracks of the pavement, because that's how you survive a nuclear blast, right? You can nuke a damn town, they'll still appear.
It's just like Taliban, man. You can't get rid of them.
No, MS-13 never started in Mexico. It started in LA. Might be. They're Salvador based. They're El Salvador based, which is funny why I saw that tags on Floyd's live. I was like,
Hey, yo, what time is it over there in where you at?
It's midnight. I'm on the West Coast.
Oh.
So I'm good.
What about over there in Brazil?
What's up?
Over here it's already like
MS-13 never started in El Salvador. They exported it and brought it there. It started in LA. I don't know why people are saying it started in El Salvador. It's full of El Salvador people, but they brought it there.
MS-13 got like Mexicans in it, got like fucking Guatemala people in it.
Oh yeah. They're not that they don't discriminate. I'm pretty sure they'll even bring Mexican mafia brought Asians on board. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't surprise me if they brought them on too.
They got man, you'd be surprised, man. Oakland.
Yeah,
Oakland is rough.
Have you guys seen what is it? That film American Me?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know that guy that plays Shang Tsung that's in
Yeah. He's in that movie. Yeah.
That's based off a real guy named Jap Mike. That literally is based
Cambodians
off a
and Mexicans gangs and shit.
What's up?
Is that with the movie with the Cambodians and fucking Mexican gangs and shit?
I don't know about I don't know about Cambodia and Mexico's, but that guy that played Shang Tsung, that was in American Me. That's based off a real guy, Jap.
Oh
Mike.
Yeah. No,
Jap Mike is in the book called I think it's called The Iron Hand or The Black Hand or something like that, which is written by I don't know if it's written by the founder, but that's explains like the ins and outs of the La M.A. But yeah, that's a real guy, believe it or not. I was surprised. I was like, why did they put a Japanese guy in this film? But there was a reason. They were trying to put people based off, like that white guy they had. That's Papa Joe. Someone's asleep in the panel. That might be Wes.
That must be him. He wasn't speaking much.
24-year-old white dude. Wait, Chris C. I'm glad.
Hey,
I'm glad.
Wes. Hey, tell Wes, wake up. You might have a Catholic dream.
Is he a Catholic? Funny thing is, I'm Catholic, but I'm looking to convert because Catholicism is such an embarrassment. Like, I'm actually looking to convert to Eastern Orthodox. Yes, that's right. Because what is it? Technical advisors. I think it was two of them. I don't know if it was two or They did get deleted.
Oh man,
They
yeah,
got
I'm out here
deleted.
get
They
the
got
dry
deleted
out,
over that
man.
film, and the director of that film, or the guy that played the main character, I believe he was either the producer, the director of the film. He's like been hiding from them because he wrote the fact that the leader got raped, which they attest never happens because one or not the leader. No, not the leader didn't get raped, but the one of his people did that to the white guy, which the thing is they see that as an affront because in the book it says to join you cannot be you can't play for this you can't play for the other team kind of thing.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like you can't go Adam and Steve, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Damn. Yeah, y'all gotta mute him out, man.
Yeah,
Who's
but
that?
He got me
I
sleepy
don't think
over
that's
here.
Wes.
No, I think that's Rod.
Oh shit,
Rod.
Rod. Rod.
I thought that was Wes,
Because
bro.
Wes has the mic muted right here.
That's
Look,
why
you
I
see
thought it was him. It was Rob. Rob is,
Damn, Rod.
hey
Rod.
Rob, man, am I boring you? Wait, he's in Chicago. It might be 2:00 over there. Might be 2 a.m.
Chicago time. I don't know what time is it, or like one or
Central. Yeah.
Central time, so it might be 2:30 a.m. over there.
Damn, Rod. I think Rod, the melatonin is working on him.
He was at the
Well,
gym, so I know that he's kind of tired. So yeah.
well, my story probably bored the shit out of him too.
Hey man, but did you freak out when you heard that QB was drugged? I was shocked. I was like,
I
oh,
was pissed about. Well, I was upset. I was in because that's my boy, and I was kind of in denial too because he always talks about safety and everything. And then I was a bit angry at who leaked it. Like, if it was somebody in a circle or something, then I got kind of pissed about that. And then I was even more pissed that it got leaked to the Pusso man.
the Peso man. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Somebody leaked. Well, how many people did he tell that it got leaked? Shit.
That might be you know what? He might, now that I think about it, he probably should have been held accountable for leaking. I wouldn't say leaking it but for trusting and telling someone who apparently doesn't seem to be trusted, and apparently went. The funny thing is, when he was in Ecuador, it didn't look like it was going down like that until they started, breaking in and taking hostages at the TV studio. Like, I wasn't hearing anything about Ecuador. And when QB was in Guayaquil, like, Guayaquil looked nice. It made me want to visit there.
Yeah, that shit look nice. It looks
and he was there multiple times. That wasn't his first time over there.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man. People fucking. I just think I have my issues with Colombia, and I don't care. I speak my mind, but I don't live there no more. So, but if I was living there, I wouldn't be talking reckless how I am now. Like, I went there the last year, but I was only there for like 2 weeks and I left. You got to be careful what you say and how you move over there. I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
They're watching, and there's a lot of hatred towards
if you
gringos.
get a chance of if you see these two girls trying to hang out with you, try to avoid that as much as you can, unless you know the girl already and she's inviting her cousin and you guys are actually going out. Yeah, that shit could be in favors, but
you want to know something funny about that? You can even know a female. Like, this happened to a guy in Bogota. I want to say his name is Trad Travels. It's a guy, when he cammed up, he looked like Tiger Woods. He had a girlfriend in Bogota, and she scoped him. So there you go. Mm-hmm. This was
one of the girls I have on my channel. One of the girls I did the interview with. I want to just say it because I don't really talk to her. I stopped talking to her like a year ago, and she hates gringos anyway. So what does it matter? But I have her on my channel. One of the girls that I did the last interview with in Cali, the long interview, because I did two girls. I did one that was like 10 minutes, and the other one was 25. She got scoped by her best friend. She was telling me.
Wait, a female got scoped by her best friend?
Yeah, in Cali. Yeah.
Damn.
I have it
See,
on
That's a
my
normal
channel.
thing, man. That's a normal thing here, man.
No, but at Cali is different because Cali they wait a long time. Like in Medellin, it's like the first night or the first week, and then Cali they wait like even Andre Love Crossing Borders talked about it on his live one time. He's like, oh, they'll wait up to a whole year before they drug you. I was like, oh fuck these motherfuckers.
yeah.
Yeah, when you find an opportunity, they did this shit. I know my ex, right? They had issue one of the a lawyer chick that was working with them. I think she got fired, but she held. I guess she played it off or like she's cool with them. One time she set them up. They went out to fucking eat, and she scoped all of them. And fucking police got involved and shit. It was crazy how this shit happened. I don't know how she did
She
it.
knew them
Maybe
for
she
like a
worked.
long time.
No, bro. I guess she stopped working at the firm and shit. She lost the contract, but she still was friends with them. But there was enemies, obviously, in that group when they went out to eat, and she scoped like three of them, literally. Like crazy story. I was like, "What the fuck? How does this shit happen?" She's like, "Yeah, I guess she just wanted to get them back, and the only way for her to get them back is put something in their drink." And I'm like, "How this shit happen?" Maybe she worked with somebody at the restaurant or something. She paid off somebody.
Yeah,
They did it.
I think it's crazy because I think the only place that scares me a little bit more is Cali because that's the only my biggest issue. Like I only know one girl there, and like I known her for 2 years, but I just like I'm afraid to meet new
I
people because like it's just like man they could fucking drug
Yeah,
you
you
all.
just gotta be on your
You
p's
gotta
and
be careful. Like
q's
I met
and
another girl and I met her family. I met her mom, and so when you do something like that, you're a little bit more safer because you know where they fucking
yeah,
live at and you know the family,
yeah,
right? Like
yeah,
it's just
exactly.
not gonna
yeah.
get
Yeah.
away with shit, you know.
Always
But
ask questions
yeah,
and
yeah.
just
She
see
was cool.
how
She
she
invited me.
answer you. You know
She
what I
cooked
mean?
for me and everything, bro. So that's the kind of acquaintance that you got to meet. So I mean, I mean, all the girls that I hang out with in Medellin, they live like in the same like block in San Javier or whatever, and I know their moms, the fam, I've been inside their houses, so I feel
Oh, that's
safe
good.
around them.
Yeah, if you know the
Yeah,
fam, you good.
but it just sucks for the new crowd that's going, doesn't know shit, doesn't know anybody. It's like, how do you break
But
into that circle? You
but the
understand? How do
crazy
you?
thing, the crazy thing is, even though his girlfriend, he met the family. That's another irony.
Ah man, that's crazy.
He met the family, been to the house and
I
all that.
think
She's
this
she
bitch
still
is
got
just
him.
nuts. She probably does drugs. She don't
She's
care.
still, yeah,
Maybe,
yeah.
like I
So
said, man, Colombia is here. If they could get back at you, you did something to them to hurt them, they could scope you. That's what happens. That's what a lot of people don't know. They feel like it's not just about robbing somebody or trying to get somebody something. If you did something bad to somebody, there's a lot of girls here, they drug their boyfriend just because they cheated on them or some shit like that. This is like a normal thing here.
mm,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Yeah. See again. Yeah, this is supposedly his girlfriend. Who posted it or not posted? It was on her live. Luke Casely. I don't know how many people know who she is. She's part of Kevin Samuels' circle and even Obsidian Ali. Um, it was on her live, but I think that the guy that she interviewed, again, he made an emotional decision to go public with it. But again, he probably had PNC and probably told her to take that shit down. You know,
Yeah.
when I say PNC, right?
Uh, no, I didn't get
Post nut clarity.
it. Yeah, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, you start to regret what. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just sucks. Like Colombia gets like the Miami crowd now. The people that used to go to Miami and Las
yeah,
Vegas,
yeah. They coming
now they're
down
going
here. They're
to Medellin.
loud.
So it's just like, man, I remember going to South Beach because I went to university there for 2 years, and like I used to see the paddy wagons there and like people fighting on the beach, like you're
Bro,
just
people
chilling and
come
you're just
from
like, what the
Alabama,
fuck, bro?
Mississippi, from the block. The
you
whole
want to
block
know?
goes
You want to
down
know
there.
what Miami guy I'd stay that, or I don't know if he's Miami, but he's definitely a Floridian that I would keep arm's length, actually more than an arm's length away, if we happen to be in another country. It's that DYB life. I don't know if it's DYB lifestyle, which I believe stands for dump your boyfriend. I'd stay the fuck away from that dude.
Damn. But you got a lot of creep cameras and like a lot of Colombians are getting pissed off at that as well. Like these guys don't give a shit. Like Rami travels, like creep cams and all that. Like I seen this dude in Medellin. Like I met him, I talked to him. Like
Yeah.
I mean, it's just weird, bro. Like he sits down on the
Yeah.
bench for like 10 minutes. Like literally, you'll see him sitting down with his backpack. He gets up, walks for like 10 minutes, sits down again. You're like, what the fuck is this dude doing?
I
Like,
know they hate those
you got dudes
motherfuckers,
like
you
that
know?
creep camming and shit. When
They
it's
be
like,
cursing them, man. They be cursing them. Yo, when I used to live in Medellin, when they go in like Provenza area, you have some Colombian motherfucking families. They can't stand them, bro. They be sometimes you might hear them like "we puta, marica," like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
They be
yeah, yeah.
cursing them out.
Marica means fat. Marica
He,
means
bro,
faggot, right?
he got cursed
Marica
out in
can mean a
Brazil as
lot of
well.
things, like
Rami
motherfucker.
Travels, like there was he was doing a video on the beach and the girl started throwing the finger at his face, like "fuck you." It's for YouTube, it's for YouTube, and like because he was being a creep about it. Like he put the camera on the girl's body, and then he kind of kept it on there for
Yeah,
a
and
few
then
seconds.
it's
And she
fucked
started
up
throwing them
because
the finger, and I was just like, bro, you're lucky she doesn't have a dude that didn't go up to you like you're gonna erase that. I want to break your fucking
a lot
camera
of
and shit.
girls don't want to be in that. They don't want to be in that shit. It might be a pretty girl walking just normally, and somebody records her and put her in the thumbnail. That's fucked up. That's
Or
math.
they could, be a freelancer and they don't want their shit exposed either.
No, Provenza, bro. There's a lot of regular chicks. There's a lot of regular hardworking chicks that just want to go out, and you have this fucking gringo coming there and fucking put her in his thumbnail. Now she's all fucking famous. She don't want to be in the fucking camera. She don't want to be on YouTube. It's fucked up, honestly.
Well, that's a good question. When you got the tricks in 5, oh man, I don't know. I don't know if the tricks in 5 were trying to finesse her or if she was trying to finesse them. But it sounded like I don't even know if there was even a set price. But it sounded like they wanted to drop 100.
You said the guys have a YouTube channel, right? Do you know the channel's name?
Global Trotter TTC.
Oh my god.
I think
Yeah.
TTC might stand for Trash Talk Circle, or it might be standing for something. I don't know what it stands for, but yeah,
Sounds like a
not global,
bunch of
not global
shitty
Trotter.
workers.
Globetrotter TTC. Yeah,
Sounds like a bunch of city workers that take vacation together.
I don't know, but I think it's sus that you got 5 guys and 1 female. What that's and the thing is,
Oh
and
yeah, I found them. Yeah, but they don't have that video of that girl though.
that's what I'm curious. I'm
They
kind of
probably took it down.
Well, the thing is, I think they're trying to go through other channels to try to. From what I've heard, they're looking to like report other channels that are putting their content up.
Oh, so the Razor Race took the video down?
Yes.
Oh, so he got like they reported him or something like that, or
No, I don't think he reported. I just think he just did it for their safety. Because they might have reached out to him because they're still over there. But the thing was,
but that's their
wanted
dumbass fault. Why the fuck are they publishing that shit, bro? Like, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Like, you're older, man. And to be honest with you, I think the people that are doing the fuck shit is not even the young guys. It's the older dudes. Like,
It
every
is
time
the
I see
older
somebody
guy.
do dumb shit, it's always
old
the older
grumpy
dudes,
ass
man.
motherfuckers, man.
It's
always the
mostly
older
them.
dudes, man. I'm
Now,
like,
don't
what
get
the
me
fuck?
wrong.
You're 50 years old, bro. Like,
Now, don't get me wrong. There are still young guys. Trad Travels is a young guy. I don't know if it's traditional travel, whatever the fuck his name is, but he's kind of this black Republican guy who travels. But anyways, he's a young guy. He made a mistake, but I think in his situation, anybody probably could have gotten his situation because he was in a relationship. It lasted months. He met the family, went to their home. She still got him. You think that could have happened to anybody?
If he met her family and he was with her for a while, I don't know, man. It's just hard for it to happen, especially if you know her family, bro. It's like, unless she was like a drug addict, maybe he pissed her off, he did something.
It's possible they might have pissed her
Yeah,
off.
I'm telling you,
once
this is
you
I
know
live
the
here.
family, it's
I
hard
know
for
what
them
the
to do shit like
Colombians
that to
do.
you. But you got to be careful, man. I just think Colombia is like, I wouldn't recommend Colombia for a new traveler just for the simple fact that if you're trying to meet a lot of people, you should probably network somewhere else, maybe like Mexico, go to Dominican Republic or Brazil or Eastern Europe or somewhere else.
I would say Dominican Republic is not. Yeah, it's good.
Here's what I don't understand, and God, I can't believe I'm agreeing with this guy. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Peso on this. I don't understand why they go there to date. when they're only going to be there for what 1 to 2 weeks maximum.
Are you talking about that guy that Razor's had on his channel, like the old dude, like that's a nurse? I forget his name. Tony.
Trap? Yes.
Tony, right? Tony's a nice guy and shit, but he's like, man, we all told him like, bro, you got to be careful. He's already getting into some shit over there, but
it does not make sense to go there and date if you're going to be a weekend warrior. Now, I can understand if you're going to be there for like if you're going to do what Austin is doing. He's going there to decide which country he wants to finally relocate to, and that's pretty much what he tells them. That's a little bit different. But yeah, if you're just there as a weekend warrior, I don't see the point in just going there to date.
Yeah. Ace is over there right now, Ace Live, and I met some other YouTubers. I haven't met Ace Live. I met Timmy Crater. He's a nice guy, and I met
Timmy Carter.
Yeah, Timmy Carter. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You called him Critter?
No, Crater. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. Carter. Yeah, he's a cool guy. I met him and I went out with him a few times. He's a nice guy and shit, man. But he kind of sells a dream though too, because he knows the fuck shit that happens over there and he doesn't talk about it. But I don't blame him because he lives there full time. Yeah. He lives there full time.
He likes Medellin. He wants to be there. He don't want to be.
Yeah. But he knows the bad things that happen because I seen him bitch. Like I was with him when he told a group of Colombians that I don't recommend nobody doing that, but he told a group of Colombians that their women ain't shit. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, he's they're mentirosas. Like, and the girls are just laughing. And I'm like, but that's, like everybody in that group will start laughing, but like, you never know the reaction of another group, like they're going to be like, hey, don't disrespect our women like that, like this. But yeah, he's still a young guy though, so I expect him to make those
you can say that. You can ask the in drivers and taxi drivers in Medellin. I always tell them, I'm like, yo, los paisas son mentirosas. They be like, oh, la verdad, cierto, así. And it's true because even Colombian men over there have to deal with it because they lie a lot, they cheat a lot. They just como se dice, divertidas, like they love to have fun, and that's what they do.
Bro, they have like it's like they have like that culture that Pablo Escobar left behind of the interest.
Yeah, that's what it
there.
is.
Like, and I tell people like it doesn't matter what stratus. Like I've had girls that are professionals even ask me for money. Actually, I had a girl from Cali that was an architect, and she had a car and everything. She asked me for like $100. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm later she was saying Americans ain't shit.
I'm trying to figure out which YouTuber I want to believe it's Philly Dom. I don't want to diss him. But
Philly Dom is pretty cool. He's coming to Brazil next month to Rio. I'm gonna end up meeting up with him. He's a nice guy and shit, man.
I heard he is. I don't know if it's him that did this, but I didn't like that he purchased a phone for a Brazil businesswoman. It might have been him. I'm like, why are you doing this for a businesswoman that owns a company? Like, why purchase?
I have no idea, man.
Why
I don't buy nothing for girls, man.
I
Hell
wouldn't
no.
Judge anybody. Maybe they had
some
kind of
and he filmed that shit too, bro.
Nah, I don't know. The only thing I bought like a girl's like some lotions from Victoria's Secret. I bought one girl the other day, and she fucking loved that shit. But I took her home, so that's a win for me. But I don't be buying no expensive ass shit, bro. Fuck that.
Man, just go to Marshalls, get you those lipsticks for $3.99. I'm telling you, those shits will get you pussy forever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, I got the lotions were on sale in Texas because it was the season, but they usually go for $20, and they were like I think $3 or something like that.
Yeah,
and so I think it was like 6 for $20. So I'm like, fucking $85.
I get them the travel size.
You want
I got the big size, and I just give them to the girls, and they're like so happy, like,
oh they'll fucking love that shit.
Bro, you know what? I bought fake Victoria's Secret bags from Amazon because my boy told me to do that. He's like, nah, this is what you got to do. I'm like, all right, I'm going to do it. So I bought like the fake bags, the little mini ones, and I just put it in there. And I got them like, I give it to like 2 girls already. They were like so happy. Like,
bro, I'm telling you, man, lipstick.
Oh, yeah.
We legs stay open all night.
Oh, that's right.
Man, let me tell you, I took both of them home, and I just say it did work.
Oh, that's right. I didn't answer this guy. We didn't answer this guy's. Okay, what's my opinion? My opinion, he should have immediately gave him the $150 each that she asked for.
Call it a day, man. Give it to her.
Pay her to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's it. You already lost. If you lost, he probably smashed her, and it probably took 2-3 hours, and she's supposed to get paid $200.
Yeah,
and she probably agreed to the $150.
They also, and another argument was they wanted to raw dog her, and she didn't want that shit either.
Oh damn.
yelling gonorrhea. Or she said it all. I think she
Oh
was yelling
damn.
gonorrhea, but she didn't
She
say.
God
looked kind of
damn, these
crazy though.
motherfuckers
Like in
is
the video,
yo,
she looked like she
imagine
was
they
in all that in
fucking
the head.
son or their daughter just sees the shit online, be like, God damn, Pops, what you doing over there?
Embarrassing. They all take an L. But the thing that I noticed was she didn't turn into Super Saiyan until that dude smacked her phone off her.
Yeah.
That's when she went into like, man, for a little I don't know if she's a Pisces or not, but for a little Chica, like they had a hard time pushing her out the door.
Man, just give her the money and tell her to get out. I remember I ran into a situation like this. I had two of my cousins come down and they fucking went out to the club, obviously, and I ended up just trying to make sure they safe and shit. I went to meet them at the Airbnb. One of them brought a girl back. I guess they agreed like on the price, and then later, I guess, because they were hanging out at the fucking jacuzzi, and it's supposed to be 2 hours, and she ended up staying like 4 hours, and when he was about to pay her, I guess they agreed on like 300 mil. And she asked him for 400 and he wasn't trying to give it to her. So she started hitting like the Airbnb fucking TV. She started like hitting the fucking door.
Wow.
I'm like, dude, just fucking pay her and let her get out of here, man. Like, I don't want to be here with you motherfuckers. I'm just trying to make sure you motherfuckers are good. Just give her the fucking money and let's call it a day. Just fuck it.
Yeah,
I mean,
if that's what it takes. Now if I pay what she asked and she doesn't leave, now I'm gonna
they
escalate.
know what to do. If they know you're in the Airbnb, that's what they're gonna be doing. They're gonna be hitting the TV. They're gonna be fucking breaking shit because they
No,
know you're gonna be. It's gonna cost you, not her.
right. No, what I'm saying is like if I paid her what she wanted and then she continued to ask, you know what I'm talking about, like trying
Yeah.
to. Then I'll be like, okay, now I'm gonna put hands, and this time it's not. There ain't gonna be no cameras, and
Yeah.
I would make sure that she'll never walk the fucking street. Like she'll never be able to work because I'll name her ass if it comes to that.
If you're gonna lay handy, you gotta lay him out.
Oh yeah. Oh, I
But
already have.
it's
Like
best to avoid that shit. Just
I've already
lay it
ran
out.
this shit through my head. If I personally don't see myself doing people, especially in that country, but if I happen to do it, and again, if I pay,
Just pay the price, man. You're gonna have a good
pay the
look. If you
price.
agree on the price,
Right.
right?
If I
You
pay the
don't.
agreed upon price and then she wants a little extra or something, I'll give her that. But if she continues to
Yeah,
up it,
just say, hey, leave. Just leave. Have
if
a
she
good.
continues to up it and she won't leave, I'm not giving her a chance to break my
You never
shit.
know. They could get violent, bro. Like I had a friend, like I think it happened to him in Rio. The
They
working
can
girl
too.
took a knife on him. She pulled a knife on him and then took his laptop, and he had to like he had to have a mediator take him to the ATM, and he took the money out and he paid the girl, and then she handed him the laptop.
Oh yeah, my cousin did time. He taught me how to make. He taught me how to create makeshift weapons. So I'll also have one too. So almost any country I go, I can
Yeah, it's all how you control the situation, man. To be honest with you,
I can design a weapon in almost any country. So I'm never going to be unarmed. But at the same time, I'm going to make sure I'm aware that someone can also have a firearm.
the safest way is the best way to deal with it. So if you deal with it the right way, you shouldn't have any issues. I know, yeah, they try to extort motherfuckers and shit, but hey,
They do.
sometimes you give her the extra $10, but she walks away. You're in peace at your
Yeah.
place, right? You don't have to worry about her going getting her cousins, her brothers. You paid her, you good. You're gonna sleep in peace. Trust me, in these countries, if motherfuckers is gonna get you, security is not gonna save you. That security door guy is not
Right.
gonna save you.
That's what I mean. Like I said, I would pay her the extra if she asked for it, but if she continues asking for it, and that's when I would escalate it to the point where I would make sure
If
she
she
can never
if you're at that point
make
you're
money.
gonna pay her and she asks for more, you give her that and she gets out. That's it. Yo, you
That's what I
leave.
mean. That's what I mean. If I give her
You
that,
try
but
to
if
be
she
nice
still
about it. Of course, you're not gonna be mean. Be like, hey, it was a good time with you.
right.
I
No,
got
what I'm
my
saying is if I give her, but then she continues to ask for more, like she trying to, you know what I mean? That
yeah,
kind of
unless like
bullshit.
you're a fucking
That's
dummy,
to the
you don't know
point.
how to talk to her. Yeah, maybe she would do that. But a lot of times, if you know how to control the situation, hey, listen, hey, you go $10 more. It was a good time with you. Take care. Adios. Ciao. That's it.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Right. And I would do that. But
Yeah.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, she continued to try to like finesse me more even after I fulfilled the demand. That's where I'm like, okay, Maybe I got to make sure.
I'm gonna give you a tip too, right? So if you
Yeah.
stay, like, if you ever come out here and stay at a place where they have security, the
Mhm.
first thing you want to do is look out for security, right? If you look out for security, they look out for you. If you have a problem with a girl, they come up real quick, they talk the situation out, and they kick the girl out. And that's it.
Mhm. Okay.
Always look out for them. Like, buy them pizza. You don't really don't have to give them money. You could just buy them pizza, maybe Gatorades, water. You know they need that shit. They're working all day,
Right.
and they could literally just look out for you.
Hmm. Are you
But
right now in Pereira? You're in Colombia right now, or you're back in the
but
states?
Nah, I'm in Pereira, bro.
Oh,
You
okay,
know,
okay.
but that wouldn't make me a lick because when that show that I have money because I know what's his name that Hanif Sadiq guy he was saying that he was looking out for people giving money and stuff but apparently they saw that what is it kindness for weakness they took his kindness for weakness at least that's how he projected it.
yeah,
I
you gotta
still
know
think
how to
something
give.
I still
If
think
you're not
something else
supposed to
happened.
give, don't give. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you give to a guy that's outside in the street that needs fucking food, maybe, but you don't give it to somebody. You don't just hand out to people that you just got to know because they see it. You're like, oh, this motherfucker got money. Maybe we can get him. You know,
Mm.
you're just gonna have to act. If you meet in locals, you're gonna have to act kind of like them. You know, you go to place. Yeah, you might look out for their beer one time, but after that, hey, pay for your own beer. I pay for my own shit.
Yeah, because I did hear that. I'm not saying all Colombians, but I did hear that they kind of have a freeloading culture, or at least they do that shit off.
They do that shit in the states too, man. People see that you got fucking
Yeah.
money, it's everywhere.
But
In my country, Algeria, people are fucking leeches too. They see you coming from the states, they think you money growing on trees and shit. They go with you to places. They act like they ain't got no money. Even
Mike,
family members. I got family members there. I kind of feel bad, but if I go to, like, for example, a restaurant, right? I order a nice meal, and they come ask them what they want. They be like, "Oh, I get the same thing he got." But I'm like, "Man, motherfucker, I got a nice meal. You gotta get a nice meal. I gotta pay for it too." God damn. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, get the cheapest thing on a fucking menu. Why you getting the same thing I'm getting?
mm, oh yeah, that's right. And he brought the 3,000. Yeah, I don't know. It would just piss me off if like yeah she continued to finesse me even after meeting the man. I'd be like, maybe I yeah because at that point if I'm having to put hands like it would escalate to the point where like yeah she will never work the street because like yeah I would do something fucking horrific at that point. But
Yeah,
at
man,
that point, that's
you never want to
that
be at
that'll
that
take me to the
point,
point of
man.
like
I think if you do something like that, you better get on that plane within
I
24
know
hours,
that
man.
would take me. The
Leave
thing
your
is,
shit
that would
behind.
take
Just
me.
take your passport and just say "fuck it, bro."
Well,
It
you
Get
would
on
could
the
take
just
me to
come
the
fucking
here.
point of
plane.
You
no
could
return
just
at
go
that
to
point.
these countries and have a good time and not worry about shit like that.
Yeah,
That's
because
the
yeah, if
thing.
I had to
That's
do
not
that,
gonna happen to you, bro. Like if you have your head on a
If you
swivel,
have
like
this mentality, it will happen to you, bro. You got to come here with like a positive mind, calm. You got to be calm, right? The
you're
more
right.
calm you
No, you're
are,
right.
yeah. Because if you come here and you be like, "Oh, this going to happen," and I will do this, that's when it's going to happen. Because
Mhm.
you're like paranoid about it.
That's
You,
why I kind of advised Floyd not to go because he does have a paranoia complex. I'm a little bit that way too, but that's only because I got a little bit of PTSD from something external, which I'm not going to bring up. But yeah, so I kind of told him like, maybe don't go to or at least hit up the right people that has intel on Colombia before you go there, not just meet up somebody that's on your panel.
I'm gonna tell you one thing too is a very good idea if you travel.
Mm.
There's an app. It's called Show Around. You can
Yeah,
download
I've
it.
heard of that. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
for
it's
that's for a
pretty
tour
good,
guide,
man.
right?
It's very good, man. It's very good. Like, you could use it in Barranquilla. They show you around and they take you to places like you might hire like a hot girl and take her out to eat, and the vibe is right too. I like that app, and I like the one that I showed you, the Super Prof.
Yes,
That one
yes.
is good too with the instructors. Whatever you need, you need like a fucking somebody to teach you how to play an instrument. They have it there. You could, if you want a gym trainer, you could literally get a hot ass gym trainer and hire her to fucking work out with her, maybe conversate, get to know her. You know what I'm saying? So
Thanks,
you could
thanks for
also
that.
get the
I bookmarked that. You know what? I believe Ryan. He smoked too much weed on the mountain and became That's what it looked like. Is TJ a good spot? Okay,
Oh
for
man, bro,
is
that's fucking
TJ.
crazy, bro.
Okay, I'll recommend 2 areas for TJ, Chris. If you just stay on Revolution Avenue, or I think they call it Avenida de Revolucion, you're fine. Or if you're looking for quote unquote action, Zona Norte. Don't
Are you,
go outside of those 2 areas.
are you talking about Barranquilla?
No, you said TJ.
Oh,
Tijuana.
I've
Yeah,
never been, man. I want to check it out, honestly.
I would say, yeah, if you just like going there for like quote unquote culture and sightseeing and nightlife,
Yeah,
yeah, Revolution Avenue. Um, if you're like, the quote unquote speed dating action,
yeah.
what's his name? In the Streets with Keys went there. He did some pookie shit by sneaking his camera into the strip.
Oh yeah. I remember he did a video. Yeah, and he did a video about it. So I was like, oh come on, bro.
That was Zona Norte area. I won't say what club it was, but it was Zona Norte. Once you go to Zona Norte,
What do you guys recommend? Flying to San Diego and just cross the border through there?
yeah, you can
That's
do
the
that.
best way?
Yeah, fly to San Diego. Take the trolley. You'll get off at the San Isidro border, and then you just cross, and you'll go through customs.
Oh, nice. And then you just got your taxi from there or Uber, whatever, right?
Yeah, don't cross that river bridge. Yes, if you can, because you're just gonna have a lot of people try to scam you. They even use children to do it too.
Oh, damn.
So yeah, immediately take an Uber, or yeah, you can take a taxi. You can take a taxi or an Uber. I've never gotten ripped off from a taxi, but who knows now. And then yeah, just go Zona Norte, or just go Revolution. Revolution, you can walk there. Just watch out for the damn scamming kids on that bridge.
Yeah.
You can walk. Yeah, if you're just going to Zona Norte, it's pretty much or not Zona Norte. Sorry, Revolution Avenue. That's pretty much El Centro. You can just pretty much walk and that's pretty much like the nightlife. It's busy and stuff, but they're not doing like the speed dating action. That's pretty much the tourist spot.
Oh, shit. But yeah, for you, man, don't be scared to travel, man. Look, if you any country you want to go to, try to learn the language, try learning the culture, try to learn about the food, try to learn about the local music, try to listen to it and try to learn it before you get there. So, for example, you might meet a chick, you're hanging out with her, you surprise her by just knowing the song from her country, whatever, from the area she's from. That sparks more interest right there. You know what I'm saying? The people like it here. You know what I mean? Same shit with Brazil. If you know like the funk songs and shit, girls like that shit when they see you like knowing their songs, knowing their culture and shit. They get more interested into you. You know?
I know there's a friendly rivalry between Afro beats and dancehall. I'm not sure why they came up with that, but I did hear there's a little friendly rivalry with that.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, Afro beats been around for a long time. It just recently got famous. And dancehall has been around for what 30 years. It's not that long.
Yeah. It sounds like it's originally from Jamaica, but it seems to have some influence in Latin America.
Oh yeah, they
at least Afro beats.
Yeah, Afro beats came before all of this music because it's been around for a long time. And just people didn't really discover it until the internet and Spotify became very famous, and people start to listen to different genre of music, and they started liking it. But the beats, the rhythm, the tempo, it's even the reggaeton artists, they stole it from the Afro beat because it's yeah. So it's, if you listen to a lot of Afro beats, they have that rhythm, that fucking tempo.
It almost sounds like dang it, what is it called? It's the Caribbean music, but it also is popular. It's also popular with like in New York too. So Man, I forgot, but I think it came from Bahamas or something like that. It's got the fast beats and all that, but man, it starts with an S.
Yes.
I can't think of it. I can't think of the name. Crap, I can't believe it. But Sosa music, not Sosa.
Not soul music. No.
It might have the word soul. It might be Calypso soul, but it might not be the right name for it. Calypso soul or some. I don't know. Yeah. Oh yeah, someone's asked. Yeah, TJ, good spot. Oh yeah, Ryan said yeah. As I said, yeah, just stay away from Zona Este. That's where a lot of the crime is.
Yo, Ulysses, you been to TJ?
Nah, I still haven't gone, bro. Shit.
I feel like if you've been to like, Soca, yes. I don't know why I messed it up. It said Sosa. Yeah, Soca is exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, Soca's nice.
Yes.
Yeah, TJ.
Different music, man.
Yeah, I think for a first timer who really needs to get their feet wet, because TJ was outside of Korea because I was born there. I'd say TJ was like the first time I got my feet wet into traveling, and then of course going back to Korea as an English teacher, I was able to use that country as a hub to then travel to.
How's the dating life over there in Korea?
In Korea, it's. I can't really speak on that because I met her in the States and then I followed her.
Oh.
So yeah, I was a Korean chick who, as a matter of fact, since I'm talking about her, I can at least put a face to a name, or at least put a face to the story here. Let me edit. Let me put that. Okay. So I met, and I don't know. I hope this doesn't bore the hell out of you guys, but I'll make it quick. So I kind of thought about wanting to go to Korea and stuff because like after just being depressed here, not really liking the job I was doing and everything, I just wanted a change in scenery. I met her at a teriyaki restaurant. I didn't know at the time she was only here to visit her extended family and stuff for I don't know how long. Funny thing is, if I decided to go to the Subway sandwich store next to it, I probably would have never met her. So yeah, I went there. Funny thing is, she approached me, which is very rare. Probably to practice speaking English. And then we somehow set up a date, and that kind of gave me more motivation to get my documents in order to get a visa, which I then learned later on I didn't have to do all that. I could have just gotten it through the ancestry through my mom. But anyways, and I ended up following her. Unfortunately, the relationship didn't last, but it was fun while it was. Dating over there, it's definitely a long game. Yeah, I would say
Korean chicks are very attractive, man. I've seen a lot of them in Thailand. They look very attractive, man. They take care of their nails, they take care of their feet, their skin. I know some of them have this thing about they don't want to get darker because obviously in Asia.
All Asians are like that.
Yeah.
It has to do with classism.
Yeah, classes. So
it has to do with if you're darker, then you are like
lower class.
You're working out in the field and seen as low class. It's almost the same as the HN and the field N, right? When you think about it.
Yeah.
In the States, the HN word and the field N word. It's kind of similar to that with Asia. And that's pretty much all of it. Yeah, they're weird like that. Certificates for English teaching. Yes. I had a TEFL. So yeah, to teach in Korea, that is required as a minimum. So along with having at least a 4-year degree, you got to also have a TEFL.
Damn.
Yeah, Chris, definitely do it. That's probably one of the easiest routes to becoming a quote unquote passport bro. The other way is to go through the military and become a military bro. And they actually have a benefit. I heard they get first. Actually, they tell me they get first pick of the litter of the locals.
I met some guys out in Frankfurt when I was in Frankfurt. I
Mm.
went over the summer. My sister had a kid. She lives out in Dusseldorf and shit. So I strolled down to Frankfurt. Some military guys, man, they were telling me they were having a good time, man. There's a lot of German girls. They just really like American guys out there that work in the army, and they just having a good time. You know, they just fucking go out, smash bitches out there. I'm like, damn, that's what's up.
Funny thing is, my dad is a German national who got naturalized and joined the Air Force. Ended up, one of his assignments was in Germany. I want to say Bremenhaven. He comes in, he has the German nationality, but he's American. So, he kind of now has American traits. So he was knocking females down over there, because of the uniform. And then of course he did that in Japan afterwards. And then when he got PCS to Korea, somehow fell for my mom. I don't know what the hell happened there. Because I love my mom, but shit, man, she can be a handful. And I'm like, what? I try to think to myself, what did he see in her? Because she can be a head. My mom, man, she can be a head case. Especially after the divorce, and I was stuck with her. Man, hell no. And that's when the schools. I'm going to tell you about public schools. I'm going to tell you about this, and this should be major motivation to get your damn passport. Public schools will take advantage of the fact that there's no father in the house, and will try to force some bullshit counseling, try to get you on meds and all this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do this, and they
But
take advantage of this.
It depends where. I noticed that when I lived in upstate New York, they had that kind of programs, but in New York City, they don't give a fuck. You get bullied, you get into fights, they don't give a shit. There's no counseling. You fucking figure that shit out on your own.
Oh no, I'm not getting counseling. They're just trying to get me on meds because I have a hyperactivity disorder, and it's not to help me. It's because it's an inconvenient for them.
That's what it is. That's what they do. They try to get you on meds just to calm you down, whatever.
Exactly, to calm me down and to placate. Or not placate. Sorry, to pacify me. That's what it is. And of course, there's no father in the house to put his foot down and shit. They took advantage of my mom being a single mom and stuff, thinking they're right, I'm wrong, because I didn't want to take that shit. But
I was gonna ask you, how many countries have you been to?
I don't know the number amount, but let's see. I'll just name them off from the core to the periphery. So Mexico, Canada being the closest, Korea because I was born there, Japan. So let me see how many is that: Mexico, Canada, Korea, Japan, Thailand, China. Let's see here: England, France, Italy. There was one. Oh, and Hong Kong and Macau. So I believe that's 11 total.
It's time to add some Latin American countries to your roster.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, you gotta add some Latin, bro.
You gotta.
You worried about safety or something like that, getting your feet wet. You could always do Puerto Rico and just to get your feet wet.
Dominican Republic,
or Dominican Republic as well.
Yeah,
Puerto
Rico. Then start working your way down to Guatemala. Guatemala is very safe. Guatemala, and then do Salvador. Salvador is safe.
Salvador. I thought about Salvador. I also thought about Peru too, but I don't want Buck Travels to ruin that because I know he's been trying to.
Panama, you could do Panama too. Panama is safe, and then you could just work your way slowly to Colombia, man. Literally, all you have to do is go to one Spanish countries, country, just learn a little bit about their culture, see how they move, see how they dress, and maybe you could just start. Colombia is great, man. Colombia is, as long as you become a little bit more polished and you learn a little bit more, you'll be alright in Colombia. You won't have any issues.
I did hear that. Yeah, you definitely got to be a seasoned traveler. The
Yeah.
one thing I saw Ace did that I did not like, and I thought he would know better, is sticking his hand and camera out the cab or the Uber window. That I did. I was like, dude, he should have known better to do that. Unfortunately, nothing happened, but I was like, sticking your hand out the window to film.
Ace Live did that.
Yes, he did that
Oh
on
man.
his live.
You know what? He kind of got busted. Like I think a week and a half ago on Razor Rays. I think it was Love Andre crossing border said that he went to like a brothel because of him. He's like, yeah, Ace Live took me to one. I started laughing.
Okay, someone's talking the Philippines, and I'm going to give the same. I'm going to give the same again. Since I'm talking about the Philippines, I'm at least going to put a face to the story. Let's see here. All right. So, Philippines females. Let's see here. They are the queens of creating an orbit of dudes. They've been doing this before social media. Now social media just made it easy for any female to do it. But before that, they were notorious for doing that. I can't believe that she would share this tea with me, but she says that a lot of them, if they feel that they're getting neglected by one of their orbiters, they will leave the 99% to give attention to the 1% that's kind of ignoring them until, she feels that it's enough, that got enough attention. Then she'll go back to the 99% and maintain that orbit, if that makes sense. They tend to have, I don't know what it is, but they tend to have that phenotype. She even told me that, the one in the profile photo. Another thing, a lot of them are green card hunters. She even told me that too, but she didn't even have to tell me that. My friend's wife even told me, like, Will, if you go to the Philippines, like, females will approach you. You'll get heavy choosing signals, but it may not be for the right reasons.
I think Brazil is really good for dating, man. I mean, I would never date in Rio de Janeiro. I think Rio de Janeiro is like very liberal, but like other cities, like you could find like a nice girl and shit.
I feel like Rio's like a place to go for the quote unquote culture, like,
Yeah, just to have fun.
Yeah.
I think
There's a lot to do in
you
Rio.
can't find a good girl in Rio. You can't find a good girl in Rio, but even the men there will tell you like it's kind of just for having fun, man. Like you're probably better off going to like other cities like Sao Paulo or Florianopolis or
Right outside of Rio, man. Like I said, Niterói. Niterói is
Yeah,
nice.
oh yeah. You know, I dated two girls from Campo Grande, like an hour away from Rio. Yeah, too. So the small cities too, you could also find like a decent girl as well, and shit. But it's just about venturing out and like, I came to a new city, Curitiba. I don't even know anybody here, but like I said, the first week I met like 3 girls, so that's pretty good for 1 week. I haven't gone
It's
out in a
not
couple of
bad, yeah.
days. Yeah, I haven't gone out because I'm trying to like stack up my money for Carnival, but uh, you can meet people here. Like this city doesn't have no tourists, so you walk around and you go to a bar and you approach a girl. They're very approachable and stuff. Like they're nice, bro. I feel like the Brazilians are very open and very nice people.
They seem like it. They don't seem to have the hypocritical phenotype like Colombians. Sorry to say
Colombians
that.
are like one of the only ones that are like that. For you, I mean, you go to countries where sometimes people bitch or whatever, but I
Right.
just feel like Colombians just have like a history of violence, a history of like just bad things, and the country not going towards the right direction. And so I just kind of feel like they got tired of it, so it's easier for them to blame people. Maybe I don't know.
They have this clutching the pearl mindset. That's what I don't like about it. Like for that
Yeah.
female DJ that got deleted by an American. How many Americans got deleted by them?
Yeah, I know I've talked about it on my channel a lot. Like I just feel like I know girls personally when that happened that are my friends that posted the picture of the DJ, and I kind of got pissed off at that because like, bro, y'all know that Americans in Medellin are getting deleted day and night, and y'all could care less. But I just think
Exactly.
I just think Colombians, the biggest issue for them is like not just they lie a lot, it's just like personal accountability for their actions and
And
shit.
we're supposed to care when they don't care. See, they don't give that same that's why I'm sorry to say this. I almost detest them in the States because they give me one of the biggest headaches at work.
I've only met one, and he was a really nice guy. I was working with him. I was just working with a Venezuelan and his wife. They're nice, but the some of the paisas, they could just be a little bit unbearable sometimes, But it's just like I feel like there's a lot of countries in the world that you could go to and just find the one that you're the most comfortable with. Like I used to like Colombia. It was my favorite country for a while, but I just like once I learned how they really are, like super polite people in front of your face, but then when you turn around and talk shit behind your back, I was like, nah, I'm good. And I left, and I really haven't really looked back, if I could be honest. Like,
oh, they're almost like the Japanese.
well, I know the Japanese are like that, but I just think now it's getting worse because now, like, of all the fuck shit that's going on in Colombia and Medellin, like, they're really starting to hate us because now I feel like if you're a new guy going to Medellin, like, you're really going to have a hard time meeting people that genuinely want your friendship just because, like the reputation that we have as foreigners now over there.
Man, I low-key wanted something to happen to Jay Rello. I don't know why I think that way. I low-key wanted something to happen to him. But I did hear that he's not having fun over there. Is it because they took away the P4P opportunity? But
I don't know. I think I've been to Sosua. I went to Sosua 4 years ago, and I thought the women over there were trash. Like I was walking around, and I just stayed one day, and I remember I was like, man, guys like really go crazy over this place. Like all I saw was a bunch of overweight women with like slacks on, or like whatever you want to call them, the workout slacks that the women wear at the gyms. Like they probably been wearing them for like 3 days straight, sweating and all that shit. Like dude, no. I went to a place where there's like nothing but working girls, like at least maybe like 100. I didn't even find none of them attractive. I was like, man, these guys really brag about this shit. I just left the next day. I was supposed to stay 3 days, and I stayed one day at the hotel, and I just left. I was like, I never looked back. I never went, and I don't recommend Sosua for regular guys. I think it's trash. I don't know why that guy's saying that Sosua is like heaven. He's a retard, but he does fuck shit though too. Like he had a girl break his windows, I think, or something like that in Sosua, like recently, a few months ago.
I heard about that, but the thing is, everything he gets, he deserves. Because honest to God, like looking at his black and white or his paperwork, he really, in my personal opinion, he's definitely someone that I would not rock. I wouldn't even meet for a beer. If anything,
he's definitely has a record, bro. I
know.
think he went to prison. Yeah, so he's not the type of person that he doesn't seem like he's like reformed or changed his ways. Like he still seems like he still has like some of his old like bad habits that he hasn't outgrown.
Exactly. That's the thing. Now if he changed, well, looking at the severity of the offense, I still wouldn't. There's anything that involves the grape, I just can't rock with. And yeah,
has Pesman cooked them yet? I think he has, right?
Many times, and rightfully so. Rightfully so, justifiably so. Like he's the type of person that I would immediately take a beer bottle to the head. Like he's not someone I would. Yeah, if there's any kind of sharing of alcohol, it's a beer bottle to the head and possibly sticking him in the face. Like that's the type of dude I just wouldn't rock with.
I think I was in Colombia last year and I was there for 3 weeks, and that I usually actually the year before I was there for 6 months straight, and like I couldn't stay more than 3 weeks. Like I just left after like the third week. I was like, I got to get out of here. Like I just felt like Medellin was overrated, and you could just feel like the tension in the air. Like I feel like it's hard to meet people now because of what's going on, the environment that some of the mongers have created for us with their stupidity and their dumb shit. So they're starting to hate foreigners over there in Medellin, like really hate us. So that's why I left too. I was like, why am I going to be in a city where half the people look at me like I'm a piece of shit? Like, I'm good, bro. And then when it comes,
I would have thought you'd pass as a paisa. Like,
I just think like I got into one of the girls that I know for a long time. We're talking about the DJ. She's like, yeah, there's bad people everywhere. And I was like, bro, the thing is that you're not accountable for y'all's fucking shit. Like, they kill 5. And you know what? There's a program called Primer Impacto. They did this video like 13 years ago, a long time ago. It's not on YouTube no more. So for some reason it got deleted. But they were talking about Primer Impacto did an investigation in San Javier and the barrio that I've been to. Actually, that's where that girl's from as well. In Medellin, where the women were hiring sicarios to murder other women for jealousy. For let's just say if the girl wanted this guy that another girl was dating, they would hire them. And the sicarios on the interview was talking about, yeah, we don't respect life, we kill people, and it doesn't matter what age. And so and I sent her that video, and she kind of like freaked out. She's like, oh, and I was like, that's what I'm telling you, how you live over there, you know what's up, like. But I kind of like when I showed her the proof of what the fuck shit that goes on over there that they're doing themselves.
Yep.
She couldn't hide from it no more. She was just like, oh, and I still have her audio message. Just like, oh, yeah, I'm seeing that the women are. And then she brought up the girl that I don't know if you heard earlier, that there's a girl that used to hang out with some of the girls that I know. I never met this girl personally, but I don't know what happened. She went out with some guys there in San Javier, and she came back deleted. I don't know what happened. I don't know the details, but I remember seeing on some of the girls' WhatsApps like RIP. They're like putting pictures of her, like, oh, I didn't ask, and I don't even really care if I could be honest, because I don't know her, and like I just know they're gonna probably come up with excuses and not even tell me the truth. So I didn't ask, but I just feel bad for the girl because she doesn't deserve that. But she went out to go party, back deleted, and so that's something that goes on even with the locals. And so I kind of get upset with them because they're just like, oh, you look at the comments when Americans get drugged and they start talking shit like, oh, he's with a prostitute. Like, not every American there is getting drugged is with a prostitute. Sometimes guys go out on regular dates.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, I think most this is the biggest misconception that gets me mad about the Pies. It's like, you fucking damn well know that the most of the prostitutes, or almost all of them, are not drugging because they make their money off of that shit. It's like a job for them. So the prostitutes are not really drugging. It's the girls that are on Tinder that are doing that, the criminal gangs and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So
and trust fund kids.
Yeah. Who knows, man?
No, there was a gang of trust fund kids. They had an operation. As young as from 17 to 21 or 22 years old.
Yeah, I think you were telling me that.
They've been caught.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, they got caught. Yeah, and they were deleting tourists. And these are trust fund. These are not middle class kids. These are kids that are in line for an inheritance. Yes.
Yeah. So thanks, Eric, for the $10 super chat, bro. I really appreciate it. 100 deep into a good panel. Yes. And this guy says Colombians don't take accountability, just blame. No, bro, they don't. Like, there's a video called by a YouTuber called Red Beard, and he says the video's titled "They Hate Gringos," and you should watch it if you haven't seen it. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen something.
Red Beard. It's called Red Beard, and the video is called "They Hate Gringos." You should be able to find it because it got a lot of views.
Is he the guy that looks like Bill Burr, like the comedian Bill Burr?
I don't even know how to describe him, but he's not in Colombia no more. He's in Brazil actually. But he talks about how Colombians super polite, but then when you turn around, they talk shit behind your back, which is very true.
Which I think they did that with West.
They make excuses for bad shit happening in their countries. Like when that DJ shit happened, one of the girls, I remember telling her, it's like, yeah, I think some of the Colombians are gonna look at us bad. It's like, yeah, you're right. And I'm like, but I'm just thinking about this girl. I'm like, well, you got drugged by your best friend. You don't work at night as an Uber driver no more because you're scared. And I was like, but we're bad people. I was like, what the fuck? And then like a month later, she's asking me for $100, and I still have the voice notes. Please give me $100. I'm like, well, you think we ain't shit? But it's so weird because like they hate us, but they want our dollars. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
they only put up with us because we have the USD. But we had Mexican pesos, man. You think they mistreat us now? Fuck. The same way that they don't like the Venezuelans, they don't like us either. But they tolerate us a little bit more because we have like a currency that they value. And so, the Venezuelans don't have shit, so that's why they kind of mistreat them. But if the Venezuelans had the U.S. dollars as well, they would treat them a lot different as well. So, yeah.
I totally agree with everything you said, and now you got me thinking about love. Don't get me wrong, I like watching his content, but there are some things where I'm pretty sure that he placates his wife.
What are you talking about?
Dre.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, Dre, he's a good YouTuber, bro, because he tells you real shit.
He's a great YouTuber.
But I will say, like, as far as his relationship is concerned, my experience with Colombian women is this. Traditional women in Colombia don't get plastic surgery.
Oh,
And I
she
know that,
got plastic surgery.
yeah, she has a YouTube channel. She talks about how she got plastic surgery.
Oh no shit. Oh wow.
Yeah. So traditional women don't get plastic surgery. My experience from Dominican and Colombian women and Venezuelan is that usually if they get plastic surgery, it's all about the money. And so I don't know about his relationship. I hope it's good, but most 23-year-olds don't want to marry a 50-year-old dude. But if he found that
Right.
good woman, congratulations. He's been with her for many years, so good.
7, yeah, going on 7 years. I think she's 30 now.
That's good. So I think he's safe. I think I would say he's safe now. And shit, but he's not the norm. You understand? Like
No.
most guys that marry at his age marry a young Colombian girl. Oh, they're getting. Oh,
Yeah, he's not the
oh
norm.
no.
No excuses seems to be the exception of the rule because he said that he met the woman. She was a
Yeah, he met her
virgin. Married her.
at the mall, and he went to the museum. So he started off the ball, right? But that's the thing. Like, I can't tell you how many times Colombian women have tried me. And so, like, I had one girl that I went to her house, and then like I took her sister, and I was like, all right, one time, I don't mind and shit, dude. But then we went out to go eat again, just me and her. And then another time, she was like, she got a plate of food without even asking me for permission for her sister. Mind you, her sister's like 6 months pregnant and has a fucking boyfriend. And so I paid for it. I'm like, fuck it. But then I told her like on the message, like, hey, bro, you're not doing that shit no more. Guess what? She never wrote to me again. And when I did hit her up, she's like, oh no, you're just greedy. You're just thinking about yourself. Like, why the fuck am I gonna buy your sister a plate of food that's pregnant and has a boyfriend? Like, what the fuck does her boyfriend do? Scratches his ass and watch Netflix all day or what? Like, I'm just like, that's the fuck shit that the Colombians like to do to us gringos that I'm telling you. So my experience is that it doesn't matter what city you go to. I just think Colombian women as a whole just like to play those games. Medellin is probably like the worst one. You might find a good woman, but I had a guy on my panel one time, a Colombian guy from Cali that I met when I was there last year. And he told the audience this is like, y'all have a better chance of finding an an alien, than you do of finding a good woman. We have a gold digger culture in Colombia. This is a local saying that. And so, yeah, this is coming from a local saying that you have a better chance of finding ET. I just started laughing when you said that, by the way. But yeah,
that's crazy.
That's a good comparison, though. But it's just like, it just he actually doesn't even date Colombian women. Like when I met him, he tells me he dates like foreign women and stuff like that. But yeah, I just it's very hard to find a good woman over there. Like it's all about the money. Like it doesn't matter what stratus you come from, and like I said, you DM me, I'll send you that article that was written in 2011, and this is like way before the passport bro movements and all this shit. And so you'll see like the expats writing on this article talking about how they've been played and it's only gotten worse. This was 2011. Now this is like 10 years later, 11 years later. It's like a lot more worse. It's a weird article, but you read it like you got all these guys like talking about their experiences, how they get played, how like some of them brought them back to the States and they got divorced. They took them for their money, like. And so I told guys, Colombia is not the place to go look for a relationship. Go over there, have your fun, enjoy the state, and leave. But now I think even finding friends over there is very difficult. I feel like in Brazil and Mexico, I met better people in 2 weeks in Brazil than I did in like 4 years in Colombia, just because like the Brazilians are just like they invite you to their house, they cook for you, they have like that real hospitality, and Colombians really don't have that hospitality. If I could be honest,
Shoot,
I've gone to their houses, but it's not the norm. It's not the norm, man. So.
I've heard like expats say they've gotten treated better by the cartels in Mexico than they did by
that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I like Brazil so much, because the Brazilians have like a similar culture with the Mexicans as far as like their hospitality is opening the doors for you. And by even like what David talks about it, like he's like, man, in Mexico when I went back, people were inviting me to their houses. I'm like, why the fuck are you living in Colombia then, bro? Like you're pretty much saying that in Colombia you get treated like a second-class citizen, but in Mexico you got treated like a king. People were inviting you to their houses. They treated you with respect and dignity. And in Colombia, you got your bike stolen from you twice. You had a gun pointed on you once. So I understand, like, you should live where you're most happiest. But I'm just like, you're pretty much putting Mexico on the pedestal and making Colombia look bad. And, like, I don't think he's doing it on purpose. But by the way he's putting it.
Wait, you're talking about QB doing this?
No, I'm taking a life with David.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. He's talking about, like, because he was in Mexico, like, filming some show or something like that. I don't know if you know that. And so he's just talking about the hospitality in Mexico, and that's the way it is in Brazil as well. People open the doors for you. I've had many girls that I barely meet, like, oh, you could come over here. So I've never had a Brazilian girl ask me for shit, I never had a Mexican girl ask me for shit, but I've had Colombian and Venezuelan women ask me for shit all the time. So I tell people, like, if you go to Colombia, just be careful, have your fun, don't have high expectations. If you meet some people, great. If you don't, oh well, and shit. But you're better off taking your dollar where it's gonna go further. I think Brazil's better, Mexico's better, Puerto Rico, and shit. But Colombia, to me, it's just like you can find people, but you have to like fight your way through it so you can find those people. I'm fucking lazy. I don't want to go through that shit, bro. I know my
you're
friends
almost
already in Colombia, but I wouldn't. If you told me I have to start over with friends, I would not go back to Colombia. Like, I'm good. I don't want to go through that shit again.
Shit, it almost sounds like you're going through the same challenges through the states.
Yeah, it is, bro. You're taking a lot of L's when you go to Colombia. Like, even finding friendships, like over there, it's just like very difficult. Like, you watch West video, he did that. He made a really good video called "The Dark Side of Medellin." I'm pretty sure you saw it, where he has the taxi driver talking. You probably
I've seen a few of his
probably saw it. It
videos.
was a really good video. Go watch it again if you get a chance. It's
Yeah.
called "The Dark Side of Medellin," and like the taxi driver is talking about how like he doesn't have no friends. Like, and it's true, bro. Like, if somebody has, like, even if an aunt has like a favorite nephew, it's because the nephew's doing them favors. Like, I knew this girl. She was telling me when I was in Medellin last time, like what her mom did to her, like taking advantage of her. She was paying the rent, and her cousin was taking advantage of her as well. She had to get her own apartment. And I'm like, she's telling me she's by herself now. She doesn't even have no family. And I was just like, God, I mean, toxicity exists in a lot of countries. I don't want to just make it seem like it's a Colombian thing, because it's not.
Yeah.
But especially in Medellin, like, it really is, though. Like, the friendships there are based on, like, what can you do for me? Relationships are like, what can this guy do for me? Or what is this girl going to do for me? And so it's really about, like, about the come up, man. That's why I tell people, Medellin is not it. If you're trying to find good people, like, it's fucking almost impossible at this point as a newbie to go over there and meet good friends. Like, it's not gonna happen. And shit, fuck no.
Chris asked an interesting question. Here's one of the things that I've had a conversation with Austin about. I told him, especially since he's in his 20s, like, people shouldn't be thinking about looking for a wife when they're going to
Nah, I would
another
agree with that
country.
either. You shouldn't go to a
Or-
country looking for a wife. Go over there with an open mindset and try to meet as many people as you can, and let it come to you, man. You'll find that one woman, bro. But you go over there, I'm gonna go look for a wife, that you're just gonna probably meet the wrong women and shit, man.
Like, yeah, I told Austin, like, you're gonna get a lot of options. If you want a main chick, she has to be on your program 100%. She's got to also be willing to support that you have a YouTube channel and all that. Like, she can't be a dream killer, because that's what a lot of females are. They're dream killers.
Yeah, you
Meaning
gotta be careful, man. Like, I think if I did look, me personally, if I look for a wife, it would probably be like in the Middle East, like maybe like shit, I don't know, Lebanon or something, Tunisia, even if it's difficult. But I'm not gonna go over there looking for a wife. But I'm just saying that would be my preference. They're more
it would be
traditional.
either a Muslim country.
Yeah.
I heard Ethiopia is not even it, even though they're Orthodox. They're more Orthodox Christian, which would align with what I believe a little bit. I still wouldn't.
Oh man, I was on Tinder Global Pass. If you have a Tinder Global Pass, go look at the beautiful women of Tunisia, Morocco, Lebanon. I'm just like, wow.
Oh,
like,
man.
I actually matched with some of those girls, and I kind of felt like an idiot because I'm not over there. And so I was like, oh, but I was still talking to one of them, and she was like really nice. She's like, oh, I'm from Syria. Hi, my name is this. Like, how are you doing? I was like, damn, I wish I could meet this girl and shit. But I feel like a jackass. I'm over here in Colombia at the time. I was like,
oh man, the most beautiful.
I'll tell you what. Even though I didn't meet her just by the way she was behaving, I take that Syrian girl over 10 paisas any fucking day of the week, man. Fuck that.
I probably would too. Two things I actually now just remembered. The most beautiful female in Europe, I would say, I want to believe she's Moroccan because they seem to have an influence in France. I don't know what influence. I want to say she's Moroccan. She looked Middle Eastern or Arabic. She had to be the most beautiful that I've seen in Europe. QB says that if you're looking for Latina woman that has that genotype, the Arabic genotype, he said Barranquilla is that.
Oh, okay, bro. But there's actually a place in Mexico that has them too. Some of the Muslims mixed over there with the Mexicans and shit. It's called Veracruz.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Veracruz. And then I would say, then you look at Colombia, it would be Barranquilla. And then you look at for Asians and South America, it would be Sao Paulo. and shit. Sao Paulo has the
Mm.
biggest Japanese community in Latin America and shit. Or just
Oh
in,
man, Floyd was so corny with that Japanese Brazilian chick. Oh my god, he's like,
I don't
I
know. I
never
don't
been
watch
with
this
a
movie. I
Japanese
see.
Brazilian chick before. I'm like, you don't say that shit in front of him, dude.
Nah, man. I just think those are the type of guys I don't hang out with. If I could be honest, bro, I avoid those guys like the plague when I travel and shit, man.
Yeah,
The
no, I
great-
hear you.
yeah,
But here's the thing about him though. Like, if you ever get into a tough situation, I think he's the type of dude that would have you back and scrap with
yeah.
you
Of
if
course,
you.
of course. He looks like that type. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
just think his attitude is kind of like not the one that I fuck with. I mean, he says real shit, like, but he kind of like goes too far. Like he did a video a while back calling like Brazilian women whores. He's like, yeah, they're all whores, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like you're
Yeah,
doing the
that.
same thing that Austin Holloman is doing, but I think he took the video down. Somebody told him to take the video, but he left it up for a while, and I'm surprised they didn't attack him like they attacked at Austin. I'm really shocked about that because what he did was way worse. He's directly attacking versus Austin. All he said was like, get your passports. You know, he didn't call Brazilian women whores or nothing like that. You know. But
Right.
yeah, Floyd did that video, and I was just like, wow. He was like, yeah, they're this, and I was like, damn, dude. But I mean, he deleted the video and shit, dude.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, there was another thing about Philippines too. The funny thing is, when I get this profile photo now, I start to remember about that, about that country. I never been there, but being with a Filipino chick, she pretty much gives me the tea. Another thing is they expect you to pay for not only her freaking family, and sometimes her freeloading ass brother.
Yeah, I've
That's
heard that.
another
I've
thing
heard
too.
that. I've heard a lot of people getting scammed. You know, I just the three countries that I hear people get scammed the most is Dominican Republic, Colombia, and then I would Bangkok. But then you could throw in the Philippines as well, and
Yeah.
maybe even Ukraine. But for the Americans, I know it would be Colombia, the DR, and then I think Thailand. Actually, yeah.
The funny thing is, there's a channel called The Modern Male. Great production. He was saying for Europe, the number one country for single women to expat dudes is Ukraine. But again, who the hell is going to go to that country to risk?
You know what? There's gonna be a lot of dating opportunities because I know this is gonna sound fucked up, but they've taken so many casualties when it comes to their male population. Like they're pretty much like their youth population is getting wiped out. Like they're taking about maybe like 100 KIA per day. So you think about it, in 2 years, I think some people are saying they've lost about close to maybe like 100,000 young men, and so it's gonna just get higher. So that's a
But you know what? Some of them.
that means there's gonna be like 200,000 or 300,000 single women looking for a man because there's gonna be 300,000 less men.
But you
So
know
it's-
what? One of those potential widowed women, because who knows? She ends up on it's a Ukrainian chick. She ends up on Fresh and Fit wearing a scantily clad dress. Who the hell does that while their husband is fighting in a war?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I
That's
think most of the
disrespectful.
gold diggers left though. Like they went to Germany and stuff like that. They bounced as soon as the war started. I don't think a lot of them stuck around, but I will say that if there is good women in Ukraine, like there's going to be opportunities for men to go over there when the war's over because, like I said, there's going to be a lot of men that fled that probably won't go back, and the ones that unfortunately lost their lives fighting against the Russians, and so there's going to be opportunity. There's going to be a lot of single women in Ukraine, man. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah.
As the war drags on and the casualties go up and up and up and up, there's going to be just a lot of young women that are going to not have no men in their lives because they were killed and shit. They're going to have they're going to have options, but it's going to be like, I would say the older men, like in their 30s, 40s, maybe even 50s. And shit, because all the young men right now are getting sent off to the front lines and they're coming back really. I mean, they're. I mean, I don't know. It's just an ugly war right now. It's almost like, from what I'm hearing from boots on the ground, it's like World War One trench warfare, and they're taking some heavy casualties per day. Like, so I think by the time this is over, when the number finally comes out, how many guys were killed, you're probably going to be looking at maybe 200,000 or 300,000 young Ukrainian men, and shit. That's a lot. That's a lot.
I wanted to circle back to Chris C again about these where to find wives. So Amira from the Lapif Network, I don't know if people are familiar with her. She's that Middle Eastern Muslim conservative chick who apparently supports Trump. I don't really care for the politics on that. But anyways, she says Central Asia, like any country that has the word "stan" in it, except for Pakistan. She says that's pretty much where you will find traditional wives. But she's already saying that passport bros will not make the trip to go there because
Damn. That's what I like about the Middle East. Like, I've been to Israel, bro. And let me tell you something. The biggest culture shock when it comes to women was when I went to Palestine, when I went to Bethlehem. I found the women over there in Palestine very attractive, very curvy. You can't hide those curves. Like, they wear conservative like outfits or whatever, you know, like, but you can still look at their bodies, look at like, wow, this girl has a fat ass, like, and like no matter like, and she's not wearing like tight pants or nothing. She's wearing something conservative, but you cannot hide her curves. And so that was the biggest culture shock when I was like over there. I was there for one day, and I was like looking at these women. I was like, wow, these women are real gorgeous. Israeli women are beautiful though too, but they could be a little bit stuck up, if I could be honest. And they don't have a hookup culture either in Israel for sure. But yeah.
Have you noticed what the Latina actresses, the ones that age the best, is Selma Hayek?
Oh yeah. What is she? She Mexican, right? Isn't she?
No, she's not Mexican. She's a Mexican national, but she's not Mexican. She's Arab. She's half.
Oh, okay.
I think she's half. I don't know if it's half European side, but she's also half Lebanese.
Yeah, I mean, I've only talked to a few Muslim girls. I talked to one in Iran. I met 3 years ago because I was supposed to go to Iran before the COVID hit, and I was going to submit my paperwork to, because you want to go to Iran. Unfortunately, Americans and I think the British are the only people that need visas to go to. Like, you could be from Jamaica or Cuba, you don't even need a visa to go to Iran, but because of the politics, you understand. Yeah, like Iran's like an open country for everybody except Americans, unfortunately. So you got to go to Pakistan to get the visa over there. And I was gonna do that, so I started swiping on Tinder, and I matched with this girl, and she was from Tehran. But I noticed, like, even when you look on Tinder, like, the women over there are all educated, man. They got science degrees, engineers, doctors. Like, they ain't scrubs. And so that's why I said, like, I would never go to like Latin America looking for a wife. Like, if I wanted the top tier, I would go to the Middle East, even if it's difficult, because most of the women that I met in the Middle East, they're all educated, super smart, super intelligent. They're not about that fuck shit. You don't have to worry about them cheating. Like, you know, they're all educated, they come from good backgrounds, like, and so very nice, very polite. But this girl was really nice, and I still talk to her once in a while, but she's very nice. And unfortunately I never got to meet up with her because COVID happened. I just never went to Iran. I just like canceled it. But I met another girl that was from Jordan as well, like, and she's very, very nice as well. Like, hey, how are you doing? I missed you, I haven't heard from you. Like, very nice ladies, man. I will tell you, like, I've been very impressed with the Middle Eastern women that I've met, like, very polite compared to like the shit that I've seen in Latin America. Not to say that all the girls in Latin America are bad. I'm not saying that, but you know, just like an overall whole, like what you get from the Middle East compared to Colombia or another country like DR or anywhere, you get really nice people and shit, man. I've noticed that.
Yeah, well, Cece said maybe Asia. So yeah, Central Asia. So Amira from the Lapif Network said Central Asia. Oh, and I looked up, Selma Hayek. She's Spanish and Lebanese, so she's not really Mexican. She's a Mexican national, but yeah, she's technically half white and half Lebanese.
Damn. Yeah, I recommend like, you know, man, that was like, I really like Israel, man. Israel has a great nightlife as well, good food, kind of expensive Tel Aviv, but Tel Aviv was a dope city, man. It kind of almost reminded me of Barcelona, but not on the crazy party level, but it still has a good nightlife and shit.
Man, the IDF women look, but I heard, like, yeah, if you're in the military, like,
yeah, I stayed in a hostel like a long time ago, like 8-9 years ago. I stayed at one that was owned by an Israeli in Playa del Carmen, and they put me in the room, and there was like nothing but girls. There was like 10 girls and just me, and I was like, man, I was just like, I didn't even know what to say to them because they're so beautiful. But I ended up going out with them at night. But even their own men like pulled me to the side, like, bro, don't waste our. They weren't being cock blocks or nothing like that, but they're like, don't waste your time with our women. Like, they're beautiful, yes, but they're not gonna do nothing with you. Like, even us, we try to mess with other women, local women in Mexico, because our women are not gonna give a shit. Like, this is something that the men are telling me. The Israeli men, they're looking out for me. I was like, good looking out, man. But yeah, they're very difficult. They're very traditional, and I don't know. I've never really dated one. I've met a few of them, but they've been like really. The few ones that I met have been nice, and I met one in Tel Aviv. She was really, really nice to me as well. But they're very beautiful, man. They also have a fit culture over there in Israel, man. So you're not really going to see overweight people over there.
Yeah, I did hear like when U.S. military does like their joint exercises with the IDF, they actually U.S. can't fraternize with the females over there, which kind of sucks to be stationed. From what I heard, she is married. She's even a stepmom, which I don't know why she would take on that response, but whatever. Let's see. Oh, well, what else was I going to say? What do you think? Again, I don't want to go to another country just to look for a wife and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't.
did
Like,
that
just keep
dumb
your
shit
options
in.
open.
Yeah.
Like, you know who Wonder Woman is, right? She's Israeli. You know that, right?
Yes, Gail Godot. Yes.
Yeah. So, compare her to other women in Israel. She's probably like I would give her like a 6. I just think Israeli women are way better.
Age. Yes.
Way better looking than her, bro. Like a lot of guys are like, "Oh, she's hot." I was like, "Go to Israel, go to Tel Aviv, bro." And you probably saw her walking. You probably wouldn't even take a second look because there's so many better looking women in Israel, man. Believe me when I tell you that, guys. She's probably like a 6 in Israel, and and then you take her maybe outside of the country in America, she's like a 10 or a 9, I would say, and shit. Yeah, like a 10. I would give her a 10 in American states.
Yeah,
but in Israel, she's like normal, average looking girl and shit, dude. Like there's way better looking women.
Yeah, I'd say she'd be an 8 just because she's no longer in her 20s. Yeah. Funny thing is, I'm kind of rooting for her because you got liberal media trying to cancel her for the fact that she served in the IDF, which
but
is
that's mandatory. They have, that's not her fault, man. They have to. I know a guy that didn't go back to Israel and Mexico because he was like, "Fuck this!" Like, he's like, "I'm not gonna go to war and shit, dude." Are they thick in Israel? Yeah, bro. They're curvy and shit, bro. Not all
some
of them
are.
Yeah, but some are. But you go to the beach, you'll see them and shit. Like, it's kind of difficult to break into that circle and shit, But
I've seen like the TikTok IDF females and stuff.
Yeah,
some of them are
but
nice.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you go to the TikTok IDF women, they're that's how they look over there. They're very gorgeous, man. Very beautiful, man.
But I'm not sure if they're still alive after that situation, though.
Oh man,
maybe they are.
I saw the ones that were captured. They're so beautiful, and I seen some of the ones that they're killed. Gorgeous women. I was like, wow, man, that's so sad. They shouldn't be in the front lines, if I could be honest. There's like the government's letting them down, but
they are.
The women, they should just be put in the back doing like paperwork and stuff like that. Like that's just really disgusting that you have to put such a beautiful girl inside a fucking tank, bro. You shouldn't have to do that. That's just my opinion.
I'm not against them being in combat, but just not the front line.
Yeah, front lines. It's just really fucked up. When I saw those girls that were deceased, because they put like a list, and I was just like looking at their pictures, and I was like, wow.
I know it's a waste of beauty. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a waste of beauty. I'd like to see more American females.
As a man, your first instinct is to protect the woman. You shouldn't have her in front of you. You should have her behind you. Yes. There's no way those girls should have gone through that shit.
You know what they say? Behind every good man is a good woman.
Yeah. Colombian women always take care of for looks. Man.
Well, the thing with looks, nowadays you have 4s who think there are 9s who are, who have the phenotype of acting like they're 9s. What the hell his name is? Coach Greg Adams say? 49ers.
Yeah, because their attitudes change when they come to the States. I was in Mexico and I ate at this small little Venezuelan shop that had like a repa. It's really good. And I remember the lady, the owner, I was talking to her. She was from Caracas, I think, or something. We're having a conversation and some paisas sat down. I think they're from Medellin, or I don't know where they're from. But they're good looking though too. And like I remember the owner was like, "Oh, he just came from Colombia," but they were Americanized already. They had it already like moved to the States, and they kind of just gave me like a smirk, and I just started laughing. And I got the same, bro. That's why I'm telling you how the Colombian women change. Like when they leave, like even in Brazil, the first day I landed, there's a Brazilian girl I know in Rio, and her friends are paisas. So she invited me to this place in Rio. So I went, and I was like, she was like, "Oh, look, my friend he also used to live in Medellin." And like one of them kind of just looked at me and looked away. And I was like, man, when I just saw that, I was like, fuck. I walked away. I didn't even stay 10 minutes. I was like, thank you for inviting me for the day. And I was like, I'll see you later. But I think I told her how I felt about Colombians. And so I think maybe You know how women talk amongst themselves. I think that she
Oh
might have
yeah.
told I'm pretty sure she told her friends what I said because she stopped kind of texting me and calling me.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And she actually hit me up a few days ago asking me like how long I was gonna stay, but she never responded after that. And then when I did invite her out, I know I want to be with my friends the whole week, which is true. I did see her status and she was with her friends the whole week. She wasn't lying, but still, like I just think her friends might have told her like, "Oh, this he said that y'all are like this in Medellin." And they probably started talking their shit. But whatever, bro. Whenever I do see her again, I'm gonna ask her. I'm gonna press her. Did you tell your friends like what I said? I don't know if she was gonna be honest or not, but she dated a Colombian. She was telling me she didn't like it. She was like, "No, they're liars," and I just started laughing. I was like, "Oh, whatever," and shit. Maybe I made the mistake of being honest to her and telling her how they are over there. But she's like, "No, these are my best friends. They're different." I'm like, "No, they're not." Her friend has like a PhD, but I was trying to tell her, I was like, "Bro, it doesn't matter what stratus they come from, economic status. They're all the same. They're liars, bro." Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it just
I almost believe that, again, this is my interaction with Colombians in my workplace because I work as a staff recruiter.
yeah.
And I deal with, and how I know they're Colombians because when you do their I-9s and they give you, their I-9 documents, it's usually an EAD, an employment authorization document, or a perm res card, and it tells you the nationality. So that's how I'm able to pinpoint, who's from Venezuela, who's from Colombia. Venezuela, I'm shocked I get along with them. But that's how I was able to figure out these things with people. Oh yeah, what was I going to say? Another country that I think you can find a traditional wife that I already know a lot of passport bros will sleep on is Japan. But the problem is you got to stay away from like the areas that MLD hangs around, like Roppongi, because I'm pretty sure like every female that he's touched has been ran through, more times than the Shuto Expressway in Tokyo.
Yeah, I just know a lot of guys that have been played in Colombia, man. Like I just like dudes tell me their stories, and I'm just like, man. I mean, I think a lot of things also has to do with looking himself in the mirror. Like if you're an overweight guy, older, unattractive, like you can't expect this young girl to really be into you, man. So a lot of it has to do with the guy not being honest with himself, though.
I think the only way like an older chick can get a younger chick that's genuine, the older dude, I mean older dude, not older chick. The older dude he's got to be in shape. He's got to be on top of his game.
Yeah,
He's got to be,
yeah, I agree.
his
Yeah,
health
man.
has got to be on top and all that stuff. So yeah, it can't be the oofy doofy, which I learned that from QB. Like, yeah.
Yeah, shout out to QB, man. I'm glad that he popped on the panel, but I mean, I'm glad that he came out okay, and hopefully, maybe he gets his justice. He deserves it. But I just think with everything that's going on in Ecuador, I just think the police have other priorities. Maybe, I mean, they might catch him, but like, it's really fucked up. Like, I just think these people that are at the bottom of the barrel are making Colombians really look bad. It's like
It seems that way. What did someone say? Don't go where Lorena Bobbitt's from. Ecuador. She's an Ecuadorian immigrant. Yes, Japan is very expensive. Japan is expensive, but it's getting weaker against the U.S. dollar. I'm not sure why. It's almost 1-to-1. But if you're really looking for like, because they still have like cultural obligations to the man, even though they're, it's becoming a little bit more liberal. I'd stay away from Roppongi because that's like a foreigner's, or they call it gaijins. That's a gaijin's playground, and you're not going to find because they're just going to monkey wrench to another gaijin.
Damn, I'm surprised that Peso Man didn't do a live about QB. I know he did like a video, but he didn't do like he usually does.
Yeah, he
live.
did. No, he did a live on QB.
Oh, I did. Oh shit,
he's an asshole. Of course, he's not going to let that. No. Calling him QB silly and all that dumb shit. Yeah, no, of course he did a live. He did like a 2. I think he either did a 2 or a 3-hour live.
I know he did a video on Razor Rays yesterday, I think it was a short. I don't remember. I saw the video and I was like, this guy, man.
the funny thing about him is, and I criticize him for this, and of course he gives me excuses. I told him, like, dude, another reason why people don't donate to you because you fall asleep in your lives. You have a 7-hour live. You have a 7-hour live, you're active for about 2 hours, and then the rest of the 5 hours you just fall asleep and just let it play.
Damn, I didn't know he did that.
And he's all talking about I'm in a different time zone and all this stuff. And of course I tell him Razor Rays drinks all day, but he's still active in his life.
Man, I told Razor Ray he's gonna go to Brazil. I'm trying to convince him to come. I think he's gonna go to Thailand, which is gonna be good for his algorithm.
I can't believe he's skipping. I can't believe he's skipping Brazil. Like I think he'd kill it in Brazil.
Yeah, I was telling him, I was like, bro, you're really like sleeping on Brazil. Like I think if he was to come to Brazil, because he's big, he's muscular, he doesn't realize that Brazil has a fit culture, and if they see him like big as fuck, automatically that's gonna be like a turn on for the women over here, because they're gonna be like, wow, this guy's like, you know, his shape and stuff like that. He's always foreigner. I try to convince him, but he's just kind of like, I think maybe he's I think he wants to put it. He wants to put it on the next list, but I think Thailand is he's gonna go to Thailand first, I think, or not Panama, I think, or something. But if he goes to Brazil, I think he'll stay here. My friend, I got in 2 guys that come to Brazil, and one of them stayed for a whole year. Now he has a Brazilian girlfriend he's traveling all over the world with, and then my other friend came like 2 weeks ago, and now he's gonna extend his stay. He was supposed to go to Thailand in March. But now he canceled his trip. He's gonna stay here like 6 months now. Yeah, man. Brazil's like a great place, man. If you come over here, you meet right people. And he hasn't even dated yet. But if he starts dating and he meets some cool cariocas and shit, it even becomes better. You see, my homegirls all got boyfriends when I came back, man. Like, fuck. Like, I got hit like with a big L when I came over here. Like, one girl had a kid. The one I used to hang out with a lot. And then the other girl I used to hang out with a lot in Rio, too. Got a dude, and then the one over here in Curitiba got a boyfriend. So I kind of had to start over. And I'm meeting girls, like, you know, I met like 3 girls in 1 week, but it sucks having to start over, guys. I'll tell you that, because I really like my other friends. Like,
no, I hear you.
I have the connections with them, and I wasn't like dating them or nothing like that. But those girls, like, you know, have my back, and I have theirs, and like I could go out with them, and they're very caring. So I got to start that shit over. I'm like, fuck. One of them still wants to hang out, but I was like, I don't feel comfortable hanging out with a girl that has a boyfriend. You just never know what could happen and shit. You know, fuck that.
No, I
they
hear
they trash talk Relo, but to a lot of people, he got a good personality. I guess that's how he gets donations. Yeah, I don't think he has a good personality at all. Fuck no.
I don't think he has a good personality. His chat disrespects him.
Nah, he has a bad demeanor and shit, bro.
His admin runs bots. Was it bot packs to boost his viewers when really he doesn't have that many viewers watching?
Yeah, I know it was fake, because when he made his channel again, I think he had like 10,000 in 2 weeks. I was like, yeah, there's no fucking way you got 10,000 subs in 2 weeks and shit. No way and shit.
Well, the 10,000 subs, that might be believable, but I'm talking about the viewer, like the live watching, how many people are watching his lives.
Yeah,
I noticed he was using a bot, because I saw when he simul streamed with Razor last night, they both had close to 2K watching, but somebody warned him, like they said, Razor, like, you know, get them off that bot pack, because that's going to demonetize his channel, which, you know, Razor did acknowledge that, and somehow they just went away. But it was weird seeing both of them.
I'm really surprised nothing bad has happened to that guy. I hope it doesn't, but it's just like the way he moves, I think he's gonna eventually like get into some big trouble in DR, man. Like, you can't be doing that fuck shit, especially with the pros over there, man. Like, they're just like waiting to take advantage of a gringo. They really are. And they take you to like the jail or something. They're gonna milk you for every dollar. Man, and he barely doesn't have money for an airplane ticket to go back. So imagine if he gets locked up and he needs to pay for the fiscalia and the lawyer fee. Like, who's gonna help him out?
Actually, part of me low-key thinks he had the money. I think he was just finessing his
maybe. I don't know, man, but that's fucked up that he's doing that. But those are the same people that the foreigners don't want in their country. You see, I'm really happy they put the visa in Brazil, because like I've gotten it before and it's no issue. It's very easy. When I got it the last time, it took me like 5 minutes to do it on my fucking cell phone, so I have no issue. If it means keeping pookies like him out of Brazil, I'm glad to have the fucking visa and shit, bro. And shit. I don't want people like that going to Brazil. I really don't, man. And shit, hell no. And shit,
I'm starting to feel that way too. And then with Razor, you know what? Now that I think about it, if he goes there, who knows? He might get a sponsor deal with SmartFit. Because
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, he's a big dude. You don't see big guys like that in real. Like, it is a fit culture, but you don't see like real big strong dudes like that. He almost went to jail in the Wall City for recording on IG Live. Oh, I didn't know that.
Wait, who? Oh, wait. Oh, in the walled city. Oh, okay.
I didn't know
Again,
that.
a part of me low key wanted something to happen to him because I just
I
don't
think
like
a lot
him.
of people do. Though. I don't want nothing bad to happen to him, but I just think he's that guy. Even if something bad happens to him, I feel like he's not the type of guy that will learn his lesson. I think he's
No,
just
no, you're exactly right. And that, yeah, the only way is he would have to be permanently disabled or something worse for him to really learn his. He's that type of dude that would have to learn.
yeah, bro. Well, I wanna end the live, bro, and appreciate
All
you
right.
everybody hopping on. It's already been damn. This is my longest live. I think the most I've ever done is 8 hours, but I don't
Okay.
do lives that much. And I think I want to try to do a few before I go to Rio because when I go to Rio, it's gonna be carnival. I'm not gonna have time because every day there's gonna be shit going on. So, but I probably won't do a live for the whole month of Feb. But I'll do it I'll start doing it again in March. But this month I'll try to do as many as I can, guys. I'll try to do one maybe next week. But like I said, I'll try my best to get a local on here if I can. But
No,
we'll see
man.
what happens though.
No, it's a great live, bro.
All right, bro. Take care, man, and we'll look forward to his QB's videos and hopefully, man, his message gets through to some of these guys that are doing arrogant shit in Colombia. So.
No, definitely. Yes, it's definitely a teachable moment. All right, man. You have a good one.
All right, man. Take care, guys. Thanks for everybody that pulled up.
All right, one.